With your eyes up, history of the Farabundo Martí Popular Liberation Forces through interviews with their leaders. Martha Harnecker. Index. Presentation. Introduction. First part. Background and first steps. Second part. The mass movement breaks out. Third part. The Revolutionary War, a long road to victory. Fourth part. Martial trauma and overcoming it. I thank everyone who in one way or another, with their encouragement, their silent work, their opinions and criticism, have made this project possible. I especially want to mention the daily help of Hortensia, Borges, Rolando, Joel, Raul, the suggestions and ideas of Isabel Robber, the editing work carried out by Eda Cornejo, the help with layout and other computer issues from Mauricio Sugarit, the patience of Manuel to support me in the moments of greatest tension, the collaboration of my daughter Camila, who has accepted that my time usually allocated to her be shared with the time allocated to this work that she knows will be useful to the revolutionary movement, and, finally, I would like to mention very especially Greet Weinman, who has been with me whenever I have needed in the thousands of small and big things that involve doing a job like this. Presentation. In this book, some of the most important leaders of the Farabundo Martí Popular Liberation Forces, FPL, tell the story of their revolutionary movement. With the maturity and height that come with years and experience, these leaders, guided by the skillful hand of Martha Harnecker, relate and reflect in a dialogue on their origins and their evolution until the eve of the signing of the peace agreement. In this way, one of the least known members of the FMLN tells us his story. This is not a propaganda work, nor is it an apology for violence, nor an epic story of a political military guerrilla. It is rather a critical history and a serious reflection on what has been the historical development of the FPL. The story is very dynamic, it has a lot of narration, which the average Salvadoran reader likes most, but it also has a good dose of analysis and reflection on the successes and errors of the FPL and the entire Salvadoran revolutionary movement. Martha Harnecker has achieved a balanced combination of both resources, based on the participation of the various protagonists. Now, these are not placed in the foreground, but their personalities and biographies are discreetly diluted to give way to the history of a social movement that radicalized until it reached weapons and war. In this sense, here is more than just a simple history of the FPL, it is part of the history of one of the most exciting revolutionary movements in Latin America. But it is also the story of El Salvador, told from the perspective of a revolutionary political military organization. As history of the last decades. Days of El Salvador, there are no great revelations, however, this work has the novelty of gradually introducing us to the mentality and experience of the revolutionary movement. One of the novelties of this experience consists of the critical vision that the FPL leaders had and have about their own origins and development, but above all about their crises and the way they overcame them. Indeed, the work has the courage and bravery to analyze the crises and their resolutions that translated into more and more maturity. From this perspective, this story has a lot of public confession about what the FPL has been and what it is. From crisis to crisis militarism, dogmatism, avant-garde movements, including Marshall's trauma, the thesis of mass insurrection, entry into war, negotiation, the mentality, principles, and revolutionary values. The crisis is a time of trial that can reach the limit of strength, if it is acute and total. It confirms the solidity and depth of the goals previously achieved. It is never the same after a crisis, especially if it has been overcome. Nor can one take for granted what has not been tested by reality. Therefore, one should not be afraid of crises nor to report them. It would be very enriching if the other members of the FMLN and the armed forces themselves told their own story with the same critical level as the FPL. It is not a time for triumphalism or idealization, but for honesty with reality. Another novelty in this story is the process by which the FPL reaches the military option and open war. None of its protagonists had a military vocation or understood the techniques of war, however, as all political and social alternatives to carry out the urgent transformations that the country needs were closed, there was no other option but to resort to war. So, they had to militarize themselves, changing their mentality and values. They put into practice the concept of a prolonged people's war to promote armed struggle based on military actions. When they integrated the masses into that struggle, the army was born. They resorted to all kinds of struggle, except the electoral one. Prestigious for decades of fraud. This phase was lived to the fullest, including dogmatism of all kinds. However, they never forgot the political dimension of the military option. War was not an end in itself, nor a means to make a career, nor to get rich, nor to ascend socially. The war was an instrument to conquer values that its protagonists thought they could not obtain in any other way. Certainly, the political dimension of the military option did not appear clearly at the beginning. However, it gained space, although plagued by dogmatism and avant-garde, until it ended up predominating in the broadest sense. By having to demonstrate in practice that armed struggle was viable, the military dimension was disproportionately emphasized. The pinnacle of a guerrilla's life was belonging to a commando. The political and the masses were marginalized, but only temporarily. Despite the hegemony of the military dimension, the members of the FPL were always alert to the dangers of dehumanization and drastically controlled the cases that arose. The presence of politics prevented the war from dehumanizing the members of the FPL, which is very common in those who wage war as an end in itself or for mere theoretical principles, and led them to seek dialogue first and negotiation afterward. Well, likewise, overcoming dogmatism and avant-garde was possible because they never lost sight of the political dimension of their option. Furthermore, it became increasingly more decisive. Along with the crises of the FPL and the entire Salvadoran revolutionary movement, there appears a constant search for new paths and the effort to correct the wrong routes. In the same way that they found new forms of struggle to counteract the actions of the government army, advised and financed by the United States, they also discovered viable alternatives to dialogue and negotiate. Just as they discovered and fully experienced the unity of the revolutionary movement divided into 5 groups, they developed notable flexibility at the negotiating table and intense diplomatic activity. 11. Despite the dogmatisms, the strategic theoretical theses were never the starting point, as a totalizing global conception. The FPL and the Salvadoran revolutionary movement were always open to reality. This opening determined the fundamental political and military options. Its theoretical and practical flexibility is due to it. They never clung to theoretical principles, much less made an idol of violence, although there were undoubtedly its dangers and some errors that were soon rectified. Openness to reality, or, as the FPL leaders formulated, closeness to the masses and the people, took precedence over any other consideration. Ideas and plans emerged from revolutionary practice. The leaders of the FPL, from the beginning, were aware that they were forming a true Marxist-Leninist party of a new type. A party capable of leading peaceful actions and bringing the Salvadoran proletariat to power through armed struggle. The past cannot, nor should, be denied, but assumed from present practice with a view to the utopia that is wanted to be carried out. The FPL were characterized by their Marxism-Leninism until reality showed them that it was not viable, then they looked for new paths. This past is fundamental in that it is a constitutive part of what the Salvadoran revolutionary movement has been. Taking this into account allows us to understand the starting point and the evolution experienced. Only from this perspective is it possible to appreciate the effort made to change and the commitment to reality. We should not fear those who are capable of learning from practice, but rather those who irrationally persist in maintaining positions that are unsustainable from reality. Although the harshness of the war, with all its violence and injustices, was not able to dehumanize the members of the FPL and kept them faithful to revolutionary ideals, the cessation of the armed struggle has other kinds of dangers that lurk in the revolutionary army in the process of becoming a political party. Personal renunciation, discipline, and austerity were the pillars on which the revolutionary struggle of the FPL was sustained during the war. Here lies the secret of their successes and also their dangers, as demonstrated by the case of Marshall. Political activity is a much more hostile means to maintain the revolutionary ideal in its entirety. Now it is easier to accommodate corruption and forgetting the bases. They are new forms of dehumanization that threaten all politicians. The historical experience of the FPL during the war is rich enough to learn unforgettable lessons from it for the new stage that is beginning. Rodolfo Cardinal. San Salvador, November 16, 1992, 3rd anniversary of the martyrs of the UCA. Introduction. In a corner of San Salvador, on April 1, 1970, 7 revolutionary militants detached from the Communist Party, the only left-wing party until then existing in El Salvador, founded a political military organization that in August 1972 became known as his name with the Argentine embassy, in a gesture of solidarity with the martyrs of Trelew. At the head of the small group is Salvador Cayetano Carpio. The well-known communist leader, who had become a kind of living legend during the combative days of popular struggle of 1967, left the Salvadoran Communist Party at the beginning of 1970, after having served for 6 years as its general secretary, for not share his political line. Since then he has dedicated all his energies to forming the new organization, the Popular Liberation Forces, FPL, Farabundo Martí. In their first years of life, when the point is to open a gap to the armed conflict in that small Central American country against the currents that minimize this form of struggle, the FPL militants dedicate themselves exclusively to military action. One cannot speak of a militaristic deviation. 15. That as an initial step it was necessary to prepare the few staff of the incipient organization for the new challenges. Already in 1974, once this stage was completed and in a country in full social upheaval, the organization decided to turn to the masses. These were never absent from his initial project, which was born vaccinated against Focusism. A few months after deciding the shift, he appeared leading, through the Popular Revolutionary Bloc, BPR, the most combative mass movement in the country, which by 1979 to 1980 became the most powerful and belligerent in Latin America in those years. Those at the top can no longer continue governing as before. The October 1979 coup carried out by a group of progressive officers took place. This is then aborted by an underhanded coup that puts into practice a true genocide of political leaders and the popular movement, the only way to stop the revolutionary tide that is advancing by leaps and bounds. In these conditions the urgency of unity becomes evident. A year later the FMLN was formed and a few months later, on January 10, 1981, the first major military offensive by the rebel forces took place, starting the Revolutionary War that continues to this day. It was then that his top leader, Salvador Cayetano Carpio, better known as Marshall, began to lose authority in his own organization. His inability to direct the war and his lack of flexibility to understand the political diplomatic negotiations that then begin to take place become evident. Finding himself in an absolute minority in the political commission of his party, he maneuvers to avoid losing his position. He finds himself faced with a situation that he cannot control and is equally psychologically affected by this. He personifies the opposition in the figure of Ana Maria, Melita Anaya Montes, then second in charge of the FPL, and coldly plans her murder. When he was betrayed by the perpetrators of the crime, he decided to take his own life. Despite the very hard blow that this means, the Popular Liberation Forces managed to overcome the crisis and draw important lessons for their future internal life. Against caudilloism, sectarianism, dogmatism, and rigidity of Marshall, the collective character of the leadership is strengthened and a consistent struggle begins to overcome those deviations that have hegemonism as a correlate, so disastrous for the consolidation of the unified leadership of any revolutionary process. Few revolutionary movements are capable of overcoming events as terrible as that and coming out stronger. In this book testimony I have endeavored to reconstitute the history of this political military organization, which to an important extent is also the history of the Salvadoran revolutionary movement through some of its main protagonists. Over the course of a year and a half I have interviewed its first manager, Lionel, to his second in charge, Salvador, and 3 members of his political commission, Rebecca, Facundo, and Valentin. I greatly regret not having recorded the conversation with Demas, another colleague in the top leadership, a few weeks before he fell in combat in the November 1989 offensive. Regarding significant aspects of the initial period of the FPL, the book also includes the testimony of Marshall extracted from an interview that I did with him in mid-1982, interspersing, in some cases, his answers to the same questions that I now ask the current leaders already mentioned, in attention to the undoubted historical value that they have. The FPL management very correctly estimated that he was the most appropriate man to talk about some details of that stage, despite having later made the very serious mistakes that he made, because they cannot deny his great historical merits. Although my interviewees are first-rate protagonists in this feat, what is sought here is not so much the personal anecdote, but rather the collective epic of a political military organization in which the events of yesterday are united in the same testimony, the reflections of the present and the dreams of tomorrow. 1. Nobody will find an apology for the FPL here. The colleagues very honestly narrate the successes and errors of their organization, contributing, in this way, to recovering a still virgin experience that only exists in the oral memory of its protagonists. With them it happens as with most of the revolutionary political leaders of our continent, who, faced with the accumulation of tasks they must perform, do not have the possibility of reflecting and writing about their own experiences, and they run the risk, as has already been happening, that with his death an important source for reconstructing the history of their organizations disappears, with the aggravating factor that ignorance of these experiences can lead to new generations of revolutionaries incurring, through ignorance, the mistakes from the past. Generally the documents issued by the different political groups reflect their purposes much more than actual practice, hence the importance I attribute to the method used. These are interviews that I characterize as political pedagogical, because the central objective I seek is to contribute to the exchange of experiences that allows learning from victories and setbacks. Motivated by this purpose, I develop the questions based on the concerns of the revolutionary movement itself and my reflections on the multiple experiences that I have learned throughout these years. In my case, journalism is at the service of politics and, for this reason, I seek to facilitate as much as possible the contribution that each of my interviewees can make. It is interesting to note that an interesting and fruitful dialectical relationship occurs between interviewee and interviewer. Many times my questions allow him to delve into topics that he had not considered or to structure a global thought on matters whose elements until that moment remained dispersed in his memory or in his reflection. At the same time, as I learn more and more background, I mature in my understanding of the topics addressed and new and deeper questions arise that materialize in new questions. It is an arduous task, many work sessions where the final text is shaped, step by step. Through this book, FPL militants, who have been able to learn partial aspects of their history, will learn for the first time about the trajectory of their organization. I hope that you will accept this effort as a tribute to the popular forces of liberation that in April 1991 celebrate 20 years of life and that with the blood of their heroes and martyrs have watered the saved soil, allowing it to bear many new fruits for the revolution. To them, to those young people, almost children, to those humble men and women of the Salvadoran people, who have been willing to give everything to be able to offer their children a better world, where they can not only live, but also dream, I dedicate this book. Martí Harnecker. Havana, January 18, 1991. First part. Background and first steps. Rising mass movement and attempted armed struggle. 1. It is important to know what was happening in El Salvador at the time the FPL emerged and why the Communist Party was not able to channel the concerns and revolutionary commitment of an important part of the generation that emerged into political life in those years. What could they say about it? Valentine, look, I think that to answer your question it is necessary to go back to the 60s, starting a little earlier, with the triumph of the Cuban Revolution. January 1, 1959 occurred in the context of a country in crisis, with an urban mass movement on the rise due to the deterioration of their living conditions. The official party, THIRD-WORLDISM, was collapsing and the lungs of the people were swelling with a new democratic and revolutionary breath. How was the triumph of the Cuban Revolution received in El Salvador? Valentine, despite the misinformation barriers of imperialism, this revolution deeply impacted Salvadoran society and had incalculable significance for the country's history. Students and workers, accompanied by other social sectors, continually expressed their support. Before the triumph, the news from the mountains had spread like an expansive substance. I remember that among my family Cir. He published Bohemia magazine and also Life magazine, which were illustrated with photographs of the island's guerrillas, Che, Fidel. In this context, the Christian Democratic Party began to form, which in the early 70s came to have a fairly clear national and anti-oligarchic ideology. At the same time, a decidedly democratic, progressive force was formed, which took the name of the Renewal Action Party, PAR. The same one who a few years later would nominate Dr. Fabio Castillo for the presidency. At that time, a truly special situation occurred as a result of a triple situation, a victorious Cuba, a broken tyranny, and a Creole left impacted by the revolution. Marshall, in 1959, a very important situation existed in our country, which was the fight against the Lemus government. The army penetrated the university in an environment of great growth of the mass movement. There was the expulsion of leaders such as Shafiq Handel, Raúl Castellanos Figueroa and several others from the political commission of the Communist Party. The Salvadoran Communist Party was sensitive to the moment. We began to use action groups of 4 or 5 companions to learn how to handle weapons. That was the origin of the Revolutionary Action Groups, GAR. We call for armed insurrection. We did not achieve that objective because the movement was very tender, but that already implied a shift, putting into action certain forms of armed struggle to overthrow a government. Is this the closest antecedent of the guerrilla struggle that began in the 70s in El Salvador? Marshall, that's right. Who made the decision to form the GAR? Marshall, the political commission, although a large part of it was outside the country due to the repression that had existed. A part of the army was alarmed by the call for insurrection, believing that these action groups were stronger than they were, and they thought that, with the example of the Cuban Revolution, this could become something serious. The government declared a state of siege to try to control the situation. In reaction to this, a few weeks later there was a military uprising supported by the National Civic Orientation Front, FNOC, which brought together progressive parties and student associations. The new government was quite liberal. He even managed to establish relations with Cuba, but he only managed to sustain it for 3 months. Valentine, honest people came to that government, with a true democratic and patriotic sense. I remember Dr. Fabio Castillo and Mr. Fala Caceres. These people, or at least some of them, seemed willing to relieve the people of the shackles of the dictatorship with a certain openness. The situation was so serious that those at the top did not have many conditions to continue governing as they had done until then. An interesting situation occurred. We must return to it with a historical sense, without sectarianism of any kind. At that moment the spirit of the nation was felt, as in 44. Once the tyrant was overthrown, the party folded the flags of the insurrection. The need was imposed to take advantage of that opening and raise other flags to expand popular freedoms. There really was a lot of work done in that regard. The entire base of the party and the unions, including the men who were in the action groups, became important generators of a true popular tide, street marches, concentrations, rallies, assemblies. And this did not only happen in the metropolitan area of the capital, the entire country was the broad scene of these activities. Then the April and May Revolutionary Party, PRAM, was organized, which gained sympathies at the organized levels of the people. This was part, in turn, of a broad revolutionary democratic grouping, the National Civic Orientation Front, in which the following also participated: the Democratic Revolutionary Party, PRD, the Renewal Action, PAR, the General Confederation of Salvadoran Workers, CGTS, the General Association of Salvadoran University Students, AGUS, the National Action Party, PAN, etc. To me it seems very revealing that despite the offers and democratic intentions of the governing board, the people recognized their objective limitations and did not demobilize. The army, the repressive structure and the oligarchy were intact. However, when a counter-revolutionary coup took place on January 25, 1961, the enemy's counter-offensive surprised the left, which was unprepared to face the coup, because by abandoning the insurrectional slogan, the preparation for the armed struggle was also abandoned. But don't think that town was paralyzed with fear. The crowd, more than 50,000 souls, took to the streets demanding weapons and determined leadership. The National Guard repressed by shooting at the masses, but the people did not give up. They marched towards the El Zapode 1 barracks to ask to be armed, but the government that was about to fall refused to do so. Then he decided to march towards the San Carlos barracks too, where the coup plotters could not reach an agreement. But, before reaching that barracks, the unarmed crowd was massacred with impunity. This inaugurated the civil-military directory headed by a colonel from Zacatecalica, Julio Adalberto Rivera, flanked by some civilians such as Rodriguez Porth and others. It was then that within the Communist Party it was unanimously agreed to form the FUAR, United Front of Revolutionary Action. This is the second period in which the Revolutionary Action Groups, GAR, reappear with a constitution and similar missions. This time they were going to be part of the FUAR. In each sector there could be several columns of 10, 15, or 20 people, depending on the approach. They told us that people received notions about the use of weapons, mainly short weapons, some explosives and, in the mountains, knowledge of the rifle and some shooting practices. In addition, they were given certain political training aimed mainly at helping the militants understand the moment and the line. Some colleagues were also sent to train outside the country. There were no major strategic elaborations regarding what the armed struggle strategy was, whether it was a great insurrection, or whether it was going to be a guerrilla struggle with such or such modalities. What there was awareness and clarity of purpose was the need to generate a military force among the most willing workers, among teachers, peasants, students, women, etc. The FUAR became a very strong organization, and that was what the party's work focused on. For what time? Marshall, 1961, 1962, until 1963. 2 and a bit years. A military school was founded in La Campina, a colony of San Salvador, and although it was a very important effort, it did not lead to real military practice. Basically, these groups were directed to carry out propaganda. Then the youth, who had joined the FUAR to fight the dictatorship with weapons, became discouraged and abandoned the action groups. These groups were entering a state of great frustration and disenchantment. The FUAR leadership did not have the capacity to carry out a single military action in 3 years. Those people who were burning for armed struggle had practically become assistants in the propaganda work, and, naturally, they felt that they were being underestimated. Thus came what Shafiq called the Great Downturn, and it was no longer possible to lift all that. The military school fell into the hands of the enemy. His boss, Comrade Shafiq, was arrested. The project did not take off as a concrete military force, although the party and the people put great effort into it. But something else also happened. A militarist deviation occurred within the FUAR, even without practicing the military. What did this militaristic deviation consist of? Marshall, in contempt for the role of the mass movement. That was rejected, and from there came a fairly strong ideological struggle. It was argued that unions in El Salvador had no reason to exist, that they only had reason to exist in industrialized countries like European ones. This is one of the reasons why, after having had great control over the union movement, we are left with only 14 unions. That is to say, those militaristic conceptions, of contempt for the mass movement, of considering the unions as outdated, and the tendency to concentrate only on military preparation, flourished in the party, and, paradoxically, we, who had organized the first groups of action before the fall of Limas, we were in favor of the integration of the armed struggle into the party line. We had to wage the ideological struggle against that deviation, insisting on the need to work in the mass movement. Bureaucratic and economic deviations also helped this isolation. Do the FPL, at this point, have an evaluation of what the FUAR meant? Valentin, I confess that all of us, the current militants of the FPL, do not live that experience, but since I started on the periphery of the Communist Youth, JC, and then in the FPL, I have tried to study those of the FUAR, and I have come to the conclusion that it was a very valuable experience. But then, was Marshall's position correct or wrong, who criticized it as a militaristic deviation? Valentin, I believe that the decision to undertake the formation of the FUAR was positive and correct. This experience grew rapidly because Shafiq and the other cadres who dedicated themselves to this task did so with dedication, and because this was a correct line, since it responded to the demands of the objective process. What happened, in my opinion, is that there was a natural inclination of a part of the Communist Party towards combative preparation, and it is understandable. The propensity for unilateralism regarding the FUAR was naturally wrong, but, in a case like this, Marshall's lack of understanding of the meaning of immediate priority in that specific section of the road was negative, because this contributed to the removal of the possibility of that party leading the armed struggle, an aspect that he himself later and very ardently criticized it. This also contributed to truncating the aspiration and willingness of dozens and dozens of patriots who, 29 years ago, were willing to take the path of arms as a determining form of struggle to promote the democratization of a country crushed by the military boot. I would like to make it clear that we must recognize the FUAR for the political work of dissemination and clarification that he did. He promoted the publication of different materials on history, the situation, society, the struggle, and against the neocolonialist strategy of imperialism, the Alliance for Progress, etc. It seems to me that Marshall's criticism of the faltering military efforts of the FUAR translated into a kind of counterweight to this activity. I think that deep down he felt that this link had a clear tendency to strengthen, or, rather, that it had the conditions to become the military force of the revolution in those first moments, and deep down he did not accept not being at the head of that attempt. Remember that it was Shafiq, military chief within the Salvadoran Communist Party at that time, who headed it. New methods in the union movement. Marshall, you said that due to the militarist deviations of the FUAR, only 14 unions remained. I understand that you worked a lot in the union movement and that you managed to raise it again. How did you manage to do it? Marshall, the 14 unions that we had left were formal unions, because they were trade unions, with nothing more than their board of directors. Null, backward unions. That was what we had left. All business and industrial unions had been taken over by the government and imperialism. This was not only due to the efficient work of the enemy in this area and the repression, but it was also due to the methods we were using. We had adapted, or rather, the party team that was there had adapted to the methods that imperialism had introduced during those years in the union movement, exclusively adhering to the labor code and the ministry's notes. In short, that was legalism, bureaucratism, and economism. Since 1963, the party has given me the task of building the trade union movement. We had to start by shaking those methods hard. Then we promoted the formation of the Salvadoran Unitary Union Federation, FUS, which managed to attract independent unions and strengthen the union sector that we led. In 1 year it became the majority center. It went on to have from 14 to 47 unions. This was achieved precisely by the new methods we used and the combative action we promoted. Added to this is our fight against bureaucratism even within the party. How was this bureaucratic nature of the mass work of the Communist Party expressed at that time? Facundo, they emphasized that they should not go outside the framework of established legality, because that implied being outside the law and, therefore, exposed to enemy reprisals. A strike did not go beyond the elementary demands, because the Communists, at that time, could not establish a correct connection between what was a demand struggle and a political struggle. They separated them mechanically. The economic demands had to go through peaceful, legal means and within the limits established by the Ministry of Labor. Such an approach forced the union leadership to move within a very restricted, limited framework. They had no possibilities to act with initiative. This policy also led to an accommodation of its leaders who dissociated themselves from the masses and, as a result, did not encourage their active incorporation into the struggle. This was part of the concept of accumulation of forces that they had at that time. As they defined it, it was an evolutionary process that was organized little by little, which was expressed, even in their slogans, without hurry, but without pause. A process through which, supposedly, the goal was going to be reached through gradual democratic conquests. That, without a doubt, is something that does not move the militancy to play an active, vanguard role, to stimulate and promote the effective participation of the base, seeking to influence the political process of the country. What was done, it was a top job. This did not allow them to grasp what the base was thinking and led them to a policy of conciliating with the employers and using methods that did not raise the consciousness and combative disposition of the workers. Martial bureaucratism was expressed in this. For example, a group of workers came to complain that some workers had been run over and expelled from work in their factory. And they arrived wanting to fight, to put the factory on strike. So, what did our fellow bureaucrats do? First they told them, look, comrades, here on that page of the labor code is the article that protects you. We are going to draw up an act, you sign it, and here we are to go to the Ministry of Labor, or one of you is accompanying us. Be careful, don't move. And tell your colleagues to be patient, that it would not be advisable for them to go on strike. In this way, the energy and participation of the masses in the struggle was replaced by their own interests, by the paperwork and by the official who served as a transmission belt to the Ministry of Labor. When they organized a strike, how did they do it? Martial, well, there were two ways. During all that time, what prevailed was adhering to the labor code. This established a system that practically prevented strikes. What was the system? First of all, raise the demands. Secondly, in a meeting, draw up a list of all those who agreed with the strike, with the support of at least 51% of the entire factory having to be achieved. Then the Ministry of Labor checked that list, going to the factory, where the boss. That was practically telling the boss who was against him and who was in favor of him. From there began a conciliation process that lasted a month, time that the boss used to expel all future strikers and destroy the union leadership. That was the procedure that the companions followed: illegalism, bureaucratism. The procedure that we established was that of fait accompli. What did that entail? The participation of the masses, the closure of the factory, the protest, and then the violence, because the police had to run them over. Physically, where did they stay? Outside the factory? Martial, yes. Without notifying the boss within 30 days. With pickets to prevent them from entering? Martial, with pickets and with sticks, with everything. That's why we had first to break with legalism. In 1967 it was completely broken, and precisely that explains the series of strikes that occurred since January. So, what was the modality that we introduced? First of all, not respecting the labor code; secondly, prevent the entry of the strike breakers with armed pickets and sticks; thirdly, the clash with the guard when they wanted to put them there by force; fourthly, agitate the other factories to give solidarity to the strike; and, fifthly, unite the working class on the basis of the fight for their interests and solidarity with the struggle of other working sectors. It was with these 5 points that we entered the factories, and we did so with the opposition of the right-wing sector of the party. And the revolutionary violence expressed through the strike turned it into a political strike. In mid-January 1967 the first strike occurred, the strike of motorists, pilots, and urban bus drivers. The comrades locked themselves in the premises, left the place in darkness, formed cordons to defend the units with sticks to stop the police. In 3 days that strike was won. Then the workers, seeing that with this method, overriding the provisions of the government and legalism, they could win, began a series of strikes. What were we doing? We went with the workers, we slept with them, we were on the pickets, we went from picket to picket, helping them organize, teaching them how to make the kitchen commission, how to collect contributions in the markets for the common pot, how to form different commissions, because the workers had no experience of strikes. That's how we earned their sympathy. Many of these strikes broke out in unions controlled by the government, and, although we did not control their leadership, we were at the base. In a short time we had won over the entire base, and we were actually beginning to lead the strike, in spite of the legal leadership that was only waiting for the right situation to betray it. Valentine, in less than a month, another strike that he did. That the entire labor movement would turn its eyes towards her, that of the textile workers of IUSA won. The fight exploded with the regret of the directors of the General Confederation of Trade Unions, CGS, who wanted to conjure it for the sake of legality. Marshall, in April 1967, a general strike was lifted, practically out of nowhere. This started from an iron ingot factory that was 59 kilometers from San Salvador too. Their union leadership, which was in the hands of the government, did not allow other elements to approach the base, but the comrades with great perseverance worked with the base and managed to win them over and, with that support, forced the pro-government leaders to submit to the union strike, acting in unity with the fuss. Thanks to this, the largest general strike in the last 20 years was achieved. 30,000 workers stopped, and some were going to do so in the following days, because it was intended as a progressive movement. This experience was a great school for thousands of workers who had experienced the strike. Once again, the strike was an active measure and not a passive one. Marshall, then General Secretary of the Salvadoran Communist Party, and that beloved leader, José Dimas Alas, accompanied the new outbreak from the first day, but not only morally but as they believed they should do, with their direct presence. This made the workers more enthusiastic about fighting. And as expected, the new combative spirit also distinguished that fight. The factory was besieged and its facilities were occupied. Everyone was inside. Outside, only the commissions or guard brigades with bars and clubs. Immediately afterwards, the government made the strike illegal and the threat came, but the workers challenged the ruling. Hesitancy came from the CGS and, despite that, unity of action was achieved. Dimas Alas and Marshall considered that it was a new type of alliance, without conciliations or anything like that. It was a unit of. There were scores of people who came to stay in a combative workers' vigil. They said that at 2 or 3 in the morning along the road they began to hear a whistle, a commotion, and a lightning bolt moving across the paved road. They were comrades Escobedo Morales, José Dimas Alas and other fuss workers who were attending to join them at that time. It may seem corny to some, but a trade unionist from Zacate said that there were people who could not contain their tears from pure emotion. A new moral quality of the workers was revealed in the middle of the morning. I remember that the taking of that factory was a true mass march, and behind it you could see the pilgrimage of market vendors, teachers, and people who spontaneously supported. I saw hungry little boys and their parents doing shifts and vigils. That moved. Many people still remember that strike. Even the businessmen of the ACI-1 should remember it, who on that occasion shouted to the sky and appealed to legality. The factory was surrounded by the National Guard, while the workers inside formed a strike command to direct the conflict. The union felt comforted. The flame of the progressive general strike was lit there. With these forms of struggle, legalism, pacifism, and all kinds of breaks were broken. And it was not a fight of extremist people detached from the masses. It must be kept in mind that in the first quarter of 1967 another military clique had been imposed under the presidency of the coroner Sanchez Hernandez, the same one that 2 years later, in 1969, would push the country into a fratricidal war with Honduras. Sanchez Hernandez arrived, after politically attacking the opposition represented by Dr. Abraham Rodriguez, of Democracy Christian, and Dr. Fabio Castillo, of the Renewal Action Party, PAR, to cancel his registration for considering his agrarian reform proposal inadmissible. It was more or less around the time that Roque Dalton created the November 5th Youth at the initiative of the Communist Party. On October 15 or 16, 1967, if I remember correctly, the bakery workers went on hunger strike, and they were in that fight until November 4. About the third day I looked out to see among the curious, a little far away. There were about 17 companions among whom was Cayetano Carpio. The market ladies brought them all kinds of help, and people stayed there day and night. You passed by and it looked like a fair, with tents and everything. There were even pupuseras 1 and fresqueras 2 with their villachas 3. Really that whole period was a great school. Marshall had organized the workers' committees of Popular Action, the COAP, according to him, to promote the debureaucratization of the directives, combat the opportunism of some union leaders, but above all, combat economism, inconsequential reformism and pacifism. They were shock groups, combative groups, designed to confront enemy repression. They were people at the bottom of the labor movement. During the bakers' strike, a just and heroic strike, these groups were distributed in the different bakeries to set up pickets and prevent the entry of the strike breakers. However, some negative events occurred here, since Marshall had managed to throw the workers of the large baking companies into unemployment, but not those of the small ones, and some of these groups violently attacked the bakers in the small workshops, who make bread by hand, because they went to work. Women who make or sell corn tortillas filled with cheese, pork rinds, etc. Soft drink sellers. Kind of awnings made with blankets. Or because they went out to distribute bread. They were accused of being heirs, police, and strike breakers. Cayetano Carpio, a small, dark-skinned worker who wore thick horn-rimmed glasses, was a kind of living legend at the end of those days. Many of us did not know him, but when the union members returned to the restaurants too, they spoke of him with great respect and admiration. At that same juncture, Anna Maria stood out as a popular leader of historic proportions. 1. Snitches. 2. The inns are a series of rooms that have laundry rooms, common bathrooms, with canvas beds or bunk beds. Teachers and students on the front lines. Valentine, the teachers also maintained a progressive strike, from August to the end of October 1967. They demanded the creation of a teaching institute for social benefits. The strike declined because the end-of-year holidays were approaching. The government took the opportunity to retaliate, sending both Mario Lopez and Ana Maria, top leaders of Andes 21 de Junio, to distant places in the interior of the country. The teachers did not tolerate this, and on February 1, 1968 they went on strike. This time there were 58 days of a strike that became a great national movement, which moved not only teachers and students, but different sectors. The heart of the city was taken and they occupied the Ministry of Education. A permanent stand was set up in the Plaza dos de Abril, where the people came to bring their help. The enemy cut their salaries and wanted to break them by hunger but couldn't. He repressed them, invaded Plaza dos de Abril, gave them an ultimatum, and the teachers stood firm. The government seemed to be faltering. The strike became a contagious conflict. People said that if Andes became a political party it would be overwhelming due to the enormous popular influence it managed to have. This influence was given, not only by the fairness of their flags and their massive strength, but, above all, by the combative and dignified attitude of their members. Ana Maria would later recount those events in her book The First Great Battle of Andes. In this framework, a movement of support develops among many unions. And providing solidarity, very valuable workers and leaders such as Oscar Gilberto Martinez from the La Constancia Union fell. One of the most painful events was the assassination at the hands of General Jorge Medrano of one of the most enlightened and combative labor leaders, Saul Santiago Contreras. In the First Great Battle of Andes, which constituted a true epic, new communicating vessels were woven between the revolutionary people who were uniting. The students, in turn, created a secretariat of worker-student relations. As for the teachers, I have heard that in this case they were the ones who motivated the students. Valentin, that is mainly linked to the intense work of Ana Maria and the Andes 21 de Junio teachers. They raised awareness about the reality and the need to organize for the fight for student rights, and about the need to unite these struggles with the struggles of the people. The most advanced even raised the importance of combative forms of struggle and later a part became military in the new armed organizations. The teachers exerted their influence mainly on the basic and high school students. Talks, seminars were organized and student meetings were facilitated. Sometimes they supported them financially. And furthermore, those of MERS 1 and those of Andes marched together in the streets and in the occupations. Salvador, the teachers taught Marxism in a quite didactic way and introduced revolutionary ideas to the youth. But more important than this is the fact that they were the natural leaders of each people. As you know, in the towns, the mayor, the teacher, the priest, and the doctor are the key authorities, and it is natural that they have great influence over the people. How do you explain this very revolutionary attitude of the teachers in El Salvador? Did the teachers' strike movement lead to clashes with the Guard? One revolutionary secondary student movement. Salvador, the extraction of our teachers is quite popular. They are people who suffer firsthand the problems that the people are experiencing, and this is linked, as I told you, to their didactic capacity to transmit revolutionary thought. Valentin, furthermore, as we told you, that relationship with the revolutionary proletariat since 1968 and the great battles of teachers for salaries or social benefits, led them to live an inevitable experience of confrontation with a regime that governed for the more opulent sectors and that responded to the aspirations of the majority with coercion and shrapnel. The requests were not heard. The enemy transformed labor struggles into a political situation. This opened the eyes of teachers and a section of society. Their strikes turned into tremendous battles. They suffered hunger, dismissal, prison, deaths and injuries at the hands of the police. They left martyrs along the way and produced heroes to promote the people's war. Dimas was a teacher, Ana Maria was a teacher, Inesita Dimas was a teacher, Leonel Gonzalez is a teacher. To mention just a few. Salvador, the teachers, practically from 1968 to 1971, played a key role in the popular struggles against the government and against the dictatorship at that time. That's where the radicalization of large contingents of teachers comes from. And when they join revolutionary organizations of a new type, they also incorporate all their experience. Between June and August 1971, the teachers went on another strike that acquired national characteristics. It was the Second Great Battle of Andes. It gave continuity to the demands of 1968. I think they demanded a legal standard for stability at work. This time the movement began with the takeover of institutes and schools throughout the country. It once again generated a broad movement of solidarity among parents, students, workers, university students, Christians, and market ladies. In this context, the Association of Secondary Students, AES, and a secondary school movement in the Paracentral Zone emerged. The enemy paramilitary movement called Orden 1, which had an institutional character and was part of the armed forces, was the first shock force launched against the teachers. But Andes took over the Legislative Assembly, and on the first day Anna Maria declared a hunger strike. That same night the enemy evicted them with force of arms. Many teachers clenched their fists in helplessness to resist and began to perceive the importance of an armed arm. Professor Buenaventura was murdered there, and, in San Vicente, teacher Francisco Urbina was killed. Andes vindicated its dead and fallen workers. Leonel was in those fights. Some schools were repressed, evicted, and surrounded. We were there in the Candelaria neighborhood in a little school called República del Paraguay and in Joaquim Rodezno, which is downtown. We stayed there. We spent the nights with a guitar, singing and reciting poems. There we heard new things for us about the Revolution of '32. They talked about Che, about Camilo. The civic fervor was very great. There we learned to sing a Desalambrar, and Che's hymns. There was one in particular that excited those present. He had a very sweet melody. At the moment I don't remember his name, but his spirit resurrected ideas of armed struggle. I only remember his lyrics: "Here remains the clear, endearing transparency of your beloved presence, Commander Che Guevara too." That song fueled our romanticism. The teachers' fight was not in vain, it was won. The government passed a law on teaching careers. The vote of the Christian Democrat deputies was important because they had a majority in the assembly. That fight left us a historic profit. That union was going to be the initial pillar of the popular revolutionary bloc and a nursery for the guerrillas from then on. Why don't you refer now to the war with Honduras in 1969? I understand that it was a very important milestone in the history of the revolutionary movement. What was the position of the Salvadoran Communist Party regarding that war? Can it be said that the Salvadoran Communist Party supported that war? What was Marshall's attitude on the matter? Valentin, the party leadership, outlined a position regarding the Honduran-Salvadoran War, called the War of 100 Hours, which more or less went in the following sense: critical position regarding the war and characterization of the war as a war produced by the interests of the bourgeoisies of both countries, within the framework of the contradictions arising from the ill-fated Central American common market. In the statement, it was also declared that if the Hondurans invaded El Salvador, the communists would be in the first line of defense of the homeland. Marshall was not in the country at that time. Upon learning in Costa Rica of the position adopted, he strongly criticized the party leadership, that is, he criticized the rest of the group, and proposed more or less two things: that the position was chauvinist, right-wing opportunist, distorting the classist approach, and I don't know how many other things. Those were the terms he used to criticize positions that did not coincide with his. He added that soldiers should be called upon to turn their rifles against their internal enemies. Other colleagues in the student and labor movement also had a very similar critical position. The regime had really stirred up a great nationalist fever in the people. Everything was oriented towards that: sports, speeches, songs and slogans. The masses were mobilized around the fratricidal war. Ultimately, at least in this specific matter, Marshall's position was correct. I am referring to the call to the people. Upon his return, already in September, he made a study and appreciation of that event and established his position in a fairly thick document called Action During the War I. Naturally, the errors that he thought he found in the leadership fit him like a glove, and he prepared to use them as a resource to try to make his theses prevail, which were already heading in the direction of the revolutionary armed struggle, although in that document specifically, he does not make a plea in favor of creating the guerrilla. The central problem was the question of the road. In the university student movement of that time we were carrying out a fight to transform the university structure, and that meant fighting to throw the Communist Party out of the university, because it was cadres of this party or those influenced by it who led it at that time. Moment 1. I have heard it said that the Communist Party had fallen into an academic deviation. Salvador, yes, that's how it was. It did not incorporate the university into the popular process, remaining within the limits of an elitist, conservative university. Valentin, since the 60s, and perhaps even before, at the university students who used to memorize quotes from the classics, they developed great glibness and became very skilled in debates in auditoriums and in cafes, and since the Communist Party was, until 1970, the only left-wing party, it is natural that among those students who began to radicalize they were named desk revolutionaries or coffee shop revolutionaries. Salvador, it must be taken into account that the Salvadoran student movement of that time was moved by what happened in May 1968 in France, by the events in Mexico too and all that. In this context the theses of the Reformation are taken up again. From Córdoba, in Argentina. Trends of all kinds coexisted, from Marxism to existentialism. There was a group called mathematical students, others were called metaphysicians. There were those who had left Christian democracy and who promoted a Christian social movement and those who had left the Communist Party. Practically, the university city served as a meeting point for all these people. Valentin, I was not able to attend university, but I was linked to those environments since high school, and I think that many of us in the FPL were able to meet colleagues from the Communist Party. They were very selfless, dedicated entirely to their political tasks, dedicated to their practice. I would only like to mention the companion we nicknamed Candelita, a boy from the Brechero one with whom I had the opportunity to work. Precisely from that period come important paintings that now they are leading the guerrilla units on the war fronts and others who fell heroically alongside ours. Salvador, the university movement became even more radicalized after the electoral fraud of 1972. The teachers' struggle supported by the university and the workers, where they had channeled votes in favor of the UNO, the National Opposition Union, an electoral alliance in which at that time the Communist Party, the Christian Democrats and the MNR of UNGO participated. Napoleon Duarte was a candidate for president and Guillermo Ungo for vice president. I understand that the closure of the university that occurred shortly after to try to quell the student rebellion had a significant influence on the formation of the political military organizations. Salvador, that's right. The closure of the university, the product of an explosive situation at a social level, to which is added the absence of perspective and the impotence created by the electoral fraud of 1972, led the most combative people of the university and the teachers to grease immediately the ranks of the political military organizations. Valentin, in summary, this gives you an overview of the context in the one where the popular armed struggle emerged and grew. In that period, many men and women became enlightened. Evidently, the transition towards the weapons route did not begin, as you see, in the 70s. The days of popular struggles at the end of the 60s promoted debate and the search for new paths. What's more, the hunger strike and other events prevented the inertia that did not make possible the quality leap to new forms of struggle. Of course there was no strategic design. They were concerns, loose ideas, convictions and intuitions. The theoretical strategic elaboration was not the starting point. It was not possible either. It couldn't be. Strategic understanding was given to us by practice when navigating new avenues. 4. 5. Marshall as General Secretary of the Party. Salvadoran Communist. 4. How did Marshall become General Secretary of the Salvadoran Communist Party? According to my information, his fight against what he called the militarist deviations of the FUAR determined that his candidacy triumphed with the support of the right-wing sectors of the Salvadoran Communist Party. Valentin, I think that what led Marshall to become a ready unionist first, then a communist, then General Secretary of that party and in the end founder of the guerrilla, is a very long story, which is not the heritage of a particular organization, nor of the FPL, nor the Salvadoran Communist Party, but something that belongs to the people, so to speak, and that is not disconnected from national history. And we have to be fair with the contributions and virtues of almost his entire life, qualities that were obviously accompanied by some defects against which we also have to make a fair assessment. But, specifically, in what corresponds to his career as a militant and leader of the Salvadoran Communist Party, perhaps it is the companions who lived with him at that time who are more empowered to relate the events and give their opinion on them. What we have been able to find out in recent times is limited and somewhat fragmentary. Even if this is the case, it seems important to me to know some elements that allow us to get an idea of the circumstances that surrounded his life and that, in some way, influenced the formation of his personality. Valentin Marshall was born in 1919. His father was an artisan shoemaker, who in turn came from a peasant family. He grew up in the house of the Ladies of Charity, since his father died early and his family was extremely poor and he could not support him. There was a very lacerating reality. In that place he imbued himself with religious habits and beliefs. Later, sponsored by a charitable bourgeois family, he entered the seminary of the Pauline priests I, which was more of a college. From there he went on to live in a juvenile center that the Somascos III had in San Salvador and was an altar boy. These were already the times of the dictator Martínez. During the Great Insurrection of 1932 he was interned. Under these same conditions he later entered the Salesian school. At the age of 14 he realized his lack of priestly vocation and went out to look for a way to earn a living. First as a coffee cutter in the 1933 season, then in a hospital in Guatemala with the help of the Paulines. In La Antigua he was a nursing assistant. There he began learning the trade. Upon returning to Santa Tecla he became a bakery worker. In 1938, motivated by dissatisfaction with starvation wages and excessive hours, he participated for the first time in a strike, the apprentices' strike, still without any direct political orientation. He was fired from work, but remained in the trade without organizing yet. At that time the levels of organization were very low. The bakers' union was grouped at employer levels. The workers were just an appendage. In 1943, Salvador Cayetano Carpio was not organized and he still had a great lack of knowledge of Marxism. In that year, he promoted with other workers a fight to make the Association of Bakery Workers independent from the Society of the Bosses, who protected everything and was the only thing that existed in the Union. Within that small movement he already stands out for his courage and perseverance in defending the aspirations of the workers. As a result of all this and with the support of the workers' base, he was elected secretary of the society, although the presidency still remained with the employers. A few months later, the employers were displaced and the association was left in the hands of the workers. From then on, the judicial one began to pay attention to them. Cayetano was already the leader of what they called the Bakers' Protective Society. But this small advance was neither coincidental nor totally isolated from the new moment the country was entering. Already at that juncture, General Martínez was somewhat harassed by the effervescence of the popular movement and there was a fracture in the dominant classes. And something else, Dr. Arturo Romero, who in his student days had participated in the French anti-fascist resistance, was already spearheading an entire truly democratic clan of destiny movement. A large clandestine opposition movement is formed. Finally, all this led to the Revolution of April 2, 1944 and the uprising of several barracks. One of them, the 6th Regiment, accommodated a contingent of workers and students who took up rifles. But the revolutionary situation ended up being controlled by the tyrant. All the rebel soldiers were surrendered, only the 6th Regiment fought hard and even for 24 more hours. It was the students and workers who offered the last great battle against the enemy. Once the last point of resistance was defeated, the counter-revolution came and a war council was established that proceeded to execute the rebels. But the crest of that wave did not decline, the democratic movement was reinvigorated and at the beginning of May people took to the streets again. A strike committee was formed, composed mainly of professionals and students. Fabio Castillo, Raúl Castellanos of the Salvadoran Communist Party, and others were part of it. The entire country was paralyzed by a general sit-down strike. Marshall once told us that he attended these events participating as just another worker, not yet as a revolutionary militant. The Bakers movement also joined the striking masses. When did Marshall join the Salvadorino Communist Party? Valentin, I know it was a few years after the fall of General Martinez. It was during the government of Colonel Osman Aguirre y Salinas I as a result of a coup d'état against General Menendez, who had succeeded Martinez. Precisely during the government of Osman Aguirre, the youth, outraged because the great struggles of '44 to overthrow Martinez did not produce a democratic regime, but rather the almost immediate continuity of the dictatorship, decided to take up arms. Workers and students rose up from Guatemala and marched to fight tyranny. The first operation was to be the assault on the Ahuacapan barracks. They came poorly armed and their combative military discipline was naturally low. And although they fought fiercely, the enemy army thwarted the effort. Aguirre left another military man in power, General Castañeda Castro. And it was precisely in that period when Carpio created the Salvadoran Trade Union Workers' Reconstruction Committee, CROSS, which became a very important movement. He was the soul of that work and already had a lot of prestige in the working class. The CROSS established relationships with other unions and was the first open work movement of the Salvadoran Communist Party during that time. Shortly after, the coup of '48 arrived, the coup of the elders led by Osorio. The so-called Revolutionary Government Council was installed. Osorio arrived offering capitalist modernization, an industrial financial boom in alliance with multinationals and exhibiting great reformist demagoguery. At that time, the leadership of the Communist Party was renewed through co-optations and in expanded meetings of the Central Committee. In 1951, Comrade Raúl Castellanos assumed the acting general secretary position, since the comrade who performed these functions, Daniel Castañeda, along with other members of the political commission, had to go into exile in Guatemala for 2 or 3 years. Carpio and other companions, such as Celestino Castro and several others, were kidnapped and kept missing for nearly a year. The 23rd. On November 1953, Marshall managed to escape with 3 companions. The latter seek asylum, but Marshall remains within the country to denounce these events. He is recognized on the street and recaptured a day later. He immediately declared a hunger strike within the police of San Salvador, Santa Tecla, and Zacatecalica. They were 21 days on hunger strike, not in a public square in front of the press or in a penitentiary, but in the isolated cellars of one of the security forces of our country. Despite the enemy's blockades, the news of the hunger strike spread among the people, and even reached the press. A few weeks later, on December 8, he was released due to the political pressure that arose. His party colleagues and union members then decided that he should go abroad, since his health conditions were not good and things in the country were not conducive to his recovery. That's how he left for Guatemala. He passed by there in the days when Che was still in that country. Imperialism had already carried out the blow against the democratic regime of Arbenz through Castillo Armas. The situation had become difficult there. He continued towards Mexico, where he dedicated his time to writing a book called Kidnapping and Hood, in which he denounced the government and recounted the torture suffered in prison. In Mexico he was welcomed by Lombardo Toledano and by the Confederation of Latin American Workers. He was also helped by a Cuban companion named Moore, or something like that. From there he went to Moscow to continue his treatment and to the so-called Higher School of Cadres of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. I think he was the first party member to attend one of those political ideological courses. In 1957 he had completed his studies and was invited to China. It was the time of what they would call the Great Leap, when the Chinese Communist Party developed the Great Campaign, Let 100 Flowers Open and 100 Schools Express Themselves. He toured part of the country for about 3 months and made efforts to understand that reality. Carpio returned to El Salvador at the end of 1957 and returned to his internal duties. He was going through a worrying situation for the labor movement. Osorio and the agents of imperialism have 50. the leadership of the union movement had been politically assaulted in the midst of strong repression lasting several years. Only a dozen or so truly independent unions remained, but they were isolated. However, with the efforts of the party, a small committee had been formed made up of some comrades from the Communist Party and others who were not, all of them with a real connection with the union base. Many years later, already in the guerrilla, Marshall told us that in the midst of that defensive situation of the labor movement, it could already be perceived that the working class was becoming somewhat aware of how pernicious the imperialist, official, and pro-employer currents were. A class repudiation was in sight. This was the result of a very sacrificial work that the party workers had carried out in those years. Then they went to a great congress where the union mass dismantled the government's maneuver, completely displaced the leaders who represented anti-worker interests and gave way to a strengthening of the unity of the entire labor movement with a democratic platform. The General Confederation of Salvadoran Workers, CGTS, was born. Carpio had to participate in the last efforts of that battle. Faced with this defeat, imperialism and the dictatorship began to use another tactic against the Salvadoran labor movement, which is not different from that used in other Latin American countries. They began to corrupt leaders, intimidating and blackmailing, bribing, giving cadres scholarships to the school of the American Institute for Free Trade Unionism, recruiting, infiltrating and repressing with all police resources, until dividing the union and suffocating the progressive labor movement. Carpio immersed himself with the other labor leaders in legalizing, restoring, and expanding the movement. It must be said that, practically since Marshall dedicated himself entirely to union work, he stopped making bread and became a kind of union official, financially supported by the unions, except that he was an official with a new characteristic: highly combative. He was a debureaucratized leader who was very linked to his base and, above all, fiery, tireless, with a great sense of the interests of his people. Guild. The party leadership had entrusted him, as he explained to you, with the secretariat of the Central Committee organization. Marshall was one of the most prominent leaders in the party. He was admired for his combativeness, for his sense of sacrifice, for his initiative and his great effort to improve himself politically and intellectually, his dedication to work and his ascendancy among the masses. There was no work schedule for him, a colleague who was on the political commission at that time told me. Furthermore, his work with the masses was fruitful. However, as human personality is complex, the management team at that time already observed in him a somewhat simulated, as if acted, humility and certain traits of egocentrism, but that did not overshadow his virtues and his overall contributions. Those defects were, however, the seeds of future errors. But with all that, it would not be true to maintain that Cayetano Carpio was brought to the General Secretary supported or promoted only by the right within the party. I don't know how that could be sustained. But then, who chose Marshall for the General Secretary? Valentin. I understand that it was the entire political commission, the entire group with the sole reservation of one colleague, that agreed to bring that motion to Congress, and it was the Congress that elected him as first secretary of the Salvadoran Communist Party, in 1964. For the rest, it was obvious that he responded to the sympathy of the workers and mass sectors at that time. And that sympathy was not free. Marshall's life until then was closely linked to the struggle of the workers and the people. How do you explain that it was precisely during Marshall's mandate as General Secretary of the Salvadoran Communist Party that the process of rightwardization of the party and abandonment of the armed struggle occurred? Salvador, at that time there were two tendencies in the party, one in favor of the armed struggle and the other against it. In the political commission of the party and in the Central Committee, the other historical tendency prevailed more, the traditional one brought by the co-party. Munist, which promoted legal struggles, electoral struggle and conspiracy with the bourgeoisie. Marshall is dedicated to union work. They criticized him, as they say, because he did not lead the party, but rather he was involved in the unions, doing grassroots work and also propagandizing his ideas. Marshall, While you were leading the Union struggle, what happened to the armed struggle? Did you continue defending it? Marshall, the truth is that already immersed in the torrent of the Union struggle, with all the daily tasks, and immersed in the game of the fight against the pro-imperialist unions, what was most obvious was another aspect of revolutionary violence, the revolutionary violence of the masses, with some aspects of armed struggle, although still with very basic weapons, such as sticks and other things. A violence applied in the great mass struggle, in the political struggle, that is, in another field. But at the end of the 60s, this thought became more integrated with the experiences that had been had, the fight against Lemus, the FUAR, the experiences that were still clients of the combative struggle of the masses. Then there was already a wider field, conducive to balancing the line. I was worried to see that a large part of the youth was going to go for the armed struggle, and that the party was going to be seen as an enemy, since it practically condemned those positions and treated its promoters as enemies. Break with the Salvadorino Communist Party and constitution of the initial group. Could you explain the reasons why Marshall distanced himself from the party's positions? What were the positions that Marshall fought? Is it true that he did not propagandize those ideas within the Communist Party? Salvador, Marshall was very institutional, understood in the sense that he followed the line of the Communist Party. For him it was always a sacrosanct matter not to provoke a division within the party. He saw it as heresy to divide a Communist Party. He did not see the possibility of forming a current of ideological struggle within him, although he carried out discussions with the different sectors and leaders. Valentin, I know that Marshall promoted his ideas within the party. He made it with whoever he could. He could not do it with the entire party, but with whoever was possible he made known his position and his vision of the situation in the country and what he considered the other position. There in September of 1969, there was already a rapprochement that came from the strikes of 1968 between Marshall and a group of students and young workers. At this time there were coincidences around the conflict with Honduras. Several told him that they did not believe that the party could change its line, that the best thing was to create a new one. They propose a new type of party. Marshall claims that this is not correct, that the correct thing is to try to turn the party into an armed party and that there should be an ideological struggle to achieve this. Some were categorical, arguing that at that time within the co-party Muniz there were people who were not going to take the step to weapons and the new approach, due to all their training over very long years. However, the debate did not generalize to the party. For a long time it was limited to the Secretariat of the Communist Party, which at that time was not only a body for conducting daily and administrative aspects, but rather focused on strategic debate. When a solution was no longer possible in the Secretariat, the debate transcended to the entire political commission group, but not to the Central Committee. In the end, an expanded plenary session of the Central Committee was convened. I have an idea that it was held in March 1970. A Congress was not called. At the meeting, Marshall's position was defeated and the documents were not known to the bases. With this, Marshall along with several companions came to the conclusion that at that time the Salvadoran Communist Party did not have the conditions to transform itself into a political military party and promote guerrilla warfare, and that it was urgent and necessary to create a new one. Entity. More or less around those days I remember that a paper appeared titled, What is the Path, Reform, or Revolution? Later we found out that it had been prepared by the most radicalized workers and was disseminated surreptitiously in some party premises and with stickers on factory walls. In one party body, disciplinary sanctions were proposed for someone who was caught doing so. It seems that this accelerated the resignations a little. At that point the party had not split into two parts, although Marshall had that group of companions who agreed with his position and with whom he exchanged and met. They were all already men convinced of the need for armed action. It was already the placenta of what would later be the initial nucleus of a political military organization, the Farabundo Martí Popular Liberation Forces. Then came Marshall's resignation letter, that of José Dimas Alas and other separations. In the days that followed that event, other militants left the party without having any relationship, at least direct, with the initiating nucleus of the FPL. They also came to the same conviction. It is interesting to wonder how Marshall, having that career full of stoicism and understanding that led to his election as leader of the Salvadoran Communist Party, how, being the General Secretary of the Salvadorino Communist Party and defending at that time the truly most advanced positions, he is becoming a minority and isolated from the entire party and its collective. With my limitations, perhaps I could point out some elements for you. Tell you, for example, that within the political commission of the Salvadoran Communist Party there were abundant and extensive discussions of diverse topics, such as forms of mass struggle and others, but also on the crucial question of the road. Deliberations in 67, discussions in 68, differences in 69, some debates even in March 70, already on the eve of the founding of the FPL. Obviously, the entire body of the party, its cellular base, was not involved in the deliberations. This was a limitation from the beginning that didn't help, and the fact is that the marginalization of militancy cannot help when an issue of strategic order and as transcendental as that one is debated. The democratic debate was necessary, since at that point within the union, student, and teacher movement there was concern about the armed struggle and there was already some type of debate. There were differences even on issues of international order, such as the intervention of Soviet tanks in Czechoslovakia when they entered to quell the so-called Prague Spring. That happened in 68. The majority in the Salvadoran Communist Party was for a position of conditional or critical support. Marshall, on the other hand, held a position in my opinion, erroneous of total support for the invasion. Marshall, how do you understand that the secretary of the Salvadoran Communist Party, with prestige in the mass movement and in his party, has settled for 7 people and has not recruited more people within that party, even after having agreed to leave their ranks? Marshall, this was one of the main agreements that we took, precisely to deviate from the scheme that had been followed in several Latin American countries. The first thing to do was leave, form a group and challenge the party, the name, the recognition, and even the seal. We agreed that if we were seriously going to undertake the armed struggle, which is something very complicated, we were not going to entertain ourselves by making propaganda within the party. We thought people would have enough evidence to judge for themselves where the right line was and the wrong line. Secondly, we did not want to establish any more point of conflict with the party leadership that was very sensitive, and that was afraid that we would attract enough people. So we consciously renounced that. Thirdly, because within the party a denunciation effort began against the group that had left. And for the delicate work that we were undertaking, in absolute secrecy, that was very negative. We needed to not be mentioned. If we began to do proselytizing work within the party and within the unions, that is, within the field where we had influence, this would have meant a fairly large denaturalization and a very dangerous situation for us and also for the party itself, because this too would have degenerated. When they realized that we were not overshadowing them, that we were not doing any propaganda, they stopped mentioning us. Notice that the members of many cells were looking for me, asking me to explain to them what the situation was, that they understood that we were right, to give a talk about it. But I completely refused to go around making propaganda. We did not want to fall into the beaten path of a series of groups that dissipate in an endless struggle, in a struggle of words, that do nothing, that begin by saying that they want armed struggle and, finally, end up not being even parties, nor groups that implement armed struggle. How would you summarize the reasons for the emergence of the FPL? Valentin, the reasons were political, but there were also new. Various social realities, the strengthening of new subjects, the working class expanded by the industrial boom of the 60s and the expansion of the middle classes, particularly students and teachers. The popular boom of the years 67 and 68 had given rise to outbreaks of armed self-defense with the means that the workers had at their disposal. The effects of the war against Honduras were the ferment of new ideas. Furthermore, the murder of workers, the military repression, the arrogance of the regime and the oligarchy, shook the conscience, questioned the methodology and thinking not only of the left, but also of other honest Democrats and humanist people. Christian. The scenario in which we emerged as an organization was characterized by a far-reaching objective convulsion. In the midst of all the agitated society, the determination of a few to enter the paths of armed action and to create, for this, a new organization with a different political, ideological, organizational, and practical quality was born. When were the FPL born? Valentine, well, the organization formally claims its origin on April 1, 1970, but, as you can see from what it told you, the embryo had been developing before. Is it true that an armed group called Salvadoran Revolutionary Action, ARS, existed before? What relationship did they have with her? Valentine, yes. Back in '68, more or less, an armed group with an initial revolutionary orientation was formed in San Salvador and was called that way. At that point, the FAR already existed in Guatemala. That experience was influencing our country. Some colleagues from that organization had a relationship with them. We are very close countries in every sense. The ARS became known for 2 or 3 actions. I remember a couple of bank robberies, but it was quickly dismantled, because it was infiltrated by the enemy. The last operation was revealed and their tyranny inflicted an almost mortal blow. After that he disappeared. It only remained as a blurry notion between us, but we picked up their flags. Where did the initial group of the FPL come from and what were its main guidelines? Valentine, the initial nucleus was formed by some colleagues who, for the most part, came from the working class and others who had been active in a cell of the Salvadoran Communist Party at the medical school. How many colleagues are you talking about? Valentine, there were approximately 7 of them, 3 in medicine and 4 workers, plus a support base of about 5 or 6 colleagues. These designed a line for the initial period, that is, the period of survival in those difficult conditions, where it was necessary to overcome the phase of the preventive counterinsurgency war advised by the Americans. This was already applied in the country and had the objective of preventing any insurrectional or guerrilla outbreak before it broke out, eliminating its potential managers, or destroying it, once it was born, in its very cradle to prevent its consolidation. Counterinsurgency manuals were already circulating at the military school and in the barracks, generally provided by Washington. Armed commandos and support groups. You consider that the leadership of the initial group was already a party leadership. Marshall, yes. But then we were faced with the problem of how to form a party with 7 companions, if at the same time you have the task of creating for the people confidence in his own forces and show him that he can handle weapons and carry out armed struggle. So there, momentarily, the agreement is made to begin to form a structure of armed commands, but with a view to each of these armed commands being supported by a cushion of collaborators linked to the masses. After 4 or 5 months, that is, in a short time, we were forming the second network of the structure. Each comrade in an armed commando had the obligation to have 15 collaborators, and as they were comrades who had been precisely in the Union movement, or linked to the masses, those 15 collaborators were generally Union leaders, Union activists. Then, when you realized, we already had 60 or 75 companions, which was a cushion on which the armed commando moved. He, by necessity, was forced to choose the best among the 15 collaborators, and form what was called a support group, but not a logistical support group, but a support group for work among the masses. We did not want to repeat the experience of Guatemala. In Guatemala they formed support groups among the peasants, but they did not 60. For the mass struggle, but as a function of logistics, as support for the guerrilla. We, precisely because of the more comprehensive conception that we already had, and the concern not to separate ourselves from the masses, even if we formally had to renounce public positions of leadership of the masses, We tried, however, not to separate ourselves from them. That decision to have our collaborators help us was what allowed us to start the political work. After 6 months we already had the first armed commandos in operation. From the beginning we made them work in actions that ranged from the simple to the complex, from removing a license plate from a car to be able to mask other cars, or capturing a car. Those first small actions were being carried out by the commandos, and the embryos of those support groups were already beginning to participate, which allowed us to penetrate all the unions. We started absolutely from scratch. We didn't have a single cent or a little gun. The first one we had around in the first months was a Beretta 22, which was the one with which we began to learn how to assemble, disassemble, and take aim. Then we learned the formulas for some explosives, especially homemade explosives. We practice a lot of exercise, a lot of walking. At that time, the police were not sensitized and one could walk many kilometers to see the country and also to stay in shape. Since we didn't have a penny and we didn't have a house for infrastructure, it was mandatory for us to look for collaborators, people who felt sympathy towards us. There were colleagues who went to have breakfast at one collaborator's house, to eat at another's, to have dinner at a different one, and to sleep somewhere else, because we really had no money. And since we lived with these people, we took the opportunity to advise them in the struggle in their respective unions, in their respective factories. We analyzed the problems they had. This is how we formed the first support groups with tasks within the masses. Salvador, what specifically was your experience in this matter of the support group? Salvador, at that time we did not have premises. The phenomenon occurred that many teachers and students who came from the interior to work in San Salvador had their own apartment or boarding houses where they lived. Those were our first logistics networks. We also turned to some friendly workers, who, even though they were from the Communist Party, collaborated with us, some unconsciously and others consciously. It couldn't be that one command had the same collaborators as another. In addition, it was necessary to obtain weapons. The challenge posed was how to get them. We got old weapons, hunting weapons, some revolvers, and other weapons from the army whose owners were our collaborators. Felipe Pina's father, for example, was a soldier, and when they chased our partner he took out some weapons that he had in his house and others that belonged to some of his friends, but they were not our own weapons, but rather borrowed ones, which we had to return. I have learned that the organization was initially very demanding with its militants. Martial, indeed, as far as revolutionary behavior is concerned, the organization was very Spartan, very strict. In what sense Spartan? Martial, because many of us had fought against what we called Captain revolutionaries, a phenomenon that occurred a lot among poets and writers in El Salvador. So we proposed a series of conditions to test ourselves, to see if it wasn't quackery. In this way we could prove to the people if there really could be a revolutionary organization of a new type. A revolutionary organization of a new type? Martial, a true Marxist-Leninist party of a new type, capable not only of directing peaceful actions, but also of bringing the proletariat to power through armed struggle. From the beginning we were aware that we were forming a Marxist-Leninist party of a new type, a revolutionary organization that was called political military because of its objectives. But, look, there is a very important question here, and it is this: if the right-wing sector of the Communist Party had not so obstinately blocked this historical necessity of mass violence and the combination of all forms of struggle, it would have been natural and harmonious that the first armed commands had been organized from within, under that partisan leadership. But since this did not happen, they had to organize themselves under the direction of a new organization, the FPL. What guidance did your militants receive then? Salvador, they had to act following a serious and iron discipline, because they had to give up a lot of things, leave the family, leave their studies, profession, or job, dedicate themselves fully only to revolutionary activity. Leaving a whole series of things they did. In your case, for example, what specifically did it mean to join the organization? Salvador, give up social activities, parties, drinks, hanging out with girlfriends here, there. Things like that. And also give up all friends, that is, disappear. Sometimes I didn't understand why I had to stop seeing a friend if he was my friend and I knew he wasn't going to betray me. But then one understands that the camaraderie between colleagues is much more transcendent. Giving up everything cost us a lot, but I recognize that discipline and that mystique we were talking about helped us a lot. Look, for example, in my case, I left the house. I needed money, so I had to go to a friend, who didn't even know what I was up to lend me 25 pesos. There was another one who could lend us 100 pesos. We tried not to repeat requesting loans from the same people and we tried to make mealtime coincide with the visits we made. And you, Rebecca, how did you get into the organization? Rebecca, look, it was through Christianity that I began to get involved in literacy activities, communal work in the slums. Since I was 12 years old I was linked to that type of activity. Organized by the school? Rebecca, first because of the school, but after what happened in Medellin, the Selim agreements, the liberation theology, the JEC1 influenced me. That was in the 69s, 70s. Later, the crisis developed. Tyranny passed into more violent forms of expression. The mass movement advanced, the first teachers' strike took place, then the second, and the workers' strikes of the FUS with the active participation of Marshall, the rise of the Tupamaros, the influence of Maoism. All of this determined that it entered into crisis that vision of being only Christians committed to the people and the religious issue. There the awareness was awakened in me that charity was not enough, it was necessary to make profound changes, a revolution, in order to aspire to better living conditions for the people. Starting from a Christian commitment I became committed to the transformation of society. I will never forget what my brother told me. And what are you going to do to that dump? I'm going to work with the poor. And how are you going to change the situation of the poor? Have you never thought about power? First time in my life that they talked to me about power, at that time I was finishing high school. I worked with a priest in a slum and I began to think about power. One day my older brother, who was already a leader of the FPL, put me to the test and ended up recruiting me for the organization at the end of 72. I formally joined a group in May of 73. What happened to your religious faith? Rebecca, in my case I left religion by decree, because according to the FPL you had to be an atheist. They gave you a little philosophy book. Marxist who criticized idealism and defended scientific atheism. I did not know that. How then did the FPL come to have such important work with Christians? Rebecca, that was later modified in 74, when we sent our letter to the Christians and stated that we were converging, that there was no contradiction between Christians and the revolution, that they were two tributaries of the same river. Valentine, I think that to understand this initial stage of the organization you have to know that, in the first moment, the founders consider overcoming the following challenges. Firstly, consolidate the initial group based on an appreciation of the moment and the corresponding tactical strategic phase, to forge it ideologically and morally to prepare it for the rigors of armed struggle in those adverse circumstances, adapt it to the difficulties of clandestinity and hermetic secrecy, and educate it in work methods typical of a more sacrificial struggle closely rooted in the people. In particular, it was about overcoming some defects such as liberalism at work, the relaxation of conspiracy, and the tendency toward bureaucratism. Furthermore, it was necessary to educate that initial structure in a spirit of fraternal coexistence. Second, lay the theoretical foundations of a political military strategy that would lead us to the growing incorporation of the people into the war and the combination of the different forms of struggle. These should objectively contribute to unleashing the revolutionary energies of the people. The strategy, of course, is conceived as something that was going to be completed throughout the process. An internal typed document was prepared called the Line for the Initial Period. I learned about that role through Vladimir, a fellow worker. I remember that some things struck me. There we were presented with a revolutionary political military strategy conceived as the beginning of the people's prolonged war, in those textual terms. It was conceived as a prolonged process in response to an overwhelmingly unfavorable correlation of forces at that time, and because he foresaw that by defeating the immediate strategic, that is, local, enemies, he would have to face the intervention of imperialism. It was necessary, therefore, to prepare the people for that war. It was also said that it was a line based on the scientific revolutionary ideology of the working class, Marxism-Leninism, which allowed us to consistently assume the interests of the working class and the people and lead them to victory. The new organization, which did not yet have a name, also supported in that document a Central American strategy, considering that the liberation of a people in this region could hardly be achieved without cooperation or coordination with the peoples of the Isthmus, since imperialism applied a regional strategy. This was maintained there, and there was even an abundance of political ideas that denoted a lot of will, but an insufficient depth of the Central American situation. Third, the great task that the initial group had was to overcome the myths that maintained that the use of armed struggle in El Salvador, during the process of accumulation of forces, would be counterproductive. Their role was relegated to the final decisive moment, that is, to the moment of the assault on power. The initial nucleus aimed to demonstrate that the armed struggle of the people was indispensable in this country to develop, deploy, and stimulate the creative, organizational and combative energies of the people, in order to reach the decisive phases. At the same time, this sought to overcome the fatalistic approaches that said that in El Salvador there were no conditions for armed struggle, because we did not have the great mountains of Guatemala, nor the jungles of Brazil, and that our cities did not have, they were not the Argentine cities nor the Montevideo of the Tupamaros. The organization's fundamental purpose was to demonstrate the viability of the guerrilla, but we were convinced that this was only possible if we linked ourselves to the people, so that the people themselves would take the tasks of the war into their hands. Another great task consisted of developing an organizational line that linked the organization with the people, allowing it in fatten their ranks under strict selectivity and gain broad support among the population, building collectives of collaborators or support groups that Marshall told him about. It was proposed that if this line was applied correctly, in 1 or 2 years the organization would have grown, beyond the first phase, and that it would then be in a position to apply a true mass line. Synthetically, what were the aspects from which the group that finally formed the organization that took the name of FPL was nourished? Salvador, in addition to those comrades who came from the Communist Party, others came from the Christian social movement that was quite developed at that time. This movement was the most advanced alternative of the youth of Christian democracy. From there came Alejandro Ramirez, Felipe Pina, most of the historical leaders of our organizations. Finally, there were the revolutionaries without a party who came from the most advanced that the struggle of the popular movement had produced at that time. In practice, the majority were students, mainly university students, and teachers. There were only a few workers. These are the three aspects that came together in the formation of both the FPL and the ERP. The FPL make themselves known using weapons. During those first years, do you make any public documents? Marshall, in the first 2 years we made only internal documents. At the beginning we agreed that we were not going to make ourselves known internationally or nationally with a name until we considered that we were really serious. Valentin, actually, the adoption of a name was resolved when the nomination was a necessity. The pace of the actions was already demanding it. Postponing it would have been a mistake, because there were those who denied the existence of the revolutionary guerrilla among them, even the dictatorship. On the other hand, it had been a tradition in the government to exercise not only legal repression, but armed and clandestine repression under the justification of the presence of armed groups, and there were those who were confused. Even very honest and democratic people like journalist Miguel Pinto feared that it was something that did not respond to a revolutionary effort, but rather to enemy operations to justify more repression. We identified it to the people as something that could not be waived at that time. But, most important of all, the organization had finally come to the intimate conviction that it had earned the right to a name, that this would not be a label without concrete support. Since she had developed an intensive practice that supported it, she had opened a promising projection for herself, and its existence had been fundamental for the immense revolutionary perspective that was open to the people. Furthermore, this alert detachment had already fertilized the path with the blood of its first guerrillas, killed or wounded in those combats that broke fire with the enemy. And when did the time come to make the new organization publicly known as the Popular Liberation Forces? Salvador, our organization became publicly known as FPL with the placing of a bomb in the Argentine embassy, in repudiation of the Trelew massacre, committed on August 22, 1972 in that country against ERP militants. Valentin, the press had lightly reported the massacre. But we understood the seriousness of the crime. It was said that among the patriots killed in prison was the wife of Comrade Roberto Sanduccio, who was murdered while pregnant. The fact had outraged. We felt identified, because we knew that that fight was fair and that the methods of the Argentine military at that time were the same as those used by the Salvadoran military. We considered that an action of solidarity educated our militants and our people. From now on, other solidarity actions would be carried out, such as the kidnapping of Archibald Gamer Dunn, representative of the racist government of South Africa. In that activity, on November 27, 1979, we demanded, among other things, the freedom of Nelson Mandela. And why the name Popular Liberation Forces Farabundo Martí? Valentin, Fuerzas carried the idea of the diversity of instruments, forces, and forms of struggle. Popular denoted our confidence in the people and the motto of their incorporation into the war. Liberation in the double sense of national liberation against imperialism and liberation as such, in its strict sense. After the acronym we add the name of Farabundo Martí, with the idea of taking up his example with the highest revolutionary and combative sense. Do you agree with those who maintain that the first armed propaganda action was carried out by the ERP? Valentin, it is necessary to recognize that the first two rifles taken from the enemy in a duly planned guerrilla attack were made by the ERP comrades on March 2, 1972, near the Old Bloom Hospital, in the heart of the capital, where they recovered two G3 rifles. Were there any unplanned recoveries before? Valentin, yes, about 11 months before, on April 4, 1971, 3 colleagues who were carrying out a task were detected by an ear. They were near a public walk known as Los Plains de Renderos. The ear ran to alert a National Guard post that was very close. A few minutes later, a couple of guards arrived to order the busted ones. The companions, who carried short weapons, were forced to enter combat unexpectedly. When one is armed, the possibility of a collision is very great. Then a concentrated and rapid shootout broke out. A minute later, the guards were lying on the grass, out of combat. Antonio perished in the encounter. While another colleague, also from a working-class background, was wounded in the neck. The survivors immediately jumped on AG-3, recovering the first rifle for the revolution. These companions made the retreat down some paths that cross the foothills towards San Marcos, and there, in the bushes of a ravine, they deposited the rifle that was rescued the next day. It was a providential acquisition. That rifle became famous in the FPL. He was called Papagayo. Antonio's fall hit a lot. He was one of those young people who took up arms when the FUAR was created and was also one of the workers who promoted the strikes of 67 and 68. In Antonio we find, for us, the fighter of the past and the first soldier of the new was a revolutionary who lived in the country. 1. And what reaction did you have to the ERP action? Salvador, for us it was quite impressive and it motivated us a lot. It allowed us to see what was possible to do. Before that action, others were done, but of a different type, such as placing bombs. That had also had stimulating effects. What type of armed actions were carried out in the first years? Marshall said that they were advancing from the simple to the complex. Salvador, at that point, actions began to recover weapons, mainly from security guards and police. We thought of carrying out the line of white operations, inspired by the Tupamaros. White operations. Salvador, yes, that's right, operations carried out with a high level of technique, avoiding bloodshed. Valentin, this is true. The observation and planning of these operations was very patient and meticulous. But the psychology that our people carried was that in each operation there was the possibility of a major confrontation. It was about being prepared to fight in the variants disadvantageous and try to get out of it successfully if possible. Salvador, we had to assume that we could die at any moment. From the end of 72 to 74, many actions were carried out. With what degree of complexity and regularity were they carried out? Salvador, we operated practically every week, because each command had to carry out at least one operation a week or at most one every 15 days, and there were several commands. Furthermore, it was not the only organization that operated, it was also based the ERP. So, overall there were many armed actions. At that time, did you know who headed the FPL? Salvador, no, we didn't know. It was a clandestine organization. We didn't know that Marshall ran the organization. Even I thought that he had joined the ERP. So, you join an organization that proposes armed struggle against the dictatorship without knowing what dimension that clandestine organization has? Salvador, indeed. I only knew that there were other people, but I didn't know if the organization was large or small. It gave me the impression that it was small because of its resources. Valentin, many colleagues do not realize that Marshall was responsible for the organization until the first meeting of the council in 1976. This is not strange due to reasons of clandestinity, compartmentalization, and secrecy typical of our organization. A few did know beforehand, but they did not find out within the organization, but outside. When did you know that Marshall was the boss? Salvador, Felipe Pina and the first ones realized it before. I only came to realize it in 74, when we met due to work issues. Valentin, the first clue was given to me by a comrade from the Communist Party, or rather from the JC, Communist Youth. We had an independent student organization in high school, and in it a clandestine group. The youth comrades, especially some university students and some party workers, approached us to guide us. This was at the beginning of 71. They stated that Marshall was supposed to have gone to form guerrillas, that he was a hardliner and other expressions of that nature, but they never confirmed to us which organization he was in. Furthermore, the guerrilla did not have a name then. I want to give you some information. The knowledge of the revolver and its use was provided to us in those days by a comrade of working class extraction from the Salvadoran Communist Party who had military training. The armed actions excited us, but they stayed political. That is why our group suspended the relationship it had with comrades in the Communist Party and sought contact with the guerrilla. We get it immediately. As we were newbies, 7 of 12 of our classmates arrived at the bus stop at the first tact, others arrived late. The guerrilla comrade who arrived was scared and only admitted to one contact, then we selected others. At that time the majority could not stand the demands. Some joined later and were good companions. Luis Pablo fell in the Farabundo Martí brigade, on the southern front during the final Sandinista offensive. Another colleague from that group remains with us to this day. But did you know that Marshall was operating with a group? Salvador, I only knew that he was in hiding. There were a lot of popular rumors lying around. They said he was being persecuted, others said he was a provocateur, a CIA agent. And things like that. Marshall mentioned the armed commandos. What exactly did those commandos consist of? How many people were there? Valentin, the commandos were 4 or 5 companions, including their boss. They were basically urban units. His specialty was small coups, weapons recovery, bank robberies, armed propaganda, distribution of pamphlets, radio recordings. Only later do political kidnappings and economic kidnappings appear very differentiated. Salvador, we made a leap between 73 and 74 when we began to operate in the form of urban columns, that is, 3 commands participated in a single operation. There were around 20 people. 2 columns were formed, the Dimas Alas column and the Vladimir Humanis Santa Maria column. Valentin, these columns never had, to be honest, a single body. We conceived them as consisting of 3 commands, but in fact these were parallel, that is, still compartmentalized in the field. In 1974, what level of military development had the organization reached? Salvador, we came to have 2 or 3 columns in San Salvador and, at least, 1 or 2 commandos in each city in the interior. Valentin, the organization had begun operations in Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, Cuscatlan, La Paz, and the guerrillas were forming in San Miguel and Usulután, the same as in Santa Ana, but in reality they were not columns yet. In other departments we barely had support groups, but with more political work. When the FPL and the ERP assumed their names, took responsibility for their actions, and began to assimilate the guerrillas as a reality, people wanted to join or support the guerrillas. The needs were many. And for this reason, the organization had to promote many support groups to become full-time. Legal work and study, everything, was abandoned. That was determined by the need to serve so many groups that were being formed. I understand that you oriented several of your operations towards international solidarity. Salvador, yes. From the beginning we had a line of solidarity with Argentina, Chile. In September 1973, we bombed the Chilean embassy in San Salvador and we took over the building. We carried out various protest actions against the Americans, bombs to the ITT, to IBM, to American companies and banks in San Salvador. Those are the main actions that we do then. We had not yet fully grasped the oligarchy at that time. At the beginning, due to the good preparation that was demonstrated in the actions, people thought that they must be guerrillas in combination with some soldiers. An entire myth was created around the guerrilla groups. In the 74 campaign, the secretary of the presidency was executed. This was coincidental, but it coincided with the political situation. That was an aspect that was highly valued. Who valued it positively, the most radicalized masses or the broad masses? What was, for example, the reaction of the middle sectors? Valentin, after the fraud of 72, the percentage of those who were convinced of the need for the political military path grew, and that is why support groups spread. However, we could answer you with complete certainty that in 1974 the vast majority did not yet understand the correctness of the path, but what the masses themselves are, were not against the armed struggle either, because we were not operating against the masses, but against his enemies. Notice that in the country it seemed that the guard was invincible, that those in uniform were invulnerable. The guerrilla taught the people that massacres also died. Look, people are happy in schools, in universities, in factories, among Christians, even the ladies in the markets. Not all, of course. Of course the reactionary people were not happy, they were scared, and the depoliticized people did not fully understand. But should we adapt to the level of consciousness of the sectors with a backward consciousness, or should we raise them with the political exercise of arms and with mass work? Salvador, that same year we carried out the assault on the Central Election Council in protest against that form of struggle. That is to say, we tried to link the actions to the political situation of that moment and, on the other hand, to give political content to each military action that we carried out. Where did you get that idea from? Salvador, that was a criterion that we used from the beginning. Valentin, a guerrilla that begins must pay great attention to the type of actions it carries out, situate them politically and explain them politically to the people. What happens is that ideas are not always able to be translated into practice. Sometimes you want to, but you can't. And sometimes one really can't, because one's own development does not allow it, but at other times we cannot. Due to weaknesses or negligence also of their own. That happens. The important thing is to persist in the idea of linking an operational line, and each action, with the political situation and with the masses. The armed occupation of such a militarized Central Election Council was necessary. The revolutionary operation was self-explanatory. We left a flag of the organization. We always named the operations and took the mimeographed message to the radios. Salvador, at the end of 1974 we carried out the first national campaign of placing bombs in town halls and offices of the National Conciliation Party, PCN. We placed several dozen bombs throughout the country. Valentin, this is explained because in those times, the PCN was still the partisan incarnation of the military dictatorship. It was used to nominate military presidents. It sanctified repression and was key to the creation of the massive squads that formed under the nomination of Orden. The action took place on December 26. Everything was synchronized at 2 in the morning. I remember that we had to operate with Felipe Pina and Dimas Rodriguez against an OMCOM 1 office that was near the Central Institute of Young Ladies. Conception of the armed struggle in the first moment. What things influenced the conception of armed struggle that you adopt? Salvador, 2 things. Firstly, from the frustrated experience of the armed insurrection of 1932, and secondly, from all the influence that the Latin American armed struggle of the 60s exerted on the Salvadoran process. Our inspiration was, as I told you before, above all, Che, the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, the Tupamaros of Uruguay, the guerrillas in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Brazil, Argentina. How do you arrive at the conception initial of armed struggle? Salvador, during that period there were discussions about how to carry out mass violence and armed struggle. That was the biggest challenge. Then there were many theses, that in El Salvador there were no mountains, that it was impossible for a guerrilla to survive there. At that time we did not really know the countryside, nor did we know if it was true or not that there were no mountains. Before they moved forward, you said that there was a lot of discussion about how to carry out the armed struggle in El Salvador, a country that did not have mountains. Salvador, yes. Within the left the approach was a bit of whether El Salvador had no mountains. The mountains were in Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala, and the fighting AR. Mata would develop in our country first in the cities. They were thinking of an insurrectionary movement within the context of a Central American revolution, where an army could be assembled that would have its rearguard in the mountains of neighboring countries. That's interesting. The information I had was that Marshall denied the possibility of guerrilla warfare in El Salvador on the basis that there were no mountains, that to form an army we had to go to the mountains of those other countries and from there invade. Salvador, not quite. If that had been the conception, we would all have gone to Honduras or Guatemala. The idea was that a Central American armed struggle could be established and, in the case of El Salvador, a generalized urban armed struggle throughout the country, with the perspective of leading the people to an insurrection, to an armed uprising. And given the impossibility of forming larger guerrilla columns, these would be formed in the mountains of neighboring countries. It was not conceivable that Central America could be liberated in parts. Something like that was done. Salvador, no, never. That approach lasted until 74. Then the triumph of Nicaragua in 1979 proved that it was possible for the revolution to triumph in a single country in Central America. Marshall told me that the initial conception of the founders of the FPL was contrary to the guerrilla focus, that they always had mass work in mind. I would like you to tell me what was the initial conception of armed struggle that you had. Salvador, at that time there was not yet a well-developed war strategy. What was intended, rather, was to show the validity of the armed struggle and its necessity for El Salvador. In that period, I am referring to 1971 and part of 72, there was still no talk of creating a new type of mass movement. People only started talking about it between 72 and 74. Valentine, that's true. The organization is not born with a finished thought, but with some very clear notions. Indeed, the focus theory was never considered. When the founding collective was established, that sector of the left had already processed that experience and its lessons. Some who participated in the OLAS I had made their position clear in Havana regarding the impossibility of advancing from the guerrilla focus in El Salvador. But our organization was not one of that generation of politicians who joined the chorus of reaction in Latin America to criticize or condemn the revolutionaries who nevertheless launched themselves into that experience. We always consider it a wrong practice, but we appreciate the moral gesture that was already very high on the part of those who were consistent with their convictions and gave their lives for them. We value these experiences as errors of revolutionary people, which were not related to hesitations or dishonesty, but rather to a generous and clean search for the paths of the revolution. His example did not discourage us, but encouraged us. And his sacrifice allowed us to find the true path, preventing us from falling into that error. Ours was a guerrilla conception in the idea of a comprehensive strategy, as was said from the beginning, in a political military idea. Note that in their first years, the FPL makes a precision about what our parameters should be to determine the development of the process. The growing incorporation of the people into the tasks of the war would be the criterion to define the progress of the war. We repeated this in every statement, in every El Rebelde star. 2. And I want to tell you that this criterion is valid, is current, and continues to guide us. So you didn't think that first you had to launch the insurrection and from there move forward in the construction of the popular army? Salvador, no, neither the idea of insurrection nor of coups d'état took part in our initial conception. The insurrection purpose emerged later, with the rise of the masses. Our conception was more basic. The people, we said, have two great arms to free themselves, their armed arm and their organized political arm. The first responded to guerrilla warfare, and the second, to a mass front. I remember that we were worried about not falling into immediatism. Ours was not an insurrectional strategy. This was explained within the organizations from the early years. So what was the strategic conception that you initially had? Lionel, the strategic conception with which we emerged in 1970 was that of the prolonged People's War, which obeyed the following elements. First, the need to promote the war on the basis of military actions of the revolutionary armed forces of the people. Second, the importance of the integration of the popular masses into the struggle through incorporation into the insurrectionary contingents and armed groups of guerrillas. Third, although we started from the need to defeat the oligarchy and its repressive army, we knew that after that there was the danger of a North American intervention, which would lengthen the war and we had to prepare to face it. How was this strategy implemented? Valentine, as a first step it was said that the urban guerrilla had to be developed. This was done in the first 3 years, mainly in the capital and then in the interior of the country. The second step was to unleash the suburban guerrilla and from there move towards the creation of an army. Everything about the Central American thing as an indispensable condition was put aside and we began to trust much more in the internal topographic conditions and the masses. This confidence is strengthened by the activity of the farmers. Already in 73 some commandos began to operate in the countryside, more precisely suburban guerrillas. The possibility of forming popular militias and May units. Residential was not raised yet. The need and vision that gives rise to the new strategic elements that emerge come with the evolution of the struggle. What specifically did they do to prepare the organization for it and the masses for it? According to Marshall, we had to advance from the simple to the complex. Valentine, I think that's how it was planned from the beginning, and that's how things developed. Our golden rule, it was said, is to go from the simple to the complex, in an ascending process and promoting leaps in quality that bring us closer to revolutionary victory. There was a purpose and enthusiasm in the organization to accelerate the process. That was precisely what was sought with armed action and the combativeness of the masses. We were full of convictions and affirmed that in the early stages, the growing armed struggle was going to serve as a catalyst for the revolutionary process. That line was correct, because thanks to it we advanced, we gave life to the guerrillas and unleashed a massive movement with clear revolutionary content. This tells you that the line of going from the simple to the complex is correct, as long as it does not lead you to gradualism and inertia, and that far from that, you worry about finding the re-impulse factors and always look for the forward turning points. Salvador, we proposed some first actions of armed propaganda, graffiti, distribution of propaganda in marginal colonies, popular neighborhoods, and recovery of the first weapons. Valentin, at the same time, the organization developed some instructions, explosives, knowledge and handling of short weapons and topography. Its name gives you the idea of its content and purpose. In addition, a fourth, formative norms of the revolutionary combatant, which were ideological guidelines and moral, disciplinary, and conspiratorial forging. When there were conditions, we reproduced typing one or another exercise manual, and any useful material that fell into our hands. Elements about tactics were transmitted by word of mouth during work sessions. The first military leader appointed to the Central Command was a bakery worker who took the pseudonym Antonio I. I remember that still in '72, in every group, the boss commanded standing and firm, when he opened the meeting between four walls. The topics that were studied were based on the need of how to observe an objective, the elevation of the internal graph, the lifting of the external graph, of the facade, of the block and of the sector. We reviewed the outline, script plan, of an operation, its evaluation, and we also included some combative exercises on how to subdue a guy, how to search an individual, how to let go when they have caught you by the wrist, how to remove a wounded person in drag, parapets, individual and weapon camouflage, approaches and marches, staggered withdrawals, checking and counter-checking, things of that type, but without so much theory, transmitted with an applied, immediate, and simple meaning. With this camouflage thing we tried so many things it seemed like we wanted to invent boiled water, and sometimes we got a little extreme. Notice that we used some of those substances that you find in any pharmacy, called collodion, and with that we tried to deform our faces so that no one would recognize us. What happened was that we changed us too from ear to mouth, and the other classmates laughed at each other's camouflage. When we were already on the street we often had to travel on city buses to get closer to the objective, but on the buses people were scared when they saw everyone with those scars, we looked like pirates. Thus, we were breaking one of the basic rules of a guerrilla, which is the natural way to get lost among people and go unnoticed. But specifically, how did they do all that preparation? Valentin, the practical and theoretical reviews were done in that messy little in rooms almost always. The new ones were tasked with finding houses for collaborators, but when this became impossible then we went to the peripheries. We did it in the afternoons, on Saturdays or Sundays. We worked in some vacant lots, near some soccer fields, or on some small farm, pretending to be students. It must be remembered that at that time surveillance was infinitely less than what exists today. The controls were carried out by the Guard, the police forces and their ear networks. But the army usually did not intervene. More or less there was a standard program for the first commands. Everyone was obliged to develop it. These work plans were adapted to the characteristics and tasks of each group. For example, on Monday and Thursday, climbing, which consisted of going up some paths towards Picacho, Boquerón, or some important height. It lasted 45 minutes to an hour. Tuesday, swimming, on Wednesday and Saturday early in the morning, jog on some field, on Saturday afternoon recognition of the city. We went in pairs, we chose a quadrant and we had to recognize it in parts, Saturday by Saturday and learn it on the map. On Sundays, walks, these were planned and had the objective of familiarizing us with the rural terrain, exercising with this type of marches and looking for shooting ranges to go another Sunday to carry out practical exercises. Generally we did training with short weapons, but from time to time we carried the Papagayo, which was the first G3 that the organization had. We also sometimes carried submachine guns that were like an M2 carbine / similar to the one Che carried, except that ours were cut down like that they looked a little funny, and that's why someone nicknamed them with the code of lorikeets. When we decided with Ursula 12 to take a long walk, we left San Marcos at 5 in the morning, went up to the plains de Renderos and went to jump into the sea. The next day we woke up with fever. By the way, I don't know how they had previously obtained an old Parabellum. It was the first pistol that came into the hands of the initial collective. Nobody had confidence in her, but with her we did arming and disarming, shooting practice, and we even took her to operate. When Felipe Pina saw her for the first time, they tell us that he started laughing, and since he had a spontaneous sense of humor very similar to that of Roque Dalton, upon encountering such a gun he gave her the nickname the Underwear Ripper for life, because he had a long gun. There was hard work, but everyone lived in a very happy atmosphere. In essence, this was the preparation of the first commands. Now, to be honest with you, due to the selectivity and rigorous demands that prevailed, but also due to the difficulties of the moment, the commando groups did not exceed 5 until mid-73. It was not easy to access a commando group. What happens is that its members were people absolutely dedicated to the revolution, and they knew how to rely on their collaborators, and several support groups combined in the actions of the commandos. That allowed us greater capacity. The compartmentalization was severe, but, as I told you, people frequently got involved in actions or we saw each other's faces in observations. At that time, the organization did not have more than 10 handguns. For that reason, to operate, weapons had to be lent from one command to another. Of course, these relationships were not horizontal, since organic parallelism prevailed, therefore, such transfers were made personally or coordinated by the person in charge. Under these conditions the preparation was carried out. But I would like to tell you that the forging was not only from those programs that the Central Command approved, but above all it had to do with graffiti, stickers, armed propaganda. Anna Maria and Marshall participated. In addition, small economic requisitions were carried out that served to acquire stock in the capital's warehouses, box by box, and all of low caliber. Take into account that until mid-73 all our commands were urban. The urban guerrilla operated mostly. It was not until the last semester of that year, when it began operations. The suburban guerrilla. With the small requisitions we paid a few quarters of rent. I say some, because we used others as part of collaborations. We bought the weapon that was put in front of us, and the stipends of some commandos were covered, not all of them. Each one had the obligation to provide for himself with family, collaborators, and friends. Of course, the comrades who were burned by the police as former mass leaders were prohibited from visiting the family. And in this case the organization was very strict at that time. A little square, I would say. With these operational modalities that served as a primer, we could now move on to operations such as desystalization 1, mainly of the saws, as we called the night watchmen. Some municipal police officers were also diskilled. The market ladies hated them and nicknamed them the coraceros. We only took their weapons from these. They were never harmed, unless they endangered the life of a companion, and this happened very rarely. In addition, they gave us the mission to go where police or guard uniforms were washed and then proceed to recover them. As you see, it was a whole period of preparation, which led the first men and women to clash with the enemy. There is an interesting detail about the revolutionary mystique of those days. What was called the litmus test had been established for each militant. They told you, you have to earn the weapon. You could earn the right to carry a weapon by requisitioning it or by directly participating in guerrilla operations that were a little higher risk. Of course, to the extent possible, the organization, despite its poverty of resources, never sent anyone unarmed to an operation. Only the watchers could go unarmed too. This line was staggered and ascending. This is how they entered the countryside, and by 1973 the first suburban commandos were getting ready. The incorporation of women. As I have learned, the incorporation of women has been very important in the FPL since its inception. Why is this, and what impact did it have on the population? Salvador, one thing that caused a great impact on public opinion was knowing that a woman had killed a guard and taken his weapon. That was forming a whole myth around the guerrilla. Valentin, without women the revolution is not possible, the guerrilla is not possible, the conspiracy is not possible. The tasks that he has fulfilled and continues to fulfill are varied. Its presence is copious throughout the anatomy of the front. She is at the base, among the intermediate cadres. She is a leader, mass leader, chief of urban commands, front chief, radio operator, war medic, and performs various tasks, including diplomatic tasks. We did not find her in the first Central Command, but several colleagues collaborate with the initial group. It comes from the FUAR, it comes from the strikes of 67 and 68. In the first urban commands, Ursula, La Chinita, Julia, Ana Margarita Pina, sister of Felipe Pina, as well as Evita, stand out for their reckless attitude in combat. Clara Elizabeth Ramirez. She later stands out. Hanada, fallen in Santa Ana, Rebecca, currently responsible for the external front, Laura, Diana, and Virginia Pina, Commander Sousa N.A., who fell in the Battle of Cuvitas a few years ago. She was responsible for the party on the northern front, Calatenango, military chief of Guazapa, Chinkara, and the capital, founder of the guerrilla army in 1980 and an old fighter since her student years. Julia was responsible, for the FPL, in the Eastern Zone. She was in the mass area and was the founder of the first political ideological education commission. She stood out for her aggressiveness in armed confrontation with the enemy. Cora 1, Ruth 2, Mima, Ana Maria Castillo, Eugenia, all from the FPL Central Committee. Eugenia fell in the offensive of 81. Ana Maria, at that time Commander Carmen, from that moment on she adopted that name. In the first mass commission were Eva, Carmen, Rebecca, and 3 more companions. In the national resistance, it is necessary to mention Lil Ramirez, with deep revolutionary convictions, great political and military capacity, and an excellent mass organizer. In our party we also have admiration for Celia, a member of the political commission of the Salvadorino Communist Party, a former clandestine fighter, distinguished by her clarity and capacity for sacrifice. Something that has immense value in this revolution is the presence of many women in the governing bodies of the ERP, such as Lilian Mercedes Letona, a very combative guerrilla who suffered cold imprisonment and later died while carrying out a task, Galia, Luisa, Ana Guadalupe Martinez, Mariana, Marisol, and many companions from Morazan, Yazulutan and Santa Ana. Another companion who won important battles against her jailers is Nydia Diaz, leader of the PRTC. Celia Margarita Alfaro, Arlen Sue, also stands out in that organization. In short, these women are winning their revolution against the oppressors and also against the machismo that still accompanies us. But it is also necessary to mention the revolutionary girls who perform tasks as nurses, in communications and in production. And even more, the contribution of older, elderly comrades, who understood the justice of the People's War and have been integrated into countless political tasks, supporting the military struggle and clandestine activity. I would like to mention to you, in memory of everyone, the example of Anisita Demas 1. She was a teacher. When she was 60 years old, more or less, she participated in the clandestine struggle. Before the offensive of 81, the building where she carried out missions was located on Maria Cristina Boulevard, near the United States Embassy. One day he was surrounded by the enemy. Patrol cars, infantry, and artillery tanks with 50 machine guns came to the siege. It was noon. The house had 2 floors. They knocked the door. The companion opened the gate a crack. When she realized that it was an enemy operation, she violently closed and locked the door. In addition, there was a 21-year-old girl who was pregnant and a 16-year-old classmate from the camp, who did not know the place, since for reasons of compartmentalization she had taken him with her eyes closed. The CIR2 worked there, full of mimeograph machines, Rebelda, and offset. The two companions set about setting fire to all the material and the companion opened fire. Within 15 minutes the house was on fire in its upper part. Inesita suffered a nervous shock and could not take the revolver. The companion took the terrace. That was hell. A closed shootout, explosions everywhere, screams, smoke, suffocating heat. Inesita cried uncontrollably. 45 minutes later the girl who was defending the gate died. Upon observing her lifeless companion, Inesita calmed down, stood up, walked towards her fallen companion, took the shotgun and the bag with the cartridges and occupied the combat position covered by the edge of the wall. The siege lasted almost 2 hours. Inesita died defending the gate. She defended the dignity and morality of her people, because the secrets of the revolution were now just ashes inside the house. The companion on the roof, upon hearing that the resistance below had ceased, ran to see, took the revolver and the shotgun, and returned to the roof. From there he jumped to the neighboring buildings. The enemy was firing from the rooftops of the neighborhood. The companion gained other terraces, jumped from a second floor and landed standing. The guard who observed him became confused and thought that he was one of the group of paramilitaries that was besieging the revolutionary premises. He ran toward 25th Avenue. The construction workers protected him and took him somewhere else. He commandeered a vehicle and left. He was from San Vicente. At 2:30 p.m. the army entered the garage, because the house was on fire, and found the lifeless bodies of the two women. The press highlighted the fact that Inesita Dimas, before dying, wrote with her blood on the wall the motto of the organization, "Revolution or Death." A dog we had, which we called Bear, took care of the dead revolutionaries after the combat. Initial political formation. What type of political ideological training was given to militancy? Valentin, already in 1972, the preparation of several documents was organized. Among them, National Reality, which characterized the Salvadoran economy as dependent capitalist. He tried to x-ray the class structure, characterizing the oligarchy as bourgeois landlord. That form of domination was presented as a pro-oligarchic military tyranny and lackey of imperialism. He raised the need for an anti-oligarchic, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist revolution, reaffirming the justice of a period of political military revolution. The strategic elements were very extensive material that specified the objectives of the revolution. He outlined the criteria and guidelines in the military and also in the political order. This was one of the most valuable documents for us. Neocolonialism made a brief history and exposition of the forms of economic, political, and ideological cultural subjection of Latin America and our country to imperialism. It analyzed the strategy of the so-called Special Counterinsurgency War, which Maxwell Taylor had systematized starting from the war in Vietnam. This work insisted that this was going to be the inevitable course of events. Due to the nature of imperialism, it indicated that we had to prepare to defeat each of its staggered phases now. The line towards the masses was the first document prepared on the idea of a specifically mass line. It was done in the first half of '72, a little after the elections. There, with full awareness of our limitations, not exactly a line of the masses was proposed, but a line towards the masses. They said what that was, so as not to be fooled. Marshall was very particular about these things. This material indicated that the organization had to take a leap in its projection towards the masses, in 3 directions, in terms of political agitation, armed propaganda, and mass organization. And this was graphed with 3 little arrows that started from a point. The truth is that we were about 4 cats facing a big task. There were no pretentious guidelines that we would be unable to comply with. A rather objective line was proposed with rather modest projections. It was established there that everything had to be directed towards the objective of incorporating the people into the tasks of the war in an increasing and massive way. A step forward in the consciousness and practice of a revolutionary was a guide for us. Its content marked almost all of our activism for many years. With that thought, the first generations of paintings were forged. Many qualities and also certain defects in the personality of the organization and its members have, to a considerable extent, a seat in the conceptions that were supported at this time. Basically, it was a work aimed at the formation of revolutionary morality. It was reiterated that political ideological proletarianization was a fundamental condition for us to prepare, confront, and defeat the enemy. The qualities of a revolutionary were highly valued: human sensitivity, love for the people, conscious hatred against his enemies. What was identified, in its own way, as conciliatory simplicity was rejected. Confidence in the ability of the masses to defeat their oppressors was highlighted. Then he went into a line of reasoning about the imperative of assuming commitment and militancy in a revolutionary organization of a political military nature. Firmness of commitment, loyalty to the organization, the decision to be, took the revolution to its ultimate consequences. From these principles originates the motto "Revolution or Death," adopted in the year 72. That work extended to the need to assimilate the human qualities of the working class: modesty, discipline, solidarity, and brotherhood among colleagues, willingness to sacrifice. At the same time, he insisted on the importance of criticism and self-criticism. In this last topic he expanded criteria, differentiating a revolutionary self-criticism from what, on the other hand, were the self-criticisms practiced in religious cults, in the sessions of Alcoholics Anonymous, and even from those styles traditionally used in leftist movements. Obviously that constituted a very important training effort, but still impacted by the wounds of old contradictions with the Salvadoran Communist Party. Minimum standards of security and discipline constituted a necessary instruction, because the first material of this type was an overly abundant inventory of training rules, norms of conspiracy and discipline. That's why it was relegated. At the same time, a proposal to implement an internal disciplinary code was abandoned. It was preferred to use a piece of paper with about 12 rules for safety and discipline. They were the most basic, such as the use of pseudonyms in groups, hermetic secrecy from people outside the organization, and internal compartmentalization. Do not tell or allow yourself to be told more than necessary. The revolutionary should only know what he needs for his work, it was said in one of the parts. And he recommended for all activities and meetings the prior development of a legend or alibi, maintaining constant alert, paying attention to the fact that routine is fatal for a clandestine revolutionary. He advised acting naturally. He said that to enter and leave a premises and for marches in the street, a counter-check should be carried out to verify if the enemy was on one. He established as a rule not to consume alcohol or intoxicating beverages. He maintained that the revolutionary must do everything possible to avoid falling into the hands of the enemy, but when in spite of that he was captured, he must never make a single concession to his torturers. He should not give information that could endanger the life of his companion. ROS or plans of the organization and the people. He had to take care of the assets of the organization, because they are means of the revolution. I want to tell you that although a code was not accepted, because it was argued that it was typical of militarism, in the previous document on training standards, one appeared that clearly said for minor failures, slight sanctions, for serious failures, punishment. Fair goes or something like that. That same rule was taken up, with another formulation, in the first statutory basis of the party approved in the year 76. The joint FPLERP position regarding the elections was a pamphlet that was released a couple of years later, and in he exposed the electoral carnival set up by the dictatorship as a deception and a route that did not lead to liberation if the political-military correlation of forces did not change. There the path of arms, combative struggle, and organization of the masses was ratified. Did they only use their own publications for training? Valentin, no. We used other materials that we considered useful, we held exhibitions and collective discussions. We liked materials such as On the Contradictions of Mao Zedong because they were easy to read, a book on political economy by Spiridonova, which was widely consulted by Felipe Pina, What Every Revolutionary Should Know About Repression, by Victor Serge. Nowadays it is consulted less, since the experience of fighting against the dictatorship has been the best school. Those of us who understood a little less, once read a text by George Politzer I. Certain colleagues in the Central Command did not find this reading very good, but, as far as I remember, no text was ever banned. We were noticing that in several concepts Politzer was a bit schematic and limited. The elementary concepts of historical materialism were studied a lot, that book of yours that became very fashionable a little after. And other classic texts by Lenin such as, The Three Sources of Marxism, The State and the Revolution, Two Tactics. Salvador, we also studied the experience of Latin America, fundamentally the experience of the Tupamaros, which influenced us a lot, that of the FAR of Guatemala, the experience of the Cuban Revolution, Mariela's guerrilla manual, the entire experience of Venezuela, that of the Montoneros in Argentina. We are nourished by all that. There was considerable literature circulating among university students by some sociologists such as Theotonio dos Santos. We had a very varied training. But the simplest, the one that we understood the most was the Latin American experience and the things of historical materialism. And besides, all that gave us a justification. Because it turns out that who were we? In the case of our command we were of bourgeois or petty bourgeois origin, we were not proletarians nor did we know that Marshall directed the organization. Then we said, Lenin says that the proletarians are the ones who must lead the revolution. And with Felipe we commented, but we are not workers and the proletariat that has to carry out the revolution in El Salvador is influenced by reformist tendencies, including those of the PC. Our task has to be to open the eyes of the proletariat, to open its space and then we step aside. Something like that was what we thought. It was a bit of a voluntarist idea. So that book of yours helped us, because it shows that one, without being a proletarian, can adopt a proletarian class position and, furthermore, that classes are not reduced to the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, but rather there is another series of strata and social layers that exist and are different in the different countries of the world. There we found a theoretical foundation for what we thought. This is reinforced by the entire Latin American experience, because both the Tupamara exploit and the experiences of Brazil, Argentina, and other places showed that it was not strictly the proletariat or the peasantry that had joined the struggle, rather it was various sectors. Intellectuals who carried out these revolutionary actions. That was our training in the sector where I was. It was practice that overthrew a series of ES. Burnings that we extracted from the Latin American experience. Valentin, the thirst for knowledge and the scarcity of support materials was such that we even used some Paquin's one called Los Agachados de Rios. Of course, when, years later, Führer saw, the Liberation League, the FA, the UR19, the RN and our own party began to carry out some select editions, then our world expanded a little. The organization multiplied its printing capacity and we produced large print runs of the books of Jip, Trung Chin, and some works of Lenin. In December 1973, the aspiration to revive a publication that existed at the time of the Communists of 32 called Red Star was fulfilled. From then on, an organ began to be published for the education of the membership, but also for collaborators, sympathizers, friends, and for social sectors that interested us. That was mandatory study material. Red Star 1 presented us with a development on the dynamic relationship between strategy and tactics, and something about alliance politics. Red Star 2 contained the letter from the FPL addressed to the Christian people, which Rebecca was telling you about. Red Star 3 was a work by Chico II and Eva that sought to systematize the components of the strategic line, characterization of the economy, of society, as well as the form of domination and the way, forms of struggle, alliances, etc. Estrella Roja IV announced the agreements of the First Revolutionary Congress of the party. The reasoning on the need for an urgent conversion of the guerrilla structure that we had into an organized party, functioning and acting in accordance with classical Leninist criteria. We were forced to accelerate this organizational attempt due to the large wave of masses that was approaching us, otherwise our driving capacity would have been exceeded. All this was in the order of preparation. Maybe we forgot something, but, in essence, it gives you an idea of how the preparation of the first years went by. Our underground Marxist-Leninist training was intense, but flawed. The first person in charge had received, 16 years earlier, one of those theoretical courses in the Soviet Union and had been trained in the old Communist Party and, suddenly, he entered a world as closed as that of the underground in the 70s. He was then followed by an increasingly larger handful of people, but without political training or experience. Dogmatism was rampant in the world and, moreover, in the first period we had almost no political relations with other parties within the country, and none with the outside world. Many factors would contribute to a dogmatic assimilation of Marxist theory. Economic recoveries, for what? 11. Did they make important recoveries? Later, it became less schematic. Our most important source for political formation was work among the masses and with popular militias. Salvador, there were recoveries mainly to banks. In 1973, a recovery was made to the Banco Atlasatl agency in the Guadalupe neighborhood, in which Marshall participated. That's where we started to get to know him. Another recovery was made from an armored vehicle belonging to a Banco Agricola Comercial and from banks in San Jacinto, Ciudad Delgado, Santa Tecla. At that time, how much money did they manage to get their hands on? Valentin, it wasn't much. In Santa Tecla, for example, it was about 42,000 colones. The dollar was formerly worth 2 colones and 50 cents, so they would be equivalent to about $15,000. And why were we doing these operations? Well, the organization was basically supported by the people. But the war was escalating, both in its military and political aspects. Propaganda budgets were becoming very high. Mass work required more funds. The war against the repressive forces required better weapons, ammunition, explosives, means, motorization, etc. And all this meant the professionalization of new cadres. And where to get that financing from? The organization then made the political decision to place the economic burden of the war on the big exploiters, who were ultimately the true authors of the Revolutionary War and, consequently, also of the People's War that was to be the effect opposite to the other. And what did they do with that money? Salvador, we started investing in improving all of our infrastructure, buying vehicles, weapons, guns. Even back then, weapons were sold a little freely. On the black market? Salvador, everything that were in any sports store, gun recoverations. You could find short weapons. We also carried out operations in sports houses and police officers. From what you tell me, you go from being an absolutely poor organization to one with many resources. Salvador, yes. How were these resources managed? Salvador, in 74, precisely when we had accumulated more resources, was when the decision was made to get back into mass work to reactivate the popular movement. A large part of the resources were invested in this task. Could you explain to me specifically what those resources were invested in? Salvador, they were invested in supporting the military structure, a small structure with experienced people, plus some new ones. I remember that our objective was always to convert each support group into a new command, and thus reproduce them. Valentin, in reality we are still poor. For one reason, needs grew, multiplied, and new emergencies appeared. We had to professionalize hundreds of militants, and we called them active collaborators. Weapons became scarcer and more expensive every day. Aluminum, rooms, houses, paper, ink, and equipment had become more expensive. Field work and the militia would later require hundreds of pistols, shotguns, carbines, and chlorate. On more than one occasion, the EGP and the ORPA, upon knowing the plans, needs and problems of the organization, helped us. How many people belonged to that structure? Salvador, there were 3 columns, about 60 people, all experienced in actions. But, in addition, investment is made in improving the infrastructure of the housing premises, in obtaining vehicles for the mobilization of military operations and other types of vehicles for explorations, checks, and other tasks. Also in the reproduction of political and propaganda material, for example, in El Rebelde, which was our political organ. A propaganda center was founded, with a printing press to reproduce revolutionary propaganda by the thousands. Finally, another part was used to finance some activists who dedicated themselves full-time to organizing the masses. Even if they weren't FPL militants. Salvador, yes. For example, to groups of activists who were in the popular movement linked to the FPL, but who were not militants at that time. In this way, a large part of the money was invested, leaving a strategic reserve for the war that was intended to be implemented later. A war fund? Salvador, yes, but not so much a war fund, but rather as a strategic reserve to be able to leave the line of economic recoveries a little and go deeper into armed operations against the enemy, concentrating the commandos more on strikes against the guard, the police, and representatives of the military government. Were there rules in the organization to determine how to manage those funds? Salvador, yes. Each recovery made by a command had to be delivered to the central command, which, in turn, assigned each command its budget and then collectively managed the funds. It is assumed that these assignments were politically discussed in the central command. We had quite a few limitations. Having so many resources, didn't it cause problems of accommodation or misuse of these? Valentin, look, we didn't have accommodation problems. It could have happened, perhaps with some colleagues, but in general it didn't happen. I remember a case of corruption. On one occasion, 50,000 colones were deposited to an intermediate manager in an area. It was a reservation. When the organization exhausted all its resources, it was confident that it had that reserve, and the central command asked it for the money to solve the budget for the next 2 months. The man began to fail, to make excuses. The situation became very difficult. What happened today was that that individual had misused the town's funds. Since that fund was so important for the revolution, a trial was initiated against him, his arrest was ordered, he confessed that he had embezzled, a court was formed, a defender was appointed, but according to the statutes, that is a crime. Serious and no extenuating circumstances were found. The court decided to execute him given the aggravating circumstance that when his guilt was proven, he escaped and made threats to collective security. That was about 15 years ago. What neighborhoods did you choose to live in, the rich neighborhoods or the poor neighborhoods? Salvador, throughout the initial period, practically all of us lived in popular neighborhoods. In inns or garages that people rented. But that was before the recoveries. Salvador, during recoveries. Later, when we had formed the equipment of the columns, we began to have vehicles and occupy more residential houses, at the level of the middle classes. They couldn't have cars and live in poor neighborhoods. Salvador, that's right. By the period of 74, all the coverage was middle class and we also had structures in the popular neighborhoods. Valentin, what happened is that the commandos and some organizations had their cover with people from the middle classes. But not all. They were the places where weapons were delivered, printing presses, specialized equipment, technicians and certain management organizations operated. But the majority of the organization, even today, which is made up of groups of fellow workers, peasants, slum dwellers, and even middle-class guilds, live and work in the poorest neighborhoods and rural hamlets. It's our people. There is the majority that participates, supports us and sympathizes. The enemy himself knows that. Furthermore, they are the most, there are thousands and thousands of residents. A political military organization. Marshall, you resigned from the Communist Party in March 1970 for not sharing, as you say, its political line and for not finding organic channels to implement the armed struggle. With a very small group of militants you decide to create a new organization, this time political military. What does this political military character consist of? Does it mean a denial of the basic conception of the party? Marshall, no. It is the implementation of a political military strategy, that is, the combination of all means of struggle. Is that clear from the start? Marshall, from the beginning. The combination of all the means of struggle, in which the political aspects of the line have to be complemented by the armed ones, and these become the fundamental ones. Even when the armed struggle is timid, when it does not yet encompass the entire national panorama, and is not yet the basics, it is the one that at a certain moment becomes the one that drives the entire process, and, then, the other means of struggle they have to be combined with this one, which is the main one. When we in El Salvador proclaim the organization as political military, we do so in response to a true need, because there were organizations in the country that denied the military route and wanted to constrain the entire movement exclusively to the political. So we had to be clear so that the people understood perfectly. This approach is not made in the sense of denying the conception of the party, but within the thought that it was necessary to make very clear to the people the two aspects of the line, the two aspects of their participation, the mass struggle and the armed struggle that this organization had to lead. By proposing ourselves as a political military organization, we intended to avoid falling into both militarism and right-wingism that saw exclusively the political. When this is not understood as an integral line, one can fall into a very serious error, and that is the error of militarism. From the beginning we were very clear that the military is nothing more than the extension of the political by other means, by armed means. Another thing that the organization was clear about from its beginnings was the need for the people to take that cause into their own hands, for the people to be the author of the armed struggle. And since we had enough experience in incorporating the masses into the struggle, especially the struggle against bureaucratism, there were not many difficulties in that. We were clear that it was the people who were going to wage war and that these armed groups should not become an elite, heroes detached from the masses, who were going to save the people the work of making the revolution. The experience of the 60s in relation to focus prepared us to have a more comprehensive thought, so that when we talked about the political military there was no danger of deformation, because from the beginning we were clear that the political is the fundamental thing, what has to direct the war, and that the military is subordinate to the political and is part of the political expression of the class struggle. Analyzing these words of Marshall now, it strikes me that when talking about the combination of all forms of struggle he does not take into account at all the electoral struggle as an example of the forms of struggle. Why is this due? Which, moreover, is common to almost all political military groups in El Salvador. Valentin, we couldn't see then that there was a part of the people who were still dragged into the electoral game, and that within them there were sectors that could understand the need for the revolutionary path by confirming the limitations of the electoral struggle. For this it was important to do direct work among the voters, but we disdained the possibility that existed of being able to reach the conscience of these masses also within the electoral system. We thought that only by opening the new path and teaching that path could we achieve it. In our idea of the combination of various forms of struggle, performance in elections was not contemplated either as a path or as a component. In reality, we were so small at the beginning that we did not have the strength and, more than that, we did not have the lights to conceive of a revolutionary organization involved in the elections, even less so when the Salvadoran Communist Party itself objected to our armed work. Regardless of having had a political military conception of the class struggle, I understand that in practice, they dedicate themselves for a long time only to military activity. What is this about? Can it be said that despite everything you fell into a militaristic deviation, or was it more about the need to train people in this fight that was something new for you? Marshall, look, that has to be seen in an overall framework, because if you take the thing in pieces like that, at a certain moment it can seem unilateral. We have to see the projection, although we have to recognize that our thinking is not fully developed from the beginning. The beginning. What happened to the FPL? It's not that we got involved for a while, let's say, just in the military. It must be taken into account that the Central Command or initial group was a party leadership, eminently a party, although it did not have that name. He had experience in struggles and knew what the functioning of a party was. He had party thinking. Now, along with this, it was necessary to give the people the armed instrument, because that was precisely what we lacked. So there was a dilemma: let's first form a party, the bases, and everything. How many years will it take for the people to acquire the trust of? Who is capable of organizing armed struggle? So we decided to separate ourselves from traditional organic practice. How could we make a party with their cells, with 7 people? Even if we had wanted to do it, it would not have been possible. Salvador, it must be recognized, however, that due to the very need to give validity to the armed struggle in the first years, a very military idea of the struggle gained strength. In those years all of us valued and considered it an honor to participate in the commandos. Do you think then that we can speak of a militaristic deviation of the FPL at this stage? Salvador, I believe that we cannot speak of deviation, because it was a stage in which it was necessary to demonstrate the viability of the armed struggle, hence the reason for having focused more on that aspect. But then, when it was demonstrated that armed struggle was possible in El Salvador, and at the same time an entire military apparatus had been created that had already accumulated sufficient experience, it was necessary to link up with the masses. It then became imperative to make a complete turnaround. That's why I tell you that initial militarization is relative. Naturally, if you are going to form an armed commando, you have to get fully involved in it, know the technique and have it prepare. To tell the truth, in its application things were not balanced. It was partly a matter of development, but only partly. Practically until mid-73, the line towards the masses or the support groups was not completely able to fully focus on its main mission, which was political. For what reasons? Because even though it was clear that in their original conception the support groups were going to be political military organizations, when applying the elaborate guidelines and breaking down not only their political tasks, but also their military tasks, the emphasis ended up being placed on the military in those days. The Central Command required each of its components to operate commands, because a rise in military actions had to be produced. This led them to overload this type of tasks in the support groups. Furthermore, for us it was much more attractive and nullifying to participate in the commandos. Being a guerrilla was something superior, and the incorporation of people into mass work was somewhat underestimated. There were practically support groups that quickly transformed into commandos. They operated together, they were determined and professional guerrilla people. They dedicated 60% of their time or more to military tasks, and the other 40% to armed propaganda, because they specialized in making deliveries, pints, and plumadas. This was his political part. But there were actually some who did little organizational work. They did not create new groups. Even more than one was not attracted to political work, because it was more complex to gain awareness, collaborators, and serve groups, than to carry out technical military actions. A slight militaristic inclination in the practical field did not cease to be felt in certain groups. In fact, there were some militants like Vladimir, a black, somewhat electric comrade who belonged to the initial group, and another, who had been a worker, who were expelled from the organization for falling into militarist deviations. One of them became somewhat dehumanized in his treatment of subordinates, and both had an express contempt for politics and working with the masses. Valentin, some of these weaknesses had their explanation. Remember that those of us who enrolled in the new organizations did so to give life to the other link in the struggle of the people that was dormant. Whoever decided to enter was to take up arms. This was valid. It was within the organization, with political education, that the universe expanded for us. It is the guerrilla itself that teaches us, provides us with methods of mass work, criteria. So we learned as we went. Despite all these difficulties, the political organizational line that was drawn caught on in the town. And the most general phenomenon was that of prodigious and continuous growth. Almost all support groups multiplied, some even having large union and social branches. How do you understand that Marshall, being such a principled Marxist-Leninist, configured the initial nucleus with a group that came from social Christianity? Valentine, I think for two simple things. 1. Because even with all principlism, as they say, Marshall always had clarity that every man has an extraction or family class origin and a location in the social structure of the country. However, at the same time that he insisted that these realities strongly influenced the individual, he pointed out that they were neither insurmountable nor fatal. Often, in the mass organizations and in the organizational secretariat that we later had in the FPL, he warned us about the danger of falling into a mystification of the militants who came from the working class and the peasantry. He said that could lead to mistakes. What always happened and that can cause confusion, is that Marshall somehow mystified the class, but not the individual. He magnified the qualities of him, and I think, to a certain extent, he had a kind of superstition about the revolutionary role of the proletariat. Honestly, I think that in the 70s everyone in the FPL suffered from the same thing, except for Felipe Pina and Ana Maria, who always had an irreligious mentality towards these things. It should also be noted that Marshall did not restrict the social subject of the revolution only to the working class and the peasantry. For him, some sectors of the petite bourgeoisie and the middle classes were also part of the driving forces, but he always put the final point on them. He never conceived the need to incorporate other sectors, although less massive, that could play a positive role in favor of democratic change, secondary roles, if you will, but important in a country where it is vital to confront the majority of the nation against imperialism. An element that may have confused some is that Marshall declared himself on a crusade against petty bourgeois habits, as he called them, so that they would not nest within the FPL. He fought against accommodation, laxity at work, opportunism, and careerism. He also carried out work to prevent the contempt that could occur on the part of the militants drawn from the intellectual and wealthy strata, towards the colleagues from the working classes. In the first organizational secretariat of the party where we worked with Demas, he expressed concern about the need for the party line to privilege the effort to form comrades of peasant or worker origin. These in the groups showed some limitations in contributing to the elaboration of the line, and their promotion in the zones one did not always maintain similar rhythms and proportions to those who came from the student body and the teaching profession. Marshall also insisted on this and said that it had to be like this, because it is these social sectors that have the least possibilities in society. But we quickly stumbled upon a reality: the initial cadres were falling in combat and others were falling behind along the way. Meanwhile, a generation of cadres with dedication and love for the cause was emerging, and a good part of them were not workers by birth like Ignacio 2, Felix 3, Juan Sebastian 4, Eva 5, Chico 6, Ana Maria, etc. There were others who had been, like Ivan 7. In reality, looking at it from today, it is obvious that in relation to the issue of classes, Marshall denoted a certain rigidity, although he had no qualms about integrating the initial nucleus with workers and professionals, nor did he obstruct the development of the FPL in the first decade. I am going to confide in you a detail that is very little known within our own party, and that is that the second person in charge who appointed the initial group was a doctor. Even more, notice that in 71, before to draw the first mass line of 72, the Central Command examined the objective and subjective situation of the classes and determined that the most sensitive sectors of the revolution, in that concrete and immediate juncture, were the student and teacher layers and, in projection, the poor and middle peasantry, and the rural proletarians. Perhaps by reviewing the history of the last 20 years a judgment can be made about that assessment. In addition to that, we must take into account that the organization had an original weakness, because most of the elements that nourished it in its first years did not have previous party experience. Marshall maintained that this was an advantage, since it was a membership that did not carry burdens from the past, bureaucratism, accommodations, vacillations, etc. And he made metaphorical comparisons of that young militancy, characterizing it as a fresh and easily moldable dough to make bread, when referring to ideological aspects. I understand that, despite all this explanation, you defined yourselves as the party of the proletariat and proposed the Worker-Peasant Alliance. Salvador, in theory, indeed, it was said that a new type of organization was going to be built. There was talk of being the vanguard of the proletariat, of the Worker-Peasant Alliance and of that whole class issue. Valentin, well, what the organization proposed was the need to interpret the interests of the working class in that reality and assume them in practice. We said that the interests of this class generally condensed the interests of the people and that, therefore, these class interests were the ones that had to hegemonize, because it was the totally dispossessed social group, because it represented the most advanced in the process of production, and because, with this, it became the class most interested in socialism. What happened to us was that we took over its exclusive representation, as other parties in the country and in the world have claimed. Deep down, we considered ourselves something like those called to print the proletarian stamp, do you realize? No, so. We tried to interpret and assume class interests, and I say we tried consciously, because we on the left frequently confuse purpose with reality, faith with truth, effort with the work accomplished. Trying does not always mean doing it, and even less so, doing it well. In relation to the peasants, indeed, the FPL arise with great concern caused by the almost total stillness that we had been observing in the peasantry for the last 15 or 20 years, before 1973, and which was characterized by a lack of significant participation in the mass revolutionary days. The organization concluded that peasant motivations had not been objectively interpreted, that somehow fatalistic attitudes prevailed regarding their revolutionary possibilities, and this was reflected in the lack of a policy aimed at awakening the peasantry from that lethargy. There was work towards the field on the left before, but it had been small and ineffective. We thought then that we would have to adopt appropriate methodologies, but above all go to the countryside, get to know those Juruneras one, as the farmers say. For this reason, Nacho too said that the peasantry was like a sleeping giant. And we studied the Chinese experience, the Vietnamese experience we got to know better years later, and we saw that during the Popular Revolution it was concluded that the working class was the vanguard, but the peasantry was the vast majority, the main force I think they called it. We remembered that in 1932 our Indians and peasants were the ones who launched the revolution. We saw the humiliating situation in which the peasants lived. Then we proposed the Worker-Peasant Alliance with proletarian hegemony as the center and basis of a popular revolutionary alliance. This is how we think and this is how we formulate it publicly. With visions of this type we cannot correctly interpret or assume the interests of the different social sectors, and an exclusive practice like that leads to reducing the diversified social force available to workers and the oppressed. In general, to free yourself. I think that if we had not overcome this background of sectarianism, we, with all the well-intentioned that we originally believed ourselves to be, would have prevented the expression of the total propulsion force that society had been generating. Why was it that the initial group failed to merge with the other armed groups existing at that time? Was there no effort in this regard? Valentin, the ERP was born parallel to the FPL and on its own initiative. Both they and the FPL were extremely clandestine. The two organizations were born without relationship between them. The relationship comes later, as a consequence of development. Then there were conversations and joint statements were made to the people. There was a very important one in January 1974, where a common account was made of the guerrilla actions that both organizations carried out throughout 1973. There the ERP and the FPL maintain two things: the people's soldiers win or die, and the prolonged revolutionary war must lead the people to liberation and socialism. We also agreed on a joint position regarding the elections. We call the document Joint Position. This was a first effort to approximate analytical and tactical strategic aspects, an area in which, at that time, there seemed to be great agreement. Then we considered military and political coordination, and work began on the idea of a joint operation, which was not done jointly. We also advanced ideas at the beginning of '74 to coordinately launch the mass front of the revolution, but the political interests of each organization were not able to be harmonized at that time. Right now I could not give you a judgment on the causes that undermine the unitary purpose of that situation, because to date I only count on the particular vision that we had of that experience, and as the most serious and direct relationship with our comrades. Well, we took it up again around '79, I don't remember that we jointly evaluated what happened 16 years ago. It would not be fair for us to present a unilateral appreciation of a story in which the FPL and the ERP were co-responsible. Specifically, there were approaches. We recognized that these were insufficient and deficient, but we had affinities. How could we not have them if the revolutionary guerrilla was made up of them and us? Salvador, there were many points of agreement: the first, the need to give the people an alternative; the second, to consider a form of organization that would adapt in its operation and design to an organization with political military characteristics to promote new forms of struggle; the third, recognize armed struggle as a fundamental method. These were three basic points of agreement, to which we must add a fourth in the ideological field: the adoption of Marxism-Leninism as the scientific theory that guided revolutionary activity. There was strategic agreement in these aspects, but there were tactical differences. Could you explain what those initial differences were? Salvador, first of all, about how to carry out the armed struggle. So there were two styles, one that carried out the armed struggle starting from somewhat spectacular operations, and the other that attempted to go through a gradual process from the simple to the complex, from the small to the large, but continuous. In the first years it was one of the most notable differences between both organizations. Weren't it then Marshall's hegemonistic attitudes that prevented the unity of all the political military organizations that then emerged? Salvador, no. Marshall being there was a matter of circumstance. The fundamental cause was due to deep political issues and the different tactical approaches that were given. It is likely that Marshall, having been General Secretary of the Communist Party, sought a certain recognition and tried to impose some things, but that was not what determined the disunity. It is not accurate to infer that all the dispersion of the left occurs from one personality. Second part. Mass movement breaks out. Turn towards the masses. 1. The FPL began its active life with armed actions. I think it has already been sufficiently explained why that stage cannot be characterized as militaristic deviation, but there is no doubt that it is striking that those initial armed commands have managed to lead one of the most powerful mass movements in Latin America. How can this phenomenon be explained? When did this insertion into the mass movement begin? What was the existing social and political situation in El Salvador at that time? Salvador, the insertion of the FPL into the mass movement began in 1974. In relation to what happened in El Salvador at that time, I could tell you that the industrialization process had stalled due to the formation of the Central American Common Market. When this project failed, as a result of the crisis of hegemony that ended in the war with Honduras, massive layoffs occurred. A large number of industries were left working at half, or less than half, of their installed capacity. The problem of salaries for transport workers, very combative in that period, and other sectors also worsened. The repressive policy that existed towards the teaching profession deepened. The National University was intervened by the army. There was systematic repression against high school students, massive evictions of slum residents, in short, a series of measures of this nature. And the government also repressed the people who protested with. After electoral fraud, a group of progressive officers who tried to carry out a coup d'état on March 25, 1972, with support from the army, was crushed by the oligarchy that made use of the police forces, the defense forces, the National Guard and the Air Force. All rights to organization, mobilization, expression were prohibited. Given all of this, an orientation was given that was one of the most correct to confront the policy of the dictatorship. And I must point out that this was one of the fundamental things in which we often differ from other organizations. The FPL and the Bloc, to put it in 2 words, said, in the face of repression, fight with your head held high. Never bow your head in the face of repression. While the policy of the Communist Party in the face of the state of siege was to withdraw, our policy was to keep the flags of struggle higher. That mentality got into all the teams and throughout the base. In the political order, many people excited about the possibility of achieving structural changes with Christian democracy, after the frauds of 1972 and 1974, began to look for another path, but were unsuccessful. I remember that Rubén Zamora was one of those who appeared with speeches trying to propose new alternatives. At that time, Christian democracy had a strong base everywhere, in all sectors, and they suffered equally from the same problems that no one solved. There was growing discontent without a movement to channel that discontent. On the other hand, the dictatorship became much tougher with the arrival of Arturo Armando Molina I in 1972, who intensified the repression. The evictions of peasants from their lands began, including those influenced by the government itself. How about peasants influenced by the same government? What do you mean by that? Salvador, yes, there was a peasant organization, the UCS2, which it was influenced by the Americans and the government. Well, even those people had their land taken away, so that you get an idea of how critical the situation was for the peasants as a whole. Was it around that date when the most retrograde sector of the oligarchy came to power? Salvador, yes, that was it, because he wanted to preserve his interests at all costs. Explain to me, what other forms of repression did the Molina government use in addition to the eviction of the peasants from his land? Were there also massacres? Facundo, yes, there were massacres like that of the La Caetana canton in San Vicente, in November 1974 and that of the Tres Calles canton, in Usulután. At the same time, they had also repressed a movement that was generated against the construction of the Serran Grande Dam, where they carried out a massive eviction of peasants. Many peasants were captured and persecuted. The teachers had been repressed by the police in the streets of Chinamequita, Department of La Paz. What were the sanctions if they caught you mobilizing you? Facundo, death, disappearance, prison, or exile. The people of the Christian communities were also persecuted, slandered. The people of the Christian democracy, those who had been cheated by the fraud, were equally persecuted by the police, by the National Guard and by the Treasury Police. Many arrests and imprisonments were made. Repression was widespread in the city and the countryside. And everything was done without the regime having to pay high political costs. There was a very strong policy of prison, murder, and torture in the country during that period. And what was happening with the armed movement at that time? Salvador, between 1972 and 1974 there was great progress in the armed struggle with the emergence and development of the commands that they want a national dimension and a higher level of organization. Some consolidated themselves in the cities of the interior, in San Miguel, La Paz, and Santa Ana. Valentin, the guerrilla modality had taken root in the town. His actions and political work occupied a place in the military and political framework of the country. The oppressors could no longer sleep peacefully. The revolutionary masses turned their eyes to small and medium-sized actions, which became more intensive and extensive every day. Operation was already sustained and increasing. Explosives in Coca-Cola, in IBM, in local command offices, in Oratorio, in San Bartolomé Parulapia, in the Ministry of Labor, in the Calatenango electrical substation on the day of the military holiday. Expropriation of the Whig Center. Recovery of weapons from Orden paramilitaries in San Vicente, Cuscatlan, Cabanas, and La Paz. Occupation in San Salvador of the Central Election Council, guarded by the Guard. The People's Revolutionary Army carried out bold actions such as the recovery of weapons in El Mundo Elegante by Mexicanos, and in the El Nile Fur Factory in Santa Ana, the seizure of Radio Juventud, the recovery of a Madzin submachine gun and the execution of a guard, an economic recovery in the Bank of London and Montreal, the expropriation of eggs in El Granjero and the distribution of the product in a marginal colony. They were continuous actions. Actions that the people viewed with sympathy. The organization decides to restructure itself based on the new tasks in August of that year. The turn involved a reorganization of the entire military apparatus to give way to the mass movement. Only some cadres were going to remain in military tasks and the rest were going to return to the popular movement. This turn was not well received by all cadres. Salvador, it was then when we can say that a very small sector with militaristic thinking emerged for the first time in the organization, we cannot deny it. A crisis was generated, a strong internal discussion. Some of us considered that it was a downgrade within the organization that dismissed us. They will return to the popular movement. Why? Because we came from there and we didn't see the point in returning to the place where we had left. There were people who considered themselves sanctioned by this decision. But later we overcame that state of mind, because a very in-depth political debate took place and, in the end, we all understood this need, a little half by force, another a little by half understanding. Valentin, I think that perhaps one fact has contributed, and that is that by 74, 90% of the organization is made up of support groups, and of those, at least 75% were dedicated entirely to mass work and armed propaganda. The support groups finally disappeared and our militancy bifurcated into two intertwined qualities, political work collectives and self-defense groups and popular militias. Of course the militia was a much broader organization. Not all its members were members of the FPL. This return to the mass movement, why does it happen? Salvador, this has several explanations. In the work we did with all the support groups we came across, and we incorporated people who were natural leaders from different sectors. So we wanted to form commandos almost by force. There were many of those people, very good, who joined the commandos, but it turns out that they always had approaches from their own sector. Look, this happens there, this other thing can be done there. This is how we became linked to different sectors, peasants, students, teachers, Christians, fundamentally to those sectors. There was little connection with the workers. Valentin, actually it was a natural consequence of the political military process that we had gone through. Throughout the first 4 years there were already some corrections at the helm. But the investment of the vast majority of cadres in this aspect of development was, without a doubt, a reversal. At that time, Ana Maria had not yet joined. Valentin, of course, remember that Ana Maria joined late. Prano. She fully enlisted in the year 71. Until that date Melida Anaya had been accused of being a union member, and indeed she was. Throughout the 60s she was a woman identified and concerned about the interests of her union. She soon understood the affinities that the interests of the teacher have with the interests of the people as a whole. And in the street struggles, she perfectly understood the importance of uniting the destinies of the teachers and the popular masses with the interests and future of the workers. It was actually in the days of 71 where Ana Maria with other companions sealed her commitment to the revolution in El Salvador, through her commitment to a political military revolutionary organization. I think Leonel also joined at that time. Ana Maria joined our organization, because in her relationship with the great masses she had come to the conviction that the armed struggle was necessary and could not be postponed. And that it was not enough to agree with the justice and urgency of the armed struggle and to show solidarity with the new guerrilla, But, to be honest with oneself and consistent with reality, it was necessary to take up arms. Anna Maria joined the organization because the political-military approach seemed correct to her, a strategy and tactic that integrated all forms of struggle, peaceful or violent, legal, semi-legal, illegal, armed and unarmed, parliamentary and extra-parliamentary, that is, the entire community of forms of struggle that objectively contribute to the advancement of the revolution and the development of the forces of the people in each period, analyzed each one in a concrete way. Subsequently, her work with the base was developed mainly within the teaching profession. In the second half of 1974, as a member of the FPL, she became part of the first National Mass Commission where Eva, Chico, Rebecca, and Marshall were. She would attend the National Teaching Subcommittee and a few months later the National Subcommittee of the Bloc. Now, in this there is something very true, and that is that the integration of Anna Maria and many paintings from the political spheres, labor and social relations gave unprecedented oxygenation to the guerrilla party. Is Anna Maria joining without leaving her position as leader of Andes? Salvador, yes, of course, she joins through some contacts. Then, immediately, it is Marshall who contacts her personally. And it is Felipe Pina who attends to her directly, because the comrades who were general secretaries of some union were given special attention. It means then that there is already a new attitude in the FPL, because before you had to abandon everything. Salvador, as the support groups grew, we faced the problem of what to do with the people who did not become part of a command. Then it was said, well, you have to do different levels of incorporation, like support groups, collaborators. Those were the three levels of militancy that existed. Valentin, from the beginning and until 76, the levels of militancy were, first, the members of the organization, those who had passed the fiery tests, had assumed an unbreakable commitment to the revolution and were willing to fulfill any task. These were those men and women that the revolution knew it could count on, in good times and bad, in any circumstance. Next they see the aspiring members who made a commitment, aspired to give a greater contribution and a greater dedication to the revolution and made an individual request to acquire membership. Then came the active collaborators, who ultimately became the great body of the organization, who were all those comrades with a revolutionary vocation, dedicated to the cause and subject to the discipline of the organization, but who due to their time of militancy or because they had not managed their membership, they had not become effective members of the FPL. It is necessary to point out that the criteria for approving the membership were very selective and frequently accompanied by a formalistic procedure. Most of the leaders of this organization were formed at that level. More on the periphery were the collaborators who differed from the active collaborators in that while the former submitted to party discipline, the latter only carried out tasks in specific aspects and quite conditioned by their family, friendly, or work commitments. Finally, as we were well aware of the incorporation of the people in the most basic tasks of the war, we also maintained another level, that of occasional collaborators. Anna Maria and the new mass projection. Salvador, as the idea was to introduce everyone to the armed struggle, Anna Maria also participated in some armed actions. Valentin, her incorporation, training, and forging her own supporter mind occurred within a support group in her first 2 years. With her physical limitations, she was a soldier and fighter of the revolution. Let us remember that she was armed to paint walls, to provide security for deliveries, to carry out objective observations. She joined all kinds of clandestine tasks, and in the offensive of 81 she was not abroad, but on the Guazapa hill itself. Furthermore, the confrontation of the masses with the regime and her experience in the FPL gave her a very refined conspiracy. She knew how to properly combine her public tasks with her secret tasks. Salvador, now, analyzing it retrospectively, I consider that it made no sense. It made no sense to risk such a valuable painting? Salvador, it makes no sense to risk a cotter, a mass leader, dying for making a pint or in a distribution of armed propaganda, when the contribution to the revolution can be greater from her own perspective as a leader. Valentine, what happens with Anna Maria is that she was already a mascotter, with greater training than any of us. For the rest, she was a woman dedicated to her revolutionary task. Lullaby, that was her life. I think that in that sense Anna Maria helped us quickly understand that a mascotter can acquire equal or more moral and, with much greater reason, political forging than a clandestine commando cotter. It is natural that this completely renewed the vision and attitude of the leadership, and, with this, the criteria of militancy were modified, which, although they were political military, were highly imbued with the clandestine mentality. The tendency to clandestine was something difficult to overcome in several mascotters. It was necessary to make them understand that their protection and security are the masses, and that a legal cotter brings us 10 times more than an illegal one. Did Anna Maria become General Secretary of Andes? Valentine, she was General Secretary for 2 periods. The first from 63 to 75 and the second from 75 to 77. Do you feel at that moment that if you do not get involved in the mass movement, it could be left without leadership? Valentine, we didn't think that exactly like that, since in reality there was a different movement guided by comrades from the Salvadoran Communist Party, although it seemed to lack front-line articulation and drive in those years. Furthermore, the FAPU was already emerging, which then presented itself as a broad and unitary front and which also had a revolutionary leadership. The mass movement was made up of a set of organizations that we had created: the Union of Rural Workers, UTC, the Union of Slum Residents, UPT, an important part, not all, of the National Association of Educators of El Salvador, Andes, the Revolutionary Secondary School Student Movement, MERS, the embryos of the Revolutionary Trade Union Federation, FSR, and the Christian Federation of Salvadoran Peasants, FECAS, which had great mass influence. More later, university and other associations joined, artists, intellectuals, popular committees, etc. Therefore, it is not that we joined the mass movement at a certain juncture. It happened that between 72 and 74, the base of the organization became the promoter and leader of these sectoral mass movements. Work with the most sensitive sectors. There are many revolutionary organizations that, despite understanding the need to link themselves to the masses, do not achieve it. How do you explain the success achieved by you? Facundo, I think this is because we were able to sense that it was not about working with just any sector, but with the most sensitive ones. We did not seek to do so either with the workers in general, or with the peasants in general, but rather we began on an open level with Andes, the teachers' organization, which was the most combative in the early 70s. Practice showed us that from it we could extend the movement, and that is what happened. Andes played, in fact, a very important role in the organization of the peasants and the secondary school students, who were a very receptive sector, due to the problems they experienced and because of their youth. The students were willing to organize and take to the streets. The same thing happened in the countryside. The situation was explosive due to the entire crisis that was being experienced due to the lack of land to work, of credit, of inputs for production, of problems in the marketing of production, and the low levels of seasonal salaries. There were many expressions of spontaneous rebellion by the masses. We were convinced that this peasantry was a sector sensitive to organization, to mobilization. The university sector was another very sensitive group, and also the population of the popular neighborhoods, especially in the city of San Salvador, Santa Ana, Usulután, and St. Michael. Regarding peasant work, our organization began to influence the Christian Federation of Salvador Peasants, FECAS, one led at that time by the Christian Democracy and the Catholic Church, although the FAPU too had had some influence in it. The effort that was made as FPL was, as we call it, to reorient FECAS. These meant freeing it from the influence of Christian democracy and the previous hierarchy of the Catholic Church and assuming it as an FPL project, trying to separate it from the FAPU. Salvador, While the leadership of FECAS was being disputed, another peasant organization emerged, promoted directly by the FPL, called the Union of Rural Workers, UTC, initially supported by three pillars: Andes, which contributed a lot to the organization of the farmers, the FPL activists who worked there, and the work of the Christians. At that time there were in the countryside, catechists, celebrators of the word, people who had been in confrontation with the regime for a long time, former militants of Christian democracy who, at that point, after the experiences of the electoral frauds of 1972-19,743, they had become radicalized. These peasant organizations, which worked with poor peasants and day laborers, developed under the same project, but each one with its own identity during the first year. Already at the end of 1974 and 1975, both came to be under the leadership of the FPL, although they covered different areas and had their own organic structure. FECAS was developed from its beginning in the departments of San Salvador, Cuscatlán, Caba Nas and La Libertad. On the other hand, the UTC was developed in the departments of San Vicente, Usulután, Quetzaltenango and, to a lesser extent, in San Miguel and Santa Ana I. And what happened to high school students? Valentin, in 74 the AES-2 had re-emerged with very little force, but secondary currents emerged guided by the FPL and the national resistance. The secondary school then entered into a new and continuous mobility. That is clearer since the street marches in 74 against the increase in fares from 10 to 15 cents. I remember that at the beginning of 74 they captured the first high school leader. This happened in Gotera and the boy's name was Raul Carcamo Correas III, originally from San Agustin IV. Mauricio had been active since 73 in a support group. He then went on to reinforce the field subcommittee and fell into the offensive of 81, leading a guerrilla detachment in San Vicente. With him, other high school youth went to reinforce the working class, university, and even the teaching profession itself when they graduated from high school. From there emerged a good number of cadres for the revolution. In the streets they were one of the most active and quite organized elements and, more than once, reckless. They were in the slums, with the peasants, helping, showing solidarity. In some private schools and public institutes, they had reached such strength that they acted as co-authority, finishing things, schedules, suspensions, activities. Of course, the teacher's sympathy was important. Your Achilles heel. It was that its massiveness declined when the holidays arrived. Then only the advanced sector was left until classes restarted in January. It was like starting over. What relationship does this turn towards the masses of 74 have and the new approach towards Christians expressed in the aforementioned letter addressed to the Christian people? Rebecca, without that modification it would have been impossible for us to join the peasant movement. Furthermore, we were wasting a great potential, because the majority of the FPL militants were of Christian extraction. And with what perspective do you insert yourself into the mass movement? Salvador, with the perspective of creating a movement that uses mass violence, although we did not yet have a developed strategy. It must be recognized that we did not manage to develop a well-elaborated insurrectional strategy, neither in those years, nor later in 79 to 80. There was a very general idea of developing mass violence, accompanying that effort with actions of armed struggle, something more or less like this. Valentin, but it should be added that, even with insufficiencies and failed plans, we placed emphasis on linking the military line with the demands of the masses. With this thought we completely and permanently oriented the guerrilla and militia line. That was an educational factor for the military commission of that time, and naturally for the entire organization. Was that line of turning to the masses an opinion shared by Marshall? Salvador, yes. By the time of 1974 we were all convinced of that, and if we had not adopted that criterion the commandos would not have grown. We grew up in the midst of the rise of the mass movement that then began to take place, because we took that line, if we had not remained isolated. I understand that Felipe Pina directs the FPL just at the moment in which it was decided to create the Popular Revolutionary Bloc, because at that moment Marshall was not there, is that correct? Salvador, when Marshall was somewhat ill in 1975, and left the management of the organization provisionally in the hands of Felipe Pina, he made great contributions to the conception of our strategy and to all the theory that we developed in that period of the beginnings of our incorporation into the mass movement and regarding our military theory. How long was Felipe at the head of the organization? Salvador, about 6 months. It was during the period in which the Roque Dalton incident occurred. Felipe tried to help resolve that situation. At that juncture, the ERPRN issue occurred, which led to the separation of the latter. The organization tried to play a mediating role in that circumstance through Felipe, since Felipe had great respect within the organization, but also outside of the FPL. Valentin, Felipe directed for a short period. The rest of the time, Marshall or Felix were responsible, although the specialized management of the entire mass area was in the hands of the National Commission. What happened to Felipe Pina? Valentin, on August 16, 1975, an accident occurred in the residence he occupied. This was in the vicinity of the Santa Anita neighborhood. Firefighters came to put out a fire in a small warehouse. After turning it off, rum was removed. But we don't know if there was something in particular that caught their attention, or if it was just a matter of routine. The police came to investigate. In that house there were a couple of weapons, and in the FPL we have always had the slogan that when the enemy appears at a revolutionary place, the guerrilla opens fire to avoid falling alive. That's what Ursula and Felipe did. In the combat his companion was seriously injured. The enemy at that point had surrounded the house. Ursula continued fighting and left dragging Felipe's body along the sidewalk. They covered themselves with a gun. Felipe was a very tall man and Ursula was a skinny girl. She dragged him for several meters, while she was wounded, until she fell, struck down by the enemy's bullets. Her body covered that of her partner. The heroism of these two young people shocked the population and the youth. The political military cadres attested to that motto that was sworn from the beginning, revolution or death. That is why the group of battalions that we built in the north of the country was later called the Felipe Pina Mendoza Brigade. How did Felipe Pina get started and what were his contributions to the organization? Valentin, human sensitivity is being born to Felipe in his house. His father was a rebel soldier, his sisters were revolutionaries. Social and political sensitivity began to take shape in the social Christian youth, back in the year 70. He fought with his comrade Lito Arce I. In 1971 they had created an organization called the Radical Left Movement, MIR, starting mainly from the university. Later he would be recruited to the FPL by Vladimir Humana Santamaria, Ferrum. Felipe was from the beginning a selfless and talented man in political military work. He quickly became one of the organization's top leaders. His contribution comes from there. Taking stock a little, I believe that his contributions were given at the organizational, military, and ideological levels. Felipe was a companion of impressive activism, and it could practically be said that he was one of the founders of peasant work, worker, university, and even high school work, although in this last sector he would work less. He also inaugurated work in the slums. Simultaneously, Felipe stood out as the main military leader of the organization, showing great skill in organizing things and achieving them. He directed some of the main operations of that time. He made theoretical contributions in the development of some support materials. But above all there was one very special thing about him, his irreverence towards formalisms and the entire dogmatic liturgy that reigned in the organization. In the midst of that severity of the buses, he ironized all the solemnities. He was simple, but sharp, he was always happy, and frequently caused a stir in those secret meetings, because of one of his political agendas. He had a fraternal spirit, but also very critical towards the so-called system of real socialism and the few old people that we could glimpse in the distance. I remember that he was the first who began to visualize the need to later form some type of organs of popular power. He said that it could be done even if we had not completely broken down the power of reaction. Later he materialized these ideas in the promotion of popular powers that have been organs of self-management and struggle, very typical of the masses. It should be remembered now that for the conversion of the FPL into a party, Felipe contributed with an entirely self-critical and crude vision in the face of weaknesses, but very offensive in the sense of always focusing on the need for internal changes, in the projection of provide the people with a much more powerful instrument of struggle and move the revolution forward. You mentioned the FAPU, as I understand it, it arose as an initiative of the ERP. Salvador, yes, it arose as an initiative of the ERP in a broad front project. Why did you later create the Popular Revolu Bloc? Shanari, if the FAPU already existed? Salvador, due to differences in the conception of the front. In the discussions there was no agreement. The idea of the FAPU was that of a broad anti-fascist front, because it was maintained that fascism was the main enemy. We were talking about a revolutionary united front. And what difference was there between one conception and the other? Salvador, if we look at it from today's perspective, the FAPU was a revolutionary front. The only thing that was proposed was from the perspective of expanding, with the idea of forming a broad anti-fascist front. I do not rule out that our retreat had something to do with that evil of the organization that was avant-garde. We did not accept that others took the initiative. But I think that the underlying explanation was our conception of the front. We were thinking about forming a mass revolutionary front, with a classist projection. We proposed that sectors of the working class, the peasantry, the middle layers and revolutionary intellectuals, of Christians, but that this front had to be hegemonized by the worker-peasant alliance that was the cross that sanctified it. Valentin, in the first half of 1974, we developed in the National Commission of the Masses, CONAMAS, the first integrative guideline of the thoughts, experiences, and organizational strength that we already had. It was called the Revolutionary Front of Popular Unity, FRUP. It was originally conceived as a joint effort with the ERP. This document fell into the hands of the enemy when the National Guard raided the apartment occupied by Comrade Felix, a member of the Central Command. There may have been communication, methodological problems, and misunderstandings in relationships. But above all, what prevailed was the purpose of each of the two organizations so that things would happen in times and in ways that suited the partial interest of each one. At least in that clandestine situation that we lived in, we felt that the FAPU had gained an unexpected speed for us. Looking at things carefully now, we realize that indeed that was already an appropriate moment to take the first steps. In this, the comrades of the national resistance, who at that time were still part of the ERP, and also other political sectors that were receptive to that situation, were more sensitive. We, despite already having an important combination of forces in motion, believed that we were not sufficiently prepared for a launch that transcended beyond the limits of the work that the two political military organizations had in 1974. In essence, what happened was that we were not prepared politically and ideologically to find a unified solution to that situation. We were convinced that in almost all the broad front schemes that had been previously configured, the abajadaries had been relegated in their interests for the simple reason that they had not consolidated their own field of forces, that the revolutionary alliance was not well articulated and fired up. And, therefore, other non-revolutionary sectors often ate the errand. We were well aware of the idea that first we had to create, outline, consolidate, and develop a popular revolutionary alliance that would have the worker-peasant alliance as its center and base. And we identified it within the FPL as a united front of the popular revolution towards socialism. But we thought that, once the waters were demarcated in this way, and when the political correlation was more favorable to us, the Popular Revolutionary Alliance could open with complete certainty to a greater social and political confluence that could include sectors of the same bourgeoisie. We instruct all our bases in these guidelines. As you can see, it was a line that was marked by the setbacks and disappointments of a much earlier past, and that, in the face of the needs of the process that we ourselves were helping to unleash, that policy and that mentality became narrow and sectarian. It was a policy based on a rather mechanistic staging approach that denoted inhibition of political reflexes. How did they begin to form the new front? Valentine, we began by bringing together the leadership of the different popular sectors that, until that moment, had had a simultaneous, but parallel, development. Open coordination began, although not totally public. Anna Maria was the main reference. Since she did not have a name, people in the mass movement began to become familiar with her, as the block of organizations. That name became so popular that people took a liking to it and acquired its own political importance. As the movement was coordinated, it increased its strength, drive, and combativeness 100-fold. We in the Mass Commission only fill in its name as the Popular Revolutionary Bloc. But in the end, the emergence of the FAPU and the BPR were linked and almost continuous. Its genesis had been simultaneous. What happened was that we prepared a formal launch in the streets, of the BPR, a little after the FAPU. At that point, the BPR brought together leaders who were very, very close to the base. The daily problems of the masses were handled. Start from immediate interests to lead the movement to a confrontation with the government. Valentine, of course, and within the organization we have always believed that this is the greatest lesson we have learned from the revolution. Revolutionary consciousness, the notion of profound democratic transformations and the path and methods to achieve them, is not a starting point. This knowledge is acquired, consolidated, and elevated in the daily struggle and in the confrontation with the enemy. With Ursula we developed a slogan for high school students at the end of 1974 that said consciousness is acquired and victory is achieved only by fighting. This can give you an idea of the orientations that led to the birth of the BPR. This is the beginning. We raise awareness, identify and always start from the most felt needs of the masses. Talk to them about what worries them most. Anna Maria worked day after day to unravel the interest of the masses, translate it into flags and bring it to debate within them, so that from there it would re-emerge as a demand, movement, and protest. Those were authentic flags. Within the FPL, the management was incisive about this, they were always highlighting it. As part of this line, the other two aspects that were developed at the political level were, that of an agile and broad propaganda movement, and a line of internal education towards cadres, especially peasants, but also community leaders, workers, students, teachers. Here again, Anna Maria played an important role. Strategically, its objective was, to develop an expanding mass movement with growing combativeness. This was the pillar and with that we went ahead. When did the Popular Revolutionary Bloc emerge? Facundo, the bloc, although conceived before, was publicly launched on August 6, 1975, in a very busy situation. Which was generated on July 30, 1975, when the army intervened in the Western University Center of the National University. In response to this military intervention, that same day there was a student march and the army launched the full weight of repression on it. It was the Social Security Massacre 1, with the use of tanks and guard riflemen. In reaction to this repression, people took over the Metropolitan Cathedral in San Salvador. Around that takeover, which brought together thousands of people, the Popular Revolutionary Bloc was publicly launched, which was already a fact. What are the organizations that initially constitute it? Facundo, the BPR was initially made up of the UR19, UTC, Andes, FECAS, the Revolutionary Secondary Student Movement, MERS, and a small organization of slum residents, UPT. It was a revolutionary mass front project that included exclusively masses organized by the FPL. This new organization was theoretically conceived as a movement, as a block of forces that had to develop, achieve great organizational and mobilization capacity and, as we told you, on the basis of being powerful, strong, it could consider alliances with other sectors. It was never conceived that the BPR could enter into an alliance with another similar front in its first phase of development. Nor did anyone define when, from a political point of view, this goal could be achieved. The theory of the three rings that Marshall spoke of, the first ring made up of a vanguard nucleus, then the ring made up of the mass revolutionary front and, finally, the third ring, the broad front. Salvador, that was what was proposed, but the problem was what to understand by broad front conception. The bloc is. It proposed a broad front, but it only intended to integrate, in addition to urban and agricultural workers, middle classes, and revolutionary intellectual sectors. We clung to some schemas and some categorizations. Furthermore, what was sought was for the other fronts to recognize the bloc as the vanguard, on the basis that it was a very powerful mass organization and, therefore, had the right to hegemonize. Was the bloc-FPL relationship public? Facundo, no. No. Facundo, no, although the revolutionaries knew her. And the enemy too. Facundo, the enemy had that information, but had no way to prove the relationship. Was it semi-clandestine conduction? Facundo, yes. Methods to mobilize the masses. 6. I understand that the bloc had great lucidity to lead the popular movement. He knew how to start from his immediate demands to lead them towards increasingly combative forms of struggle. Could you briefly explain to me how you did this? Were you inspired by any revolutionary experience? Facundo, to give you an example, in the case of Fecas, they actually worked with an approach that was quite attached to what the peasant interest is. On the one hand, we take into account their most heartfelt demands, especially the conquest of land for the peasants, the problem of wages in the harvesting of coffee, cotton, and sugar cane. And, on the other hand, we worked from the knowledge that it was a Christian basis. We make an effort with the peasant to integrate both things, respect their Christian tradition and, at the same time, mobilize them for what their economic and social demands were and are. Our approach consisted of developing the demands that arose sectoral level, whether in the field or among secondary schools. At that time, high school students played a very important shock role. More than university students. Facundo, yes, much higher than that of the university students, because the movement had a much more massive, much more national character. The high school student movement existed in all departments or, at least, in most of them. The masters. Others played a prominent role in the organization of this sector. Secondary school had its own movement. Was this secondary student movement controlled by the FPL? Facundo, yes, it was the revolutionary secondary student movement, which I had already mentioned to you before. After the peasant organizations, the most shocking people there were the high school youth, for two things, because of their combativeness and because of how massive the movement was. The MERS polled one quite a student base. Secondary had its own demands, the field, theirs. The same thing happened with the teaching profession. And the bloc tried to raise the main demands of each of the sectors and others that were not exactly those of certain groups, but more common, more global to the entire popular sphere. For example, the problem of the high cost of living, taxes, salaries, water, the problems of market vendors, as well as the repressive methods suffered by women who dedicated themselves to selling on the streets as the only alternative to survival. How did they manage to elevate the struggle from immediate demands to confrontations against the regime? Facundo, in the case of poor farmers wishing to obtain land to be able to work, they were instructed to submit a request to rent that land to its owner and to the government at an equal price. This was done in concentrations with assemblies and marches, but since both the landowner and the government generally refused to accept their demands, even though in many cases they were vacant lands, it was explained to the peasants that the peaceful roads had been exhausted. Legally, there was no other solution than to actually take those lands and defend them. Consequently, mass land seizures took place. Hundreds, thousands of people participated in land seizures that we carried out in San Vicente, Yazolotan, Cabanas, and San Salvador, and that they had enormous support from the rest of the population, from teachers, from high school students. There were hundreds of colleagues who spent every day supporting those shots. And what was the army doing in the meantime? Facundo, it was not the same everywhere, because there were places where the army attacked with greater cruelty and killed people. This is what happened in 1978 with the clashes in Aguilars, Chinchorro, and Cabanas. In Chinchorro, when the army arrived they fought it with guns and stones, but it momentarily managed to push back the comrades who then charged again, to take the land again. And so that shot was maintained. The army arrived, marayud, shot at the people, fiercely they stood firm. Until the time came when they even went in with tanks to evict them. However, and despite the repression, there were land seizures that continued until the offensive of '81 began. Of course, this method led to a direct confrontation with the government, with the landowners, and that helped the people realize that the government was a defender of the landowners, that it had no interest in the peasants having access to the land. I understand that this attitude of the government created great explosiveness in the countryside. Facundo, that's right. The situation was so explosive in the countryside that there were peasants who, on the coffee farms, blew off the boss's head when he robbed them at the scale, when he stole their salary. There were even signs on some farms that said, Chalaticos are not given work too, because they were seen as rebels, for not allowing themselves to be dominated by the bosses. There was also a spontaneous attitude to rebel and not pay the credits of the Agricultural Development Bank. If the bank threatened to seize their farm, the horse, the house, which was what they had as collateral, then they had no choice but to decide to lose everything or to seek the unity of the peasants who were in that situation to fight against seizure. In addition to the ground seizures, were there other seizures? Facundo, yes, seizures of ministries, factories, schools, churches. For example, between August and September 1977, a campaign was carried out to demand improvements in salaries, food, and medical care for seasonal workers. These demands were totally rejected by the employers, the Ministry of Labor and the government. Then we proceeded, on November 7, to take over the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. We carried out a march of approximately 10,000 people. We took the route of the Ministry Street, we went there and kept it taken over for 72 hours with thousands of organized and unorganized people around the takeover, despite the police cordon and of the patrol cars and tanks that they installed surrounding the area. The mobilization was carried out around the motto, 11 colones, rice, tortillas, and beans. That was the slogan with which we took on the ministry, with which we defended it and with which we achieved the support of the people. And since the peasants had gone to the assembly, to the Ministry of Labor, everywhere to win their demands and nothing had been resolved, it was evident to everyone that there was no other way. Could you give an example of the takeover of a factory? Facundo, the one I remember best was the takeover of the La Constancia and La Tropical bottlers, which are the ones that manufacture the beers and soft drinks, and which belong to one of the oligarchic families. The capture was made only after the enemy had denied any possibility of resolving any of the demands. It was carried out with factory workers and won with support from other sectors. The enemy proceeded to completely militarize the entire bottling plant area and try to capture or kill the people inside. It was then that the people threatened that if they intervened they would burn La Constancia and La Tropical, even if they themselves had to die there. Those were million-dollar companies. Faced with this threat, the army and the police surrounded the entire area, but the people set up a fence over their fence. That was day and night. And it was not just an organized mass, it was a mass from all over that came there to insult the police, to throw stones at them and to give militant support. High school students fought for the reduction of the fee 1 and against the repressive policy promoted by the government. The modality that was practiced was similar. The starting point was to present the lawsuits through peaceful legal means until it was demonstrated to the students that the problem could not be resolved in that way, and then they moved on to take over the institute. The most important thing about all these actions was that they were massive in nature and that people were fully aware that what they were doing was the right thing. That gave them a lot of firmness. And if their companions were murdered, what would they do? Facundo, if a comrade was killed in the field, we sought to move as many people as possible, whether from the department, the region, or the locality, to mount a march of repudiation the day we were going to bury him. In the attack that the police carried out on a rally we had in the Plaza Huaya, in San Salvador, they murdered a fellow worker named Valdez. We took him out, already dying, and we took him to the cathedral. We took this place as a forum for denunciation, for condemnation, and we turned it into a great center of concentration, of refuge. The next day, we held a huge march to the cemetery and there was a confrontation with the police. We were able to respond to him, because at that point we already had some GR1 organized groups of the town with Molotov cocktails, with clubs, with rubber slings, the one used to kill birds, and some firearms, shotguns. The police tried to capture a classmate who was a teacher and we took her away from her. Pure club. Afterwards they surrounded us in the cemetery, we jumped on the other side and led the way to the university. In addition to the modalities of struggle already mentioned, the bloc developed others such as the one aimed at ensuring the permanent seizure of the streets. The slogan was, "The streets are ours," and we always tried to stay in them. I'm not just referring to San Salvador, we also did it throughout the country where we had an organization. Later, in the face of the government's repressive policy, which we needed to unmask before the eyes of the world, we proceeded to take over religious centers, parishes, to turn them into centers of denunciation, and, at the same time, we moved on to the relatively peaceful seizure of embassies. Several times we took over the embassies of France, Venezuela, Panama, Costa Rica, and others. It was not a military action, but rather a takeover with the masses. Based on demands? Facundo, based on demands, but more based on demanding the cessation of repression and to condemn certain repressive acts, massacres, torture, etc., or to demand the freedom of colleagues who were imprisoned or to clarify the situation of disappeared comrades. That is to say, it was not a function of repression in general, but of the repression that moved that group in particular. Facundo, that's how it was. If a land seizure was repressed, then efforts were made to organize, with peasants and the support of other groups, the seizure of a church, an embassy, to denounce, condemn and demand that the government speak out against this repressive action. To give you an idea, in April or May of '79 he captured me. They ran one to me and days before they had captured 3 other leaders. The demand that was made on that occasion was very specific, the freedom of the 4. Only another companion and I were free, the other 2 disappeared. On that occasion, the cathedral, the Venezuelan embassy, the French embassy, and the Panamanian embassy were taken over to demand our freedom. And in addition to all that, a number of street actions were carried out. The enemy could no longer stand them. I understand that you took over the French embassy again in 1979. What motivated that takeover? Facundo, the repressive action after the massacre in the Metropolitan Cathedral to repudiate and demand the freedom of some comrades who were imprisoned. Why did they choose the French embassy? Facundo, because it was not the same that they evicted you from the Costa Rican embassy as that they wanted to evict you from the French embassy. The seizure of the embassy was not a military action, but a mass one. We selected a group of fellow students, 3 from the National University and 1 from the Central American University. We looked in the French dictionary to find out what date was celebrated in France and we found there a date without much significance, but which still served. We made a letter with an envelope addressed to the ambassador with his name and everything. The 4 girls, well dressed and made up, showed up at the embassy with a bouquet of flowers, saying that they were going to see the ambassador to congratulate him on the anniversary of that date that was celebrated in France. Thus they managed to enter and the ambassador came out to receive them. The person in charge of the group told the ambassador, "Look, this is a peaceful takeover." Meanwhile, another of the companions signaled to the rest of the people who were waiting around the corner to come in. And the people entered between the two police officers who were guarding the embassy and stayed there. That was the modality with which we acted. We never took the route of weapons. Another thing is that we had armed people. I think that of these companions only 2 were armed. But they didn't even threaten with weapons. Facundo, one of them, showed the weapon as a deterrent, so that they would be taken seriously, because they were women and any man who was in the group could become emboldened and act against them. As you can see, the bloc had a policy that consisted of seeking to coordinate what was the struggle for demands from the legal route to the de facto route, and, at the same time, trying to ensure that no one bowed their head in the face of threats, in the face of blackmail, in the face of repression. It was about turning each repressive coup into a counter-coup, into a counter-attack against the government. And we achieved it. Now, you found then an impressive capacity for mobilization, convening and the people's decision to take action. Nobody hesitated. The day when it was said, "There is a comrade imprisoned, we must take over embassies, we must carry out mobilizations in the streets," everyone joined in for the required actions. There were people who, when it was necessary to go to a mobilization in San Salvador, since they did not have resources, walked 70 kilometers, between round trips, to go and take the bus much further ahead. These comrades practically dedicated 3 days to a mobilization, 1 day to go to the place, another day participating in the mobilization and the other day for the return, since they had to walk to the cantons. One could see in all of them a spirit of decision, of sacrifice, enormous. Were those people who were mobilizing basically from the countryside? Facundo, the majority were peasants. The rest were students, workers, teachers, residents of marginal neighborhoods. The teaching sector already mobilized fewer people in recent years. In general, he was quite mobile when it came to own demands, but less so when support had to be given to other sectors or for political demands. Was the contribution of the middle class scarce? Facundo, yes, it was small. Did they manage to mobilize the working class? Facundo, we never managed to develop a large labor movement. In San Salvador a relatively small labor movement was organized. In total between San Salvador, San Miguel, Zacatecalica, and Santa Ana, 5% were able to take to the streets. And to what do you attribute that the working class, usually defined as the vanguard of the struggle in Latin America, in countries like El Salvador has mobilized in such a small way? Facundo, at the beginning of 1970, there was important support in the Andes strikes, as well as in the steel strikes in 1968 and 1967, but later, the working class was not the most combative. This role was played by the teaching profession, without a doubt. And why is this? Because in fact you say that there was a great economic crisis and, therefore, this must have affected the workers, the salaried workers. The fear of dismissal, given the scarcity of employment, must have played a role. Facundo, we must begin by saying that the working class in El Salvador has never had a high development, and not only that, but at that time it was greatly influenced by reformism that led it with a very bureaucratic style. Then, on our part, we applied a very sectarian policy within the labor movement that, practically, was a clash against everything. That prevented, in our case, a higher level of incorporation and the search for class unity. And that happened to all of us. It happened to the Communist Party, to the FAPU, although to a lesser extent, because it was the organization that managed to develop the most important labor movement at that time. It was the organization that had the greatest capacity to bring together. I understand that he managed to lead the strategic sectors of the working class. Facundo, yes, electricity and ports. That was where it had the greatest capacity for convocation and mobilization. Our policy with the working class was very sectarian. There were many unions that, although they were influenced by the Yankees, by Christian democracy and by the government itself, could have been won with a more flexible policy. In reality, we very much cling to the fact that these were corrupt leaders, but we never made an effort to try to reach that mass and its leaders, since not all of them were corrupt. There were honest, redeemable leaders and people there, and this was later demonstrated in practice. Our myopia was demonstrated when, on the occasion of the election of a union leadership in one of the most strategic unions of that period, the construction union, our people, without guidance from the FPL, proposed one of our colleagues as general secretary, and he was about to win. It had never occurred to us that one could work in that pro-Yankee-oriented union. Its previous general secretary was a Yankee employee. That experience made us see that if we had prepared ourselves to promote our approaches to struggle there and our colleagues to assume the leadership of the union, with all the people we had in the assembly, we would have achieved the reorientation of this union, where, until that moment, the North American current of free unionism had great weight. Valentine, dragging all these weaknesses, we managed, however, to create a federation of workers, the Revolutionary Trade Union Federation, FSR, which stood out for its high combativity and for the constant promotion of demands in its workplaces. The FSR urged the labor movement towards measures of action. He carried out numerous seizures of factories in San Salvador. Among them, the Textiles Leon factory, La Constancia, and La Tropical, already mentioned by Facundo, in Santa Ana, the Indeca factory. There were also shots in other places in the metropolitan area. His greatest weakness was the hegemonism with which he acted within the popular movement and the sectarian vision of it. These types of apparently radical attitudes are not radical to the extent that they weaken the workers' struggle and divide the movement. Resistance to unity of action, like the insufficient and timid efforts that we sometimes make to unite the popular classes as a single group, are an unequivocal system of the immaturity of the movement, of a poor sense of radically. That requires the fight for change in society. Facundo, however, I want to tell you that we mobilized many people, particularly in the neighborhoods. In '78, we formed what we called popular committees, which operated in neighborhoods, especially in San Salvador, where people organized for demands for health, water, for the high cost of living and against the repressive policy of the heirs. Or the government. A lot of base is mobilized there. When you say that people mobilized from the neighborhoods, are you telling me that the workers did not mobilize in their unions, but they did mobilize for neighborhood demands? Facundo, look, there we moved everything, including workers. I'm interested in knowing this, because one of the things we are trying to elucidate is whether the fact of being a salaried employee today is almost a privilege, because the unemployment is growing, and that means that the worker does not take risks in the workplace, because we think that there are objective conditions that make the mobilization of the working class much more difficult when compared to the rest of the social sectors. Facundo, I think that is evident. That is the objective condition that the enemy exploits the most, the government and the employers. In El Salvador there is a deliberate policy on the part of the employers who say, look, here for each one who does not behave as he should, for each worker who is gista, agitator, and for us to throw them out, there are 3, there are 5, there are 10 who are waiting for that job. That is a concrete policy of blackmail, of pressure, of threats, that hits, not so much in the head as in the stomach of the people. But it also ends up hitting the head. Nowadays, in El Salvador, that is what is exploited the most and, as I already told you, it is deliberately exploited by the government and the employers. There are many people who know that they risk their jobs by getting involved in agitation in their workplace. And is not for less. Just think about the thousands of people fired for getting involved in union organizations, and sometimes, simply, for having organized a strike or strike. They have done this in the drinking water, electricity, and social security companies. In short, there are hundreds and hundreds of workers laid off, and they use that as a dissuasive factor with other companies, to tell them, did you see the example of Social Security, 240 fired, and what, that of Enda 1, 220 fired, and what, that of the banks, 250 fired, and what? All this is reason enough for many people to prefer to collaborate from their neighborhood rather than from their workplace. In clandestine and non-public support? Facundo, yes, a more clandestine type of participation. In the neighborhoods we also incorporated many people from the Christian communities. I believe that that was what enabled us to achieve greater development in the work of the neighborhoods. We had people who joined the popular committees through Christians. Another group that participated a lot there were market vendors and street vendors. Regarding what you said about mobilizing the most sensitive sectors, I find it very interesting that as a political military organization they did not recruit for war, but to promote the organization and radicalization of those sectors. I tell you this, for National Administration of Aqueducts and Sewers. That this did not happen in other political military movements in Latin America, which detected the most advanced cadres, removed them from mass work and took them to the guerrilla. Why did you not have that policy? Facundo, we started from the idea that by developing a broad and powerful radicalized mass movement, determined to change, we were going to have not just 1, 10, but thousands of combatants, and hundreds of cadres trained in that field. And, indeed, we got them. What happens is that, from the point of view of the leadership, we were not able to direct this process along the insurrectionary course that precisely had to take place, when at the end of 79 and beginning of 80 the situation of power arose. So, who was recruited for the guerrilla? Facundo, those comrades who had participated in self-defense were transferred to the militias and the guerrillas recruited from the militia. But there were very few people, in relative terms, as I told you before. Later, cadres who were in the leadership of the masses, at different levels, began to be transferred to the guerrilla. But I believe that this was done late, very slowly, and with a lot of schematism and bureaucratism. I understand that the FPL achieve a strong influence on the peasantry. Why is this? Valentin, I think it is due to a certain political sensitivity that was had to go into the field, in the first place. But, in addition, to the effort that was put into finding the appropriate methodologies for rural work, and even to the sacrifices that dozens and dozens of cadres, who were scattered in the countryside, were willing to make, to fulfill the missions that the revolution entrusted to them, students, boys and girls, teachers, Christians, priests, etc. This was quite a movement. Other sectors were also interested in awakening the sleeping giant. Salvador, the Christian movement had strong work in the countryside, which is why the bases that were built there were Christian. Many of the activists were celebrators of the word one. As many of us came from the Christian social sector, or from the Central American University, and we had all had some kind of previous social practice linked to the work of the Catholic Church, with that experience it was easy for us to know how to reach the peasantry. And for certain, when did that peasant work begin? Valentin, the first contacts date back to the year 72. They were groups of active collaborators, then commandos, and, from there, an infinite number of support groups, new collaborators, and many inorganic sympathizers located in rural communities. We managed to have work in the departments of Santa Ana, San Miguel, Quetzaltenango, Zacatecalica, La Paz. The situation of 74 already demanded from us a number of cadres formed among the same peasantry that we did not have. In reality, we had formed peasant cadres, but their numbers were small compared to the needs. Two tasks were urgent at the first moment: massive and territorial expansion and the formation of solid peasant cadres. So, to meet these needs, the organization concentrated almost all its strength that year within Christian groups, seminarians, and lay people to reinforce this work. These cadres responded well and their work was fruitful. They all grew in ideological and political experience. The struggle alongside the farm workers transformed them into solid and integral revolutionaries. Among those who went to break the Brina to join the peasantry, I remember several companions such as Ruth, Cora, Eugenia, and Virginia Pina, all from the Central Committee, and companions such as Javier and Jesus Rojas, in addition to dozens of others, many of them who gave their lives or lost their freedom, fulfilling their tasks. In the peasant struggles of these years, 1972 to 1974, they fell. Some peasant paintings. The first was Comrade Felix I, at the end of 1973. He was an indigenous comrade from the Para Central Front, with foolproof revolutionary convictions. In 1974 the second peasant leader and second political military cadre of the countryside fell, near Leon de Piedra, San Vicente. His nom de guerre was Tamash and his legal name was Mauricio Climaco Alvarez. That man left the road strewn with revolutionaries. I think we understood the historical significance that the field movement was going to have, which is why we did not hesitate to appoint a strong and appropriate leadership team for its original leadership. The first team was made up of Chico, Eva, and Tono, supported by the teams that were emerging, as well as intermediate and grassroots groups. The work was already a very complex diagram with immense ramifications and hundreds of colleagues. I remember that subcommittee grew to the point of becoming a super commission of the field, given the volume and importance of its work. There was a certain understanding of the different layers called to be the active subjects of the movement in the countryside: agricultural proletarians, poor or semi-proletarian peasants, middle peasants, and some rich peasants. Training of activists based on natural leadership and the methodology for popular education. And the activists, how were they formed? Facundo, that valuable effort of having formed a huge contingent of peasant activists, was supported by teachers and some university students. They worked with the celebrators of the word and the most recognized community leaders. With the natural leaders of those communities. Facundo, yes, with natural leaders, both at the Christian level and at the community level. These people had been standing out, because they moved to try to find solutions to people's specific problems. Many had been leaders of Christian democracy, who already at that time were in a skeptical attitude, of discontent, of disillusionment. They felt mocked and were looking for an alternative fight. I can give you my personal example. I came to the movement through two routes, let's put it this way: 1, because I was a Christian democracy activist since I was little, and then, through the cooperative movement promoted by the church that I had joined. In this way I began to connect with peasant organizations. That was also the story of most of us. Many of us came from the ranks of the Christian Democrats. We were people who had already lost all hope of finding an alternative solution through that party. We were people who had developed our human and social consciousness from the Christian movement. The others were natural leaders of different peasant communities. What methods did they use to train these activists? Facundo, the fundamental training of the activist was his relationship with the masses, with the bases, to identify with their needs and from there, manage to attract them towards a willingness to organize and mobilize in the concrete struggle for their interests. But political ideological training was also important. They tried to get them to participate in seminars, in assemblies. We made enormous efforts to set up seminars. There was practically not a single week in which there was not a seminar. What content did those seminars have? Facundo, fundamentally, it was about explaining the reality of the country, the question of the oligarchy, the characteristics of the government, the dictatorships, the existing political forces and the assessment we made of them. After these explanations, we proposed what we called the fighting alternative. When talking about political forces, was there a criticism of the Communist Party? Facundo, yes, the Communist Party was normally criticized for the role they played in the electoral framework. That was, without a doubt, the point of greatest confrontation. The bloc's position on this was clear. Voters to the garbage dump. Elections equal reaction were the most used slogans. The FAPU was also criticized. The argument was reduced to saying, they are hesitant, they are indecisive, they are this, that, but in reality, there was no underlying political argument to attack him. But of course, since it was a force that we saw as competitive with our alternative, we had to combat it in ideological terms. I understand that in that work with the peasants you used a methodology that was based on the interests of the group with which what they worked, what they investigated, what was the reality in which they lived, and from there they began to do political education work, which contrasts with the methodology that the left used to use in Latin America at that time, which started in the opposite direction. They developed a line and then they were going to apply it. How did you arrive at this methodology? Salvador, we were incorporating the most advanced people, and the leaders of each sector. For example, Marshall was a labor leader. It was easy for him to reach the people, repeating a little the method of starting from the needs of the different sectors to raise the political consciousness of the people and enable their incorporation. That was the method. Valentin, the most important thing was the orientation of the organization in the sense of identifying and interpreting the most afflictive problems of the peasantry and raising it as a flag of organization and struggle. That method is very clear in Lenin, but those who proclaimed themselves Leninists in Latin America at that time did not do this and, however, you did. So I wonder, didn't Paulo Freire's methodology, the methodology of what has been called popular education, have some influence on you? Salvador, Freire influenced us a lot. We really practiced a lot with his method in the field and with the method that the Church used in its work of social projection through justice and peace, with that of the base Christian communities. So what was happening? You arrived there, to a community, and they immediately gave you a promoter course, in group dynamics, how, for example, to have a conversation around a record, a book, a movie. That forced you to understand what was happening in that place and in the thoughts of those people. Some of us had training of this type. The experience that Dimas Alas and Marshall bring is of a different nature, more. It was an orientation and a social projection that the Catholic Church developed in El Salvador and other Latin American countries. Linked to the situation of the strikes, the factories, the struggle for demands in the sector, the organization and mobilization of the labor movement. There were different experiences. I don't think there was a single pattern. Added to this is the methodology of the work of the Andes teachers. But specifically, peasant work was greatly influenced by the methodology used by Christians who were in favor of the social projection of the Church, by liberation theology, the Church's popular education notebooks and Freire's method. We relied on all of this. Felipe Pina had links with a sector of seminarians linked to the UCA that had advanced thinking, the Christian movement, that's what it was called. On the other hand, we also had links and relationships with priests, who had cooperated with the commandos and had joined the support groups. Valentin, perhaps it is worth saying that our work groups in the field were supported by valuable materials from other experiences in Latin America. In general, they did not copy the manuals, but rather they prepared a variety of materials in rustic fascicles, spreads, pages, seminar programs, and work with the bases, but already incorporating that revolutionary intention. Back to the seminars. You said in turn that the fundamental content of them focused on an analysis of the country. It seems very interesting to me that you have started the training with seminars on the national reality, because many organizations on the left start in the opposite direction. They do so from classic texts, or rather, from manuals. Wasn't Marxism taught there? Facundo, in what would be the first level, no. Already at what could be a second level, yes, especially when it came to leaders of the organization at the regional and national level. And what materials did they use? Facundo, for example, all these books of yours about the class struggle were used. The popular education notebooks that we made during the Allende government? Facundo, yes, those same ones. We also used materials from Mao in relation to management methods and work at the base, and also other materials on dialectical materialism, historical materialism. These were elementary questions. They did not delve into the terrain of Marxism. We looked for in theory what could serve the specific needs that we had at the time. Can you estimate how many people went through those initial seminars? Facundo, I couldn't tell you exactly, but there were hundreds. There must have been hundreds. There were seminars at different levels, national, regional, departmental, local, and at the grassroots level. The people who attended were not professional people who were involved in management structures or officials of the organization. They were not imported people, but people who lived there, in the community, in the union, in the cooperative. He was the promoter of the Christian movement in the community. That also gave us a great ability to capture what people thought, what people wanted. To all this we must add that it was possible to imbue the work with a very high attitude of enthusiasm, initiative, and revolutionary fervor. 90% of the contingent of activists were young people ranging from 16 to 22 years old. Most of us were within those ages. Were there many university activists? Facundo, no, the university student movement was a small front. Most of the activists who supported the work in the field came from the teaching profession, the Christian movement, and some were students. The peasant organizations had their own cadres, their own activists. Many NDA militants became promoters of the peasant organization in the canton or municipality. All of this contributed a lot to his development, because the people were very receptive, because they had very fresh in their consciousness all the struggle that Andes had carried out and the conquests it had achieved. The organizational structure of the bloc. 8. How was the bloc organized? You told me that it was not known how many militants they had. Facundo, the bloc was the set of all mass organizations and each organization had its own organizational forms. I'm going to give you an example. The peasants were organized in 3 ways, by communities, by place of residence and by workplace. This is the organization modality of the Federation of Farm Workers. In each municipality there was an FDC board that brought together representatives of all the cantons that were organized, and each canton had its own board of directors made up of 5 to 6 colleagues. Then there was the canton assembly, which was the entire organized base, which could range from 15 to 200 people, the average being between 60 and 80. Then came the regional organization, which brought together the municipal directorates. We had a regional organization, which brought together the municipal directorates. We had a regional organization in Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, Cabanas, part of the north of San Salvador, Yazolotan, Santa Ana. These, in turn, had their national direction and there was an FDC council that was the highest direction. Why in the case of the peasants was this regional structure chosen and not the organization by sectors, that of salaried workers, that of settlers, that of temporary workers, etc.? 159. Facundo, because if you organized the poor peasantry in their place of residence, right there you had organized 70% of those who were semi-proletarians, who emigrated to cut coffee, cotton. On the farms, as settlers, few people lived. For example, a farm that had about 200 hectares had 30 people as permanent settlers, but during harvest time that farm employed from 80 to 1,000 people. We did not organize the strikes from the settlers of the cotton and sugar cane farms. These were very repressed people, with whom the enemy and the bosses used a lot of blackmail. They threatened to throw them out of there and they had nowhere to go. We organized them from the people who emigrated to the farms because they said, well, I come here to work, if they kick me out of this farm I'm going to look for work somewhere else. They had less to lose if they decided to go on strike. And if they couldn't find work there, they went to look for work in the sugar cane fields, in cotton, or finally returned to their homes. It's interesting what you point out, that they didn't have much to lose. Facundo, and furthermore, their number was much higher, they represented almost 70%. The remaining 20% were people from the cities, students, housewives, unemployed, who went to cut coffee, and perhaps 10% were settlers who lived on the farms. So we relied more on this mass that emigrated. It was basically just one type of organization. Even when I tell you about cooperatives, it's not that we had a structure for cooperatives, no. What turns out is that the cooperative served as a means of attracting more farmers to the organization. There were places where the peasant base was made up of small producers. If we managed to have people in the cooperative, we had the possibility of attracting more others. The same thing happened with the Christian communities. There were those who identified with the FDC and others who identified with the grassroots Christian communities. What was the difference, if after all they were the same peasants? The difference was that as a Christian community, Tiana managed to attract many more people than the peasant organization as such. Although the Christian community did not attract all the organized peasants, since not all the organized peasants were from a Christian community, because although people there identify with Christian thought, do not believe that there is always a very militant attitude, nor much less. For its part, Andes was a union organization, with its national leadership, by departments, by circuits, by school. The secondary students were another union organization. The university students constituted a more political organization, because it was smaller, and they also had a union organization that supported the political organization. In the neighborhoods, the organization had the same characteristics as in the countryside, it was by place of residence. From a colony or a populous area, you formed a committee. If that committee was reproduced, then you had to form others, and make a directive that coordinated them all. We create directives according to the development of needs. We did not first establish an address for a municipality and then begin to make bases. The first thing that was created was a base, and if there were 2 or 3, of course, then it was necessary to create a direction that would coordinate them, and if others were created, a little further away, another instance had to be established that, in turn, would coordinate. Were all the bloc militants people known publicly? Facundo, inside the bloc yes, outside not always. A level of semi-clandestinity was maintained towards the enemy. For example, the head of order of a community did not always know who the leaders were, sometimes he located 1, 2, 3, but not all of them. In the case of the teaching profession was different, there everyone knew who their national and regional leaders were, since it was a legal organization. In secondary school, some people identified the faces of certain leaders, but did not know their names. In other cases, yes. The enemy could sometimes detect who some of its leaders were, but never the entire leadership. In the same direction of the bloc, the most recognized were Ana Maria, Leonel, and I, then Juan Chacon, when he assumed the general secretary. But Leonel was better known internally than publicly. There were comrades who were from the bloc leadership and who were never publicly known, although they were known to the base. It was about maintaining a level of compartmentalization. Regarding the integration of the leaderships of the mass organizations, because several were organizations that did not have any legality. Did you take these measures in view of the increase in repression? Facundo, no, they were taken from the beginning of the work. For myself, the guard began to persecute me, to capture me, disappear or kill me, since the end of 1975. I had to leave my home, seek to move in areas where they did not know me much. I could not live openly in any house. If I went out publicly at rallies, then I tried to camouflage myself a little to get out of the place, to make sure I wasn't exactly recognized. Even in the period when I was most public in the bloc, I always lived clandestinely. It was very different from what the leaders of today's mass organizations do, whom the enemy locates well, almost always knows where they live, where they are going. And why does this happen today when there is apparently more repression? Facundo, because today we have more conquests and we have a military force on which the mass movement can rely. The enemy sometimes tries to hit leadership levels more selectively, but he knows that to hit a UNTS leader he has to think twice. The self-defense of the masses. 9. You have previously referred to the repressive aspects of the Romero dictatorship, and you also pointed out how in a march to the cemetery, to bury a murdered worker, there was a confrontation with the police and they were able to respond because they already had those heights organized groups with homemade weapons. Could you expand further on this topic? What characteristics does this mass self-defense assume and what objective conditions made it possible? Facundo, practically for all sectors, without exclusion, the need for self-defense was evident at that time, that is, for an organized armed defense to be able to successfully carry out everything that was mass organization, its actions of street, its assemblies, its land grabs, institutes, work centers, etc. The most important thing to highlight as a characteristic of self-defense in that period was that our effort was not focused on giving firearms or Molotov weapons to organized mass groups, but rather was aimed at getting the masses to participate in their struggle. Self-defense. Could you give me a concrete example of the ways in which the masses defended themselves? Facundo, of course. It happened that in Las Vueltas, which is a municipality of Quetzaltenango, there were two nearby hamlets, Los Ramirez and Los Naranjos, that were organized. Then the National Guard, which had a post in Las Vueltas, used to raid these villages to capture organized people or leaders. When those from Jacaro, who are to the south, sensed that the Guard was going down the path towards them, there was always someone who came out as a courier to warn them. They also had pyrotechnic stick rockets, the kind that explode at a height of 100 meters. They detonated 2 of those rockets as a sign that the Guard was going in that direction. Thus, everyone became alert. If there were meetings, they broke up. If there were leaders who were well recognized, whom the enemy could go to capture, they sought to hide them, and, from that moment, everyone was prepared to follow the Guard's route, to see if they would search a house and capture someone. And when he captured someone, people would jump in to try to rescue him, because everyone was waiting. The family of those who were in the house summoned those who were on the street and those who were working in the field. Once 2 leaders captured us in a hamlet in La Uvilla, called El Conacast 1. We knew that the Guard had them imprisoned, but we had no alternatives to try to free them. We then decided to start calling people from the nearest bases to try to hold a rally and seek to take away the 2 captured peasants when they were transferred on a bus from Las Vueltas to the city of Quetzaltenango. Meanwhile, a group armed with hidden guns got on the bus. Near Las Vueltas, people went to build barricades in the street. When the bus approached the barricades, those who had gotten inside it shot at the guards, but it turned out that there were more guards than expected. They annihilated 2, but 2 others managed to react, and one of them took the helm, managed to jump over the barricade and avoid the concentration of people that we had ready to fall on the bus when it ran into it. Thus they were able to take away their companions who were later murdered. There are also other types of experiences. If a mobilization was carried out towards San Salvador, in the village, the call was made in the countryside. Afterwards, a commitment was made from NES were going to participate, and these were beginning to be organized. If the group was very large, it was divided and 1 person in charge per group and another who assumed global responsibility were appointed. The food that was going to be brought, the route that was going to be followed, etc. was organized. This happened like this in all the bases, so that each group stayed together, from the moment they left the hamlet and started walking to the place where they had to take the bus that would take them to San Salvador, during the march, and then when they returned to his house. And once the mobilization was over, an evaluation of everything that happened was made. And in that group that was mobilizing, were there any people who were destined for self-defense? Facundo, yes. Those comrades were designated by the mass organization. Did they choose the most combative, those with the most conditions? Facundo, yes. Normally it depended more on the will, on the people's decision to work, on their discipline, than on the weapons they could count on. Did people know then who the self-defense people were? Facundo: yes, we knew which comrades were those of the permanent self-defense, but we considered the main thing to be organizing the base for their own self-defense. If it was necessary to respond at a certain moment, it was all the people who responded and not just the self-defense group. We tried to get everyone to carry handkerchiefs soaked in water and baking soda against tear gas. Everyone was vigilant to ensure that no provocateurs got involved in the march, and if they detected any, they were immediately identified so that measures could be taken against them. It was difficult for a provocateur to get into the ranks of a march without being detected, not only by the self-defense groups, but by the masses themselves. Of course we also had a group with more conditions, more select, with shotguns, short weapons, Molotov, of course, so that they could fulfill their mission. In some cases, for example, to hinder the attack of a patrol car, neutralize a sniper, or indicate which route they should take or how to confront the police. Later, when the enemy established a state of siege, we introduced a new modality. If a public call was made to gather in Cuscatlan Park, which is a national concentration point, and the enemy responded by militarily taking over that place and all its access points, we implemented the modality that consisted of telling the people, look, if Cuscatlan Park is taken, those who come from the southern coast concentrate in San Marcos, those who come from the east do it in Soyapango, those in the north, in Ciudad Delgado. All are points that are on the outskirts of San Salvador. For their part, those who come from the west, from Santa Ana and other departments of the western coast, meet in Santa Tecla. We put a system of scouts in those places of concentration and used a signal, already previously established with those responsible for the groups that came from the interior of the country, and that were composed not only of peasants, but also of teachers and students. There were two passwords, one to say that you could go to Cuscatlan Park and the other to warn that this was not possible. If this was the case, the march took place on the periphery. This way we always had a backup plan. If a march could not be carried out together, as I already told you, we had a concentration point for each of the marches that came from the different regions. For that, for example, the group that was going to assume the direction of San Marcos already knew, from early hours, if they could reach the park or if they were going to concentrate in San Marcos. If this had to be the case, they prepared the conditions for the concentration to take place there. On other occasions you couldn't even reach San Salvador, because it was completely taken. Too many cateos, regis. Others, captures, prevented them from approaching. So we carried out mobilizations in the departmental capitals, Yazulutan, San Vicente, Zacatecalica, Santa Ana, Cabanas, Ilabasco, in the city of Calatenango, in the city of Aguilars, and in San Salvador. We carried out mobilizations, not in the center, that is, not in the center of the city itself, but in the peripheral neighborhoods or municipalities. What was our purpose with all this? Seeking that the masses never felt frustrated by the actions of the enemy. There always had to be a path, a route to overcome any measure it took. Later, when the enemy began to have a presence, to make captures, intimidation, with tanks and, in general, with artillery vehicles, to fall into open repression, we implement new modalities. When the enemy started shooting at people. Facundo: yes. It was no longer water jets, but shots. They shot with carbine bullets, G3 bullets, tear gas, hand grenades. So we organized what we call repudiation actions in the face of repression. What did these repudiation actions consist of? Facundo: for example, if a march, anywhere in the country, was repressed, these same people would disperse in groups, but not in small groups of 5, 10 people, but in blocks. If there were 1,000 people, we sought to disperse them into about 3 blocks of 300 companions, more or less, in each direction, and these people had specific objectives of repudiation, such as sabotaging a car sales lot, burning down town halls, government offices. We always had repudiation actions prepared so that the masses would not feel frustrated and that the enemy would bear high costs. And this was done both in the city of San Salvador and in the departmental capitals in the interior of the country. We always try to implement this modality with massive participation. The main characteristic of self-defense in that period is that it was based on popular weapons. He used a lot of Molotov cocktails, contact bombs, homemade gunpowder, clubs, slingshots to kill birds, stones, that is, weapons within the reach of the people, but the fundamental thing was the awareness that the masses had that they themselves had to participate directly in defending their organization, their march. From what I see, self-defense was not limited to an armed group defending the masses, because it was the masses themselves who organized self-defense and participated in these actions that, although they sometimes reached quite radical levels, people truly felt as absolutely natural, not as forced, not as imposed. Facundo, yes, natural in the sense of necessary, because they were convinced of its justice, of the need to carry out this type of measures. There is a lot of discussion currently about the problem of the combination of radically and breadth of the struggle. What can you say about it? Can it be said that at that time there was a good combination of breadth and radically? Facundo, I think we needed greater capacity to deploy a broader movement. We had favorable conditions to be able to have greater breadth. What was valuable was that radicalism was expressed in mass radicalism, and not in small radicalized groups within that mass movement. It was a radicalized mass movement as a whole. This was what gave it a qualitatively superior character. It is not the same that a group of 10 people, after a march, burn down a municipal mayor's office, than that this action is carried out with hundreds of people, as when we stone, burn, and free the prisoners of the municipal mayor's day. City of Quezaltepec, Department of La Libertad, in 1978. That action was carried out with much more than 1,000 people, with everything that could fit around the square. And we even disarmed the police. The mayor's office was destroyed. And who could question the justice of that action, after the police had repressed the mass? The enemy tried to exploit this action, but, facing the people, facing the sectors patriotic, democratic, to the opinion that we are interested in winning, he did not succeed. Something similar happened with the takeover of the Ministry of Labor. That building could be taken over by 10 militiamen, 25 militiamen. In the name of the masses. Facundo, yes, they can take it in the name of the masses, but when we took it, we always had approximately 5,000 people rotating during the 72 hours that the takeover lasted. Of course, the masses could not endure the 72 hours straight. We, the militants, were the only ones who had to endure them. But the fact is that, even if we had 100 police officers around with 5 tanks, we knew that there were a number of masses that were a guarantee, after all. Also, because we had 2 ministers, the vice minister, and the directors hostage. We had only released pregnant women, or those who had to attend to a health problem of their parents. The enemy did not intervene. Could he intervene? Yes, he could do it, but if he did it we would all fall for him. Lionel, in summary, self-defense had an open expression, the security commissions, with different levels of leadership, national, regional, local and by sector, and a secret expression, the militias. Almost all the leaders of the self-defense were militiamen. The idea was to involve the entire masses, led by the security commissions. The self-defense of the mobilizations included preventive measures, alternative plans, defense if there was an attack and a response plan. The preventive ones included road watchers, comrades on bicycles, motorcycles, and cars who circulated in the city and near the barracks to detect if there was movement of troops, comrades who stopped traffic, guards who went ahead and others located in buildings. Within the mobilization there were groups of Hondilleros 1, groups of Garroteros, groups of discipline that took out the ears that infiltrated, groups with Molotov or juices 2, groups with cutting weapons and apart, in front, behind and on the flanks, there were groups of the militia, armed with shotguns and submachine guns. There were also militia groups that did not participate in the mobilization, but in the event of repression they had assigned missions to carry out, such as sabotage, rioting, cutting off traffic on certain roads, etc. They mainly relied on popular means, the stone, the hondilla, the machete, and some hunting weapons that they managed to buy, or that sometimes some middle peasant gave them as a form of collaboration. The difference between self-defense groups, permanent self-defense, and militias is not clear to me. Clarify this for me and its relationship with the commando groups. Valentin, self-defense is an activity that the masses do and comes from the masses themselves. It is a political concept, not a military one. The greater or lesser use of means, their technical and qualitative elevation, is rather in correspondence with the military echelon of the adversary. But the masses cannot defend themselves effectively and systematically if there is not a certain level of consciousness and popular discipline. Due to this, the self-defense organization was created, which in reality was not, nor could it be, different from the labor and social movement. It is an organization that lives in the other. More advanced groups emerged within the masses, ready to defend and clash. These were organized into security, discipline, or self-defense commissions. Among students they were sometimes called mass combat groups. The FAPU applied a different name to them, but the concept was the same. There were two levels, the bulk of the masses and a sector of them, which made up the self-defense groups as a permanent force. Now, as the levels of self-defense became massive, complex, and diversified due to the intensity of the repression, a higher level of response was required almost from the beginning, making the popular militia indispensable. When did the idea of forming militias arise and how are they organized? Salvador, the militias emerged as an idea in 1975, and as a line, in 1976. The conception is that new type mass organizations form self-defense groups, but, at the same time, they sought to link the commands and our military apparatus with the mass movement. Many of our new commandos, or many support groups that were already part of the organization's military apparatus, participated in these mobilizations as self-defense groups. They do it, for example, on July 30, 1975, when the dictatorship government massacred a university demonstration of around 3,000 students, who came out to protest against repression and over issues of the university budget. Given this attitude of the Guard, some of our commandos, who had also brought weapons and Molotov cocktails, confronted her with gunfire. But they cannot prevent the massacre that took place there. The idea of a more developed militia, based on these experiences, was a very key contribution of Clara Elizabeth Ramirez, who already incorporated them as a method of the popular movement. It is a concept of militia linked to self-defense and in the perspective of leading an insurrectionary movement. What did the militias consist of? Salvador, they basically consisted of two levels of incorporation, a first level intended to defend the masses from repression, semi-armed or fully armed, with all types of popular weapons and hunting weapons, and a second level referred to the conduct of the mass violence effort. Who made them up? Salvador. At first there were some support groups, but later each organization formed its self-defense groups. That is, Andes, FECAS, and others. Salvador, yes, all the organizations that were in the bloc. Were self-defense groups the same as militias then? Facundo, no, militia is for us the lower echelon of the Revolutionary War, the one implemented by the masses themselves, and within it we distinguish the levels of self-defense, that is, the militia that participates in the mobilizations of the popular movement and that of protection, conducting mass violence, and there is another form, the more guerrilla militia, but always linked to production that can carry out actions outside of mass activities, such as sabotage, armed propaganda, graffiti. And how many people formed a militia? Salvador, they were groups of 3 to 5 people. Small groups. Salvador, yes, small groups. And how were they coordinated? Salvador, the entire mobilization plan was designed, and according to it the militias were coordinated. It was determined who was ahead, who was behind. Valentin, 3 or 4 militiamen and up to a minimum of 2 groups, could constitute a brigade, that is, they could have from 8 to 16 and even 18 militiamen. Did they operate only in mobilizations or permanently? Salvador, in principle they operated as a defense of the popular movement, but later, in the years 78 and 79, the transition was made to a more guerrilla militia. That was more or less the idea of the militia, as a paramilitary organization, with the idea of AR masses for an armed insurrection. The militias had a double role. First, that of promoting, organizing, and conducting the self-defense of the masses. And second, the role of stimulating the combative, that is, offensive, elevation of the population, with the idea of generating insurrectionary situations. The masses cannot be limited only to defending themselves and resisting, it is necessary to stimulate in them the political idea of moving forward to change things. We established that by definition the militia was an organization linked to the population and the masses. However, with development, an upper echelon of the militia emerged that acted unrelated to them, attacking the paramilitary enemies and the security forces themselves. This militia incorporated certain guerrilla methods, which is why we called it a guerrilla militia. Was there any relationship between the mass self-defense actions of the bloc and the commando actions of the FPL? Valentin, from a structural and organic point of view, none. The commandos were a completely military structure. Not only compartmentalized, but totally parallel to the political and self-defense structure. For us, the suburban guerrilla, especially, but also the urban guerrilla, was the initial link of the popular army. And over time that's how things turned out, although, of course, the most advanced militia movement and the most willing of the masses left at the end of the 80s to the Revolutionary Army. The separation between military force and mass force was given both by their specific missions and for security reasons. However, in practice there is a step that mediates between the masses and the guerrilla, and that step is the militia steps. Facundo, those comrades who had participated in self-defense were transferred to the militia and the guerrilla recruited from the militias. Valentin, with the purpose of integrating the entire combat force. Military that was developed in the town, harmonize it and launch it in a strategic sense. We outlined what at that time we recognized as the popular armed forces. These included suburban guerrillas, urban commandos or squads, and militias. The popular army as such was not yet formed. Between 75 and 77, the popular militias, strongly linked to popular self-defense, had become a mass movement. That was the militarily strongest vector in the city and in the countryside. The commands of the political military organizations had qualified, but not in the volumes that we proposed. The military was more important at that time. What was that due to? Facundo, because the incorporation of the cadres who were in the leadership of the masses into the guerrilla was done late, very slowly, and with a lot of schematism and bureaucratism. The popular militias, for their part, not only fulfilled the missions of guiding the combativity of the masses or leading the self-defense of the communities, of the mobilizations, land seizures, and factories, but they swept away order. Oden bases were attacked frontally. Most of them disappeared as a result of that aggressive line that we imposed on the militia and the masses themselves. Others disappeared as a military force of the counter-revolution, due to the work of political influence. Many simply handed over their weapons or became militiamen. Thus, after the reaction had a completely offensive predominance in the countryside, we gradually reduced its paramilitary movement to defensiveness and impotence. Practically, after those widespread militia and guerrilla campaigns against Oden squads, the enemy has been unable to raise a paramilitary force of strategic importance among the population. I understand that you committed excesses in this confrontation with Oden. I have heard that they executed some people without reason and that this caused harm to the local population. Valentin, there is some truth in that. When the line of confronting Orden caught on in combative and massive sectors, the leadership lost control of some militia and even mass actions, which absolutized the measure of force and neglected political persuasion. In this, mistakes were made that prevented us from winning or consolidating some bases. The line was essentially correct and necessary, because Orden was a centralized organization armed by the high command and deeply criminal. That's why we finally made it disappear. Faced with this rise and combativity of the popular movement, the enemy reacts immediately, restructuring the death squads, both from the public security forces and the army, and almost all under the leadership of the latter. This staggering was decisively sponsored by elements of the military group of the North American Embassy. It was precisely in this dynamic opened by the Americans themselves, linked to the fascist forces of the country, that the squads reappeared organized by elements of the oligarchy and a fascist group, headed by Roberto D'Aubuisson, founder of a right-wing movement that culminates in the creation of the Arena Party. The Americans stimulate the development of paramilitary gangs more closely linked to the army. At that time, the so-called White Warrior Union, UGB, the Anti-Communist Liberation Armed Forces, Phalange, the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Anti-Communist Brigade, the Anti-Communist Secret Army, ESA, the White Hand and others appeared. However, despite all the fascist escalation sponsored by Washington against the Salvadoran population, in the political arena, already in '76, the correlation of forces was leaning more clearly in favor of the popular sectors. It was not just about its simple massiveness, but, above all, about having managed to conquer the political initiative. These masses showed unprecedented aggressiveness and were the most productive pool of cadres at all levels. From the guerrilla organization to the political party. What happened to the FPL in that political context of the important rise of the mass movement? What internal measures did they adopt to adjust to the situation in the country? Valentin, in June 1976 something like a first guerrilla conference was held. It was a national plenary session that was constituted as the first National Revolutionary Council. It was made up of the Central Command plus the heads of teams, subcommittees, and national commissions and the main heads of the political military directorates. Once installed and sworn in, it took on a deliberative and decisive nature, and its agenda was to carry out a diagnosis of the national situation, an internal evaluation of the organization, adopt resolutions to address the problems that existed, and elect the leadership. When examining the internal situation, all groups had reached the same conclusions, detecting the same problems with similar causes. What was happening was that the needs of development clashed with the old structures, and we knew that, if we clung to them, if we did not readjust and renew them, the needs of development could surpass us and block progress, and even break those structures. The same applied to organizational methods. The response was unanimous. It was necessary to move from the simple guerrilla structure to a Leninist-type party structure, that is, political military, just as the conditions of our country had been demanding for some years. It was necessary to form the party. That is to say, that the need to establish a Marxist-Leninist party arises only at a certain moment, when the organization must face the task of broad leadership of the masses. Valentin, for us, the organizational line of the previous 5 years had been correct, but guerrilla centralism began to clash with the need for political deployment and push, and with the need for an even more collective, democratic, and enriching internal life. Many procedures became cumbersome, complicated, and slow. I am referring, for example, to the recruitment process. But even more serious were the security risks this posed. On more than one occasion, some cadre or premises were captured with membership cards or documentation of that type. The grassroots organizations did not find channels to the management cadres and organizations, or they did not feel full confidence to raise their problems with absolute clarity and in a timely manner, because they did not respond to the grassroots queries with the precision and speed required by the new circumstances. If these procedures were not corrected, not only organic bureaucratism would have developed in the organization, but also mental bureaucratism, which is more difficult to combat. An example of these problems is that the work evaluations that reached the Mass Commission were not always collective or grassroots evaluations, but rather the opinions of the person in charge. Other times, consultations for opinions from the bases did not reach the management bodies, because they had to go through many channels, and when they did arrive, they arrived late or did not accurately reflect the opinion of the bases. This was not a widespread phenomenon, but it was very common. The organization then had very uneven organic growth. In some areas it was very voluminous and in others it was not. In general, the entire organization grew at certain levels and rates. Unusual, and that is why we concluded that everything was going smoothly. Our mass fronts were expanding in almost the entire country, organizing by social and productive sectors and also according to geographical criteria. This growth, although it was a sign of development, occurred in a defective manner. It meant growth mainly from the head. We grew like a reindeer, from the work of the subcommittees, which were apparatuses of the central command. On the other hand, the zone and subzonal directorates, which were in charge of territorial management throughout the country, grew slowly and poorly, compared to the general dynamics. To put ourselves in a position to lead at the national level and correct this situation, we decided that the networks of the peasant, worker, student, teacher subcommittees, etc., would begin to be attended by the zone directorates, which were political military directorates or party committees. In short, we had to adopt a full party configuration and life, not only in its intention as at the beginning, but in its content and concrete form. Since June 1976 we began to concentrate our efforts on becoming a party. This line was a revolution within the organization. The Central Command became a central committee with its political commission and later with its secretariat or nucleus of political commission. From there, the National Propaganda Commission, CONAPROP, was strengthened, which created and multiplied clandestine printing centers with printing presses, mimeograph machines of all kinds, and silk screens. There were some centralized workshops at the national level, others at regional levels, supported by zonal committees. The central organ continued to be rebelled and its circulation reached many thousands. For the industrial proletariat, Prensa Obrera was also published monthly. For agricultural workers we distribute El Campesino Rebelled, for the university, Juventud Rebelled, for high school, El Guerrillero. 4 years. Later we began to prepare El Rebelled International Edition, which was a spread in postal format 1. This was for us like the second great line of education and revolutionary mass agitation. The battle for the freedom of political prisoners. 11. What levels had the repression reached at that time? Valentin, throughout 74 and 75, early 76, the enemy had carried out hundreds of captures and disappearances. The public security forces filled the rivers with corpses or threw them off the cliffs of Puerta del Diablo 1, Playón 2, and other places. That was intolerable. In 1977, they had captured important cadres of us, including Felix III, from the Central Command. We had information that he and about 20 others were kept in the basements of the National Guard. Masses and relatives complained to no avail. All the repressive bodies responded flatly that they did not have them. Many had been in that situation for up to a year and a half. The organization saw that this would be only a fraction of the scale of the government. We were determined to rise up the masses against the whole situation. The need for military action was imposed for political denunciation and to make the last efforts to rescue the prisoners and, furthermore, to signal. Tell the people the need to increase armed action. The military commission was then entrusted with selecting, among several characters, one who, being a prominent figure in the military regime, would meet the conditions to be used as a hostage to achieve the release of the prisoners. The action had to be carried out within a politically appropriate period. In the second week of April, the organization ordered the immediate capture of Mauricio Borgonovo Pole, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the dictatorship. On the military commission was Ivan I, the boss, and his companions Juanito and others. The capture was carried out cleanly on April 19, 1977. The detainee did not suffer any bruises or anything. He was treated humanely and sent to a prison in the town that we had appropriately equipped to make his stay there less harsh. With the revolutionary seriousness of the case, we immediately issued a first press release accompanied by the photograph of the kidnapped person. We take responsibility for the arrest of the Chancellor, and demand the cessation of all types of political captures and disappearances. We demanded the freedom of 35 companions, giving some details of where the enemy had kidnapped them. Among those we intended to rescue, only 7 were from the FPL, all the others belonged to other organizations. In addition to Felix, there were the 3 Climaco brothers from San Vicente, Dr. Madreas, Lil Milagro Ramirez and several colleagues from Festiavtzes too, from the FUS. At the same time, we sent a letter to the family, explaining our interest in achieving a happy outcome for both parties. To do this, we asked them to make representations to Colonel Molina's government in order to expedite the negotiation. The enemy responded by condemning the arrest of the Chancellor, denying the kidnapping of the comrades by the security forces and unleashing a search campaign. In successive statements, we warned that the searches and new captures were a dangerous provocation that put the negotiation at risk. The masses mobilized and issued statements, demanding their sons and brothers who were in the hands of the enemy. There was only a very small popular sector that did not yet understand armed action and made their reservation felt. It seems that they feared that they were being compromised. Our demand was against the dictatorship and not towards the Borgonovo family. The regime mocked the demands of the masses and cynically said that the disappeared were people who were hiding, obeying orders from the guerrilla. From the beginning we did not tie the operation to fatal deadlines. It was appealed in 8 statements and in several private letters. After a while, the family told us confidentially that some boys were possibly alive, but that the high command had become intransigent. We gave a few more days for the family to make efforts to persuade the president and, for our part, we put pressure on the government, telling it that we knew, with complete certainty, that several of our brothers were imprisoned, but that others were dead. We asked them to give us whoever they had alive and offered them more discreet ways to move things forward. Everyone in El Salvador was waiting for the disconnection. The same enemy had been in charge of saturating the environment with a disinformation campaign in the media against the FPL. On April 29, the military president had ordered a radio and television network to establish his definitive position. At that point, we decided to set a deadline, since otherwise the enemy with his iron fist would call into question the word of the revolutionary guerrilla, and would leave the popular movement as a whole in a situation of impotence and weakness. 20 hours later, Colonel Molina shook the nation in the coldest and most contemptuous way. The sentence was emphatic, not to negotiate with the terrorists even in the slightest. That. It was a slap in the face of the masses. The irreducible position of the military of not transferring all those children of the people, not even to the flawed courts, condemned dozens and dozens of citizens to death and unappealable disappearance. In each home, families were shocked and silent when they heard that last voice of the enemy. The dictatorship had decided the death of the people's children and that of its chancellor himself. The Borgonovo family made financial offers to us from the beginning, and each time they increased the amounts more, since they were one of the most powerful families in the oligarchy. But we always explained the objective of the mission. The family understood the enemy's failure and made the last representation to the government, which was brutally rejected. Once all that had been exhausted, he sent us the last letter in which he made an approximate valuation of the family's fortune in liquid capital and assets in various capitals of Central America, and offered to raise a global amount with the help of other oligarchic families. The offer fell at a difficult time in the organization's economy. We had been at zero for several days. We had recently been given some financial help by a sister organization to help us get out of trouble. With that fortune they offered us we could have financed the war for 3 more years. The organization, however, had to be straight. The conflict was between the revolution and the dictatorship, between decades of oppression and the new political military strategy of the revolution, between the human rights of the majority of the nation and the new counterinsurgency plan. That political military day was, in reality, the first great battle for the freedom of political prisoners. We could have reached a secret negotiation and received millions of dollars in exchange for our companions and popular hopes. We always had as a very particular principle of the organization that of not mixing economic requests with political flags. The popular gaze was on this. Faced with this situation, the organization was clear to the people and we released the last statement on May 11, 1977. I remember. That decision was sad, but it was resolved. The FPL responded as the people expected, and we said, all the gold of the oligarchy is not worth what a single imprisoned patriot is worth. Salvador, we carried out the execution, despite the threats that the dictatorship had made to us in the sense that every commando it captured would be a dead man. Before carrying out the execution, it was decided to organize a series of activities with the participation of the popular movement, taking over churches and agitation around the release of political prisoners. How was the execution received? Salvador, this action demonstrated to the people the power of the guerrilla, but the most backward people saw it as a great challenge from the communists. They thought we were going to put an end to the government. Valentin, in reality, by the advanced masses and the masses of a medium level of consciousness, the operation was received with great sympathy. The masses mobilized. Claims for the whereabouts of the prisoners appeared and there were de facto actions carried out by the masses. Were the oligarchs scared? Salvador, they were quite scared. Borgonovo was an element of the oligarchy. He belonged to one of the wealthiest families in the country and was a member of the modernizing oligarchy, which had industries and lands. The oligarchy was touched by that execution. The execution of the chancellor, was it the first that you carried out? Valentin, that type, yes. In 1974, without intending to do so, we executed the president's first secretary. A group of colleagues distributed propaganda from house to house, in an urbanization of multifamily buildings known as Sicamil. What happened was that an individual armed with a .45 pistol came out of an apartment and pointed it at the colleague who distributed El Rebelde. And he wanted to put her inside the apartment to later hand her over to the repressive forces. The girl was accompanied by a security colleague, who, seeing that the companion was being threatened, responded by eliminating the armed individual. Only hours later we confirmed that it was the private secretary of the President of the Republic, who was in the apartment of a student who was his lover. What assessment do you make of that operation now with the maturity of today? Do you think it was necessary to come to that? Salvador, placing it in its historical context, it was necessary. There really were a large number of political prisoners. The idea was to free them by capturing an element of the government. That was the plan. Practically the dictatorship decides to sacrifice a government official and member of the oligarchy rather than give in to the demands of the guerrilla. Valentin, the balance has to be made based on the specific situation that the country was experiencing, and also in light of the specific possibilities that the FPL had at that time. The first thing we considered was taking a high-ranking military leader prisoner, but that would have required weeks of preparatory work. The situation was going away from us, and with greater certainty the lives of our colleagues were going away. Then it was decided to capture the highest-ranking official with the greatest oligarchic weight within the dictatorship, in order to facilitate the good outcome of things. At this point, seeing the events from a distance, I can tell you that we all feel deeply identified with that action, due to its fair content and because the problem of political prisoners is a situation that continues to be experienced in the country. About 3 years ago, more or less, the FMLN once again saw the need to capture President Duarte's daughter with similar flags. 1. How can these actions not be fair when the regime leaves no other way to free prisoners and missing persons? Personally, I consider that that action was the second most important operation after the guerrilla occupation of the Central Elections Council. They were operations correctly located in the situation. What we will continue to deplore all our lives is the tragic outcome that that situation had, and that was determined by the military regime. And they didn't retaliate against the prisoners. Salvador, they never showed up. Even then there were many missing people. Were you basically asking for people who were already dead to appear? Salvador, there had been a series of arrests and we had information that they were in prison, but the enemy did not take public responsibility for these arrests. So we were not asking for their release. We combined the request of the armed movement with that of the mass movement, which was already quite receptive due to the issue of the militias. Electoral fraud again. You made reference to the electoral fraud of 77. Could you explain to me what happened then and what was the FPL's position regarding the elections? Valentin, the 1977 elections were quite influenced by the political military process of the revolution. That was his framework. In those elections, there were still important political sectors of the country that decided to throw themselves into the electoral contest again to see if on this occasion, having a democratic military man as president, the armed forces would allow, at least, his formal promotion to the presidency. Presidential chair. Because it was clear that power would be controlled by the military leadership and the great oligarchy. The candidate was retired Colonel Escobedo Claramount Roseville. I was informed that the intentions were to seek the support of a sector of the armed forces, and, on the other hand, that the PCS participated in those elections with the criterion of having a space to work towards the most backward sector of the masses. That I still believed in elections. Valentin, indeed, I believe that the nomination of a military man had that objective. It is also clear that it was correct for someone to work in that most backward sector, as you say, within that electoral alley. Especially when for about 2 years the need for armed struggle and new forms of mass political struggle of a combative nature had permeated important sectors of the masses, and that was a historical event. Unprecedented, given the revolutionary quality of that mass movement due to the massive proportions it had assumed and also due to the revolutionary tendency that these masses gave to the situation. The masses were in revolution in 75 and 76. This movement with its mass of popular activists was also working on extensive backward strata, through the influence that they themselves exerted and through directed work that they carried out. The advanced masses. Remember that we are not talking about a scaffolding of select cadres, but rather hundreds of activists. Also remember that not only were powerful union organizations that had come to the side of the revolution, so had entire communities, and they were very aware, militant, and sacrificed people in their struggle. The work that that movement did not completely fill the revolution's need for influence at all levels. That is why work within the electoral track was important, mainly if it was not done in opposition to the political military process, since it worked in sectors that often only moved to vote due to circumstances. I believe that this work of the small electoral structures that the left had became a valuable tributary for the wide political military torrent of masses that was at its peak and that had already become, in 76, the most influential phenomenon from the country, but not only cyclically, but systematically and comprehensively, and the most important thing is that it was something ascending. This work is the main social root of the fronts that we have today in Quetzaltenango, in the east, San Vicente, and Usulután. The Popular Revolutionary Bloc and each of its organizations, as well as the FPL, raise slogans against the elections. Elections are not the way. No to the electoral farce. In the face of elections and repression, armed struggle, and insurrection. On February 28, 77, what had to happen happened: fraud, repression, and the imposition of General Romero. What was new here was that, in the midst of the revolutionary effervescence that had taken place over the last 2 years, a new sector of the masses became radicalized, finally disillusioned with electoral fraud. The political coalition headed by Claramount, of which the Salvadoran Communist Party was a part, called for insurrection. They took over Plaza Libertad. the dictatorship was launched against them. Do not forget that there was already a school of combativity and self-defense in the country, in such a way that those masses spread through the streets, carried out riots and protest actions in San Salvador. There we saw the comrades of the Salvadoran communist youth guiding the popular protest. Spontaneously, some groups from the mass revolutionary fronts, FAPU, BPR, joined the actions. The UDN made efforts to expand its levels of massification and achieve more street mobility. They were very combative in the repudiation of the electoral fraud in 1977. Important work and an effort for adaptation and growth could be observed among the working class, the peasantry, the students, and the teachers. They contributed to the political debate that was developing between the different forces and to the political confrontation with the regime. In 1977, the ERP created a mass organization that took the name of Popular League's February 28, a name inspired by the combative days held then against fraud. The League's 28 had a peasant aspect, another student aspect and other sectors. They contributed to the front line of those levels of combativity of the masses against the dictatorship. The people of the Popular Revolutionary Bloc feel encouraged to see that other mass sectors begin to effectively use de facto measures to claim new gains and defend themselves against repression. Since that year 77, the Communist Party enters into an increasingly concrete dynamic and integrative projection of the political and military. This step will give new breath to the entire guerrilla and mass revolutionary process that was on the rise, and will broaden its political scope. We were not up to the task created by the fraud. We had not contemplated in our plans, nor in our heads, the immediate response of the masses to the new imposition of the dictatorship. Our clock and our agenda were not electoral, but they were anti-dictatorial. Therefore, that same day, we tried to amend that lack of foresight and cyclical reflexes, but also political sectarianism. Our line and that of significant sectors of the masses had been that of an active boycott of the elections. Our plan was to deepen the process of the revolution in general, with a massive and combative street struggle, under immediate political banners against repression, dismissals, and for demands. This plan did not include the possibility of a precise political response to fraud. Shafiq says that that was the moment when the masses made their turn towards armed struggle, and that they were left behind. What do you think of this? Valentin, it is evident that, from that moment on, there was a political expansion of the torrent inclined towards armed struggle, because from then on other popular currents of Christian democratic and social democratic orientation, which placed hope in parliamentary forms legal and electoral, realized, not only their insufficiencies, but also the unviability of that form of struggle to open channels for democracy. New sectors understand that only with a more direct, more active, and multifaceted participation of the great popular majorities is it possible to push a process towards democracy. However, the turn of the masses to armed struggle and new forms of political struggle is not located there. This began to occur in 1975, when the tide of the masses rose. Material needs of the mass struggle. I remember that Marshall once made reference to the enormous amount of budget required by the large number of professional staff that the FPL had. Facundo, yes, that's right. How was the BPR financed? Facundo, look, most of the activists were not professionals with a stipend, they were people who were integrated by conscience, voluntarily, and who, in addition, were supported by the social base. In the early years, the stipend that some of us received was primarily to pay for transportation. Of course, if one was destined full-time as a BLO activist, he had nowhere to get money from even for that. The feeding of the activists was a problem that was solved with the bases, especially with the peasant bases. It must be taken into account that the strong point of the bloc, since the year 75, began to be the peasant sector, especially what was the poor peasantry, that is, a kind of semi-proletariat, who emigrated during the harvesting season of coffee, cotton, and sugar cane. I could add that of 100% of the activists, the FPL supported 10%. 90% were supported by grassroots support. In 1978, the mass organizations in the countryside had some help from international organizations, but minimal. The largest investment made the FPL in the bloc was the financial support given to people to mobilize in some marches won, and the expenses incurred in propaganda. All this represented $1 million investment. So the biggest expense you made referred more to the FPL cadres. Valentin, of course. Remember that the organization was already a true popular movement, and that, furthermore, behind the open structures there was always an underground structure of a clandestine nature. Add to all this the growing financing of the militia, the guerrillas, the propaganda tasks. The People's War required many resources, to such a degree that Anna Maria was surprised to see how spending increased, and she frequently said, "This looks more like a state's budget than that of a party." Of course, at that time the budgets would reach at most $500,000 per month, equivalent to about $80,000. The phenomenon that we had to solve was the fact that the war has a popular character and not that of a group. Was that the time when you could do paid insertions in newspapers, or were they flyers and that kind of thing? Facundo, all kinds of things. At that time, one of the valuable aspects that the bloc achieved was to develop a great capacity in terms of popular propaganda. We made posters, flyers. We tried to take advantage of all the spaces that opened up, on the radio, in the written press. Paying? Facundo, yes, paying. And although a good part of the printing of flyers was done by hand, when it came to massive and urgent printing it was made in commercial workshops. We did not have our own workshops at that time. We were forced to turn to people, sometimes from the Christian Democrats, to private industrial workshops that were a bit bankrupt and needed work. We made contracts to have the flyers reproduced for us. These were tens of thousands of flyers, posters. The investment of economic resources was very high in the propaganda and organizations of the marches. The amount allocated to paying activists was important, but not comparable to what was previously indicated. And in the marches, what was contributed? Facundo, the passage basically, but not to everyone, that would not have been possible. As for food, an effort was made to educate people so that everyone could figure that out. Those who went from afar, from the countryside, what they did was bring tortillas, pupusas one, that is, they took their own food. And when a march was prolonged and it was necessary to stay one night somewhere, food was normally resolved with contributions collected from the local population itself. In many activities we had leftover food. We were looking for people to support us, to give a concrete material contribution, and that was always obtained, not only in the capital, but also in the interior of the country. I remember one time we took over a church against repression. In the end we didn't know what to do with so much things that people had given us, vegetables, cereals, fruits. It was exaggerated. And they didn't have financing from outside the country? Valentin, yes, we had it. Some international aid also began to arrive to peasant and worker organizations and the popular bloc. Some churches or religious groups and non-governmental organizations in Western Europe showed solidarity because they were learning and understanding the objective roots of misery and pain that moved these people. It must be remembered that already in 1975 several solidarity committees were formed in Washington, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Costa Rica, Mexico, and later in France and other European countries. Initially, several took names like Solidarity Blocks or something like that. More important than economic aid was moral and political support with a mass movement that deserved solidarity. For this people, that solidarity became something very important. They felt that their aspirations were echoing, that their struggle was not a silenced struggle as the government and the oligarchy wanted. This solidarity movement spread across several continents and played a very valuable role in the liberation struggle that has been carried out. In short, The mass struggle is the new social and political phenomenon that marks the qualitative entry into a second great strategic stage, a stage that could not be outlined in advance. It covers an entire 5-year period, which goes from the end of 74, beginning of 75, to 80. Balance and lessons from the BPR. Facundo, could you take stock of the BPR experience and summarize what lessons can be extracted from it for the revolutionary movement? What were the keys to success and what things should be avoided? Facundo, I think that in terms of the mass movement we fill a great void. We created a popular mass organization, radicalized, powerful, with great weight in the political life of the country and, why not say it, decisive in that period. An organization of a national nature, both from a geographical point of view and from the different sectors that it managed to bring together. Good work was done with the teachers, the peasants, the neighborhoods, the slum dwellers, in the universities, secondary schools, with the market vendors, the Christian sector, and a minor job in the working class. And the professionals? Facundo, we had links with professionals, but we did not incorporate them, because they did not fit within the framework of the bloc's alliance policy. That does not mean that there was no friendship or some link with professional sectors, lawyers' associations, and economists, although, of course, since they were petty bourgeois, from the middle classes, they had to join, but only in the last car. That's how we conceived it then. Furthermore, the bloc broke with the traditional bureaucratic style of leadership and organization of the popular movement that had existed by the Communist Party for many years. The bases of the new mass organizations that become part of the bloc have an active and determined participation in all the work of their organization and their struggle. The BPR is not an organization that only brings together national or regional leaders, it is truly an organization capable of mobilizing, convening, pulling the masses into the struggle. We took great care of the legitimacy of our organization and the legitimacy of its actions before its base and before the people. What we didn't care about was the bourgeois legality of the established government. We were not concerned about whether or not the government recognized the organizations that made up the BPR. How important could it be that he did not recognize the legality of the Federation of Farm Workers? The important thing was that they knew that we were capable of paralyzing the farms, the cutting of cotton, sugar cane. Given the force that we represented, they had to listen. They had to receive our demands, talk and negotiate with us, even though we were an illegal organization. If we had first started fighting for the government to give us legality, perhaps we would still be in that battle. What we achieved with our strength was that the government recognized our legitimacy. And the bloc had the authority to talk to everyone, it was recognized. It was, in fact, a determining reality in the political life of the country. Another of the contributions of the bloc is that legal, peaceful forms of struggle were closely combined with illegal and violent forms. Normally, I said it before, the majority of the sectors began their actions by trying to achieve their demands through legal channels, and that ultimately led to violent actions, when the masses had already convinced themselves that through a series of legal, peaceful steps, there was no alternative solution and that the only thing that remained were the de facto measures. They could be violent measures, but not necessarily armed, that is, not with shots and Molotov cocktails. Violence in the sense that you took over the land, streets, factories, institutions, coughs, ministries, churches, without in practice firing a single shot, although by doing so you violated the established institutional order. This was not in contradiction with the fact that, if the police or the army tried to evict us from the lands we had taken, we would face them with everything we had at hand, and if they had joined the occupation of the ministries we would have died before hand them over along with our hostages, the ministers, vice-ministers, and many police officers. On the other hand, we managed to develop a huge contingent of leadership cadres and activists, who were not formed by the FPL, but by the bloc. The FPL guided the training policy. However, these cadres did not go through a party school or anything like that. What's more, it was a training based primarily on practice, and it was on the basis of what people had to do that the guidance was given. The orientation was never given first to see what was done later. People were becoming involved in life, in conducting strikes, stoppages, occupations, and then we sought to feed their political ideological training to develop their ability to lead and understand the direction of a process. The bloc was, indisputably, very successful in working with the most sensitive sectors, that is, with those who, due to their objective conditions, were more predisposed to launch into a more combative struggle. If we had proposed to work only or mainly in the working class, we would never have achieved the results obtained. We also managed to implement a concept of mass self-defense where, as I explained, they had a concerned, active, and determined participation, which is more important than the number of shotguns and pistols they could carry. It was also possible to develop a high level of solidarity, although it must be recognized that it still had a sectarian character. If one of the mass organizations of the bloc was hit by the enemy, all the others that were part of the BPR responded with energy, with determination. And if sectors of the Catholic Church were hit by the enemy, there was also a response. Combative, but when it came to other sister organizations or Christian democracy itself, at that time, our attitude had a more passive character. Before you continue on your balance. Yesterday I was rereading a very important text by Lenin where he talks about the two moments in the conquest of the leadership of the masses. A first step was proposed, which was the conquest of the sector more advanced, for which it was necessary to fundamentally fight against opportunism and reformism. But he pointed out that where the direction of the revolutionary process is really constituted is in the leadership of the broadest masses, and that to achieve this, the fight is then against the leftist, principled deviations, which prevent you from being flexible and expanding your radius of influence. Applying this to El Salvador, do you think that what the FPL did with the Popular Revolutionary Bloc by working with what we could call the most active sector, that is, with the most radicalized people, was correct in a first stage to form what Marshall calls the second ring, that of the mass revolutionary movement, and that what failed was the ability to lead the broad masses, all social sectors? Facundo, indeed we managed to incorporate, mobilize, and radicalize a large contingent of masses. I couldn't tell you how many militants the bloc had, but we were able to put on the streets mobilizations that did not fall below 50,000 people in effective terms, without including everything that was the organized base. The organized active was superior to this data. We managed to radicalize tens of thousands of people, and, in the last period, when we formed the Revolutionary Mass Coordination, CRM1, we had several 100,000 radicalized. And yet, we were not able to give those masses a way out. Because we have already talked about the positive aspects of the BPR, I think the time has come to point out with honesty and a self-critical spirit what our deficiencies were. We fell into great radicalism. There was a lot of leftism. The slogans ranged from socialism upwards, many went beyond, first, what could objectively be done in that country, and, second, what the non-radicalized mass, but necessary for change, was able to understand or assimilate. It is true that these slogans were chanted by the masses and not only by a few militants, but, at that time, what slogans were we launching to attract the backward masses, those sectors with democratic, patriotic positions? None. At that time when things are put like this, well, here a revolutionary is someone who is for the overthrow of the harsh dictatorship and the establishment of a popular revolutionary government on the way to socialism. Anyone who is not there for that reason has no place in this project. If he wants to walk, let him be in tow, by hook or by crook. Erroneously, an attempt was made to establish a policy of alliances on the basis of steamroller, of force, without taking into account the interest of other sectors. We started only from our interest as a party, as a revolutionary movement. We were completely ignorant of other forces. I am not referring to other forces in general, but to the mass organizations themselves, to all those small and medium-sized businessmen and democratic elements, to those militants of Christian democracy, who at that moment were dissatisfied. We followed an incorrect policy in the last period with the Catholic Church. Instead of strengthening it and trying to make it play a role in the movement as a whole, we sought to separate the radicalized from the rest of the Christian base and tried to divide it, considering that all the Christians, priests, and nuns who were not with the revolution, they were counter-revolutionaries. But you said before that the slogans that the BLO that raised were understood by the mass that you mobilized. Facundo: yes, the mass that we mobilized, that of the FAPU, that of the Leagues, LP28, that of the UDN and the MLP, all that mass, yes. But the rest of the sectors, the middle classes, began to feel fearful of not seeing their interests represented in some way. Interests in the proposal that we then present as an alternative. In short, during that period we failed to specify, to expressly define who the coup was directed against. Some corrections or adjustments were made to the government program, but we never launched them. We were not able to recognize that we were wrong in our approaches and that we needed to make a change in all of that. For me, the underlying problem is that we schematized ourselves with the concept of a protracted people's war. We had a series of principles that weighed heavily on us, that inhibited you in circumstances in which we had enormous strength with which we could have had a great margin of flexibility. Dogmatism, schematism, a linear conception of strategy weighed heavily, and this prevented us from finding the correct course that we should follow. Don't you believe that the great success they obtained in the organization of a mass revolutionary movement, as they had proposed, they got angry and began to think that only what you led was revolutionary, that is to say, that those successes, instead of making them more flexible, saw them as more rigid, intolerant, and hegemonistic? Facundo: I think there is a lot of that. The radicalization in the confrontation with the government led us to assume an attitude that made us estimate that a revolutionary was only the one who was consistently proletarian, along the Marxist-Leninist line, and that all the others were revisionists, opportunists, reformists, etc. The evil of sectarianism and radicalism had been in the FPL's blood since its birth, although it was greatly diluted when, in 74 to 75, a series of cadres from the mass movement entered the organization. But in the new conditions, sectarianism reappears again. These cadres were also absorbed into sectarian politics. I'm not telling you that that is the explanation, but you should think about the weight this could have had. Because most of the FPL cadres joined the organization in the years 74 to 75. There are people who join us from the Christian sector, from the communal and cooperative peasant movement, and many people from the teaching profession who become part of the intermediate level cadres of the FPL, who, like myself, had no sectarian aftertaste in that time, and that we came with less prejudices, with less subjective burden, and that later we assimilated its sectarian politics. Starting in 1977, this began to negatively affect the work towards the organized and unorganized sectors in the field that we were able to attract. Remember that at that time, for example, there were very good conditions to attract sectors influenced by Christian democracy or disillusioned with it, but our very sectarian politics and the qualification given to its leaders did not help you at all to attract them, because we only accepted that what we did was considered the only revolutionary alternative. This was also expressed strongly in the university and in the labor sector, and made it impossible for us to go further in expanding the BPR. In the transportation sector, businessmen in this sector sought to talk to the bloc, especially because the struggle was at a very high level, but we treated them with total contempt. Furthermore, at that time, we were filled with a series of principled nicknames, a whole series of ideological categories. It is not easy to understand how this change is explained. You say that this occurred in 1977 to 1978? Facundo: in those years. The ideological struggle also transcends the masses. It was a time when the hegemony of a line, of a strategy, was sought. What does this mean about the hegemony of a line? Facundo: in the midst of the crisis of Romero's fascist government, the masses are looking for alternative solutions. The revolutionary influence is the clearest and most saturating among the people, but it is presented in the form of an organic and linear dispersion. The correctness of a certain line had to be demonstrated, therefore, in facts. We considered that the others were not consistent revolutionary organizations, and for them to be, they had to assume the line of the FPL. This was a product of the strong ideological struggle that existed within the popular movement. We considered the masses influenced by the Communist Party revisionists, those of the National Resistance were hesitant, we classified those of the People's Revolutionary Army as militarists and Maoists, and, of course, only we considered ourselves pure revolutionaries. Although this gave impetus to the hegemonist tendency in the FPL, it also allowed the beginning of rapprochement between the revolutionary organizations, which culminated with the emergence of the FMLN in 1980. National Crisis, 1979 to 1980. 15. Was there any relationship between the Salvadoran guerrilla movement and the Nicaraguan one? Valentin, the Salvadoran guerrilla emerged after the Sandinista guerrillas, but from the beginning we felt identified in that fight against the Somoza dictatorship. In reality, there was no very close or systematic relationship between the two movements. Some leaders had held occasional conversations or exchanges regarding the situation in both countries. We felt united to that town for political, geographical, economic, and cultural reasons, but also for historical ties that come from the unionist struggles of Morazan and Barrios with the Leon's liberals, passing through the battles of General Ramon Beliso, that Salvadoran military man. That one day he went to Nicaragua to confront the Yankee filibusters, until arriving in Las Segovias, later, with Farabundo, united to Sandino's cause, and the execution of Somoza, the old man, at the hands of Rigoberto López Pérez. In the months prior to the triumph, what had been captivating our attention was the insurrectionary struggle of the people, the heroism demonstrated in Monumbo, Subshava, Masaya, and Estili, and the resurgence of the guerrilla struggle. Somoza appeared strong, but he was seriously harassed. It must be said frankly that we saw how the process in Nicaragua adopted an accelerated pace, and we never imagined that the possibilities of victory would occur in such a short term. We were all completely immersed in our internal process, which had taken quite a while. Complex. In El Salvador the old structures creaked. Salvador, however, when we learned of the Sandinista plans to organize a final offensive towards the end of '78, we immediately set out to support and help in whatever was necessary. Valentin, we arranged the formation of a small group of trained combatants and leaders, the Farabundo Martí Brigade, which fought on the southern front headed by José Roberto Cibrián. Among the Salvadorans who fell there I remember at this moment José Antonio Granadeno, Escobedo, Pedro, and Federico. A PRTC colleague named Castillo, son of Dr. Fabio Castillo, also fell in that offensive. To a greater or lesser extent, the Salvadoran revolutionary organizations made clear their solidarity with the people of Nicaragua. How did you experience the triumph of the revolution in Nicaragua? Salvador, the triumph of '79 was a great impact, because it broke with that idea of the total Central American Revolution. Was that idea of the Central American Revolution still working? Salvador, yes, it worked, although not as an approach to liberate all of Central America, but as solidarity and internationalism, to strengthen the processes, as occurred in practice. Although that initial idea from 1970 about the Central American Revolution had already evolved, we were quite shocked by the fact that liberation had occurred in only one country. In the internal discussion, this allowed us to better define our Central Americanism, focusing on collaboration and exchange with revolutionary movements. The other thing that impacted us tremendously was the political tactics used. When you say political tactics, what are you thinking? Salvador, in the type of government board they formed, in the politics of alliances, in the pluralist model of Nicaragua. We were also struck by both the aspect of unity, because it was evident that to the extent that the fragmentation of the Sandinista tendencies was resolved, The possibility of the triumph of the revolution came closer, as well as the insurrectional aspect that the struggle adopted. Since we were experiencing a very similar military and political situation and social outbreak. Even, sometimes, at the international level, what was happening in El Salvador stood out more than what was happening in Nicaragua. The Sandinista triumph helped us see that we were also inserted in a mature situation that could lead, and in fact was leading, into a situation of power. Another important aspect was seeing a collective leadership work, and verifying that it was not necessary to build a finished party to lead the people to victory. Other revolutions had already done it, but we in El Salvador still interpreted this in a very mechanical way. Valentin, particularly, it made us see that we were traveling along the correct path of the masses and weapons. I believe he cemented this conviction in all true Democrats and revolutionaries in El Salvador. And among the masses, how did it impact? Valentin, the events in Nicaragua moved the entire society. The popular masses made their own reading of that rebellion against a dictatorship. The Sandinista offensive boosted their revolutionary spirit, and I believe it gave them greater confidence in victory. The unions and political associations spoke out in the streets, and the identification was immense in the aware sectors. We all understood that the time had come to step up our pace both politically and militarily. I remember those days as a dizzying, multitudinous and diversified action. The enemy, for its part, was also processing that situation. The armed forces were declared on maximum alert. Nicaragua demonstrated that no dictatorship is eternal, that an army is incapable of containing its people when they have made the decision to free themselves. From here, the decision to once and for all retake the command belts in El Salvador was reaffirmed in Washington, to see if it was possible to put things back together and avert the revolution that was reaching its peak. The Nicaraguan revolution revealed to us the insurrectional potential that a process of popular struggles can have. For the FPL, in particular, it helps us shake certain mental schemas that we had in relation to the revolutionary process that we conceived as a prolonged and ascending process. From then on, we integrated with greater conviction the role of the insurrection as part of the strategy of the People's War. This was summarized in the slogan "Long live the armed insurrection with the prolonged popular war." But that is not all. The Sandinista revolution reaffirms the importance of the participation of patriotic anti-dictatorial forces and personalities who, in certain historical circumstances, are capable of having a responsible position in relation to the destinies of the country. We were impressed by the maturity and political flexibility with which the leadership of the Sandinista front had fostered the convergence of all these actors. That barely fit into the guerrilla mentality of those years. The platform of the Government of National Reconstruction was a document studied with special avidity by the Salvadoran revolutionaries. Beyond its contents, we were greatly impacted by the political precision to which it was responding and its sense of concreteness. The Salvadoran revolutionary movement strongly collected to this day the teaching of the importance of unity, its strategic role and the possibility of unity within diversity. Nicaragua also breaks with a kind of fatalism that held the impossibility of the triumph of a new revolution on the continent after the Cuban Revolution. He reaffirmed that once the internal situation in the country has been revolutionized, political change is possible and can be realized in coincidence with a specific international and regional situation. Given the social impetus that the struggle was acquiring in the country and the influence of the Nicaraguan Revolution, just 3 months later, a coup d'état broke out in El Salvador in October. From the current perspective, what is your analysis of the coup d'état that took place on October 15, 1979? Don't you think that the junta that emerged from said coup should have been supported to weaken the power of the fascists and the oligarchy? Valentin, the coup was an objective and direct result of the crisis, because the popular masses were overflowing and the popular movement as a whole was boldly undertaking tasks in the political and even military arena. The guerrilla and militia fight made its presence felt in the main cities, and in the countryside it was expansive. The regime was facing its greatest isolation and international rejection was on the rise. In the halls of the North American Congress and in the White House, there was a worrying debate about the worsening of the situation in El Salvador. Byron Vaki himself, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs of the North American Department of State, presented a report before the so-called Foreign Relations Commission of the House of Representatives, exactly 1 month before the coup, warning, El Salvador is in a chronic national crisis. Anti-government activity is rampant, frequently giving rise to violence, and trust is lacking in all sectors. In these circumstances, polarization is very advanced, and the prospects of avoiding revolutionary violence are fading quickly. The dictatorship was shaken. Until that moment, the oligarchic groups, bourgeois landowners, and the fascist leadership had blocked the reforms. They were only testing irrelevant programs of latrinization and civil-military action, such as the Welfare Plan for All, which did not go beyond the traditional campaigns applied in several countries in Latin America since 1962. In relation to the explosive problem of agriculture, sporadic land distributions had been carried out. Of course, the Yankee embassy, at that point, was all ready. She was convinced that in the face of the crisis there was a need to recompose the situation, to combine armed containment with reforms. Precisely in those days the same embassy circulated a bulletin in which it stated, "El Salvador is clearly the next domino, and a civil war situation could occur within the next 90 days, we believe that the security forces Salvadorans, which number approximately 15,000 men, supported by another 15,000 military and reservists, will be severely tested in the coming months, and we frankly wonder about their ability to pass the test. They are trained for conventional warfare, not to confront a guerrilla." In this context, some patriotic and reformist officers within the army, as well as certain visibly alarmed fascist leaders, were agreeing on the urgency of proposing a solution. The latter, specifically aimed at deactivating the rebellion of the masses. For their part, the reformist military, supported by Christian democratic, social democratic, and Christian intellectual sectors, sought the beginning of a process of democratization. The organization perceived this as an extreme and irreversible crisis in the system of domination, as the expression of a worsening of the objective and subjective revolutionary conditions, which put the regime in front of a dead end. On October 15, the coup broke out and the reformist sectors gained political prominence. A revolutionary government junta is installed headed by Colonel Amoldo Maginot, an exponent of a young current within the army. Along with him there are also Guillermo Ungo, Roman Mayorga, Antonio Andino, Hector Dada, a little later, and in some ministries, Ruben Zamora, Hector Acali, Enrique Alvarez Cordova, Sameo, and others. This board decrees a platform for agricultural reform, nationalizing foreign trade and banking. The people are called to give their support and calm is requested. The coup plotters quickly received support from the European Christian democratic and social democratic governments, as well as from founders of the DON. On October 11, 1975, in Santa Tecla, 3 young people faced a real army. That fight shook the entire country. Clara Elizabeth Ramirez, Eve Alejandro Solano Chico, fallen on October 11, 1975 in Santa Claus. Yesterday no one identified the other man, he also committed suicide, given the gunpowder tattoo on his right temple. This, according to reports, was the initials of FLP on the wall, at the bottom there was nothing. Photo by Alvarez. Andrés Torres Sanchez, Tono, hero of October 11, 1975. 3 terrorists commit suicide. After 8 hours of fire. Of a last kidnapping that has been kept secret. Alvarado with shrapnel in the Conlu LHR degree gases primogens kill off the mosquitoes. How many boys? Marcos and Evis will be waiting their turn. One of them wrote the acronyms of their terrorist cell in blood. Colonel Alvarenga burst in when the last shots were fired inside the house. Expectation to know who the dead were. 2 men and a woman committed suicide yesterday at around 6:30 in the morning, after 7 hours of armed resistance against the security forces. The events occurred at the end of 2nd Street Orient, Colonia Residencial Don Bosco, Santa Tecla, in one of whose houses resided a such a Juan Avalos, accompanied by others named Chico, Marcos, and Eva. It is believed that the name of Juan Avalos could have been changed by one of the Salvadoran accountant. Last 3. In that new residence, the terrorist cell formed by the 2 men and the woman was discovered. On Sunday at around 11:30 at night, when they were surprised by the police who were trying to capture them after a few days of investigation, the 2 men and the woman began to put up armed resistance. They had 3 12-gauge tumblers and 3 stable ones, 1 45 and 2 9mm. By Francisco Romero Ornitros. Faced with the heavy fire, they fired at the police officers, who managed to get to safety quickly. As reported by local residents, the agents called for force. And in a few moments the terrorists' house is surrounded along the block. They vacate the colony. All the residents of Don Bosco, whose Antonio Cardinal, Jesus Rojas, Nicaraguan by birth and Salvadoran by decision, fell in Quetzaltenango in March 1991. He thus loses one of the most lucid minds and the greatest human depth. Gloria Palacios, Ursula, fell alongside her partner Felipe Pina Mendoza, on August 16, 1975. Radio Farabundo Martí in action. Since 1982, the station has broadcast all the time from war zones, mainly from Quetzaltenango. On the right, Commander Ricardo Gutierrez during a delivery of prisoners from the armed forces to the International Red Cross. Many Latin American governments. Among those I remember are Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, Dominican Republic, Guyana, Jamaica. Even the Sandinista government itself viewed that democratic junta with some sympathy, because in some way it represented a weakening of the closed block of aggression that until then represented the governments of Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. How do you explain then that the political military organizations react against it? Valentin, we consider, of course, that there was joy with the fall of General Romero and the relief of some 45 officers burned as repressors. But the power of the fascists in the army had remained intact. I remember that one of the members of that board was Colonel Gutierrez, linked to the fascist structure. There was also mistrust and dissatisfaction when observing that Romero was allowed to leave without even subjecting him to a symbolic trial for the crimes that had been committed. These things weighed on the position that some political military organizations adopted. We thought that the conduct of any party has to be judged above all by its relationship with the interests of the masses and their feelings at all times. What we failed to understand in all its dimension is that a revolutionary party always has to play a guiding role for the masses, taking into account all the complexity of a situation that could not be put in black or white, just as we did. We did not correctly weigh in our politics the role that democratic forces combined with the popular movement could play. The proposed reforms, if applied, were certainly going to mean a real impact on the interests of certain oligarchic groups and, in some way, were going to alleviate the situation in the countryside. We perceived that package of reforms as a purpose to snatch the flags from the revolution and erode its growing social base. It seemed to us at that time that, despite the democratizing intentions that guided the progressive forces, those involved in the coup, those reforms and the coup itself were put at the service of objectives tending to inhibit, derail and block the impulse of the masses. We conclude, therefore, that the instability of the junta would result in the non-solution of the possibilities of an opening of democracy and in a new closure of it, due strictly to the position of the fascists. And since there were clear indications about the Great Conspiracy and the rearrangements of the fascist commanders in the army and the position of the United States, we did not give it any perspective. In this situation, we consider it necessary to speak clearly to the people about the media risks, to avoid confusion and show them the way. What we failed to weigh with political fairness at that juncture was the importance of the fight for reforms in a country where oligarchic power resists even the implementation of the least significant reforms. We fail to appreciate the importance that this struggle may have in isolating the most recalcitrant oligarchic sectors and in elevating the popular struggle itself. Specifically, in this we fell short and failed to apply a multifaceted policy that would record all the dimensions of the problem. Were the political military organizations warned of the coup plans? Were they consulted? Valentine, we were not consulted or warned. Nor was effective, autonomous, and supportive participation of mass organizations sought. They were only called to rally around the coup and reduce their actions. He thinks that these masses came from a long path of mockery and coups d'état carried out by the dictatorship. The variants that emerged at first glance were, that of total and unrestricted support, placing the people behind the coup, that is, delegating the entire perspective of change around the coup, that of a conditioned and critical partial support, and that of a frontal position and unmasking of the maneuver. The latter was the one we adopted. That's how simple we think about things. And from there, we classify the phenomenon as a self-coup maneuver that it had to be fought by the people. The FPL maintained that although the first junta could not be characterized as the same fascist military tyranny, we conceived the coup as a conspiracy between the high command of the tyranny, obeying the directives of North American imperialism and of the Creole exploiters. That is, we considered that the coup represented the global interests of the dominant classes and that the changes would only be of a more populist style of political leadership. And we reiterated that its objectives were to stop and destroy popular organizations, fabricate a democratic image of the armed forces and divert the masses towards the electoral game. As a consequence of this, we are preparing to intensify the popular armed struggle in all its levels and forms. We draw up immediate plans to increase popular arming not only by requisitioning, but by allocating a strategic fund to acquire weapons on the market. At the same time, we call on the people to demand the freedom of all political prisoners, the dissolution of Orden and the repressive bodies, and to ask for punishment for the death squads, respect for popular freedoms, fight against the state of siege. In the weeks following the coup, the streets continued to fill with bodies and the murders in the countryside continued unabated. We saw it necessary then to intensify that process of small popular uprisings that were taking place in the countryside, to break the paramilitary strongholds of fascism that still remained and that played an intimidating role against the population. Likewise, we call for mobilization for a demand list of an economic and social nature, increase in salaries, reduction in prices, etc. And we call on the people to increase their mobilization and organization by neighborhoods, and social sectors and to join the militias, the guerrillas and the nascent popular army. We maintained, in the communiqué of October 17, that only the workers, peasants, and the people in power will be able to solve popular problems, and we continue to raise the standard of a popular revolutionary government with proletarian hegemony. Estuary. So textual. Everything was framed within the strategy of the prolonged People's War, supported by the FPL until then. I think the characterization of the self-coup was absolutist and hasty. Naturally, it was very influenced by a rejection of the counterinsurgency powers that moved behind some coup forces, but above all it was very determined by a schematized ideological political attitude, accustomed to establishing pre-prepared conclusions, especially when it came to analyzing the forces that were in power. As a result of those approaches, our position regarding a call for concertation made by the Popular Forum was one of rejection, making it difficult, at that juncture, for all the forces of the people to concentrate in a single channel to further isolate the fascists or, at least, to reduce their margins of maneuver. The only thing we proposed at that time was an effort to accelerate and establish a greater relationship and coordination with the popular movement, referring specifically to the most strategically and tactically related radical organizations, establishing towards the rest of the forces only a policy of relationships. The first meeting didn't last long. The separate pact between Napoleon Duarte and the fascists quickly came. But I understand that you had a presence inside that government. Is that so? Did they guide or not guide in the direction of attacking the fascists and strengthening democratic positions? Valentin, we established a double-track policy, since on the one hand we considered it convenient to call on the people to rebase the reformist plans of the junta and worsen the crisis. 2. One organization founded by the opposition in a climate of strike and agitation on September 20, 1978, made up of political, union and agrarian organizations, PDC, UDN, MNR, LP28, CTS, CGS, Fenestras and other unions small, some linked to the ruling party. The FAPU participated directly through Fenestras. The BPR did not attend, nor did the guerrilla movement move towards deeper changes. And on the other hand, we secretly promote a very intense line of political relations. The latter was rather aimed at making officials and honest people understand that only by taking into account the political, military and mass organizations could a formula for a real solution be found. Naturally, this line within that cabinet would lead to tensioning the contradiction with the fascist commanders, who were increasingly arrogant and threatening towards the same government officials. In those days, we carried out quite intense work in relation to various ministers, undersecretaries and other senior officials, as well as a more fluid relationship with various political forces. And we follow closely and from within the crisis of the governmental scheme. At the time, the FPL oriented directly towards the fracture of this government, when we confirmed that the fascist forces were recapturing their control. Then came Samayo's resignation, in education, Enrique Alvarez Cordova, in agriculture, de Arias, in economics, the same as the rest of the democratic components of that government. In summary, what do you consider to be the main successes and errors committed by the revolutionary forces at that time? Valentin, as far as we were concerned, we made objective predictions regarding the outcomes that occurred and we stayed close to the masses. That was important. It was also important to have had a direct presence, without translating it into a public endorsement or a blank check to the board. However, we first failed in the analysis we did regarding the nature of the board's components, especially at the beginning. We lacked a deeper knowledge and appreciation of the crisis of the regime and specifically the crisis of hegemony that the fascist forces in power were temporarily facing. Furthermore, it was not positive to maintain in practice a reluctant position in the face of the convergent effort that was required in the situation. This did not help to concentrate democratic revolutionary energies. And all this had a certain relationship with an insufficient deepening and development of some theoretical and political assumptions of the strategy designed until then. The political military line allowed us to contribute intensely to all that overwhelming push so full of heroism and popular victories, but we needed a more global political vision. Monsignor Romero, symbol of resistance. I have heard that Monsignor Romero played a great role as a leader of the masses that were mobilizing then, is that correct? Facundo, the role of Monsignor Romero must be seen in two moments. When he was appointed to the Archdiocese of San Salvador, to replace Monsignor Luis Chavez y González, we sincerely received the news with skepticism, because his entire career was that of a conservative bishop. When did that happen? Facundo, I think in 1977, because the two Romeros arrived together, Romero the dictator president and Romero the bishop. But Monsignor Romero, despite being conservative, had the characteristic of being a man very sensitive to the problems of the community. He cared a lot about the church working on social projects. What happens is that, in relation to the bishops who supported the entire project of liberation theology at that time, Monsignor Romero was conservative. Even we suspected that his appointment had been a decision by the Vatican to prevent Monsignor Rivera y Damas, who at that time was much more identified with that project, from assuming the Archdiocese of San Salvador, the main one in the country. But what happens? A few days after he assumed office, on March 12, 1977, the Jesuit Rutilio Grande was ambushed by the government's military forces and savagely murdered in Aguilars. This was a priest very integrated into the communities. Grassroots Christian communities, very loved by the peasants of those areas. He is the first priest, that I can remember, who was murdered in that way. On that occasion, the peasants of the Christian communities held a large rally in the area, in support of the work that that priest had done. After this, the confrontation in that region worsened. And that, perhaps, is the first shock that Monsignor Romero receives. Added to this situation is that at that time the levels of repression also increased, especially when the land seizures began. The peasants turned a lot to Monsignor Romero to help them resolve the conflict over the conquest of the land. In that, he always knew how to listen and played an active role, identifying with what seemed fair to him. The grassroots Christian communities were constantly insisting that he give them support in the face of the repressive policy of the government and the army, but especially the National Guard and the Treasury Police and the National Police. There were dozens, hundreds of letters from the communities that were sent to him for these reasons. When we took over the Ministry of Labor on November 10, 1977, we went to look for Monsignor Romero at around 11 at night. He was there, in the chapel where he was later murdered, to ask him to serve as a mediator between us and the government, and accepted the request. And he accepted it very well, quite convinced of the justice of our demands. On that occasion he played an important role. It is natural that the clash with reality changed him. I remember that he made a tour, in '77, of Calatenango, and there he had a kind of confrontation with the peasants, because he began to carry out more of an anti-communist preaching. But the peasants told him, is it communism to fight for better wages, to fight for reductions in the prices of inputs for agricultural production, to fight for reductions in land rents? That is what we are doing, and that's why they're repressing us, that's why they're imprisoning us, that's why they're killing us. The people showed him the justice of his struggle, without getting into the discussion of whether it was communism, socialism, or capitalism. He was faced with the specific problems that people had. I am convinced that the entire atmosphere that was generated in that period, the increase in repression, the bestiality of the oligarchy, not giving in to any of the workers' demands, state terrorism, torture and disappearances implemented by the government, all of this raised awareness, from a political point of view. He ended up realizing that he had to define himself. At that point, the situation in El Salvador was so polarized that there was no room for intermediate positions. Either the torrent of popular struggle, led by the mass organizations of the political military organizations and by sectors of Christian democracy itself, was supported, or he leaned in favor of the government's criminal repressive project. And Monsignor Romero did opt for the first, in a consistent and defined manner. And from that moment he began to preach more openly, more decisively, and with great courage, about the need for change, for social justice, to put an end to repression, torture, and defends the justice of the struggle of the peasants. He had a close connection with the peasants, since it was in the peasantry where the Christian communities had their greatest base. He came to assume very drastic and brave positions against the North American intervention, the military, the Romero government, and he became a true leader, a symbol of resistance against the government, a symbol of the fight for justice. Social, due to the structural changes in the country. At that moment, he was the figure who best expressed the people's interests and will to fight. If we have a contemporary national hero, it is Monsignor Romero. It was he who united the entire nation, peasants, slum dwellers, neighborhood residents, teachers, all those people who were promoting change. But this cannot be analyzed only from individual characteristics. I believe that its relevance is explained by the circumstances of the process in which it is inserted. A little like what happened with the priest Capon I in Tsarist Russia. Lenin himself says that he led those masses who rebelled against the Tsar in January 1905, not because he was a priest with a lot of charisma, but because he expressed the interests, the desire for change of that entire mass of peasants and workers. Facundo, sure. Perhaps Monsignor Romero would not have changed his attitude, his conservative concepts, if he had not become bishop at that precise moment in the history of his country. Valentine, after all, the entire country is Christian. the basis of social support that democratic and revolutionary flags have is an entirely Christian basis, and the ideals for which many people die and fight also have roots in the most genuine moral and historical principles of Christianity. Furthermore, those masses acquired a fairly Christian methodology in their forms of organization, functioning, coexistence, and solidarity. His sense of justice, his firmness in faith and his ideals came from that ideology. There is no doubt that among the patriotic, democratic, and socialist aspects of this political process, the aspect of Christianity is its most abundant source. And all this must have influenced the personality of Monsignor Romero, who in some way was prophetic with his incorruptible attitude, his example, and his message. When was Monsignor Romero murdered? Valentin, this murder occurred when Duarte and the Rights had reversed the situation that had been created by the junta chaired by Maginot, when the Americans already had one hand at the wheel and the military Christian democratic junta ruled. At that time, the government hunt intensified, even against leaders of the same Christian democracy identified with popular interests. Melvin Orellana and Mario Zamora, two brothers, were murdered. Of Ruben, on February 23, 1980. Monsignor Romero is assassinated on March 24. We must take into account that the example of Monsignor Romero is linked to that of so many catechists, seminarians, celebrators of the word, nuns, priests, and evangelical pastors who fertilized the path with their word, with their presence, with their sensitivity and his courage. Many suffered imprisonment, disappearances, and even death while celebrating religious services. I remember Father Navarro, the many priests he murdered and the Maryknoll nuns who suffered the same fate. For all this, we maintain a deep esteem and respect for that man who, oblivious to political or religious sectarianism, knew how to generate unity among his people. But the most important thing of all is that Monsignor Romero does not constitute for this country a memory of the past, but rather a transforming and practical spiritual force in the present. The revolution in our country is the work of Christians. This is a fact, and alliances cannot be established between Christians and the revolution, because the revolution cannot be understood nor is it possible without them. Their revolutionary attitude is a consequence of the reality in which they live and the need for change that moves those same majorities. Power situation and unitary steps. Why was the guerrilla movement not able to take advantage of the situation of power that opened in these months? Facundo, as far as the FPL is concerned, we must remember that between 1975 and 1976, as antithesis to the Communist Party's line of struggle through electoral means and the insurrectionary theses of the ERP, which were expressed in the formation of the military committees, the strategy of the prolonged People's War began to be discussed. This strategy practically became a cliché approach, very general, very abstract. It made us lose the concrete vision of the situation of power that was being generated in the last years of the 70s. By conceiving war as a factor of accumulation to build the party, the army, the mass front, and to achieve total defeat of the oligarchy, army and imperialism, made us look at a much longer term. It did not help to have a vision of what could be done with the level of accumulation that existed at that time. At that time we were unable to find factors that would make us introduce strategic variations. We elaborated nothing around the question of the conquest of power. It seemed too elusive to us. We began to imagine the decisive moment, and we continued with the previous projection of the prolonged People's War. We were dedicated to acceleration and promoting the jump, but there was no effort to establish hypotheses of reversal and outcome. Valentin, that was precisely our delay. In 1979 we had two new phenomena before us, such as the triumph of the Sandinistas, and a simultaneous acceleration of the revolutionary process in El Salvador that was entering a general crisis. This national event would become a decisive motivation for the changes and adjustments that we had to make. The organization was sensitized, as were other democratic and revolutionary forces, although it is necessary to recognize that these forces were more concerned than us when it came to the need for certain political steps in the new situation. For the FPL, in particular, it made us go through a process of reflection and self-questioning, which required above all an effort to inferiorize the new realities. Then came deliberations, assessments, and the adoption of positions for the period. In the days that followed, however, and despite such efforts, we continued to react slowly to certain political phenomena. Our thinking lagged behind in relation to the new elements that were appearing and, although our political horizon had broadened, the clandestine world in which the bulk of the leadership had to act, and above all due to the lack of political exchanges among the revolutionary forces, they imposed their limitations mainly in the policy of alliances. Perhaps we should also examine another angle of the problem, a more subtle angle if you will, but one that would allow us to fully examine the strategic approach and conduct of a revolutionary organization like the FPL. During all those years, we had a general weakness associated with the left, and that consisted of a more effective than rational defense regarding our own political line, an attitude closely linked to a misunderstood party loyalty, translated into sectarianism, linked to that political attitude of affirming oneself as the only alternative, or establishing oneself above others as the advanced factor in the processes, postponing self-criticism and rectifications. That attitude was supported. Really gives in the successful development of that line. And as usually happens among some left-wing forces in our country, attitudes like ours entered a kind of vicious circle, where the political behavior of one generated in others certain reflex behaviors, similar and even refractory in the necessary contrast of the ideas. This made it difficult to identify the affinities that we objectively had and to consolidate the points that could connect us. In your case, was it the entire organization or only a part of it that clung to the protracted People's War? Valentine, in our case, it was an attitude that encompassed the party as a whole, at least until that moment. We made a staunch defense of the strategic line, the kind that some left-wing entities often carry out. Allegations that, seen deep down, do not have full ideological political support, because it is understood that a successful foundation must be connected to immediate and changing realities, and, above all, be sensitive to what is new. We needed greater liveliness in the ideological field itself, which would motivate our political reflections more and allow us to register nuances, rhythms, urgencies, details of the situation. By not completely surpassing these limitations, we returned to certain generalities and made certain abstractions that led us to misaligned judgments and positions in relation to some aspects of political life. A misunderstood mystique, on the one hand, and an attitude of self-sufficiency as an organization, on the other, inhibited the renewal and leap we needed to make. This could be considered a secondary element, but it was not, because when this ideological attitude is linked to the political passion that distinguishes the revolutionaries, it has a concrete impact and is one of the most difficult to overcome, because it corresponds precisely to a subjectivized dimension of practice. Fundamentally, the originally adopted conception, 1970, was considered correct, because it corresponded to a well-completed and concrete stage, where the Southern political military approach, as an immediate and active response, aimed at strategically altering a disadvantageous correlation of forces in all areas, because it was a political line raised with an offensive and disruptive projection against a military dictatorship that was held in power by the weight of weapons. Despite our weaknesses, that idea of a prolonged popular war gained prestige among the people, to such a degree that the enemy himself, against his own will, took it upon himself to increase its popularity by placing it as a center of attack in his campaigns. Misinformation and the so-called psychological war. Even to this day, the regime's apparatus continues to lash out against what they call the prolonged People's War. Now, looking at the left as a whole, don't you think that one of the factors that prevented the conditions for the assault on power from being created was the lack of unity between the left and the revolutionary movement? Valentine, in relation to the central question of power, I remember that in the assessment that we made after the crisis of May 1979, it was evaluated for the first time that practically with the sole social force of the FPL that great battle had been fought. That put the government in crisis. What wouldn't all the revolutionary forces do together? We realized that the revolutionary movement as a whole, with all its mass strength, had become a factor of power, whose strength was growing and becoming increasingly threatening. However, this thinking did not translate into unitary steps. The burden of sectarianism and mechanistic gradualism weighed heavily. In October 1979, what was on the agenda was a problem of power and new definitions, and this was inextricably linked to the question of the unity of the forces of the people. In reality, it is from there that we begin to be influenced by that need, but the contradictory nature of the thought and behavior that we on the left sometimes show, is felt, very clearly in us, when it is raised. The need to participate in the popular forum. The BPR refuses to integrate, mostly because we believe that this really gives in the successful development of that line. And as usually happens among some left-wing forces in our country, attitudes like ours entered a kind of vicious circle, where the political behavior of one generated in others certain reflex behaviors, similar and even refractory in the necessary contrast of the ideas. This made it difficult to identify the affinities that we objectively had and to consolidate the points that could connect us. In your case, was it the entire organization or only a part of it that clung to the protracted People's War? Valentine, in our case, it was an attitude that encompassed the party as a whole, at least until that moment. We made a staunch defense of the strategic line, the kind that some left-wing entities often carry out. Allegations that, seen deep down, do not have full ideological political support, because it is understood that a successful foundation must be connected to immediate and changing realities, and, above all, be sensitive to what is new. We needed greater liveliness in the ideological field itself, which would motivate our political reflections more and allow us to register nuances, rhythms, urgencies, details of the situation. By not completely surpassing these limitations, we returned to certain generalities and made certain abstractions that led us to misaligned judgments and positions in relation to some aspects of political life. A misunderstood mystique, on the one hand, and an attitude of self-sufficiency as an organization, on the other, inhibited the renewal and leap we needed to make. This could be considered a secondary element, but it was not, because when this ideological attitude is linked to the political passion that distinguishes the revolutionaries, it has a concrete impact and is one of the most difficult to overcome, because it corresponds precisely to a subjectivized dimension of practice. Fundamentally, the originally adopted conception, 1970, was considered correct, because it corresponded to a well-completed and concrete stage, where the Southern political military approach as an immediate and active response, aimed at strategically altering a disadvantageous correlation of forces in all areas, because it was a political line raised with an offensive and disruptive projection against a military dictatorship that was held in power by the weight of weapons. Despite our weaknesses, that idea of a prolonged popular war gained prestige among the people, to such a degree that the enemy himself, against his own will, took it upon himself to increase its popularity by placing it as a center of attack in his campaigns. Misinformation and the so-called psychological war. Even to this day, the regime's apparatus continues to lash out against what they call the prolonged People's War. Now, looking at the left as a whole, don't you think that one of the factors that prevented the conditions for the assault on power from being created was the lack of unity between the left and the revolutionary movement? Valentine, in relation to the central question of power, I remember that in the assessment that we made after the crisis of May 1979, it was evaluated for the first time that practically with the sole social force of the FPL that great battle had been fought. That put the government in crisis. What wouldn't all the revolutionary forces do together? We realized that the revolutionary movement as a whole, with all its mass strength, had become a factor of power, whose strength was growing and becoming increasingly threatening. However, this thinking did not translate into unitary steps. The burden of sectarianism and mechanistic gradualism weighed heavily. In October 1979, what was on the agenda was a problem of power and new definitions, and this was inextricably linked to the question of the unity of the forces of the people. In reality, it is from there that we begin to be influenced by that need, but the contradictory nature of the thought and behavior that we on the left sometimes show, is felt, very clearly in us, when it is raised. The need to participate in the popular forum. The BPR refuses to integrate, mostly because we believed that the alliance scheme was going to be hegemonized by the bourgeois parties, and with this, the popular masses would go as a tailgate as before. More or less this is how we reasoned, postponing the unitary steps with the rest of the forces and denoting a fearful and defensive attitude that did not correspond to the realities achieved and the general conclusions of an offensive nature that we ourselves had drawn for other levels of the struggle. Political and military. We were still clinging to the mechanical line of first going through the construction of the mass revolutionary pole, before taking steps towards broader alliances. This contradicted that imperative to act with a sense of power, as we used to say in those days. The popular forum disintegrated, but it was a very important exercise and political message for the majority of our country. I think that within the organization, since then, there began to be people who were more self-critical and sensitive to these things. But it is already well into the year 80, when the FPL clearly states that prolonged war does not mean endless war, that the prolonged nature that a liberating process may encompass is not a decision of the revolutionaries, but rather a marked determination, ultimately, by the development and possibilities of the situation, and that in our country, the extension of the war would be determined by the resistance offered by the dictatorship and imperialism to the push of the revolution. It is concluded that its prolonged nature cannot be elevated to theoretical doctrinal status, as something obligatory or desirable. It is even maintained that politically, but also morally, revolutionaries are always under the obligation to put all our initiative, all our creative and combative capacity, to seek and promote the revolutionary possibility at every moment, in accordance, of course, with the game and trend of correlations of objective forces. We have this now more clear than then. But it was in the mid-80s when the spirit of endorsing and evaluating not only the positive elements of our strategy began to predominate in us, but we also began to bring to light the lagging factors, in a real openness to self-criticism, both of thought and political practice. And even when the confidence in the path taken was very strong, no one clung to cliché formulations, as we did before. This was also possible due to the entire process of ideological struggle that had been developing within the left and, particularly, due to the accusations from other revolutionary organizations of the sectarianism and political purism of the FPL. In reality, there were at least two strategic issues that would begin to change. Firstly, the strategism that was expressed in that long-term generality with which we viewed the decisive issues of power, and as a consequence of this, would tend to rethink the importance of unity. The war acquired a prolonged character, but not because of a conceptual foresight or a determination of the people's forces, but mainly because of the existence of the interventionist policy of the United States that exerted containment on the liberating impulse of the masses, postponing a victory. Popular, which in any case will be inevitable. The third week of December of the year 79, a political military coordinator was formed made up of the Communist Party, the RN, and the FPL that has a historical strategic significance. Why do you think this unitary attempt was proposed at the end of 1979? What influenced it? What were the previous steps that prepared it? What steps were taken? What is your assessment of this first attempt? Valentine, that was the step that had to be taken to act in response to the national crisis that had matured. This first unitary agreement becomes, without a doubt, the most important event in almost a decade of revolutionary action. This tripartite proposed from the beginning the incorporation of the other political military forces. Without full integration of the five organizations, it could not be thought of preparing decisive battles with possibilities of victory. On the other hand, its foundation marks the real beginning of unity. Strategic between the political military revolutionary forces, which has its thread of continuity and leap with the constitution of the Unified Revolutionary Directorate, DRU, on May 22, 1980, where the comrades of the ERP and the PRTC are fully integrated. This second step was consolidated with the creation of the FMLN and its General Command, on October 10 of that same year. Its creation demonstrates the understanding and decision to advance in the first levels of coordination of a combination of forces, within a projection of leading to the launching of decisive battles. What did the creation of the FMLN mean for each force? Valentin, the formation of the FMLN is the adoption of a unitary identity for all, a common name, a flag, a symbol, and a common political line. But it also expresses a decision of each party to belong to the FMLN as a unified front, but where its components preserve their political personality and, consequently, their differences. It is a pentapartidary front. Each one is convinced of the importance of ensuring their full presence and joint action in the military and political, of the need to create and strengthen unified instances, organizations, and means, which contribute to overcoming the formal juxtaposition, and to effectively outline a unitary instance providing it with its own capacity, dynamics, and strength. At the base of that decision to form the FMLN was the maturation of the sense of responsibility towards the situation of the country and, particularly, towards the demands of the revolutionary process carried out by vast social sectors. That is why the FMLN is founded not with the idea of a temporary or partial alliance, but with a more permanent and profound unitary idea, already supported by a programmatic projection. This is what leaves the perspectives open to develop unity, progressively dissolving the delays of sectarianism to overcome an effort of growing understanding and identification on different levels, ideological, political, theoretical, methodological, organizational, and towards material cooperation. It is obvious that the FMLN Constitution concentrates and enhances power of leadership and convening of revolutionary organizations and with it their offensive possibilities. What role did the FPL have in the construction of the unitary bases of the revolutionary forces? Valentin, the FPL had a very important role in this. The organization participates in the immediate process of contacts and approaches that leads to the creation of the political military coordinator. He also participates in the collective effort that leads to the formation of the Unified Revolutionary Directorate, DRU, and at the same time contributes to the political bases that allow the launch of the FMLN. Our participation was integral and constant throughout that period, both in the political military sphere and in the field of political and strictly mass alliances. In an overall assessment, we can affirm that, with the natural differences and percentages of failures that each of us had, we all invariably put a decisive share in ideas, will and constructive spirit, for the configuration and consolidation of this harmonious totality that is now the FMLN. Why were neither the ERP nor the PRTC present in the first unitary effort? Valentin, I think that the non-participation of the ERP and the PRTC in that first December agreement was quite circumstantial. Naturally it was related to political issues, more than anything related to the general delay that the unity process had been suffering. This delay in the rapprochement, in the reunion, in the mutual knowledge, the clarification of errors and misunderstandings and in the overcoming of old subjective burdens between our organizations and influenced, to some extent, was also motivated by operational difficulties in the communication. But the important thing was that the initial absence of two organizations did not express a lack of unitary will on their part, nor a disagreement with the creation of that coordinating organization. On the contrary, I remember some meetings with the management of the ERP and the PRTC, where the colleagues showed a high degree of understanding and unity, and a great willingness to integrate. The fact that we started three organizations was not a step that hindered the unitary dynamic, rather it created collective and political conditions to move forward. It immediately strengthened the process as a whole, and it took no more than a month for the formation of the Revolutionary Mass Coordinator, CRM, where all the political labor fronts with a revolutionary orientation were brought together without exception. In what context was the Revolutionary Mass Coordinator formed and who participates in it? How long does this experience last and what is your assessment of it? What does it have to do with the Revolutionary Front and then the Revolutionary Democratic Front? Valentine, the formation of the CRM occurs when the revolutionary wave is at its highest point. It comes to intensify the mobilization of the masses, raises its level, and deepens the crisis of the regime, contributing to ripening conditions for the offensive. Formally, it was launched on January 10, 1980, but its founding was the result of a great effort of rapprochement, understanding, and concertation. The FAPU, the BPR, the February 28 Popular Leagues, the Popular Movement for Liberation and the UDN participated in it. At the same time, another field of strictly political democratic forces had emerged within the country, among which was the National Revolutionary Movement of Guillermo Ungo and Hector Acoli, which was a social democratic party that was quite active in the country, plus a nascent party with a Christian social orientation, headed by Ruben Zamora, and which was a sector that renounced the Christian Democratic Party, rejecting the pact that the PDC maintained at that time with the fascist commanders. This sector was thereafter identified as the Popular Social Christian Movement. A movement of professionals and technicians, known as MIPTIS, also converged with them, as did a diversity of opposition personalities. Together, they formed a democratic front, which, due to its ideas and activities in favor of the democratization of the country, transformed the social and economic reasons, and because of their patriotic position against the intervention, they coincided with the Mass Revolutionary Coordinator. It is from this relationship, but above all the need to present the alternative of a revolutionary democratic government with a broad social base, that an agreement is reached to establish a political alliance between the Mass Coordinator and that Democratic Front. The Revolutionary Democratic Front, FDR, then takes shape. This happened on March 18, 1980. A businessman well known for his democratic and humanist career and fight in favor of true agrarian reform, Enrique Alvarez Cordova, was founding president of the FDR, and also as president of MIPTIS, who most was assassinated along with a large part of the leadership of that front, among whom were Juan Chacon, general secretary of the BPR, Manuel Franco, of the UDN, Enrique Escobar, from the MNR, Humberto Mendoza, from the MPL, and Doroteo Hernandez from the FAPU. The formation of the FDR has immense significance, because it materializes in a more permanent and decisive way the intertwining that exists between the flags of democracy and revolution in our country. Furthermore, it allows the social and political energies that advocate change to be concentrated within a common torrent. In reality, these forces registered their participation and their struggle in the political and not military terrain. But they understood that the use of weapons had acquired overwhelming proportions, to the extent that the military dictatorship was stubborn in denying any possibility of change, and was obstinate in maintaining that situation through repression and weapons. Precisely in that period, the army began to play the main role as an instrument of repression against the people and of fighting against the guerrillas. Until that date, this function had been fulfilled mainly by the tactical operational police units, made up of three bodies: National Guard, National Police, and Treasury Police. These had relied for many years on paramilitary bands, which had an institutional character, and in the death squads, they did not have it. Obviously, guerrilla and militia activity, the armed struggle in all its forms and levels, had the character of a social and national phenomenon. A considerable part of society participated in armed activity. The attitude of the regime legitimized this form of political struggle and made it even more necessary. This gave a civic character to the armed resistance, and its offensive decision represented the sovereign will of the people and their democratizing aspiration. The revolutionary meaning of the events was given by the characteristics with which this change had to be carried out, and naturally by the transformations that became necessary. In a particular situation like this, with an exceptionally authoritarian regime, all forms of popular action have a high democratic and civil content. With full awareness of this, the civil forces that made up the FDR and the political military forces of the FMLN established a political alliance. In principle, This alliance was based on the purpose of resolving the crisis, seeking to make way for a democratic revolutionary government that would put an end to the militarist arrogance and the bloodbath that our people suffered. That situation had to end. The masses were convinced of the need for a major offensive and were in fact launched. The FMLN had that decision and worked intensely to put in place all the conditions that would allow us to wage a battle of strategic magnitude and change things. Third part. The Revolutionary War, a long road to victory. January 1981, beginning of the Popular War and readjustment of party functioning. Could you briefly summarize the stages through which the Salvadoran War had gone through up to this point? Valentin. Although the armed struggle in El Salvador began with the insurrection of 1932 and was restarted in 1970, the actual war between two armies began with the offensive of 1981. For some, the offensive of January 1981 was an insurrectional attempt. There was even talk of a final offensive. For you, leaders of an organization that defended the thesis of a prolonged people's war, what was it? I have heard that the FPL did not go all out in the urban aspect of said offensive, because it was contrary to the strategic conception of the organization. What was the plan of the offensive that you developed? Lionel, starting from the fact that there was a favorable situation for the possibility of taking power, or for making a leap, which was what was actually made, a strategic leap in the revolutionary struggle in El Salvador, we proposed to strike militarily on the base of the urban commandos and the suburban guerrilla units, which already existed, and which then had to lead a large number of armed people who had been incorporated. All this in order to militarily define some points in our favor, in such a way as to make possible the insurrection and uprising of the masses. We prepared ourselves with large military operations, such as the attack on San Vicente, Chola, Tenango and San Salvador itself, at the same time that strikes were organized and the neighborhoods joined the struggle. The strategic plan of the offensive of 81 was based on three fundamental components: the insurrection of the masses and the general strike, the insurrectionary army formed by the united nuclei of urban, suburban, rural guerrillas and militia, which would attack the main barracks, and the uprising of the progressive military who would support the insurrection. In all actions the participation of the masses was required, and since the majority were peasants, it was a matter of making raids with semi-unarmed masses. What did you do specifically? Lionel, in Quetzaltenango, we formed an insurrectional command of masses and militias that brought together 300 people and began to infiltrate the city a few days before, apart from the troops, which consisted of more or less another 200 men. It was not just a military attack, it was the combination of a coup d'état, with a siege, fixation of the enemy forces, and taking over neighborhoods. In Ciudad Arce, the town was taken and the masses rose up. In San Salvador there was fighting in the working-class neighborhoods, also in Ciudad Delgado, Mexicanos, Cuscatancingo, and control of them was achieved. In Santa Ana, the action of the masses was combined with the uprising of the military, officers and troops, who took over the barracks, destroyed the powder magazine and began to support the insurrection. It must be taken into account that the experience that was had was, above all, in relation to the dynamics of the street struggle, of the mass struggle. The armed struggle was still fundamentally expressed through the urban commandos and the suburban guerrilla units that, although they were small units, had developed considerably in Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, San Miguel, Usulután, and in Morazán. In other words, the period in which you had to make the turn was too short to be effective, to be able to put all your forces behind the insurrection. Lionel, I can assure you that in that offensive we went all out and participated in the insurrectionary actions with a considerable impact. It is enough to remember the contribution of the Popular Revolutionary Bloc and the Popular Neighborhood Committees 1. In order to support the offensive, we gave our guerrilla contingent a form of insurrectionary army to attack the barracks in Metapan, San Salvador, Quetzaltenango, Canas, San Vicente, Zacatecalica, and Usulután. You can be sure that we used our forces to the full, with the conviction that it was a strategic effort that would mean a leap, the beginning of the revolutionary offensive. For the first time we had so many armed men, the germ of the army we had dreamed of. The reality was that, the rest was pure theoretical discussion between what was understood by a prolonged popular war and by insurrection. In the end, aspects of both theses were confirmed in practice as parts of the truth. And how would you define the characteristics of that offensive? Lionel, I would say that at that time, the FMLN still did not have a single conception, and that is why we went on a generalized offensive, which combined military action with insurrectionary action. The military units were not yet consolidated, they were newly formed armed masses, without any training. Therefore, what was done were assault actions on the barracks with masses that had already risen up. It was not a classic insurrection. But this also meant a general straining of all our forces. But what, in your opinion, allows us to speak of insurrection? Lionel, the fact that we are making this attempted military offensive on the basis of a large number of masses willing to rise up. The important and determining factor in the decision we made was the situation of the masses, their conscience and state of mind. Many of them rose up and joined the guerrilla units. There was a general disposition to rise up, so much so that it was in the churches, in the schools, in the university, in the villages where the training of the thousands of incorporated recruits took place. But there are also other elements that influenced the decision-making: the triumph of the Sandinista revolution, the situation that arose in the United States with the departure of President Carter, and the internal crisis produced by the 1979 coup d'état. Joaquim Villalobos also told me that those organized masses rose up in the countryside, but that, on the other hand, in the city the masses did not rise up as you expected. Lionel, that's right. What happens is that in San Salvador what was proposed was the idea of triggering a strike. There the main effort was not in the military, but in accompanying the entire action with mass mobilization. We must also take into account that the most active, most combative people had already withdrawn from the cities to begin structuring guerrilla units in the countryside. What we carried out then to support the insurrection were armed raids on Ciudad Delgado, Soyapango, Mexicanos, Tuxtepec. And they didn't have a sector of the army for the insurrection? Lionel, as I already told you, a component of our 81 plan was the uprising of some barracks. This line took shape in the 2nd Infantry Brigade based in Santa Ana. Before the 1979 coup d'état, the FMLN organizations maintained relations with the military, as a result of the crisis of General Romero's government, in the search to find formulas for exiting the crisis. When the coup occurred, these contacts and relationships were strengthened, allowing contact with the troops in some quarters. Most of these soldiers had written in 1979 a proclamation with progressive and patriotic content. When the proclamation was betrayed, part of them decided to support the insurrectionary plans of the FMLN. Don't you think that the FMLN then made a bad calculation of the situation in which the mass movement found itself after the genocide it had suffered? Lionel, it wasn't a bad calculation. What happened is that the plan was delayed. But it was correct to launch that offensive, otherwise it would have been defeat. Despite the above, it must be recognized that not all the people revolted. With the genocide and repression, what we later called a phenomenon of blockade of these masses had occurred. These entered a situation of ebb and flow and began, prey to fear and terror, to look for ways to survive. At the same time, large contingents had become units in the field. Their bosses, we could say, had been educated in the school of street fighting and in a strong ideological confrontation. It was with those units that we carried out the offensive. I think that the moment to have launched it must have been in January or February of 1980, when the masses were in the streets with a high will to insurrection and combat, but the degree of unity of the FMLN, which was newly formed and at incipient levels of coordination, and our position, still very attached to the concept of a prolonged people's war, did not allow us to correctly take advantage of that situation. It prevented us from developing an adequate response to that specific situation. To summarize our participation as FPL in the offensive of 81, I would tell you that we made a fundamentally military effort, that is, trying to besiege cities and trying to influence militarily. In the case of Calatenango, we were about to define the situation. It was inexperience in military strategy that prevented us from taking that barracks. In the case of Santa Ana, an eminently military coup was also carried out. Although the action of 81 has an insurrectional expression, what occurs in practice is a combination of these two components. What assessment does the FMLN make of the 81 offensive? Lionel, the offensive of January 10, 1981 was the first offensive response of a strategic nature. That time, the FMLN stressed all its forces and shook the entire system. For the first time, the armed people dared to attack several barracks. Since 1932 he had not entered departmental capitals to militarily question the power of the oligarch and the dictatorship. This offensive caused great changes in the revolutionary struggle in El Salvador, because it meant that the FMLN could begin to build a revolutionary army. Without an army you cannot carry out a war, and building an army means arming it, mastering military tactics, knowing the terrain, having areas of movement. And although in the offensive of 81 the central effort, from a military point of view, was aimed at achieving the insurrection of the people and this was not achieved, it nevertheless meant a great leap in the armed struggle, because it allowed important part of that people that rose up, that insurrected, remained armed, and with those forces we were building the first units of the army. But not only that, it allowed us to better organize what we call the rearguard of the Salvadoran Revolution. It was also the first litmus test for the FMLN, which had been formed in the early 1980s, going from a dispersed effort of 5 organizations to a unification effort. From there, we began to build the unity of the Salvadoran avant-garde, a process with ups and downs, but ascending. The practice has become the purifier of the theses and theories, discussions, and internal political debates by constructing the political line in a strategy of taking power. That is what has really allowed the FMLN to consolidate and acquire revolutionary experience in the process of building the vanguard. Finally, the war that began in January 1981 is the element that prevented the dominant bloc from being able to articulate a solution to the crisis. You referred to an internal rearguard, right? Could you develop this concept further? Lionel, we consider the internal rearguard to be an entire zone of political military control where the local enemy power has been expelled, where our troops, facilities, workshops, hospitals, training schools, and command were based. At that time, 1981 to 1983, we are in the midst of insurrectional masses that organize their own forms of self-management. These rearguards were built on the basis of highly organized and radicalized areas in which practically the entire population rose up and broke with the regime. Initially, control was political. In many of those cantons practically the entire village was organized and those who were reactionary were expelled. The stoning of houses of heirs was a form of pressure against collaborators of the National Guard or the regime. Areas were created in which several cantons and even municipalities were under the political control of peasant organizations, that is, of the Federation of Rural Workers, which was part of the Popular Revolutionary Bloc. The problems were consulted before the General Secretary and the Assembly of the FTC. The legality and authority of the government was broken and another was created between 1979 and 1980. In these areas the first camps were formed, germs of the control zones or internal rearguard. What helped us was the fact that all those areas in which guerrilla units were developed and built were highly organized areas, especially at the level of peasant organizations, where the masses clearly saw that the only way to change the situation in El Salvador was to join the armed struggle in any form. Throughout that period from 81 to 82, we began to build the social base of support for the guerrilla, a base that would supply her, that would give her information, and with the current one, in addition, she could coexist. Before continuing, why don't you explain to us how the people in the field were organized and what made it possible for them to form that rearguard? I understand that the FPL were the ones that had the most peasant work at that time. Is that correct? Lionel, to be exact, what existed before the offensive in the countryside were the popular peasant organizations, which had built self-defense units, militia units, as I mentioned before. In El Salvador, the problem of land for the peasant is its main problem, aggravated by the smallness of our territory, 21,000 square kilometers, and a population of around 6 million inhabitants. This in the countryside acquires inhuman social conditions. For this reason, the peasant organization that raises this flag and is also a component with its struggle, brings together the majority of the peasantry. That is the phenomenon of El Salvador. Starting in the 70s, the Christian Federation of Salvadoreños Peasants emerged, inspired by the Christian movement and the Union of Farm Workers, UTC. The two formed the Federation of Farm Workers, FTC, which joined the Popular Revolutionary Bloc. This organization built bases nationwide in Santa Ana, Ahuacapan, La Libertad, Cuscatlan, San Salvador, Quetzaltenango, Cabanas, San Vicente, La Paz, Usulután, San Miguel. It was a powerful peasant movement. Their presence was in the cantons, hamlets and towns. Can it be said that this was generalized for the entire country, or was it in very specific areas? Lionel, it was general. However, there are areas with a great organizational tradition such as Cuscatlan, Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, San Salvador, Usulután, Morazán. Army counteroffensive, a tough and heroic resistance, 1981 to 1982. 2. What happens after the offensive? Lionel, with that large number of people we rose up in arms. All organizations begin to build support bases and army units for the defense of the terrain in areas such as Santa Ana, Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, and Morazán. Starting with the offensive of 81, there was a shift in the correlation of forces. The construction of the guerrilla army begins on the basis of the insurrected people. In large areas the local enemy power was weakened militarily, which in the year 83 made it possible to expel it from the areas. The army is forced to undergo internal purges and the political, economic and social model enters a situation of permanent deterioration. The military problem is generalized. It is no longer just the problem of the urban command, and army units with a social base and operating in certain areas are beginning to appear in the countryside. What was the army's response to this insurrectional attempt? Lionel, at first, the army does not react. At that moment it is weakened by the contradictions generated by the self-purification process that it suffered after the coup d'état of October 1979, but then it begins to operate seeking to defeat the FMLN. General Garcia, who was the Minister of Defense. At that time, he announced his decision to annihilate, within 6 months, the guerrillas who had retreated to the countryside. In this framework, it launches against us the famous operations, which already have the modality of regular war operations with the anvil and hammer tactic, by the means they use, artillery fire, bombings, and the use of infantry to reduce and annihilate our forces. Positions. The dynamics change and the confrontation will increasingly take on the character of a military confrontation. The modality used was more of a regular type based on launching large contingents of force with great firepower. They tried to saturate the areas with artillery fire, in addition to aerial bombardments. I'm talking to you about the year 82. The fighting began before 7 in the morning and was suspended at 4 in the afternoon. How was it possible that you could defend positions against an army that launched huge operations to try to destroy you? How do you explain that step? Lionel, we did it, first of all, because of the need to be linked to the social base, because our guerrilla units were immersed within that organization that still remained there, subsisting in the countryside. Defending positions, defending the land, then meant defending the entire population that had risen up, and that not all of them were armed, but many had stayed there, in their little houses, living, therefore, closely linked to the new power that had existed. Emerged, that is, to that natural social base of the guerrilla units. This is the reason why in many cantons and towns, our units were determined to defend the position, and many times ended in strong combats that lasted up to 15 days. Thus, in practice, the idea was created of consolidating these areas of ours as rear areas, where we could train that force, where we could resolve the issues of building popular weapons, setting up hospitals, preparing companions for the communications. In a word, we were thinking about defending the social base and that those areas would serve to build our rear. Furthermore, in the controlled areas, local popular power, self-management, and self-defense functioned, on the basis that the enemy was losing military political power. We began to defend positions on the idea of defense lines with an eminently guerrilla modality. This situation disconcerted the enemy army, which was prepared and trained for a regular war against another country. It could not respond to the Revolutionary War, where positions were defended, but where, at the same time, we hit them at night, ambushed them and wore them down when they entered our areas. We learned to know the terrain and to achieve great mastery of guerrilla warfare. Little by little we cleared small positions and forced the enemy to lock themselves in their barracks. The motto, resist, advance and develop, was valid for that stage. We were also learning to build our army, we were gaining experience in the military art, in the art of combat, of getting to know the terrain better, of developing specialties in relation to communications, military health care. By 1982–83 we had managed to consolidate that mass that insurrected and structure it as guerrilla army units. At the same time, the population was organizing and developing certain forms of self-management. In some places, there were even experiences of popular power in which the population itself elected its own leaders. All of this contributed to consolidating that social base that supported us and allowed us to design a strategy whose essential component was to militarily defeat the army, because the mass factor, until that moment, had not been able to be deployed. FMLN counteroffensive, 1982–1983. Does that mean that starting in 82 you began to have military initiative? Lionel, we first began to build large units. We went from simple platoons to forming Baton 1 and even Brigade 2 units. We could say that starting in January and February 1982, we moved to a situation of more initiative, based on greater knowledge of the terrain and on the basis of more consolidated armed guerrilla units. This is what allows us to change the military correlation of forces in certain areas of Quetzaltenango, Morazan, San Vicente, Cabanas, Yazulutan, where, by structuring with larger units on the basis of superiority in force, we began to hit them, to annihilate small posts, and thus we recovered a large amount of weapons. At the same time, we took a large number of prisoners, and this was hitting the morale of the army. Is the army leaving the field? Lionel, yes, because we hit all the positions. They had to abandon them, retreat far away. At that moment we also began to hit it with large units, not only companies 1, but battalions and even brigades. And that is why we could estimate that we won that war in 1983. On that occasion, we forced them to concentrate and thus they lost ground. But if they managed to hit the army militarily with such force, why isn't there an attempt to take power? Lionel, because at that time we did not have the mass factor, which was in a situation of ebb. We needed to move on to the siege of the barracks, but without the participation of the masses that was not possible. How did you manage to recruit the large number of people needed for units of that size? Lionel, at that time, as we saw total annihilation, that meant the need to grow a large number of troops, which led us to massive recruitment that brought some negative consequences, because there were phenomena of decomposition and desertion in some units. Was it a massive recruitment or a forced recruitment? Lionel, it can be considered that it was a massive and forced recruitment. How did they carry out this recruitment? Lionel, we carried out actions such as taking boys off the buses, or we arrived at a town and took the young people out. In many places they hid from us or ran away, although many understood that our cause was just. In this way, the methods we used in recruitment were in contradiction with the people we sought to liberate. How is it possible that the FMLN has fallen into this? Perhaps one military unit of the enemy army of 180 men. Isn't voluntariness essential in a popular army in which the moral factor is one of its most powerful tools? Lionel, what led us to massive recruitment in the areas where we moved and in some quite urban areas, was the imperative need to have more strength to hit an enemy that was about to collapse. The mistake was that we saw the problem from a military point of view and neglected the political factor. Did this phenomenon occur throughout the FMLN? Lionel, yes, it was the FMLN line. Could you explain to us in more detail what consequences this forced recruitment had? Lionel, without a doubt it affected us politically. The people then returned to their homes. We were faced with the phenomenon of desertion or banditry, which, fortunately, was stopped in time by the readjustments that the FMLN made in 1984. At this stage of taking the initiative and hitting the army, what tactics did they follow? Because as I understand it, at one point they wanted to hit the army in the barracks and then there would have been a shift in the direction of trying to hit the enemy on the move. Lionel, look, that has a lot to do with the experience and development of each organization. Each of them implemented their own tactical modality. For example, in the East the tactic of hitting the enemy on the move is quite developed. In the central area, Quetzaltenango, Cabanas, San Vicente, the tactics of assault and forceful annihilation were used more, combined with the assault on positions. We could say that what actually occurs is a combination of two tactics, the tactic of assault with the tactic of siege and the search for annihilation. As the army retreated to its strongest positions, what we tried was rather to hit the enemy on the move, deceive them, lure them, and try to ambush and annihilate them. All of this was also a function of the characteristics of each geographical area. Are there geographical similarities between Quetzaltenango and Morazan? Lionel, both Quetzaltenango and Morazan are located in the northern part of El Salvador, bordering Honduras. There are areas in these departments that exceed 1,600 meters in altitude, there are other low areas with less height, less than 1,000 meters, but everything is broken, with areas densely covered with vegetation, but there are also areas of sparse vegetation, which is dominant. Both departments were very populated. Currently, the population has decreased or has been completely evacuated in some places. They are areas crossed by important roads, sidewalks, and local roads. And what type of units did you operate with? Lionel, in this period from 82 to 83, everything was done on the basis of large units, what moved were battalions. The detachments, which were also called columns, had about 125 men. A battalion ranged between 300 operational men, but with all the security forces they were around 350 to 400 men. All that force was what moved on the ground. The brigade had 3 battalions, about 1,200 men, plus about 100 special force men. What made it possible for you to move with such a large number of people in a country as small as El Salvador? Lionel, what happens is that the enemy, having lost many troops, was forced to retreat, abandons the terrain and locks itself in his barracks. He didn't come out to attack us. Did you as FPL concentrate more on attacking positions? Lionel, we combined, also depending on the area, but we sought annihilation. For example, on the Central Front, Quetzaltenango, Cuscatlan, Cabanas, and San Salvador, the modality was to try to annihilate them with a forceful, surprising blow and wait for reinforcements, to try to hit them on the move. In the East, on the other hand, the modality was more the siege and waiting to hit the reinforcements they sent. In summary, we use both highly irregular tactics with guerrilla units and semi-regular ones, combining dispersion and concentration, regular tactics with large concentrations and heavy artillery weapons, and, finally, we also use special operations. But when the army begins to lock itself in the barracks, in order not to lose more men and more weapons, we begin to use more the modality of attacking the enemy forces on the move throughout the country. The enemy from his barracks launched his operations, simultaneously sending 3, 4, 5 large battalions against some of our areas. Is that when the elite troops emerge? Lionel, that has to do with the whole issue of American advice, which influenced the strategic modifications, but as a result of the failure of the plans of the Minister of Defense, Garcia, who had proposed we would annihilate in 6 months. This made them see first the need to increase and improve the troops' weapons and, secondly, prepare more qualified and more technical troops. At that time they converted the M16 / the 501 machine guns, to the 603, 45 and 81 * mortars, and the 9 cannons into a standard weapon. In short, they gave the unit superior firepower and they gave more men. But in addition to doing that with the army, they also began to prepare a type of troops that were more qualified to face a counter-guerrilla fight, the elite troops that you point out. And since the Salvadoran army had no experience in this type of war, what the gringos do is take all the soldiers and officers who made up the 1st Elite Atlasatl Battalion to the United States to prepare that force there. So much so that when the battalion arrived in El Salvador, a whole psychological operation was launched. They had a big party, they went to receive them at the airport as the great saviors who came with all the Yankee preparation to eliminate us. Immediately, they put them to operate directly in Morazan and Quetzaltenango. But since at that time we already had larger units, we were therefore able to begin to hit that force. The battalion had barely entered when they began to lose sections, companies, we began to capture weapons, prisoners, some of them even later joined the guerrilla. Is the capture of prisoners due to a deliberate policy? Lionel, that's right. We came from a negative experience as FPL, when there was a confrontation between military units, we killed them all and, sometimes, with some signs of violence, we went beyond ourselves. But we began to review that experience and considered that the policy of capturing those soldiers, doing work with them in order to persuade them to stay and handing over those who wanted to leave to the Red Cross was more correct. But what happened? We returned them to the Red Cross, but the Red Cross returned them to the garrison, where they left them prisoners, and once they were released they kept them under surveillance, because they had great distrust of them since they believed that they were returning to infiltrate. There were cases when up to 100 soldiers surrendered at once, entire companies. Morale was already extremely low due to all the defeats they had had, due to the weapons they had lost. They couldn't stand concentrated combat for long. When they saw that the situation was already lost, that they were surrounded and had no chance of surviving, then they surrendered. Now in all this, without a doubt, the policy that the FMLN used towards prisoners of war played a decisive role. Thinking about the revolutionary movement, what reflection would you make about the methods to be used in dealing with the enemy? What errors, in your opinion, with the experience you have? Now, shouldn't they be committed again in this sense? Lionel, one of the most important things that we have learned from our own mistakes, from our experience, is to know how to differentiate the enemy well, to be clear that the enemy does not have the ability to win over all people, not even all his troops. For example, during the Oden era we, in my opinion, made mistakes in relation to the treatment given to members of paramilitary gangs. This had negative repercussions later. At that time, the organized comrades arrived at the cantons, took out the men detected as belonging to Oden and executed them in front of their families. Because of this, in many areas, the population began to see us as enemies. But that experience made us reflect and we realized that many of those people were there out of fear, recruited by force and that they were not completely won over to the cause of the oligarchy. In my opinion, all this is explained precisely because we had not studied the phenomenon in depth, because we did not know the enemy. The other experience we had has to do with the decomposition and intelligence work that the enemy undertook and which is one of the main axes of the North American strategy. When we began to detect enemy work in some of our bases, we were not able to distinguish who was the professional man won by the enemy and who was simply the one who collaborated. Generally, the latter was a relative, who did it because he had a kinship relationship or simply because he had no other alternative. He had to eat, and in order to continue subsisting he was forced to collaborate. Our mistake was applying the same measure for both cases, which are different in nature. We corrected that too. However, this also caused some resentment in some sectors of the population. I insist that to solve this problem there is no other way than to study the enemy very thoroughly, know him well, and be convinced that he cannot win everyone over to his cause. Do you think then that even in their own ranks there are people who are there because they have no other alternative, and that if they are offered a way out by the revolutionary movement it would be possible to win it? Lionel, look, I'm going to tell you something that may surprise you. We found in the majority of the soldiers we captured a great sympathy for the FMLN. Although many of them did not stay, because that meant an abrupt change and they were not prepared to take that leap, for their family, their children, there was a form of understanding and sympathy towards us. With this I want to tell you that even in the ranks of the army there are many people who sympathize with the FMLN, but who are there, in a certain way forced by their own problems, by their family, or as a way of subsistence, pressured by some threat. It is there, but the oligarchy does not have the capacity to win it ideologically for that army. We have learned an important lesson, and we think that, as a matter of principle, revolutionaries must treat prisoners of war well and respect them, and that, in addition to differentiating us from the enemy, this also helps to break their combat morale. Readjustment of the emerging Kant-Rein strategy and its use by the FMLN, 1983 to 1984. 4. Lionel, the Americans are beginning to make a complete assessment of the reasons that in their opinion led to that situation of collapse, which we were talking about, and they attribute it to the fact that the Salvadoran army had a mentality of regular war, that is, because he was prepared to fight against another army, but not for an irregular war, for a war against a guerrilla movement. Based on this analysis, in 83 to 84 there was a complete readjustment of the enemy's strategy. They then decide to readjust to these war conditions and adopt a more comprehensive strategy. Under this observation, they consider that the social base of the guerrilla movement must be broken, and that to achieve this they must take away all the reformist flags, the flags of the land, and have the government raise them as its own. In this way they thought we would subtract the base of peasant support. Then, the main components of the enemy strategy translate into a large growth in troops, going from 30,000 to 45,000 men, the use of mobile troops or mobile defense, aerial escalation, and civic action. It is at that moment when the figure of José Napoleon Duarte and his party, Christian Democracy, emerges in the political field, and in the military field. In addition to increasing the firepower of the army, elite units are formed with a more irregular form of fighting. On those units, the gringos eat. They are beginning to develop the entire new military scheme, permanent mobility, small units. They will no longer be based in barracks, but will become mobile forces. 2 companies settle and one goes to try to find us. They thus use a more flexible scheme. The gringos seek to introduce this irregular thinking throughout the army, even in the elite troops, but the problem is that these elite forces are under the command of the general staff and it still has a regular army mentality. The gringos will use this fact as one of the main pretexts to get involved, through their advisors, in the strategic conduct of the war. They will insistently maintain that the war had bogged them down and that they were on the verge of losing it, precisely because of a driving problem. They take on the task of mentalizing, with this new strategy, the conduct of the war. They make a series of movements and begin to add frames that are more linked to this thought of counterinsurgency war. Finally, in addition to this military readjustment, the army begins civil work with the population aimed at neutralizing the social base, implementing the civic action plans already designed. What was the impact of those civic action plans? Lionel, in San Vicente they did, in 1983, a model project that they called Plan Conara, which was a typical pacification operation in the style of what the gringos carried out in Vietnam. There they concentrated all their elite forces and their regional forces against the military units we had in those areas. Parallel to that, they occupied the areas of civilian population to carry out their civic action plan, which consisted of bringing teachers, opening schools, carrying out some infrastructure works, installing jets, latrines, bringing entertainment to the neighborhoods, to the cantons, medical assistance, donation of clothes and food. All this was carried out while they launched the extermination operation against the guerrilla zones. And this was complemented by a whole amount of intelligence work, which we did not discover at that time, but only much later. Lead in practice to weaken and expose the POART government. We applied this same scheme in all these ideation projects, and around that the whole organizational phenomenon that occurred after 1984 began to emerge. The masses were quickly able to unmask the demagogic essence of the counterinsurgency project. Underscore are those masses that are organized at this moment, organized with radical flags or with merely protesting flags. Lionel, I would tell you that there is also a readjustment in the entire line of popular organizations and mass struggle. New instruments are created and traditional, historical, people's organizations, such as Andes and other unions, are reactivated. The new organization that is emerging occurs within the framework of taking advantage of the space that these civic action plans opened up, getting in there, organizing there, and on that basis waging their fight. That was what allowed the entire mass movement to be reactivated. This movement occurs, therefore, within the dynamics of the struggle for demands, both communal and sectoral, but in direct confrontation with the counterinsurgency project. All their demands end up denouncing the state bureaucracy, and that quickly leads them to action. And since the government had to present a democratic face within the new counterinsurgency scheme, it had no choice but to allow those spaces. We thus applied the legal struggle, using union instruments and combining this with confrontations with the government. This failure of the civic action policy, is it more due to what? To the conscience of these masses, or to the inability to make profound reforms? Some think that if the reforms had really been implemented, you would have lost your support base. What do you think? Lionel, I would tell you that the processes are not so linear. In my view, the reform fails essentially because of its. And what did that intelligence work consist of? Lionel, what happens is that, since the local power that represented the government had been destroyed, had disappeared, they had to begin to build a new form of control based on creating clandestine information networks. Once the civic action was over, these networks remained in contact with the Air Force and the brigade. However, they did not achieve their objective, because the population did not turn against us, but, despite all that offensive, continued to collaborate with us. How long did these operations last? Lionel, they lasted months, but then there was the civic action work in order to maintain the projects they had promoted. But the population, even despite these projects, did not turn against us, but continued to collaborate, giving us information, providing us with supplies. We told them to take advantage of all this maneuver. If there was a school, let it work. If there was a need for teachers, they should ask for them. They should form a board of directors, and around that board they would go to the Ministry of Education to demand more teachers. This is how a protest struggle also arose around that. We guided them to organize themselves around these demands and demand more and more, better health care, more teachers. And in the case of agrarian reform we did the same. Does that mean that you tried to reverse the new type of low-intensity war strategy used by Duarte in your favor? Lionel, we were clear that this was an attempt at containment only, that it was not a project to really solve the needs of our people. We considered it absurd to tell people not to accept what they were being given. Furthermore, even if we had told them, they would not have listened to us, because they were there imposing terror. We told them, take advantage of the space that is open to you, organize yourself, but implement the fight for the specific demands in each case, because we were convinced that this was going to counterinsurgency, because it does not really seek to solve problems, that is the main factor. And that is what allows us to link those people and launch them into the fight, because people want land, they want drinking water, and they offer a lot but they give nothing. Another element to consider is that the war budget limited the possibilities of using funds for that part of the project. With this I do not mean that there have not been some modifications in the land ownership structure, but that does not hide the fact that the changes they made are far from solving the underlying problem. Does what you are explaining have anything to do with the development of popular power? Lionel: no, popular power is something else. When the army begins to implement the scorched earth modality to attack the social base of the guerrilla, the one that expresses itself in solidarity with the guerrilla? Lionel: I would say that she is the one who had come with us from 81 to 82 and who had organized herself under self-managed forms due to the imperative need to survive. These farmers structure all their production based on the needs of the community, in support of the guerrilla. The army considered them like water for the fish and decided to attack the civilian population. Many of the large operations were fundamentally directed against these people. This meant that, at first, the masses had to move to refuge areas on the border with Honduras, but after they spent months in the refuge, they returned to cultivating their lands, harvesting the crops, sharing them, returning. They remained in that situation. In what year did the scorched earth policy occur? Lionel: it began in 82, 83, but starting in 84, 85, the modality of saturation bombings was imposed in some populated areas. It is no longer a policy of sweeping indiscriminately, but rather of cleaning certain areas, placing the emphasis on civic action on the rest of the territory. What did you do regarding the scorched earth policy? Lionel: those years of 81 to 82 were quite difficult years, because there was nothing to eat. What our units did, since they were mobile, was eating papayas, roots, and fruits. There were no possibilities for planting. The areas were practically surrounded by the army's defense rings, which they made with the small units that it placed around the areas where our guerrilla units were. We couldn't go to the towns, because there were also small stalls there. These were quite difficult years, not only for the guerrillas, but also for the masses, because in all those movements, in those journeys, many children died, because sometimes they went 2, 3, or more days without food. Even in this situation of instability, the support of the local popular powers was important, who gave part of their harvests to supply the guerrillas. This was fundamental. Already in 83 to 84, the possibilities of greater supply expanded, when we achieved greater expansion in the field and had more capacity to reach the towns, thus the insurance problem is being resolved. The people, seeing that the enemy is no longer there, set out to loot. In Calatenango, most of the towns that we took in 82 were looted by the masses who took everything. But starting in 85, when the spaces I was talking about began to occur, a change occurred. These masses organized themselves as popular power, fighting for their right to live in their areas of origin. And what they do is begin to carry out legalization projects. The first experience in this area was carried out by a group of displaced residents who organized themselves, went to their town and began to rebuild it. 3A-37s stopped, launching bombs weighing 250 to 500 kilos. These areas were permanently cannonaded or mortared. Lionel: yes, it was abandoned. And they begin to repopulate it? All that civilian population that had managed to organize some form of popular power, what they do is try to legalize themselves, taking advantage of the opening framework provided by the counterinsurgency project. From when does this repopulation process begin to occur? Lionel: starting in 1985, it developed until it reached the large movements of refugees from Honduras to the new rear areas. All this is already being done on the basis of de facto legalization in the control zones, helped decisively by the great material and solidarity support they have from the international community and all humanitarian organizations in Europe and the United States, particularly of the Church. It was massive in 86 and 87, within the framework of Escapulas dos The masses earned this right through political struggle. This process also becomes a factor of struggle in the control zones. And this is so because the army is not only facing our guerrilla units, but is also facing that population that is a hindrance to it. They know that they do not control it and that an important part of what they produce is for the guerrillas. It is in this framework of repopulation, of legalization, that open structures begin to emerge with which the regime has to coexist. Directives of repopulates and a whole series of new structures that are not directly linked to the FMLN are formed. But are there also people there who are not supporters of the FMLN? Lionel, of course, although, in fact, those who left were not all from the FMLN, but there were also those confused, and people who had nothing to do with anything, simply because they lived there in the conflict zones, since that is what the scorched earth policy is, destroying everything that exists, whether or not it is sympathetic to the FMLN. Even people who had been from Oden had to leave, because the bombings and persecutions were indiscriminate for the entire population. Wear down the enemy as a reaction to the counterinsurgency strategy, 1984 to 1988. Lionel, but we also ended up readjusting ourselves to the gringo counterinsurgency strategy, starting from two central axes, attrition of their troops and expansion of our work towards the urban centers, that is, turning our efforts to the south, since they were trying to we press towards the north, to the border area with Honduras. The work towards the capital was a fundamental effort. For this we also readjusted part of our force to launch it into expansion, to the work of organizing the population. The other important element was to organize our force to develop combat tactics with low-altitude aerial means. The enemy started from the fact that we had large concentrations. Their objective was to hit and we defeated. To achieve this, make the changes that I already mentioned, more firepower, more mobility, more troops, but they also say, let's improve our entire system for detecting insurgent activity. They put all the technology they have through planes, radars, in Honduras, in Panama, in the Southern Command and begin to carry out direct operations to detect our movements. They also elevate the technique in regards to aerial means. They move to the A3T, increase the number of helicopters, and 1. They are already beginning to prepare the elite units to fully develop this war of small units articulated with the objective of destroying us. A large amount of forces will be applied to our concentrations. In 82 they had about 12,000 men, and by 84 they began to increase until they reached 45,000 troops, that is, they quadrupled the staff. In an area where before they put 2 battalions, now they put 3 battalions concentrated, and it is combined with the use of bombings. What was the strategy that you designed to confront that enemy strategy? Lionel, we did not fall into the trap that General Vides Casanova wanted to set for us, challenging us to challenge them on that same ground. We decided, on the contrary, not to confront the concentrated enemy, but to disperse on the ground in small guerrilla units, making more intensive use of popular weapons. It is there, in practice, where we are making a readjustment, and since we did not manage to collapse the army militarily, in sections to a stage that tried to put more wear and tear on the enemy. The components of our attrition and force build-up strategy were, conducting a highly irregular war with small units to wear down enemy forces and inflict the greatest number of casualties, a high mobility of our troops under the principle of dispersion and concentration, developing political work in the population to gain support and grow, manufacturing of popular weapons, all types of mines, qualification of our forces in the political, ideological and technical field, with the training of snipers, sappers, anti-aircraft units, commandos, bring the war to the city, mainly to the capital. The fact that you have not accepted Vides Casanova's challenge was interpreted by the army and by a part of world public opinion, as that the army had taken a step forward, modifying the correlation of forces in its favor, which that would have forced them to retreat, to disperse. What do you think of this? Lionel, what really happens is that, starting in 84 to 85, with all this readjustment, The Army took the initiative in the tactical field, because until '83 it was in a strategic defensive, responding to the situation that we had presented to it. Created and, at the same time, goes on the offensive in the political arena. This undoubtedly influences the perception of the Salvadoran situation at the international level at that time. In the new conditions, where the enemy had a much superior military correlation of forces, we passed, from a military point of view, to a stage of attrition. At the same time, we looked for a way to link the masses to activate and develop the entire mass movement, because we knew that the counterinsurgency project underway suffered from many gaps that we could take advantage of to accelerate its decomposition and to remove that entire social base that he had managed to deceive. What we do, in practice, is a strategic readjustment with the objective of responding to the new enemy strategy, resume the initiative and go on the offensive again. The enemy, in turn, escalates the war in El Salvador further. He launches major operations in our areas, based on infantry forces already combined with the tactical modality of heli-borne forces. He wants to get us into a situation where they have the correlation in his favor. We, however, stopped carrying out operations with large concentrations and decided to disperse throughout the territory in small units, seeking to conduct combat on advantageous terrain for us. We put emphasis on operational actions, that is, striking with small units from all sides, with snipers, mines, ambushes. If you were forced to disperse your forces after having had large concentrations with which you dealt hard blows to the enemy, how can we understand that you claim that with this tactic you moved to a higher stage of the war? Lionel, it is a higher step in the confrontation, because we managed to bog down the enemy and force the United States to deepen its assistance. Our confrontation became a confrontation with the Yankees, although indirectly, since they took the strategic direction of the war. They supplied that army in large quantities, they directed the political leadership. Duarte and the high command seemed like their puppets. Financing rose to more than $1.5 million a day, and we also had to face its highest technology and the escalation of low-altitude aerial warfare with the use of helicopters. But in addition to the military confrontation, a political confrontation took place. It became necessary for us to demonstrate the unviability of the counterinsurgency project in El Salvador and to defeat the masses in order to be able to defeat it and fight for revolutionary change. We started from the need to defeat the low-intensity war strategy and resume the tactical initiative, and that meant an adaptation in the conception, in practice itself, in the appropriate weapons for that tactic. In our case, this readjustment took place in combat, that is, in the heat, in action, and that is what allowed, in the first place, to develop the full capacity of popular weapons. From that moment on, the combatants begin to deploy all initiatives and devise all possible modalities to inflict casualties on the enemy in the most creative way you can imagine. That definitely makes an impact. How was the flexible management of the tactic of concentration and dislocation of forces developed specifically? Lionel, we adopted the modality of dislocating our forces with two criteria: first, that of sticking them to the expansion zones, that is, to the areas where we propose to carry out mass and guerrilla organization work, fundamentally, the leaders of the departments or those areas that were militarily important to generalize the guerrilla war in the country, to win the masses and accumulate organization; second, to dislocate the forces on the ground to wear down the enemy, but in such a way that in a single night we could concentrate them to meet strategic objectives. In this stage we hit brigade installations such as the 4th, 6th, and military detachments. Did they achieve the objective they set out to do with the masses? Lionel, we managed to generalize the war throughout the country. This would not have been possible without the support of the masses. We stimulate the organization and the decision to fight against the counterinsurgency project of the Duarte government. And how did the army respond to this change in the FMLN? Lionel, they began to have difficulties, because the guerrilla actions were affecting their morale in the field of combat. They began to have difficulties moving on the paths, because we had mined most of them, they advanced and, in each advance, they had 2 or 3 casualties. So much so that many units did not advance if the officer was not in front. And they had to force them to move forward that way. All of this slowed down their movements, because they had to start using means to detect mines, which are quite heavy equipment, to open the gap. And they even had difficulties sleeping, because, since their companions knew the terrain well, they detected where those companies were going to sleep and undermine the place. At night, while they slept, they had casualties and surprises from the mines. Their water tanks also began to be mined, and since there are not many in the countryside, panic spread because in the morning, when they went down to drink water, they also began to have casualties. Sometimes they stayed in the houses and there they left an advertisement stuck to the wall. They arrived, tore it off and found a landmine. A series of innovations occurred, but the mine became a decisive factor in hitting the enemy's morale. We also carried out night attacks on command posts in small units and strategic strikes with focused forces. Can it be said that the use of mines was one of the main weapons that the FMLN used in this new stage? Lionel, that's right, and it was what bogged them down, because by hitting morale it generated a situation of true desperation in the enemy units. In many operations, when a unit had been in combat for more than 15 days, they began to despair, because when they least expected it, at night or during the day, when they were walking along the path, they had a casualty due to a mine, or an ambush, or suddenly a sniper. When they arrived to evacuate them, there were many cases in which they fought to get on the helicopter, to get out of the combat terrain, to the point where there were cases in which they simply did not complete the mission. If they saw that it was mined there or that there would be possible ambushes, they responded over the radio to their superiors that they were advancing, that they were going to take positions, but, in reality, they did not move. Popular weapons also began to confront aerial means. Ambushes were prepared for the helicopters, thus shooting down a large number of assets. What new types of weapons did you invent? Lionel, we began to manufacture the jumping mine 1 to combat the landing of the helicopters. Other mines are the flying foot or removing foot 2 fan mine 3, anti-aircraft grenade, anti-personnel rifle grenade, homemade mortars, ramps, Molotov cocktails. In 1987, the anti-aircraft grenade was manufactured, which is a grenade fired by a rifle, very effective against helicopters. Many initiatives were developed, which allowed us to face the escalation that they made when moving to low-altitude warfare. Given the failure of the large concentrations, they began with the last modality, that of commando units. When did you start with this modality? Lionel, once they got bogged down in that strategy of large concentrations, they began to fight them with the landing of heliborne troops and small patrol operations. This modality consists of fixing a large unit on the ground and from there they dislocate and move it in numbers of 5 or 6, in groups. Lately, since they do not have the capacity to be in the entire country with a large number of forces, they control some areas on the basis of bombing and landing, but with the modality of small units. These try to infiltrate the terrain to search for the camps and try to hit our headquarters, relying on the networks of informants they created in the peripheries. But this was not completely effective for them. Although they hit some camp facilities and hospitals, they did not achieve their objective, hitting the front commanders. They were not able to modify the military situation in their favor, fundamentally due to the mobility of our units. How did the FMLN face the new conception of the Salvadoran army of abandoning large concentrations and using mobile troops in permanent operations and patrols? Lionel, to combat this new strategy we have developed great mobility. We do not stay long in certain areas, because they have the capacity, due to the technical means they have, gonometry, day and night aerial exploration, and some information they obtain from those networks they have in the periphery, to detect our positions. In addition, we have managed to find a way to hit those units with specialized commando units, hitting their settlements at night and taking advantage of maneuvers of opportunity. But the main thing is that we transferred the war to the cities and their periphery. When we were able to deepen the attrition and expand, the army faced new problems with a generalized war in 12 of the 14 departments. The troops were no longer enough for him. At the same time, as the war developed in the capital, a new scenario opened up for it. What importance do you attribute to the flexible management of the tactic of concentration and dispersion of forces? Lionel, this tactic allowed us to wear down the enemy, preserve our forces, but we also did not lose the ability to strike strategically, although we did this more spaced out. Our experience shows that just as flexibility is necessary in politics, it is also necessary to have great flexibility in the military field, not to close ourselves to tactical schemes, but to innovate in the field itself. We have never stuck to a single tactic. We have used the assault tactic, the ambush, hitting moving troops, in a word, we have used them all. Currently in the military offensive that we are developing, we are not clinging to a single tactic either. At this moment, the greatest effort is directed towards the large cities to promote the entire insurrection of the people. But that does not mean that we do not continue applying the ambush, moving maneuvers, delivering concentrated blows, or that we stop operating with small units. For example, the operations we have carried out in the city have been with small units and we have attacked important barracks. Do they use special groups there? Lionel, we have special forces and commandos, infiltration and attack units with high firepower, mainly explosives. They work with the principle of attacking the most with the little. For example, with 3 men they attack an enemy company that is in a barracks. All this does not mean that there are no principles in war. There are, and we have applied them, because they are valid, such as maintaining force on a permanent offensive. To achieve this, all forms of military organization that exist must be used. We have managed to develop militia units, guerrilla detachments, special forces, and now we are building what we call insurrectional detachments, which respond to the growing desire of the people to join the armed struggle, the guerrilla. There are areas where there is a large number of the population who are working normally during the day, and at night they grab their weapons and join in on minor operations. So, as you see, what it is about is using all the capacity of the people, of the masses, trying to get everyone in combat, for everyone to participate. The great flexibility that we have had in the military field is what has allowed us to be in combat for more than 8 years, and that we have been able to defeat each of the escalations to which the Yankees have taken the war in El Salvador. Currently we have neutralized low-altitude warfare. In what sense neutralized? I have known that you can shoot down helicopters up to about 400 or 500 meters, but what about bombing at higher altitudes? Lionel, these bombardments can temporarily disorganize, but they are less precise and, since our combat is close to the enemy, they must take this into account before launching them, which is why they cause us fewer casualties. One of the elements that moralizes the enemy troops is that when they are attacked or to take a position, they have immediate support from helicopters. Currently we have managed to break the effectiveness of that support, which is why they are beginning to concentrate more A-37 aircraft, up to 3 or 4 at the point where they are attacked. Despite their use of helicopter gunships, this has not prevented us from once again taking the tactical initiative in the military field. As demonstrated by this entire offensive that we began in September, in which we give great significance to the organization of the masses. Before you refer to this offensive, what happens to the combatants who join a war that they consider to be short-lived and see that it is prolonged? What happens to the combatants, to their families, to the problem? Human nature of these people who are integrated into the war? Lionel, the experience we have is that it is very difficult to assimilate all the comrades who rise up at the peak moments of the mass movement to the permanent forces. What happens is that when there is a boom, a large number of people arrive with the idea that they are already in the defining stage of the struggle. For example, after our offensive in 81, the war was prolonged and many people returned to the city. That was the one that the enemy mercilessly murdered, because he already knew that he had taken up arms. We believe that these moments of boom must be accompanied by a deep process of political ideological work, which allows us to reaffirm the decision to incorporate all these people and win them fully for the objectives of the revolution. Now, it is no secret that war affects the life of the combatant, which has social implications for him. But it is also no less true that new values are developed, because coexistence in the units, in the camps, develops new fraternal values, collective values. However, there are problems that must be resolved for the combatants. One of them is the one you mentioned, the problem of contact with his family. At first, on our fronts, since most of our comrades were incorporated into the permanent forces, the problem was not so acute, because the family was nearby, they were in the shelter and, in many cases, the whole family was incorporated. Furthermore, the same relationship that the combatant establishes with the population strengthens his feeling that it is worth fighting for them. When a fighter arrives, people treat him like one of their children, they feel that warmth from the population, and that is what strengthens them emotionally. It cannot be denied that as the war has dragged on, other problems have arisen. Many combatants enter the phase of wanting to have children, and if they do not see that there is a quickly defined situation, their needs increase. Precisely around 84-85 an interesting phenomenon occurred, the natally increased in our ranks. What we did was take our colleagues to those repopulation areas, where we had the social base for them to have their children or to take care of them. For some, motherhood absorbs them and they stay, but the majority return. Are there many female combatants? Lionel, yes. What percentage, more or less? Lionel, approximately 25 to 30%. To give you an example, in a camp where there is a platoon of about 30 companions, 5 or 10, they are women. They are in cooking tasks, communication tasks, but also in combat tasks. And little by little they have begun to reach management levels, especially at the driving level, in command tasks. And being an army of essentially peasant composition, how does the peasant solve the problem of the survival of his farm? Lionel, that problem has been resolved, in most cases, through the community. This takes on those issues. But there are also cases of combatants who during certain periods of the year go to work in their crops and then return to us. What role do you attribute to the FMLN's intelligence operations in the development of the war? Lionel, that is one of our most important pillars in our work, because it is essential to know the enemy in depth. We have to know how he thinks, how he acts, what his plans are, and we have to look for all the mechanisms to obtain that information. Perhaps what we have developed the most is the idea of incorporating the people into all information tasks. This work plays a determining role in hitting the enemy. One of the concerns of the guerrilla units in their connection with the people, because it is about achieving, from the masses, an intelligence work to try to know the movement of the enemy and, in this way, be able to hit him accurately. And they don't do work with the enemy army. Lionel, yes, the work towards the soldiers is also another of our tasks, because, as we spoke at the beginning, we start from the assumption that the majority of the soldiers are people who, in fact, are with the revolutionary cause and who are in the army because he has been forcibly recruited. The soldier is there out of discipline, but not because he is won and defeated for the enemy's cause. We seek to raise their demands and have them adopt them. One of the main problems that the troops have is the problem of treatment, the other is that it has recently had difficulty getting the wounded out of war zones. Based on these demands, we demonstrate to them the right they have to insubordination. This has been a permanent work directed through propaganda, through the contact we have with the population, through work with the soldiers' families. Are the army troops fundamentally of peasant origin? Lionel, yes, the bulk are of peasant origin, although they also recruit in urban and suburban areas. And how does the army do this recruitment? Lionel, it is a forced recruitment. For these purposes, the army launches its operations in the towns, sometimes even taking people out of their homes. That has caused a lot of discontent. There are cities where parents have mobilized and gone to the barracks to demand that their children be returned to them. Some manage to evade conscription through bribery. Recently, we have noticed that many of these recruits take advantage of the attacks to desert. This phenomenon of desertion and low morale of the enemy troops, to what do you attribute it? Lionel, this can be attributed to several factors. One of them has to do with the fact that they have seen that our cause is the cause of the people, and that the population is with us. Even these tours that the command made through Latin America had a strong impact on the troops. Seeing that presidents and leaders around the world receive us, they break the ideological scheme that they have been given about that we are communists, terrorists, that we are isolated. All this, plus the prolongation of the war without seeing military triumphs, contributes to undermining the morale of these people. Logically, there are levels, and the level of the troops is different from that of the officers and the high command. The election proposal must have caused a stir within the army. Lionel, it has caused such a commotion that they have even been doing work in the barracks so that it is not discussed. And one of the big problems that they see with the electoral issue is the decomposition that it produces in the troops and in the officers. They have seen that the position of the high command is a closed position, and they say, there is a peace proposal and we are here fighting. Suddenly peace is reached and I came to die here, we have to wait and see. And that increases demoralization and decomposition. All this discourse that the FMLN is terrorist is losing credibility with this proposal and with the growing recognition that the FMLN has worldwide. Don't you think they might be thinking that you are playing a double game? Lionel, some may believe that, but what we feel now is that everything we are developing, both in the political field, as well as in the military and mass field, is creating an increasingly favorable situation for us in enemy territory, because it begins to divide and decompose it. Everyone has identified with this proposal, since they believe that it can make peace possible. But, furthermore, with it we have resolved, to a certain extent, one of the great problems that our colleagues in the city pointed out. They told us, well, everyone there is talking about the elections and the FMLN is at war, the parties are debating about the different political events, and the FMLN is the great absentee. Politically it is not seen as a real force, it is a force that is with the people, but that is not seen. Today those comrades from the city can see that we have managed to constitute ourselves at the center of the political discussion, that we have the initiative and the enemy is baffled. Our proposal forced Christian democracy to move away from the center and our initiative is at the center of the debate. Consequently, the gringos can no longer handle the extremes, extreme right and extreme left, because they are the ones who have become extreme by not wanting peace. The initiative did not prosper. This confirms that Arena, the high command and the gringos do not want a real negotiation. But the masses identified the FMLN as the only force capable of presenting realistic, credible proposals for solutions. This was evident in the FMLN's call for abstention. The people responded by abstaining from voting, annulling the ballot or voting for the democratic convergence. The results expressed support for the FMLN and a repudiation of the DC. The Arena party won with hard votes 1 plus traditional voting, but with a minimum percentage of the population eligible to vote. 20% got it, with the population that got the card rising to 31%. Since Arena takes power, its government, Cristiani's government, maintains an accelerated trend of attrition, internal divisions increase, it becomes increasingly isolated and the emergence of a broad opposition movement is clear and evident. You have caused an enormous number of casualties to the army. Do you have an approximate balance of the number of casualties? Lionel, we calculate that until June 1989 we had annihilated 2 of their armies according to the strength they had at the beginning of the war. What were the troops at the beginning of the war? Lionel, about 12,000 troops, later they went to 30,000 and today they reach 45,000. For a territory of 21,000 square kilometers it is a huge army, it grew 3 times from then on. The gringo scheme rests on being able to arm a force with high firepower. How can these figures that you point out be verified? I have heard that the figures have increased from side to side. Lionel, every year the Ministry of Defense presents quite conservative casualty figures, but what they do show is significant wear and tear in the army that has been accumulating. Been going on since 1984, which has led to forced recruitment among the population and has caused growing unrest. The most notable phenomenon is the exaggeration that the Press Committee of the Armed Forces, COPRIFA, makes of our casualties. Our propaganda works with the reports of our commanders, which, sometimes, inevitably, have some inaccuracies, mainly in the ambushes with mines, in the night strikes, but it is always a matter of specifying by tracking enemy communications. I'm going to tell you an anecdote. In the report presented to the Legislative Assembly by the Minister of Defense, Larios Guerra, he spoke of around 3,000 guerrilla casualties from May 88 to June 89. Then, at a press conference, a journalist asked him how to explain that if Vides Casanova had previously declared that the guerrillas were less than 4,000, for this small number of guerrillas who would remain alive, the United States Congress was being asked for aid of $1.5 million. What possibilities does the Army have to resolve the need to replace and increase troops? Lionel, they still have mechanisms to be able to maintain and replace, but based on forced recruitment that rises to 80%, the remaining 20% is voluntary or by survival. The product of this is a troop that is harassed, that in a moment of crisis can desert, can crack. The Army has objective difficulties in growing, which is why they are trying to introduce a law on compulsory military service. Wasn't it mandatory before? Lionel, it was not mandatory, but it was forced and it is forced. Now what they want is to rely on the laws to be able to recruit sectors of the middle classes, of students, since in the countryside their entire recruitment source has been exhausted. But it is precisely in that sector of the middle classes where bribery occurs most to avoid being enlisted. They are even trying to implement a law to recruit abroad, in refugee camps. But that can become a double-edged sword, don't you think? Lionel, but of course they can be reversed. They are looking to do so in some places like Costa Rica, where there are a considerable number of Salvadoran refugees. What happens is that their sources of recruitment are becoming increasingly depleted due to all this development of the mass struggle. FMLN, New Offensive. End of 88, beginning of 89. In your opinion, who has the strategic initiative today, the Army, or you? Lionel, we must start from the fact that we are in a process of overcoming the phase of attrition, moving on to the continuous and sustained offensive, with the objective of militarily hitting the enemy and politically influencing the masses. We have offensively launched everything accumulated since '84. In the military field, we currently have the initiative. And we can say this because we have maintained a sustained offensive effort, combining all forces and incorporating new forces. We have not only employed the permanent forces and the highly technical forces, but also the newly incorporated forces. This has given us greater capacity to maintain a sustained pace at a national level. Starting in September 1988, we launched a campaign that has allowed us to bring the war to the city. This has made the enemy now try to launch operations into our control zones to dismantle us and prevent our offensive, but we are everywhere. We have gone from regional maneuvers, where we stressed all the forces on the front, to more national maneuvers where we are simultaneously stressing all our forces. That gives us more offensive capacity. Urban warfare, mainly in the capital, has taken a qualitative leap. From the destabilization stage we are developing. Combining the stage of concentration of urban commands, which allows attacking strategic barracks, the Air Force base, hitting enemy political military heads, developing, at the same time, all the action of armed propaganda and agitation in the neighborhoods. What qualitative leap, if it can be called a qualitative leap, have you made since 1985 until now that has allowed you to do all this? Lionel, from what has been accumulated since 1984, from a military point of view, we achieved a process of growth, concentration of forces, urban warfare, regional and national maneuvers, great simultaneity in small, medium, and large coups and the attack of raids on cities. But this is fundamentally explained by our connection with the masses. That is what has allowed us to bring the war to the city, specifically to bring the war to the capital, where our units have grown, and where, in addition to the growth of our units, we have managed to develop permanent action with the commandos. Bathrooms. And the other leap is the incorporation of new contingents of troops, which we have called insurrectionary detachments for armed action. What difference exists between these insurrectionary detachments and the militias you referred to previously? Lionel, insurrectionary detachments are semi-armed combative masses, linked to the masses in their place of living or work, which support diversionary actions, such as blocking roads or the transfer of explosive materials and homemade weapons. This is what has allowed us greater simultaneity, greater operational capacity and adapting the military effort to all political action. In that sense we are now developing military action with great political content. The action in the cities seeks to reactivate the insurrectional capacity of the masses. This qualitative leap has been made by combining field war, city, and we are beginning to dominate, as I already pointed out, low-altitude warfare, to the extent that we have managed to develop popular weapons suitable to combat helicopters. This achievement will allow us to carry out more forceful actions in the field. Until now, aerial means, and fundamentally helicopters, had been a moralizing factor for the enemy troops. When one of their units was in difficulty, they knew that they could resist for hours, and that reinforcement would arrive, mainly from the air. That moralized them and made them stay in combat. Another aspect to take into account is the psychological situation that the pilots are in, which is critical. Among them there are many cases of psychosis in the military hospital. As a preventive measure, they are forced to fly at higher altitudes, over 800 meters. All of these are new elements, which can generate new crisis factors in the army. Our military action linked to the masses is an element that the military considers highly dangerous. How do you manage to bring the war to the cities? That is the great dilemma that other revolutionary movements that have a force built in the countryside and cannot get closer to the cities are going through. Lionel, when we say that we have reached the city, we are not referring to a phenomenon of translation, that is to say, that we have transferred the war from the countryside to the city, but that, in the city, as a result of all this resuscitation of the agitative struggle of the masses, of political struggle, we have managed to create armed units that range from self-defense to the command unit. We have only been able to develop that since 87 to 88, due to the increase in mass action. That is what gives us the capacity to operate in the city with small combat units and with popular weapons. This is how we have attacked, for example, the Air Force. These are ramps through which we propel large quantities of explosives from a distance. This has also involved bringing some weapons to the city, but, fundamentally, it is a phenomenon that emerged within the MO of the cities. The experience of transferring forces from the countryside to the city has had negative results. After 81, we have made efforts in that direction, but that did not work for us, nor did it allow us to develop. Why didn't it work? Lionel, I think the experience of transplanting force from the countryside to the city did not work for any organization, because what determines the emergence of a force is the social base, knowing the terrain, in this case that of the city, knowing the psychology of the enemy. The failure of these organizations was due to the fact that they had no social base, there was no broad mass movement that was sensitive to their military action. But to the extent that we began to redo our work with the masses of the city, these same masses were developing these instruments of struggle, and that was generating conditions to build units. With these units acting we have been able to have permanent action in a capital like San Salvador, phenomenon that is also developing in other cities such as San Miguel, Santa Ana, and Usulután. I have heard many criticisms of car bombs. What objectives were they seeking with their use? Don't you think that even though it was possible to attack military targets, in fact, its use politically harmed the FMLN? Lionel, first I want to tell you that the possibility of associating them with the car bombs used in the Middle East allowed the enemy to use them as pretexts to link us to terrorism. Our experience is that we moved the homemade ramps or catapults to the cities, mounted them on vehicles, mainly cargo transport, and operated them there. They were really homemade Katyushas. But this had a technical failure. The driving charge produced a shock wave, which damaged about 3 meters around, and another negative aspect was its lack of precision. Can you imagine that applied to a capital, as densely populated as ours? In the end we harmed the civilian population, which is why we suspended its use. Our intention has never been to affect the civilian population. In San Salvador there was only one operation with car bombs and it had negative effects, mainly due to technical errors, because that explosive had to have been placed somewhere else and they placed it in a commercial area very frequented by the population. This has given the army possibilities to manage itself and associate terrorism with these actions. In general, we have confirmed that the civilian population does not view these operations well. The problem is that in El Salvador the barracks are located in the center of the city, surrounded by the civilian population and, therefore, the ramps, since they are artillery ramps, when they explode they release a shock wave that affects, even if that is not the target, to everyone around the target. We are studying this situation to make the necessary adjustments, especially at the political level. The FMLN has issued a statement in which we announce the suspension of the use of these modalities, although we firmly maintain that the barracks continue to be our military objectives in the main cities, and that, by virtue of that fact, we will continue to attack them, seeking to ensure that operations do not affect the civilian population. And regarding the sabotage, what assessment have they made? Lionel, economic sabotage has been one of our lines of operations based on gringo support for the escalation of the war. Initially it was directed against the main export items, coffee, cotton, sugar cane. What was intended was to block the economy to abort the counterinsurgency project. With that same purpose, we began to cut off the electricity, which, from a military point of view, has forced the army to disperse its forces to protect the towers and repair them. Transportation sabotage has also been carried out. In a first moment, we did it in response to the overwhelming operations that the army launched against our areas. We have progressively been using it in support of popular demands or in defense of them. Obviously, sabotage has negative effects on certain sectors of the civilian population. It is difficult for actions of this type not to have it. I am referring in particular to the middle sectors, due to the damage that these power cuts often cause to the appliances. We also realize the inconvenience that a transport stoppage can cause. At first, the army tried to reverse the situation in its favor through psychological warfare, but as the population realized that these forceful blows fundamentally affected the oligarchy, the campaign did not bear the expected fruit. They have been forced to change plans and allocate forces to defend the crops. From everything you tell me, do you think it can be deduced that the target strategy has failed? Lionel, I have no doubt that the Reagan policy for Central America has failed and that is forcing Bush to look for another formula, promoting negotiations. In 1988, the Contras were defeated militarily by the Sandinista Front, and in El Salvador the Christian Democratic government of José Napoleon Duarte failed, and with it, the DC Facade project. They did not win the minds or hearts of the people with civic action, and they failed in military strategy. On the contrary, we are stronger, we have grown, we are in the cities, we have the tactical and strategic initiative. I consider that the project is failing, in the first place, because the social base that they believed they had formed was divided. The Christian Democratic Party was divided, and the population has been able to verify that they have not been able to defeat us militarily, far from it. On the contrary, they see that we are growing. Now, if we have been able to defeat the Allocate project, it is because we have always combined political action with military action. Regarding North American aid to the Salvadoran regime, do you think it has a limit or can it be increased indefinitely? Lionel, economic aid has been increasing since Reagan came to power. In these 8 years, more than $3 billion have been invested in El Salvador to escalate the war. But, despite this, at the meeting of commanders of American armies, the commander of the Salvadoran armed forces stated that this aid was insufficient, that it was a pittance due to the fact that the United States was a power. And this statement arises from the Army's conviction that it is a mistake to consider the war in El Salvador as a low-intensity war. They maintain that what there is in reality is a total war, which must be exterminated from the roots, and it is even argued that what is needed in El Salvador is another 250,000 dead. I consider that the limit is set by the failure of the Reagan administration not only in El Salvador, but in the region, which has changed the situation of imperialism. Aid continues, but under new modalities, trying to reverse the political situation that is unfavorable to them. There are those who maintain that you have been the ones who have made the most important military leap within the FMLN. How do you explain this fact? Lionel, what happened is that we carried out organized deployment, we paid attention to preparing officers, to specialties such as sappers, snipers, communications, administration, political work, combative training of troops, combining old combatants with new ones in combat. We carry out selective recruitment in expansion zones, in refuges and in repopulation. We preserve the fundamental axes, leaderships, and seasoned combatants. This made it possible to build forces of permanent guerrilla army units, groups, special forces, guerrilla columns, rural militias, urban commandos, urban militias, insurrectionary detachments, and security troops. I believe that the military leap has been possible, because we have managed to maintain military units that have allowed the accumulation to be preserved. Today we can count on a fairly qualified force unit, and it is that special force that has been used in concentrated operations, since it has the capacity to infiltrate any military objective, allowing the actions to be forceful. Furthermore, we have paid considerable attention to the development of the permanent force, that is, to the guerrilla units that come from 1981 onwards. Around these most experienced leaders we have always maintained a permanent force. So you guys didn't disperse? Lionel, what we carried out was an organized dislocation in the same theater of operations. For example, a detachment was dislocated into platoons. A platoon by squads in a nearby geographical area, maintaining the level of leadership and dislocating command and then regrouping. The backbone of our army was maintained in permanent strength. Wasn't that the same thing that other forces did? Lionel, no, what they did was dislocate from one area to another and from one front to another, and that is why they lost the ability to hit more forceful targets. What we did, however, was strengthen and maintain that unity, and that is what allows us to deliver annihilation blows. That is why we were able to carry out the operation against the military installations in Entre Rios, La Paz, which consisted of raiding and annihilating. There was a military base with 2 companies and a battalion of soldiers. Our special force, which operates based on explosives, penetrated the facilities and launched 700 explosive charges, completely destroying that base. We gained annihilation capacity not only in Quetzaltenango, but also in San Vicente. What assessment does the FMLN make of the daytime and simultaneous operations that they began to carry out in '89? Lionel, reach the degree of operational simultaneity achieved. Whether in small operations in support of a strategic operation, or in the case of simultaneous several strategic operations, it means being capable of a continuous offensive process. We went from the zonal or regional maneuver, which is equivalent to simultaneous several operations on a front, to one at the national level. By March 19, 1989, we attacked around 30 positions, forcing the enemy to act defensively and with considerable caution. It has difficulty reinforcing its attack troops, using helicopter air support and helicopter landings. This has allowed us to gain experience in prolonging the fighting for longer, making annihilation possible, allowing us to recover weapons and take prisoners. Gaining more hours of daylight, or prolonging combat by a day, creates conditions for maneuvering on the ground, whether to encircle, surrender, or annihilate forces. At the same time, it becomes a factor in the accumulation of combative disposition in the masses, who at first looked through the cracks in the doors at the guerrillas, but who, little by little, have begun to provide their support to our combatants and in some cases to participate in tasks, either evacuating or serving as a guide. Fighting during the day, based on the enemy's dispersion, allows our units to stay longer in ambushes on the roads and maneuver against reinforcements. The offensive at the end of '89, a failure? 7. We have confirmed that international public opinion that sympathizes with the struggle of the Salvadoran people is disconcerted with what is happening in the country. There have been many times that he was made to believe that the victory of the FMLN was close, and that did not happen. The first was the offensive of January '81, then that of '83, then at the end of '88 and the beginning of '89, and, finally, that of November of that same year. On all these occasions Radio Vence Ramos broadcast in a tone of great confidence in victory. Many hopes were based on that. What has happened? Why have the urban masses not been able to insurrection? Facundo, I don't think there is confusion, but there is a lack of clarity, and this is because we ourselves have been and are in a process of clarifying ideas, an issue that is not an exclusive problem for Salvadoran revolutionaries. We, in any case, are moving forward, although not at the levels you refer to in the question. In these 10 years, after '79, the army has never been so isolated, so questioned, so discredited, so identified as the enemy of changes in our country, as it is today. Never before has such a broad level of coordination been achieved as what is being achieved today. You can tell me that the process is advancing, but I tell you that due to the image that you gave, especially through Radio Vence Ramos and your calls for the people to insurrection, the people were left waiting for things to happen that did not happen. Past, and, indeed, expectations were higher then. What was achieved? Don't you think there was an error of judgment there? Facundo, look, with the offensive we pursued two purposes. The maximum purpose, to take power, seeking the uprising of the masses, which was what could give us the necessary correlation to crush the enemy. And a minimum, we sustain combat in the cities for at least 72 hours and manage to produce a favorable change in the correlation of forces. Valentin, we said, if we last 3 days it is enough, it is a triumph, because we were acting in the enemy rearguard. Our calculations were that on the first day, upon hearing the war nearby, people were going to go into their homes, only the most advanced people were going to remain. On the second day, they were going to go out to participate. The truth is that this happened exactly like that. There were even areas where people, from the first day, began to make barricades, to participate, to give food, to build trenches, to track down information about the enemy. How does the offensive take place? The guerrilla forces take some lines, say, between Cuscatancingo, Mexicanos, Soyapango, and then the forces from the city come and unite as a single force, and begin to fight within the city. We managed to stay there for 8 days. Facundo, the maximum forecast was not reached, and in that sense, I think that the expectations did go beyond what could be achieved. Now, the minimum objectives we set for the offensive were exceeded. Why do you think the masses did not revolt? Facundo, what influences here is the type of enemy we are facing. I do not share the idea that it is a lack of popular support. I was in the neighborhoods, I was in El Cama, specifically, in Cuscatancingo. In the first days of the offensive there was a lot of incorporation. We cannot say that they were already insurrectionary levels, but there were some who were willing to take up arms and others to support them in different ways, setting up barricades and other things. It was not the same in all places, but that was the case in the north of San Salvador. At that moment, the army comes to the following conclusion: either it uses all the means at its disposal to prevent the insurrection of the masses and bears the political costs of that, or it accepts that this happens. They ask themselves, they finish us off, or we finish them off. It was then that they decided to assassinate the Jesuits. Does the army's decision to kill the Jesuits occur at the same moment that they decide to bomb the neighborhoods? Facundo, no, in Soyapango the massive bombing against the neighborhoods had begun earlier. In the area where we were, the use of aviation, helicopters, armored vehicles, and everything they had, began on the 15th, the day we took military positions such as the Cuscat and Singo National Police Barracks. On the 16th at dawn they assassinate the Jesuits. So, why doesn't the government collapse in that situation? Because the army decides to use all the means at its disposal, all types of artillery, armored vehicles, aerial bombardment. They resorted to everything. Aerial bombing based on what? Facundo, mainly rockets, which is much more precise. At first, when people begin to see the dead, the destruction, the burned houses, they become indignant, but then, to the extent that the machine gunning, air and artillery attacks continue and become prolonged, people begin to find a way to protect themselves. 70% leave the city. Tell me, was that enemy reaction not foreseen by you? Valentin, we supported the principle of hitting the masses, hitting the urban area, because we thought that the enemy, even with all his criminality, would not use massive aerial means on the urban population. However, on the third day, he began to do it. He destroyed entire blocks. Facundo, we did not foresee a response with that type of means, nor in the dimension in which they did it. It was thought that if the enemy resorted to this type of action, the costs would be too high, and they would not be able to assimilate them. That was a subjective assessment on our part. Despite this, people held out until about the fifth day, asking us to lower the planes. But when he began to see that we were damaging the aircraft, but that we were not able to completely neutralize it, and that the greatest damage was being suffered by the civilian population, people began to evacuate those neighborhoods. As the enemy, based on terror, manages to empty the urban areas, we have to retreat or move on the ground, which reduces our offensive capacity. Valentin, I want to give you some elements and some background that may be useful to you. On the 9th, 2 days before the offensive, the enemy already knew that the offensive was on the 11th. And they knew this for two reasons. When preparing a military offensive, you must first prepare the political ground. Our political discourse was oriented towards the offensive, and the enemy noticed the change in the leader's discourse. That's the first sign of him. Second, since our war is a people's war, not just a war of guerrilla detachments, we had to make a fairly general call at the bases, in the guerrillas and in the militias, and move troops from the rear areas of the fronts. The enemy begins to have information about movements of large volumes of troops. Combine these two signals and conclude, these guys are preparing an offensive. What the enemy did not know was the time, the magnitude, or the modality. These three factors were surprise. The enemy concentrated 19,000 men in the area alone. City of San Salvador. And he made a cordon? Valentin, no, he did not use static tactics, he carried out mobile control of the terrain. He had forces inside and lines outside to surround our forces. The plan of the enemy was to let the FMLN forces enter and surround them. Valentin, exactly. This is what happened with Ramon's force. In Ilopango, he surrounded it and Ramon went out fighting. The force of Misael Gallardo, of the RN, located in San Jacinto, was also nearby, and Misael himself died there. But he did not manage to do the same with the other forces, because his companions covered his rear guard. We fight in the city, but we also fight behind, we pull lines in the rear. Dimas, above all, did that. If he didn't do it, we wouldn't have been able to stay there for so many days. We had to prioritize the popular areas. We threw little force towards the general staff, towards the San Benito neighborhood. There what we did was rather put pressure on the enemy's force, we did not consider its annihilation. For all this I think that it cannot be said that the offensive was a failure. For the first time the chiefs of the General Staff, the High Command and the bourgeoisie feel the roar of war in their homes. Until then, only the popular neighborhoods had felt them. Although I will tell you that we did not aim to attack the houses of the bourgeoisie. We sought to fight the enemy troops there. They cannot accuse us of having destroyed a single house with children of the bourgeoisie. There are those who maintain that the offensive was a fundamentally military offensive, that the political aspects of it were not taken into account. Facundo, that's true. The thing is that at that time no one believed that we could carry out an offensive. So it was a bit illusory to believe that you were going to make a political plan, that prior to the offensive you were going to win over one sector or another to support it. Valentin, it happened that since there was no preparatory political plan, there was also no plan to launch into the exploitation of the successes that were achieved. I'm thinking about the political aspects in another sense. Television broadcast only half an hour about the events. Except for those who heard the shots, the rest of the people of San Salvador were not informed of what was happening. Don't you believe that there was a lack of foresight in an issue that is basic in politics, and that is the communication of the combatants with the people? Perhaps more communication would have generated a better state of mind. It is known that the first thing the enemy tends to do is break the communication of the popular or insurgent leaderships with the people. You did not foresee that, nor did you foresee the bombings. Facundo, yes, there were problems with that. And as for the confusion, to which I was referring, it is related to your inability to explain to international public opinion that, although the maximum objectives were not achieved, this offensive achieved positive results. I think that solidarity has not been fed with a correct balance. What is perceived after this offensive is that they did not achieve their objective, to take power. That's how the Yankees presented it, not you. They said, they failed and that's why they entered into negotiations. Do you recognize that the FMLN has not been able to take stock and feed international solidarity? Valentin, yes. Facundo, if we add the propaganda action of the enemy and the over-expectation created by ourselves, it is natural that the idea that there were no important achievements becomes generalized. Furthermore, as the masses begin to evacuate the areas, we have to make some withdrawals and one more siege of movement. The idea is then created, in the local press and internationally, that the offensive is becoming extinct. And this extinction is shown to be synonymous with a great defeat. There was a time when, even within our forces, there was a certain confusion. On some fronts, not everyone perceived the victory as it was, because the experience was not the same everywhere. It was not the same for the force that fought compactly on the front, that arrived and retreated in an orderly manner, that went to fight in new theaters of operations, and was successful and retreated morally and in an orderly manner from the periphery of the city for 2 months. Later, that for those forces that had much more difficulties, that did not manage to conceive in a moment. They put the effort in one direction, compacted to attempt the enemy counterattack and had to retreat in a disorganized and disorderly manner. There were other people who the only thing they perceived was the destruction, the dead. Now, the role that Radio Vence Ramos played towards the people was excellent. To give you an idea, when we sent to the market to buy radios, they were already sold out. They were the most direct means of information available. It is true that our capability in terms of radial range is limited. In technical methods we have a huge disadvantage. Since we are not Superman, or anything similar, we simply transmit with a 1004 power radio, with interference. If we had been able to take over a television channel, the situation would have been different. It's not just a question of lack of foresight exactly. Are the media protected? Facundo, yes, everyone is protected. The television channels are in the defense system of the General Staff. We lacked written propaganda, we lacked the preparation of activists, megaphones, loudspeakers, flyers, mimeograph machines to be able to print. There were a series of more popular things, more within our reach, in which, it is true, we were very unprepared. We had thought more about how to set up explosives workshops, things of that type, than about propaganda. What was the international reaction to the indiscriminate bombings of the civilian population? Facundo, that is where the campaign to propagate psychological war and distortion of facts plays its role. Because with all the killing and destruction that occurred, the only thing that appears today as a crime of the enemy is the murder of 6 Jesuits. Nobody is claiming for the dead or wounded of the civilian population, or the houses destroyed by the aircraft. Was there special Yankee advice at that time, an increase in personnel, advisors, weapons? Facundo, there was an increase in emergency aid calls. Perhaps the most daring measure they took was to send a group of United States Special Forces when we took over the Sheraton with the pretext of rescuing the Rambos that we feared surrounded there. Broad flags and insurrectionary potential. Could you briefly summarize the offensive at the end of 1989? Valentin, there was obviously no insurrection in El Salvador. Historically in the Salvadoran experience there has never been, until now, a general insurrection. What there has been are local insurrections within the framework of the war, and, at most, regional insurrections, like that of 32. In 81, what we achieved, regardless of what we were looking for, was a true turning point in the history of the country and in the correlation of forces. This, undoubtedly, was a favorable turn for the forces of the people and the revolution. Although we did not completely break the balance of forces, popular power took on a dimension and belligerence never seen in the history of this country. In the offensive of 83, which was the second great strategic offensive, there were no insurrectionary objectives, but merely military ones. There, 100% of the objectives were achieved. How can you say that, if the objective was to collapse the army and this did not happen? Valentin, it only didn't happen because of Yankee support. In 89 we did have the insurrection as our objective. This offensive began to be planned a year earlier. In November 1988, the first messages and the first consultations regarding the situation began to be exchanged within the General Command. He began to talk about the way we prepare to look for a turning point to create a new situation, a push that would leave us in a superior state in terms of the correlation of forces. We begin by characterizing the situation of the masses. It is proposed that the FMLN has a new level of military accumulation and a new level of political accumulation, because the masses are already reactivated. Both the accumulated qualitative levels and the levels of discontent were good. On this basis the need to relaunch the offensive is considered. From here, in my opinion, the problems of the offensive of 89 largely derive. The problems of the offensive of 81 were due to the unit's delays. On the other hand, the problems of the 89 offensive were errors in diagnosis, and therefore, in expectations. It was assumed that a kind of insurrection existed in El Salvador. A latent insurrectional state. Valentin, some said that it was not so latent, but that there was an insurrection underway. Not all of us agreed on that. We all agreed that there was a positive state among the masses, but there were errors in the characterization and qualification of the phenomenon. And the qualification, although it is a label, influences you, because if you call a situation an insurrection, all this has its meaning, and a certain mirage is created for you. The command confirms that we have a better mass situation than before and, on that basis, calls the cadres and makes them see that the situation corresponds to an offensive. Everyone gets excited. Facundo, what happened is that a few years ago it was realized that after 1981 many of the features of a revolutionary situation had not disappeared, but rather some were still present. Then it was suggested that El Salvador was experiencing a general revolutionary situation, something like that. Valentin, exactly. However, there were other opinions that currently prevail. I'm going to explain to you. We were those of us who thought that a revolutionary situation occurred in El Salvador in 79 to 80, that since then several elements inherent to a revolutionary situation have remained, but that 10, 11 years have already passed, and that this must be taken into account. There are insurgent masses, that is true, but not all the people are insurrection. There are, furthermore, sectors of the masses that, at a certain moment, have a propensity to rise up. You have to know how to take the pulse of that. The concept of insurrection cannot be worn as a one-size-fits-all sweater. I personally was meeting with the colleagues who worked with the base, and most of them projected that to us. What were they projecting? Valentine, the idea that in the masses there was an attitude of fighting, of belligerence, but not necessarily of insurrection, and that this situation gave us something to propose a greater push, political and military, but not exactly to launch an insurrection. My particular opinion is that in El Salvador there is a revolutionary period and a situation of people at war. What does this mean? Valentine, we consider that in El Salvador there are three types of territory: the rear territories where there is a guerrilla presence, or what we call war fronts, the disputed areas, and the cities or enemy rear. The areas in dispute are those that the Vietnamese called special zones, that is, territories close to cities, which are no man's land. Understood in this way, here there is a common denominator in the three realities: the conscious attitude of the people to collaborate with the war, to participate in all the tasks of the war, from the most basic ones. And in all three there is a constant, that the people join in day, night, early morning, in 1,000 ways, to collaborate with the revolution. Children, young people, women, old men, and women, are the ones who support our army and participate in that war and even lose their lives. Perhaps within the classics we will not find anything to characterize this situation, but in some way we have to characterize this, because a poor characterization of reality can lead you to make mistakes in the political field and in military tactics. We must not mystify reality, but try to see it as it is. Yes, and try to unravel what the offensive elements it contains and, from there, promote them. That was a bit of the discussion. Since then we became tasters of the masses and we realized that there was a certain ebullition and that we contributed to that effervescence. By November 1989, the situation was already heated. We could not affirm 100% that the masses were going to insurrection, but we did feel the need to make efforts to promote the military offensive and, with it, a mass insurrection effort. A line of radicalizing and polarizing was adopted. What does polarize mean? Valentine, to polarize is to increase combativity, to lead the masses to clash, to create tension, a class polarity. The issue is how to understand class polarity and the role of class polarity. Extreme polarization alone does not bring you the blow, nor the triumph. There has to be an inseparable binomial between radically and breadth. But not just a binomial, but the decisive element is the sum of forces. This is what allows you to turn around. When people perceive that crowds take to the streets, they feel, Valentine, powerful, and they are even willing to go to the clash. That's why we think that radically is not the starting point. If we draw a schedule of the mass actions of that time, we will realize that the most powerful, the ones that had the most impact, and the ones that most helped elevate the process, were those where there was breadth. What has happened in the country since 1989 is that, after 9 years of raising the banner of a political solution, the FMLN has managed to create a certain consensus in society. The majority is for the political solution and the broadest banner is that of peace. When we began to raise the flag of peace, there were those who thought that this was going to demobilize the masses. That was going to make them less radical. And we said, no, the first thing is that we must trust the masses after so many years of working with them. And secondly, we must trust in the commitment that we have to reorient and make the flag of peace a revolutionary flag, a flag of liberation. And look, if the masses were not lost, the masses came out and said, we want peace with freedom, peace without repression, peace with agrarian reform, peace without war. Do you mean by this that if the flags had changed, and the masses had taken to the streets with the flag of peace, there would have been so many that this would have produced a qualitative change? Valentin, sure. Now, regarding the insurrection, one thing must be taken into account: the FMLN never decreed a general insurrection from above. Whenever he spoke of an offensive, an insurrection or an uprising, he was in the trenches fighting. That is very important. The FMLN cannot be accused of an adventurous or irresponsible attitude, of having called on the masses and having left them alone. On the contrary, the FMLN was always in the first line of fire, from the first moment to the last. He could have made a mistake in these 10 years, but he made a mistake on the offensive, looking for the possibility of revolution at every moment and not waiting for better conditions. Searching for the possibility of revolution is not only focusing on the moment of seizure of power, but also searching at each moment for a higher step towards power through offensives. I believe that if the FMLN has contributed anything, it is in the offensive spirit. His mistakes have occurred within the framework of that offensive spirit. We have had the virtue of constantly putting pressure on the enemy. In this offensive there were outbreaks of insurrection, of mass participation, and that is another important thing to record. There exists in El Salvador a situation of a people at war, with the characteristics that distinguish it. The fact that we are not an insurrectionary people in the classic sense does not mean that we do not have offensive potential. For that reason, we said, those are our true reserves and our true assets for an offensive. And you have to start from there. From all your experience, could you tell me what happens to the masses in a situation of war between two armies? Don't you think that in a situation of this type, as is happening in El Salvador, the masses wait for military definitions before launching into insurrection? Something like they delegated to the guerrillas the fight for the definition of the correlation of forces. Facundo, what happens is that if the masses wait for military definitions to insurrection, they would be masses going to celebrate the victory and not masses that seek to define victory, that is, masses that contribute to destroying what little the enemy has left with an insurrection. If it is proposed this way, it is not necessarily about calling for a general insurrection, which can be blocked tactically by the participation of the army, either by preventing the uprising, or by reducing it to certain isolated pockets of resistance. Valentin, Marshall said that the left conceived the insurrection as an accessory element, and it suddenly seems to me that he was right. Predetermining in advance, theoretically, everything that is going to be done seems too voluntaristic to me. In my opinion, the revolutionary forces cannot abandon the purpose of maximizing the combative deployment of the masses. No revolutionary force can, therefore, abandon the purpose of insurrection against its people. The insurrectional effort has to figure in the strategy. In the context of a war, the insurrectionary effort can be an accessory factor, or it can be the determining element. We cannot say that in advance. It seems to me that even with the situations that have occurred in El Salvador, in which it is the army that prevents the uprising, the FMLN must persist in the effort to maximize the participation of the masses in the revolution. From what you have said, it is clear that there are factors that block the insurrection. If there had not been an aerial bombardment, the situation would have been different, clearly different. Facundo, I do not rule out that we could rise up insurrection among the masses, because there is enough indignation. Population against the army. Before the offensive, the army had somehow managed to persuade some part of the population that it was a professional army. After the offensive, the level of awareness of the people in relation to what the army really is deepened, and now it is much more advantageous to us. The army did not previously have the political and military isolation that it has. The army would need to carry out a large-scale offensive today in order to improve its position at the negotiating table. Why do not you do it? Simply because he cannot do more than what he has done. And as long as we maintain pressure on the army, its political wear and tear will be greater. You not only have to maintain that pressure, but try to raise it. That would mean for us to gain more advantages. Negotiation resulting from war fatigue. There is a lot of talk that the Salvadoran people, and not only them, but also the guerrillas themselves, are tired of the war, and that is why they seek to negotiate at all costs. What can you say about that? Valentine, I think we have to start from the following: no one joined this war because they had a vocation for war. Even those who have a military vocation, they do not necessarily have a vocation for war. Nobody is in this war because they like it or because they are brave, but because it is a necessity. We must start from that. We joined this war because it was an objective necessity. And as long as this is the only way they leave us to make the transformations viable, we are going to be at war. Nobody likes war. If a revolutionary liked it, it would be an ideological deformation. We accept it and assume it, and we are willing to die in it. And if it were necessary, if there was no other alternative than to be at war all our lives, we would be at war. Facundo, we are not in favor of advocating armed struggle. Truly, I say it categorically, we are at war because it is necessary. Shortening the war, reducing its human, social, and material costs, achieving the victory we propose, is a legitimate aspiration, a revolutionary aspiration. If you ask me, I will answer you. I tell you that I don't have vocation of redeemer or martyr. The aspiration to resolve the conflict in the shortest possible time is a valid aspiration. It would be bad if, in exchange for that, you abandon the fight for changes, and the achievements of these years of struggle are lost. That's clear. Valentine, it is not true that the more years one stays at war, the more revolutionary one is. We consider that the most revolutionary is the one who at every moment gives greater impetus and looks for the ring, so to speak, to the advance of the revolution. And that is what we are always going to try to do. If this is only achieved through armed struggle, we will continue as far as necessary, but we will look for the possibility of using other means. What's more, I think that a guerrilla, the longer it is at war, the more obliged it is to review its experience. Precisely, that is one of the discussions we have had in the FPL. It's been 20 years of being armed, and 10 years of open civil war. We are, therefore, forced to take stock now, and remember that in the beginning there was an overwhelmingly disadvantageous correlation of forces. We were just a little embryo then. Between the forces we had deployed in the town at that time and those we have today, I think there is a big difference. And that is neither voluntary nor subjective. It's very clear. Valentine, and I'll tell you one thing, regarding the fatigue of the war among the masses, I feel that there is a majority or quite general consensus in the sense that people want the war to end. If that is called fatigue, I think it would be half true, because people want the war to end, but they also want the factors that generated the war to end. And the masses state it clearly: peace without repression, peace with social justice. That's concrete. The easiest and most defeatist conclusion is to say, there is war fatigue in the masses. I believe that the first explanation is that the masses would not have wanted war if it had not been necessary. Today the war has come to the city, and then you see the middle classes with fear, the bourgeoisie, and everyone is fearfully. People are afraid of war, they are afraid of noise. If a citizen decides to grab the rifle, it is because he is really determined to die. Of course the tempted combatant also feels fear. What happens is that he controls it and subordinates it to his will to fight. Now, I do accept that there is a certain psychological wear and tear on people. When the FMLN seeks negotiation, and seeks a solution of this type, it is because it is interpreting the psychology and meaning of the masses in their entirety. The FMLN is not seeking negotiation at all costs, nor do the masses want negotiation at all costs. The masses want a negotiation that will leave them a benefit, that points to a solution to the problem, and that is what the FMLN is trying to do. The current process of concertation of social organizations, that is, of all unions, of opposition political parties, the very fact that Christian democracy is tending today to get closer to the leftist forces than to bet on its project of seeking agreements with Arena, is a result of the offensive. On May 1, 1990, there was a mass mobilization in the streets that had not been seen since January 20, 1980. The most conservative said that 40,000 people participated and the general opinion leaned between 70 and 100,000, including the forces already mentioned. After the offensive of '89, the Democratic Peasant Alliance was created among the rural organizations. The Magisterial Front is also created. The Permanent Committee of the National Debate gains more strength. Today a new group has been formed, which is the Intergremial, where all the centers are represented. This worries the enemy, because war is not defined only militarily. In the political field, the purpose that we set out to unite the entire nation against Arena and against the army is advancing and has advanced after the offensive as it had never advanced before in this decade. Before the offensive, even the popular organizations themselves were somewhat afraid to talk about links with the FMLN. Today this is legitimized. That any popular organization. I want to tell you something else. When the offensive began to diminish, when the fighting was more peripheral and some forces were retreating, many people said, here after the offensive comes the massacre, they are going to destroy heads everywhere. Now the mass movement collapsed. We lost everything we had accumulated. Those were the opinions of the Convergence and the MPSC1. Especially people from the MNR maintained that it had been a decumulation, that we had decumulated everything we had accumulated until then. It was impossible even to convince our mass people in the city that the offensive had been a positive development. They said, well, let's see, but the facts say otherwise. Today we can speak with arguments that are already compelling. There was no massive repression? Valentine, no. But if there was no massive repression, it was not because the enemy did not want to repress, but because the correlation of forces politically and militarily had reached a higher level for us. The enemy cannot afford, at this point, to do what they did in '81, because they are politically and militarily hit. And he knows, no matter how much he says that the FMLN disappeared, that it caused us 3,000 and I don't know how many casualties, when he said that we only had 1,500 troops, that there are units left, that the FMLN has had casualties, but that now it gathers more strength. And that is what dissuades it from destroying or starting to blow up heads massively and indiscriminately. Facundo, what you have to understand is that there is a war that is a cause and another war that is a consequence. Those who have militarized this country have been the gringos. And it has been the oligarchy and the military. They are the ones who have led to the crisis, to the misfortune of El Salvador, starting in 1930. From 32 to 70, social peace was broken, from then on there was institutionalized violence. What happens is that at that time the guns only sound from one side, against the people. From 70 onwards, rifles began to be heard in both directions. In 70 there was no longer peace in the country. From then on armed struggle began. Therefore, in El Salvador we must solve two problems, a solution to the war and a solution to the crisis, as part of a single solution process, so to speak. Until 1970, neither imperialism, nor the oligarchy, nor the military had considered the need to seek a political solution to the country's situation. Not in the 80s either. We are the ones who began to talk about the need for a political solution. But on what basis do we begin to talk about a political solution in the country? On the basis that we are already a power. In short, it is the existence of an armed popular power that has opened up real prospects for a solution in El Salvador since the 1980s. The existence of the FMLN, of a revolutionary power, is what opens the prospects for a solution in the country. Before, no one was talking about a solution in the country, and if the FMLN does not exist, there would be no talk of a solution. Therefore, the FMLN is the origin, the guarantee, and the perspective of that solution. In other words, peace and the objective of the political solution are substantially at the origin of the war. Do you believe then that the current flexibility of the FMLN is closely related to the strength it has achieved, that she is not a product of weakness, but of her strength? Facundo, that's right. What flexibility were we going to apply if we were not yet a constituted force? When you are strong you can be more flexible, because if you are weak and you become flexible, they can break you. The stronger you are politically and militarily, the greater flexibility you can achieve. So, flexibility is not only given by a readjustment of ideas, but is objectively related to the extent to which the FMLN feels strong militarily and, even, politically more experienced. The FMLN today has a staff of experienced cadres in the political, diplomatic, and military struggle, and a leadership capacity that it did not have before. This does not mean that this will exempt us from future errors. No way. But that gives us a little more security, as long as there is unity, because disunity could be defeat. Conquering the leading role of the broadest masses with the banner of demilitarization. 11. Valentine, today is when the FMLN is playing its vanguard role better, because around its political approach the nation is uniting, all the revolutionary, democratic, progressive forces, those who are for one reason or another against the militarism, and these are dividends of the offensive. The FMLN is the one that has opened the possibilities, the gap for all this social and political energy to be released. What are the flags that you are raising today to nuclearize these people? Facundo, the democratization of the country that goes through demilitarization, the central banner that unites the broadest sectors. Then there are other things, the fight against a higher education law that the government wants to impose, extremely retrograde, that wants to restrict the freedoms of the teaching profession, the fight against the project of economic measures of the government, the demand for trial of the murderers and others, such as the reforms of the judicial and electoral system and the constitutional reform. Has television returned to reporting news about you since of the new negotiation process? Facundo, there are about 4 radio stations, the most important in the country, that do it, and if any FMLN leader, one of those on the negotiating commission, grabs a phone and they call, they put the news on the air right away. A political problem has even been created for us there with some takeovers of urban command stations that occurred in February. The journalists and the owners of the radio stations complained to us, and they did so with just reason, because the radio was seized to transmit a statement that had already been sent to the stations and they had published it in full. The owners of the radio stations and the journalists said, "This way you put us in danger. If you tell us, repeat the statement, please, we repeat it. But if you come here, and there is a confrontation with the police, we could all die." You were talking about demilitarization. Many who do not understand the current negotiation process wonder how it is possible that after 10 years of war and with the military triumphs that you have obtained, you are satisfied with demilitarization. Isn't that having fought for 10 years in vain? Valentine, it is important to remember that a war can be won without having to annihilate every last soldier. For us, demilitarizing means that the army stops playing the role it has played during these 60 years. The army can no longer be the repressive army, defender of the interests of the oligarchy, which indiscriminately represses the popular movement, which determines what is done. Changing the essence of that army does not mean that they are more or that they are less. Our strategic proposal is that the repressive bodies disappear and that the army disappears. I don't want to tell you that everyone is already won over to this idea, nor willing to accompany us to the end, but today the opposition political parties, ranging from Christian democracy to UDN, social forces, and large sectors of international opinion, agree that the army must be purged, that the fascists must be removed. The same Republicans have proposed that the Treasury Police must be dissolved. In fact, from 79 onwards, Salvadoran society became militarized. Since then, and to cope with our growing military force, the army has quadrupled. We affirm that a democratization of the country, its economic development, and even overcoming the human scars left by the war, necessarily involve the demilitarization of the country. A process of democratization cannot really be undertaken without demilitarization. That is the starting point. The issue of demilitarization can be understood in 2 ways. First of all, it can be understood as the need for the army to reduce its size. But this is not the main problem, because before there was war, and before the army had 50,000 men or more, in this country there was already militarization, due to the role that the army played, due to the overdetermination that the military over the political. Hence the second meaning of demilitarization, which refers to the character of the army and the role it plays in society. With this I want to tell you that if the army drops from 50,000 to 17,000 men, figures it had before, and its character or its role within society does not change, the problem will not be solved either. The old army in its old character must disappear, and this is the essential element of demilitarization. Naturally, we do not understand this as a process. In this context of demilitarization of society, the FMLN will have to, in turn, reduce its military forces. With these new terms of negotiation, our movement has managed to mobilize increasingly broader sectors of the population, to the extent that it better interprets the level of consciousness and disposition that the masses have. This is how it has been accumulating forces against the main enemy, the army. The change in this conception and, of course, in the methods, has favored our possibility of linking more with those sectors that we previously felt the need to win for our project, but that we had not achieved. Today that is being achieved. Would you say that this is achieved because today they are raising a more just revolutionary policy? Facundo, yes, fairer in the sense of more adjusted to reality. I see that this movement can lead to a certain moment in an insurrectional uprising. Many of the insurrectionary uprisings have been linked to elections, to electoral fraud, because to the extent that the masses and other sectors of the population become more conscious, the chances of certain political pretensions becoming radicalized are greater. Those who are aware of this situation already constitute a greater mass and, therefore, the possibilities of pulling are greater. We do little if there is a group with the flags as high as possible, if there are few who accompany it. So, in this process we are in, this broad movement can contribute decisively to an insurrectionary outcome, if the army becomes intransigent. What is the army proposing today? There are sectors that believe that to block the negotiations you have to hit the movement, knock heads, so that the FMLN says, we withdrew from the negotiations because the army did this and this. They don't care about the costs. They assume that they can assimilate these costs better than what it would be like to have to face a negotiation in a disadvantageous situation, as they are now. But what is going to happen? Will this serve to divide the mass movement, throw it into confusion and frighten it, or will it serve to further outrage people? As things stand today, I think the consequences of those actions would raise people's indignation. The army is quite tied up. I am not telling you that an insurrection will necessarily occur from blows of this type, but if today the army decides to strike in this way, a greater accumulation of awareness about the need to collapse the army. I'm very interested in knowing something. In general, I confirm through my interviews that the high leadership or leadership of the parties not only among the revolutionaries, but also in the socialist countries are in a very self-critical attitude, reviewing their work, aware of their errors, but I think the big stopping factor is the intermediate frames. How to change your mentality, because it is not enough to. The top leaders have things clear. Facundo, look, I believe that many factors influence these types of things, whether they change or not, but the fundamental thing is whether what is put above all else is the personal interest of preserving the status, or is it the revolution, the dedication to the interests of the nation, of society. There are many people who oppose the changes because they feel that their status is threatened and they want to preserve it at all costs. If these people, in some way, continue to feel that they have the direct and indirect support of their party for their actions, there is nothing that stimulates them, that persuades them that they have to change. But if you feel that when pressure comes from below you have to fight for your own skin, because no one is going to come out to defend you, I think a lot of people are going to have to change. As long as these people feel that they are supported, that they have their back covered, they will continue to defend that conservative position. Do you think that given the break factor that some intermediate cotters represent, it is very important that the leadership of the party, of the movement, communicate directly in some way with the base. Facundo, let the base know what the leadership thinks, and let the base be the one who, already in the concrete action, at the moment of determining who are leaders or not, evaluates whether that leader is up to the line drawn or is working with the appropriate style. Valentin, I believe that the idea that the intermediate cadres are a break is half true, because if the middle cadres fail to overcome their lags, what is being tested is the driving capacity of that direction, and also their real unitary will is being tested. It seems to me that it would be most comfortable for our management to offload the deficiencies in the middle management. I'm not saying that's happening, but it could happen. The directorates, the political commissions and the central committees must assume all responsibility. Otherwise, there is an inefficiency in the party leadership or in the connection of that leadership with the base and its cadres. Intermediate, or there is no real unitary will. When an intermediate cadre, for example, does not feel that its leadership is pushing to advance unity, then it is difficult for it to shake off its own sectarian or hegemonistic burdens. I believe that in terms of unity, indeed, there are lags, not only in the intermediate cadres, but also at the base. I think that as management we are quite responsible for that. And regarding the military balance of the offensive, what can you tell us? Valentin, in the 89 offensive, the elements of unitary dysfunction and leadership weighed. There was a single general plan, but the internal command did not have, I don't know if all the power or all the threads to act with greater efficiency. That affected the ability to regroup and move forces, strike for others. Some organizations did. For example, we passed Facundo's force to the south, and I remained in the west, until January 16. The weight was felt in Ciudad Delgado, pressing, making inroads, but there were gaps in other points. Something similar happened in San Miguel. The companions took over a portion of the city, but exactly the same thing happened to them. In Usulután there was a siege, but they were unable to take part of the city. In Zacatecalica there was a siege and there was penetration, in Santa Ana there was penetration. This is not the first time that you have fallen into the dispersion of forces. Does this have to do with a calculation error? In this case, was there subjectivism or were there still problems of hegemony, of trying to hide the truth about the forces one has in order to appear with greater forces than others? Valentin, I think there was subjectivism. In some of us, there was a tendency to overestimate the strength we had and the capacity for what could be done. They are not necessarily hegemonistic objectives. I wouldn't see it that way. They are miscalculations. We can see this in the interior of the country and in the city. How does it occur in the interior of the country? There were two weak points: Usulután and Zacatecalica. If the FMLN focuses on just one, it defines one, and then the ERP wanted to define Usulután and the FPL, Zacatecalica. And neither achieved those objectives. And in San Salvador, how did it happen? There were also sectors, such as in San Antonio Abad, where it was estimated that a force was going to raise 300 men, and at a certain moment it did raise them, but as it headed towards its mission it collided with the enemy, who dispersed it and was unable to accomplish certain tasks. Missions. How could that be characterized? Of course, the objective existence of several parties still has an impact. There is no single party. I would not characterize this as hegemonism, but as an insufficient unitary level. There was coordination and there was cooperation, but, at a certain point, a single strategic command was needed. That, naturally, reduced the FMLN's offensive capacity and continuity. I want to tell you that when I make that observation, I am not excusing myself as a cadre. I understand that we all must, as our colleagues in the field say, search to advance. So, as a military criterion and as a political criterion, even ideologically, it seems to me that we should advance more in unity. The regional issue has me very worried. I find a great weakness in the Central American revolutionary movement that I interviewed at the beginning of 80, 81 and 82, and then 7 or 8 years later. I see almost no progress in the development or even in the contacts between the revolutionary forces of Central America. How is it possible that this happens in forces that, on the other hand, appear so mature? How is it possible that between Guatemalans and Salvadorans there is less relationship, less contact, and less communication than what I have with my interviewees? I tell you frankly that this worries me. Facundo, do you want me to answer you? We are very chauvinistic in general. No one has seriously considered that in recent years. Perhaps at some point there were some attempts on our part to look for something like Sandino, as our initiative. Even after the February elections. Spoke something about that. Deep down, there has been no understanding of the needs, no one has persisted in this, no one has presented a concrete initiative. I do believe that there is a problem of chauvinism in general. I do not accept, for example, that we hold the Sandinistas responsible, that they or the Guatemalans hold us responsible just like that. In short, I do not accept that there is a scapegoat. The concrete thing, on the part of the FMLN, is that in recent years it has not proposed a Central American strategy or, in particular, with the organizations of any country. I simply see that there is a void, a lack of vision of the importance of these types of things. Perhaps the Central American bourgeoisie is more advanced than the revolutionary movement or is advancing. Don't you think? Facundo, yes. Valentin, it could be that it is an ideological and political weakness of the Central American revolutionary movement. I wouldn't exclude anyone. I feel that the Sandinistas' problem is political pragmatism, in the FMLN, a lack of initiative and disinterest. Nobody has declared it, but it is so. Now, the important thing is to take our responsibility and that the General Command maintains coordination that is not formal, but real. That is objective. I believe that in this situation the FMLN has greater responsibility. Current necessity and possibility of anti-imperialist revolutions in Latin America. I have seen some social science analyses where some political leaders and political scientists maintain that not only are socialist revolutions no longer possible in Latin America, but that the time for anti-imperialist revolutions is also over. To this we must add some other theses that maintain that the situation that exists in the world correlation of forces, with the USSR United States understanding, reaffirms that armed struggle is out of all possibility and conflicts must be resolved by other means. Ways, that we must abandon the armed struggle, that we must look for other paths. What do you guys think about that? Facundo, it would be necessary to see if when they say it they are thinking of carrying out a revolutionary project, or what type of project they are thinking of, because in our countries the fight against imperialism is inherent to the revolution. Basically what they are saying is that at this point and with this correlation of forces, there is no longer any possibility of revolutionary success. Facundo, this is an abandonment of the revolutionary project. What revolution is there going to be in a Latin American country if it does not set out to achieve its independence and sovereignty and defend its national interests? And what is that if it does not fight against imperialism? I consider it an absurd opinion, in the sense that it does not. It has been only the Marxists who are fighting for the socialist revolution in the face of imperialism. There are others who have already fought against imperialism in previous centuries. Sandino, Morazan himself when the unity of Central America was proposed to prevent it from becoming a plot of United States. I think you are not answering my question. The thesis that these analysts propose is that in this situation the revolution cannot always triumph. For example, I understand that the unrepeatable nature of the Cuban Revolution meant something precise. Cuba was able to carry out profound social transformations, because it had all the help of the Soviet Union, very important help. Nicaragua could not do it, because it did not have this help, but it did carry out an anti-imperialist revolution to conquer national sovereignty. But, it is now estimated that even this project, in the current context of the correlation of forces, when there is no longer a socialist field that allows a relative military balance and the entire military power of the empire is on top, is not viable in a small Central American country. It is then insinuated that what needs to be done is to look for ways of conciliation with imperialism, and that you, with the current negotiation proposal, would be recognizing that if the United States does not promote dialogue and negotiation, there is no negotiation. Facundo, what we have managed to do so far is not because imperialism has changed, nor is it more pragmatic or has goodwill. Today the Yankees continue to bet on our defeat. And since they see that the military instrument does not give the expected results, then they try other avenues such as negotiation. In Nicaragua they took the Sandinistas to the defile, so they think that they can do the same with us. They are toying with the idea of forcing us to accept agreements under disadvantageous conditions, to participate in the '91 elections and to obtain a minority vote. I do not start from the goodwill of the Yankees. I assume that there are internal factors in the country such as the counterinsurgency war strategy, which has become bogged down, and everything that comes from now on is regression. This forces them to hide and look for other ways to weaken us, always keeping the instrument armed, but with Valentin, in '89, the strategic situation changed although there was no break. The balance that we make of the '80s is a victorious balance for the forces of the people, not only because we have maintained ourselves and not been defeated by imperialism, but because we remain vigorous, increasingly threatening the power of the enemy, and demonstrating more and more every day that the FMLN is a force that can determine the future of that country. And that is now perceived not only by the people, but by other political forces in the country and by some political forces in the United States. Of course, there are other external factors, such as the order of priorities in the foreign policy of the United States, that influence your decision to get rid of a problem. Facundo, yes, look for a way to somehow get out of this problem. That is also another factor that can lead them to negotiation, but we assume that we are going to make way for the revolution against the will of the North Americans. Its objective is to make the FMLN, Sandinismo, and everything that smacks of revolution disappear in Nicaragua, Cuba and any other country. We cannot assume that the anti-imperialist revolution is not viable. If that is so, we must dedicate yourself to anything else, except seeking revolutionary change. Valentin, now, it is evident that today we cannot say that things are the same as before. That's not true, it would be subjective. Precisely that has to force us revolutionaries to rethink and review things, to re-evaluate, to better sharpen our policies. But, I would not start from affirming that anti-imperialist revolutions are now impossible, because then we are condemned to slavery definitively. What we must register is that true revolutions are now more difficult than a year ago. That is true, but, at the same time, in this period there are objective factors in the Third World, in a double-sided policy. Latin America, which give rise to further lighting the bonfire of anti-imperialist revolutions. It seems to me that, as Facundo said, theses like these are not new. In any case, that thesis in the mouths of revolutionaries seems frivolous to me. In the mouths of the pro-imperialists it is understandable, it responds to their mentality. Their two theses come together, the thesis that anti-imperialist revolutions are not viable, with the thesis that the armed struggle no longer has space, has no viability, has no reason to exist. There are those who have gone so far as to say that it is even irrational, but they do not say the same when imperialism reigns in the region armed to the teeth. Now, in the region, imperialism is a reality. And not just an external reality, but an internal reality. So, if imperialism is an internal reality, let's start there. The anti-imperialist struggle is in full force. Although anti-imperialist revolutions are now more difficult, the anti-imperialist struggle is more necessary today than at any other time. What is the challenge that revolutionaries have? I believe that the possibility of anti-imperialist revolutions achieving victory is determined, first of all, by internal factors in each country, but also by international factors and by local factors within the United States. The Latin American left has to mature a little more, incorporating into its strategy the need to weigh these factors more, particularly the North American situation. I think that is very important. For example, if the FMLN is analyzed only from the Salvadoran situation, a partial, limited or insufficient analysis would be carried out. The North American and international situation must also be taken into account. Currently a new internal and international situation has been created. The perception that the North American government had that we were weak and that we were no longer a problem for anyone changed, and it changed through facts. It means that the United States war policy in El Salvador is now questioned as never before within the United States and internationally. What is the result of $4 billion put there, the slaughter they have done and a supposedly professional army created by them? A democracy as the world is seeing it? It is not the FMLN that is questioned today, but North American politics. Whether or not a war where the empire puts large amounts of resources against such a small country is valid. After the offensive, the one who is questioned is the enemy. That would be the greatest fruit of the last offensive. Valentin, yes. I believe that if we analyze all the FMLN offensives, none have been defeated. If you want, in none of them did we obtain 100% of the proposed objectives, but the important thing is that no FMLN offensive was defeated, no FMLN offensive can be considered a failure, none. Each offensive propelled us forward. None left us further behind, or decimated, or eliminated our offensive potential. On the contrary, now you hear that the only force that has the capacity to mount strategic offensives there is the FMLN. That is the terror and panic of the enemy. That is not exactly the same before November 1989. That is a change in the country's strategic situation. Within the country's military commanders, the perception regarding the FMLN changes, because it maintained in its propaganda that we had no capacity, either for siege or offensive, that we were losing strength. After the offensive, the enemy appreciates that the FMLN is a decisive military force. On the other hand, and this is also very important, the political forces in the United States realize that the FMLN has the capacity to push towards a political solution to the conflict. At the same time, within the political sectors, the banner of political solution, dialogue, and negotiation gains renewed strength, thanks to the war. For what reason? Because people think that the FMLN does have the capacity to push and determine the. A fourth element to take into account is what is produced in the spheres of Washington, in the hegemonic centers of strategic direction. They realize that it is necessary to give space to the political solution, because otherwise the FMLN can launch another offensive whose results will determine that the White House is left with even more limited margins of maneuver. Why then do they put so many obstacles in this negotiation? Because in fact there have been a lot of attempts and in the end nothing is achieved. Valentin, I think there are several moments, Marta. Notice that until before the offensive the Yankees were totally reticent and opposed to the political solution. But when the negotiations begin, Cristiani decides to participate and then does not participate. Valentin, what happens there is that the hegemonic force, which is the gringos, try to give a certain dynamic to the political situation to defeat us, but with an attitude, if you like, a little more intelligent. But inside there is another power that, although not hegemonic, is very decisive, it is that of the oligarchy and the fascist force. The fascist force lives off war, has made North American aid its way of life, and sees its destiny in it, their privileges and their interests depend on it. It is not interested, therefore, in the war ending. At a certain point, Washington may even have an interest in seeing the war end, but these forces, these soldiers, these commanders, who have economic interests in it, are not going to be interested in ending it, and since they are the ones in direct command of the troops, the war will continue. So, the master wants and the others want, but only a little. Not at all. There's a game there. Is that what happened in Nicaragua when the Yankees wanted Urquijo to leave and he didn't want to? Valentin, exactly. In El Salvador, the game is played because the president is a pawn of the Americans and he has to dance to the rhythm that they play for him. But Cristiani has his political solution in the country. He set a break, that of his own interests and nature, and he has an additional break that is the one that the military puts on him, which is even shorter. That's what happens in the country. Naturally, if the Yankees come to consider that the political solution suits them and is necessary, they will be able to pressure to make it viable. Now, the direction that this takes, whether it will be fair for the people or not, will depend on the strength that the FMLN has. Returning to the possibility of revolutions at this time in Latin America, I believe that, ultimately, this depends on the revolutionary forces developing strategies not only for their parties, but for the majorities, for the adjacent forces. I believe that sectarianism also occurs in developing strategies valid only for left-wing parties. I have spoken lately with leaders of parties who, according to them, do not have sectarianism and are unitary people, but when they give you a presentation of the strategy, it is the strategy of their party, not a national strategy, or for the majorities, it is a strategy for convergence. The Latin American left has not matured in that sense, and I think that if it does, anti-imperialist revolutions will be possible. The possibility or impossibility of victory will be determined by the capacity of the revolutionaries to unite the majority of the people against imperialism, to unite a relative, active, and determining majority, and, in due course, the entire nation against imperialism. Skepticism has never been a factor of progress or offense. No organization, no revolutionary and no people draw offensive force from there. Under the influence of skepticism no revolution is possible. And I think that we Latin American revolutionaries have to overcome skepticism at this moment and start making creative developments for the majority, drawing offensive strength from what we have. Precisely now that revolutions are more difficult, but not impossible, we have to take this more into account. Look, that thesis, which we talked about, is twin with the thesis that says that Cuba cannot survive as an anti-imperialist revolution. And why does Cuba survive? Cuba survives because of the party, because of Fidel. Cuba survives because this party unites the majority of the nation. Precisely what defends it from imperialism is that town wall. Lessons from a long war. 13. Thinking about the rest of the revolutionary movement, after this long experience of war, what things would you not do again and what things would you develop with more force than what you did? Lionel, as you know, our process is unfinished, we still need to take power. What we have waged is an ascending revolution, a heroic war against the Yankee Empire with clear results for the entire world. If imperialism decides to continue escalating the war, it will prolong the Central American crisis at a time of disadvantage for it, because with the oligarchy in power, Cristiani as president and his Arena party, it has exhausted its replacement formulas. He has no other option but strategic negotiation. Although we know that he will first try to change the correlation of forces in favor of the more reactionary forces, which implies, in the short term, that his aid will increase. On this path traveled until today, there are factors that have been decisive for progress. Among them is having become a single front from 5 different organizations. This contribution to the unity of the left has been fundamental. For this, the political will to develop unity, to move forward, has played a determining role, avoiding at all costs breaking this unity no matter how difficult the crises we have gone through may be, placing emphasis on seeking political unity, strategic and tactical approaches, the will to act. Unique position regarding what was agreed and opening ourselves to see the deficiencies, in a process of internal political debate. With this we have managed to build a style specific to the group, beyond the particular styles of each organization. I think that throughout all these years of struggle we have learned that our action must always be consistent with the interests of the masses. To win the role of vanguard we must lead not only a class sector, but the entire class and, even more, know how to convince, persuade, and attract all political and social forces interested in changes, be they revolutionary, patriotic, or progressive. From this point of view, the application of forced recruitment by the FMLN was a mistake, as was our way of acting against the networks of collaborators and agents of the enemy. Not knowing how to distinguish their degrees of involvement and applying a clean slate led us to have problems and to be an easy target for the psychological and political war to discredit the enemy. Knowing how to interpret the most immediate needs of the masses, and from them, turn them into the struggle so that the transformation of consciousness occurs and the willingness to die for revolutionary change, embodied in a program of struggle, arises, has been one of our merits. However, we were not up to the moment in 79 and 80, when that conjuncture of power was generated and the masses were in full combat. Our offensive of 81 arrived late, and the mass action was not at its climax. Throughout our struggle it has been very important to know the enemy thoroughly and to be flexible and creative enough to readjust our strategy and tactics based on the changes he has made, striving at all times to take away the initiative. It has also been essential to have been able to consolidate zones of internal revolutionary control, which are fundamental for all rearguard tasks, on the basis of political control, expulsion of the local enemy and construction of armed power. It has been very important to master the art of guerrilla warfare, as a modality of irregular warfare to confront the high technology that bourgeois armies use today, which requires detailed knowledge of the terrain, creativity in the construction of weapons and as something essential, have the support of the masses to know how to outwit and hit the enemy by surprise. Creatively applying the principle of dislocation and concentration of forces has allowed us, in periods of accumulation, to wear down the enemy, without losing the ability to concentrate driving forces to deliver forceful blows that stimulate the masses and hit the morale of the people. Enemy commanders and troops. Knowing how to take advantage of the contradictions, which in a moment of crisis are evident within the enemy, attracting the maximum possible sectors to the revolutionary project, has also been our achievement. Fourth part. Martial trauma and its overcoming. Looking for an explanation for Martial. 1. I think that now we must delve into the conflictive issue of Martial. How do you see Martial's problem? How do you explain that a man who had such revolutionary prestige, such a great mystique, that he was such a purist, has fallen into what he fell into? How were you able to overcome a crisis that involved things as serious as the murder of the organization's second leader and then the suicide of its general secretary? Perhaps to better understand what happened you could tell us something more about his personality, some of whose aspects we already saw before. Vladimir, as we already told you, Martial was of working-class origin and had a great Christian influence. His training was done under somewhat dogmatic ideas. First religious dogma and then Stalinism. Salvador, yes, it is very likely. In all the formation and mysticism of the beginning of the organization there were some very moralistic religious traits. He maintained that you could not smoke or drink one, that one could not relate to any woman if she was not a revolutionary. He proclaimed a kind of revolutionary celibacy. That is, a mixture of somewhat dogmatic Marxist ideas and somewhat moralistic ideas as to what the prototype of the new man should be. He had a strong proletarian mentality. The workers' question was. The Ho Chi Minh of El Salvador, as Mario Menendez wrote when he interviewed him in the early 1980s. Salvador, yes, but he became a bit of an Ayatollah. He was very arrogant. Do you think he felt like he was fulfilling a mission, or something similar? Salvador, yes, he considered himself as the safeguard of the interests of the proletariat. He didn't let some things go. He was very mechanical. I tell you this, because in many discussions with us he was overwhelming when he tried to impose his position in any discussion. This was more noticeable at the beginning, when we were just training as political and military leaders. To do this he took advantage of the Marxist training he had, which cannot be said to have been very deep, but rather superficial and dogmatic, but in any case much superior to ours. Weren't there cadres with greater theoretical training? Salvador, as far as Marxist economics is concerned, Felipe Pina had a deeper Marxist theoretical training. And it happens that sometimes in discussions he beat Marshall. Felipe always insisted on the need to carry out a Marxist interpretation of our reality. In internal discussions, Marshall, however, prevailed, taking advantage of his worker status. He told us that we did not understand how the working class, the proletariat, should express itself. We argued that it was difficult to carry out workers' work since all the workers' leaders had very traditional thinking or were influenced by the Communist Party. But in order to obtain its approval we proposed concentrating on working class youth. He clung to the worker regardless of who that worker was. And in the case of peasantry, we tried to make its classification somewhat more flexible, talking about the poor peasantry, the agricultural proletarian. Marshall placed the emphasis on the agricultural proletarian, he made those things weigh in on all the discussions as something obsessive. And he managed to prevail? Salvador, of course, it was imposed. With what arguments? Salvador, he had moral authority and enjoyed all the respect. Who was going to argue with him, if Marxism affirmed that the proletariat was indisputably the vanguard and that it had to lead the revolutionary movement and the change towards socialism? Those were absolute truths that at that time could not be discussed, to do so was heresy. The peasantry was a kind of traveling companion for him. Now, when we studied our own reality, we realized that it was not so, and our very situation within the organization meant that we did not see things in such an absolute way. Deep down, we had certain reservations, both the comrades who joined from the peasant sector, as well as those from the teaching profession and other sectors, none of whom were worker leaders. Furthermore, Marshall used subtleties. He told us, how are you going to know how to interpret working class youth if you don't know them? And since there were young workers who worked in the factories during the day and studied at night, he pointed out to us the need to go do work in the schools at night. A method had to be found to reach the working class, not only in the union or in the factory, but anywhere, on the Christian side, on the night schools. In that sense, he imposed some things. He did not accept the discussion on the proletarian question. Lionel, I think it should also be noted that his behavior was very marked by the prominent role he played in the Salvadoran Communist Party and the process of ideological struggle that took place within it and that culminated with the departure of he. In the 70s, Marshall, along with other revolutionaries, Felipe Pina, Dimas Alas, began the historic task of building the foundations of a political military organization and the development of a power strategy based fundamentally on armed struggle. At that time, the ideological struggle against the electoral reformist positions of the Communist Party and its policy of alliances that as its current General Secretary, Shafiq Handel, well recognizes made this party trail behind the bourgeois parties, stimulated in the FPL an anti-communist party thought. This was the breeding ground for sectarian thinking and opposed to all forms of electoral and parliamentary struggle, which characterized all militancy, and generated in the organization little capacity to analyze and act, taking into account the political factor. Thus our creative capacity was blocked, preventing us from contributing in this field, and a dogmatic thought was established, based on schemes, formulas, recipes that characterized our leadership for many years and in which our militancy was educated. Any militant who delved deeper into this field and took initiatives in approaching other forces classified as petty bourgeois, electoral, revisionist, was beaten through criticism or branded as petty bourgeois and viewed in a bad light. This profound weakness of Marshall refusing and opposing the political struggle generated great problems for him. When in 1980, the Salvadoran revolutionary struggle reached its greatest development and the first strategic problem to be resolved was that of the unity of the revolutionary left, the alliance with the democratic sectors and the use of the instrument of dialogue, it was when the lack of Marshall's political capacity and both his principled positions, regarding the construction of the revolutionary vanguard, and his attitude in relation to political diplomatic efforts, were becoming isolated, not only in the FMLN, but also within the FPL themselves. Given the lack of political argumentation, he dismissed the contrary arguments, as Salvador says, as the fruits of petty bourgeois thinking, of betrayal of the interests of the proletariat and the working class. This situation became a crisis until he finally identified Melita Anaya Montes, Anna Maria, as the exponent of this thought, at the same time that she began to plan, with the organization's security apparatus, his assassination. All this behind the management's back. What do you think most influenced you to adopt that unexpected attitude? Salvador, many things lose him. The respect that people felt for him confused him, instilled in him a great personal vanity, so much so that he came to believe himself infallible. When we decided to support the Nicaraguan Revolution in '78, before the triumph, he was one of the first to be at the forefront of that decision, which was shared by the Salvadoran revolutionary movement as a whole. But he never understood, nor came to accept, the model of the Sandinista revolution. This was a symptom of his dislocation, of his absent-mindedness. Another symptom is related to the formation of the FMLN. He maintained the vanguard role of the FPL within the FMLN and of him, as a person, within the leadership nucleus of that front. He was nominating himself as General Secretary. Salvador, yes, at first he was FMLN coordinator. But that was formal. Did he want to be Commander-in-Chief? Salvador, he probably wanted to be Commander-in-Chief, and to be so, not through true collective work, but on the basis of imposing his ideas. He was one of those people who vetoed political debate within the FMLN. He wanted to make the front a classical type party, impose democratic centralism there, so that the minority would submit to the majority without arguing, very rigid management schemes. On the other hand, he did not respect our internal agreements as the leadership of the FPL, he turned them around. Didn't he, then, bring the decisions of the FPL collective to the leadership of the FMLN? Salvador, he did it in a formal way. When he intervened, he always expressed that these were agreements of the FPL management, that they were the result of a collective decision, but, in practice, he placed more emphasis on his ideas and therefore did not accurately reflect the political thought of the organization, which had been undergoing a process of great political transformation at that time. Both the mass experience that we had had before '79, and that achieved as a result of the offensive of '81, shook us internally. What was being discussed at that time and how was Marchal seen? Salvador, after the offensive of '81, as you know, the formation of the war fronts took place. We did not have the slightest idea of how to carry out this task, but, by rebuilding our forces, based on practical experience and based on the experiences of other countries, we moved forward. That entire period was a bit romantic, idealistic in some cases. At that moment, Marshall began to lose authority, because despite having entered a front in '81 and having left in '82, he gave guidelines that we all knew could not be applied. Like what? Do you remember some? Salvador, for example, he wanted to control the entire territory as much as possible based on guerrilla dispersion. He wanted us not to have strength even in Morazan, even if it was only with a couple of rifles. That was the reflection of his own hegemonistic tendency. We, as FPL, had to be stretched thin, controlling every last bit of territory. When the offensive in Usulután and San Salvador I was planned, Marshall was opposed to our participation as an organization. And since that was not the position of our leadership, he gave formal approval, he committed at the FMLN level, but in practice he did not activate anything. It was us and, especially Anna Maria, who promoted the participation of the entire organization in that moment. On the other hand, he gave only general orders. We were the ones who had to see how we could solve all the problems. Material needs. He did not pay attention to communications or other very important details. How did you deal with that situation? Salvador, the phenomenon that occurred was the following: each war front gained autonomy to solve its problems. We in Calatenango, other colleagues in San Vicente, others in the city or in Guazapa. Everyone began to solve their problems and we began to exchange experiences, brainstorm ideas, and coordinate between the fronts. The other thing that influenced was the presence of Ana Maria alongside Marshall, in the leadership corps abroad. She was her counterpart. She also had no experience, but she was fresher in the application of many things. She understood more the phenomenon of FMLN unity, the reality of socialism and what was happening in Nicaragua. In that sense she was more advanced. You told me that you had been observing Marshall's limitations more clearly since 81. Salvador, that's right. Already in 82 we didn't see any prospects for it. Practically all of us said, let's go to the fronts and see how we resolve that, in conversations. Salvador, already as a political commission. But then, why couldn't you impose a different thought, if you were the majority? Salvador, he appealed to a larger meeting, to a Congress. Probably his idea was to maneuver there. Both in that political commission meeting and in a central committee meeting we had defeated his proposals. In all his writings and final expressions he accuses us of being a bunch of petty bourgeois. I think he always thought that. Those meetings you refer to, when did they occur? Salvador, that of the political commission, in 1982 and that of the Central Committee, in 83. Before that there was another one of the political commission. In that one he still managed to impose some things, but thanks to maneuvers. Marshall vetoed all your proposals, military plans, politicians, everything. And he established a kind of veto power in the political debate and took care of the administration of a lot of measures within the party. Was there no method in the organization to resolve the need to replace leaders? Salvador, the mechanism was formally established, but during that entire period from 81 to 82 we were giving it a chance. Seeing that this was not happening in 83 we were clear that this was not going to give results. We thought that we had to make that replacement that you refer to, but he had already personified the opposition to his positions in Ana Maria, as if she was the problem. That was where he was definitely wrong. Could you explain to us how the events specifically happened? Lionel, already in 1982, when his positions were defeated in the FPL and the FMLN, he planned the murder of Ana Maria, blaming Marcelo, a member of the Central Committee and responsible for the security apparatus, for her execution. It had a unit specialized in command operations to carry it out. Marshall, in those days went on tour to Libya, but this was all part of the plan. The operation was carried out with the characteristics used by death squads in the country. Marshall, at all times, denied the fact, but in those days he took a whole series of measures that caught the attention of the management. His escort and the personnel working with him were armed and ordered not to allow his capture. This situation became known when Marcelo, the executor of the plan, was captured. When everything was clarified, he was given the option of traveling to another country, but he decided on suicide. This fact, when clarified, was condemned by the majority of our base and leadership. Our style in the organization was to confront the differences within the FPL through ideological struggle and submitting to the decisions made by the majority. Marshall violated the norm of democratic centralism. He went crazy over the FPL, planned the murder of Ana Maria and became a murderer. Now, haven't you made an effort to see if there was a psychological imbalance that explains his attitude? Salvador, he was obsessive in his work and in his ideas, and it is likely that his obsession with the proletarian question weighed heavily. For him the greatest exponent of the petite bourgeoisie was Ana Maria. Perhaps it would be interesting to point out that he lived surrounded by a group of advisors who treated him as a great leader and gave him hope of being able to hegemonize the vanguard of the proletariat. Marshall was losing all contact with reality. He lived in another world. In a very narrow world, isolated from the rest of his own party, the FPL. Was a Martialist current formed in the FPL? Lionel, in the organization, he gave special treatment to certain cadres that he identified as being similar to his thoughts or to colleagues that he considered could be influenced by him. This attitude, in a legendary figure like his, gave rise to a mystification of Marshall in this group. They were the ones who split up in the crisis of 1983, after his suicide. Salvador, but since they were people who were outside the fronts, working in the city, and since the greatest development of the organization was on the war fronts, in which we were fully involved, this current did not reach to have great weight within the FPL. What happened to her? It still remains. Lionel, this faction, starting in 1983, developed its work in the mass movement, tried to articulate a guerrilla front on the San Salvador volcano and carried out international work. Its activity lasted until 1985. From that year on it began a process of extinction. Conflicts arose between them over the management of solidarity funds. Most of its members have abandoned the ranks of the revolution, others returned to the FPL and the FMLN. By 1987 it did not exist. His main mistake is that he could not develop strategic thinking and was working against the FPL and the FMLN. Based on his sectarianism and hegemonism, he was unable to locate himself in the new reality of the Salvadoran struggle and continued to raise a totally closed approach without a clear political conception. Militancy reaction. 2. I don't know if any organization has suffered a blow as big as that in the history of Latin America. How did you overcome it? Lionel, to face this situation, a political commission group was immediately formed, Lionel, Demas, Milton, Valentin. To maintain the unified leadership of the organization, permanent consultation was maintained with the other members of CP1, CC2, CR3, and bases. The Revolutionary Council, the largest representative body of the FPL, was immediately convened in Quetzaltenango, and the campaign of '82 began. As a result of this military campaign, we developed the most strategically forceful military operations. We swept an entire series of minor positions in Quetzaltenango, Cabanas, San Vicente, which allowed the consolidation of our external rear guard areas. The military victories were so overwhelming that the enemy was surprised. He even commented that due to the events of Ana Maria we were acting suicidally. The hard blow that the FPL received with this behavior by Marshall could be overcome without major tears, due to the collective treatment that was given to the matter and the military victories reached. After the crisis was over, we moved on to greater development, mainly in the political military field. Momentarily, only the mass front and the guerrilla front of the San Salvador volcano were weakened, as well as the work of international solidarity, but it has already been consolidated again. What was the reaction of the militants to the crisis? Salvador, in our case there was one favorable thing, and that is that none of us joined the revolution through Marshall. It was due to a leap in revolutionary consciousness and not following a leader, a caudillo. One thing must also be said, we joined the revolution quite young, 17 to 18 years old on average. We were not revolutionary cadres, we barely had political training at the time. During that initial period, when we asked ourselves, for example, what the idea of the party we should implement should be, how a clandestine cell should function, we responded, Marshall should know, he was in the Communist Party. But by 1980, we had already matured and had our own approaches and our own collective party functioning. The thinking of the members of the political commission was well demarcated on all fronts. We had been working as a collective for a long time. From the moment Marshall had begun to lose moral authority, we were the ones who had those fronts under our direction. We were a working group, with like-minded ideas about a lot of things. There was a collective thought of the leadership, which was transmitted to the militancy on a permanent basis, in its ideological formation, in its political formation, in political strategy, in military strategy. Furthermore, we had, as I told you, the advantage of being directly linked to the fronts, we lived with the combatants, with the military units. We faced the situation with openness and honesty. We told them frankly, as an organization we have this responsibility, we have this strength, we have this, the other and the other. We talked to them about the positive aspects and the weaknesses of the organization. We went to speak to all the militancy from the perspective of the revolution. That mass of revolutionary combatants knew those who were next to them suffering from hunger, those who went with them to combat, those who led them, oriented them, and directed them. Although Marshall was for them a symbol that the revolution was assured, he was at the same time, someone very far away. To those hundreds and thousands of people who had just left the city or their land, their hamlets in the countryside to insurrection and go to fight in the guerrilla units of the FMLN, it was not so difficult to explain to them that a man had failed, no matter how great the authority he enjoyed, but that the revolution continued. The difficult thing would have been to adopt the opposite position and try to tell them that things are decided by one or two men. This flow of collective political consciousness that reached massive levels also helped us do party and organizational work at all levels of militancy and combatants. Balance of that experience. What are the main conclusions or lessons that you as FPL draw from this Marshall matter? Salvador, after Marshall's suicide, on April 12, 1983, we entered a period of in-depth review of everything, of political conceptions, of military ideas, of the strategy of the revolution, of the concept of the vanguard, of the party. As an organization, of the training of cadres. And we do this by trying to return to the rich experience of the organization with its positive and negative aspects. We took stock of all the deficiencies we had had, among them, the dogmatism, sectarianism and hegemonism into which we had fallen. As I have learned, you had to abandon a series of conceptions, methods, and styles of work. Salvador, indeed, we rethought, for example, the way in which a revolutionary political military organization should be built, a party of new kind. We saw that the party could not function with traditional schemes, but rather by introducing flexible forms of operation, appropriate to the war situation, and for the leadership of the insurrectionary effort of the masses. We began to combat the formalism and organicism into which we had fallen since 1980, as a method of party functioning, the question of political commissars, the effort for the Central Committee and the Congress to function at all costs. If that didn't work, we thought we weren't a party. We said then, let the organizational forms that serve this historical stage of the war work, with profiles of a party of a new type, and that the revolutionary organization serves to lead this historic effort. Valentin, we do not discard the idea of a party, but we try to adapt it to the conditions of war. We return to some principles of democratic centralism as operating criteria, collective functioning, revolutionary surveillance, control. We adopt them as reasoning criteria, rather than as formal organizational schemes. Salvador, the first great lesson that the FPL draws from what happened is that revolutionaries must maintain collective functioning in the party organization and that it is very dangerous for a person to want to put themselves above the party, to put their ambitions, their interests first. Personal, to the common revolutionary interest of the party. It is necessary to combat all types of caudillism from the leadership itself, down to intermediate and grassroots cadres. Revolutionary ideals should never be made dependent on a single person. We believe that it is a collective work of all revolutionaries, regardless of the revolutionary party or organization to which they belong. Individuals are temporary in their responsibilities, they can desert along the way or they can fall in the fight. The party must continue to advance in its fight in favor of popular interests and to carry out the work of the revolution. To understand why the FPL places so much emphasis on the elimination of caudillismo, it is necessary to remember that one of Marshall's great defects was precisely his caudillist behavior. At first he prevailed, due to his personal prestige acquired in the struggle, then, when he lost prestige, due to his inability to conduct the war and not understanding the need to seek negotiated solutions, Seeing himself in a minority within the organization, he tried, as we told you, of making different maneuvers to not comply with the agreements adopted by the leading nucleus of the FPL. Another great lesson that we learned from that experience is that every organization must always be open to political debate. We believe that revolutionaries must resolve ideological differences through political debate and not on the basis of executions. Contradictions and differences will always exist. The different approaches and nuances that naturally occur within the same organization or within the same front must be resolved through a political debate that leads to a synthesis, expression of collective thought, and the security arguments. Because I understand that not infrequently those who have different ideological positions are accused of being infiltrated by the enemy or of being their agents. Weren't those arguments of that type that Marshall raised against Ana Maria? Salvador: no, Ana Maria was accused of leading a dangerous petty bourgeois trend. And he intended to justify her actions simply by alleging the need to eliminate a dangerous current? Salvador: yes, a current that endangered the revolution. Did he not make any allusion to the fact that he could be an agent? Salvador: no. He never directly stated that it was a security problem, although we do know, from the experiences of other revolutionary organizations, that these types of arguments are often used. In our case it was not like that. Furthermore, we came to the conclusion of the need to overcome a series of political and ideological lags, fundamentally sectarianism and hegemonism, which had marked the entire previous stage of our organization, dogmatism, which we inherited from Marshall, with regard to the mechanical application of Marxism-Leninism, schematism in many work methods. But, despite what happened, we continue to recognize the great role that Marshall played in the workers' struggles of our country in the 50s and 60s, and we cannot deny his previous career, his selflessness and dedication to the revolutionary cause. Ria, the great prestige and respect that he enjoyed. He was undoubtedly a political figure who had great weight in the beginnings of the organization, due to his commitment to building a revolutionary strategy and implementing the armed struggle linked to the political struggle. He was always very clear about everything related to the need to incorporate the masses into the revolution. 4. Dogmatism. I understand that dogmatism was a very characteristic trait of yours. What explanation did this have? Valentin: dogmatism permeated us even into the marrow of our bones. Firmness was deformed into rigidity. How did he express himself? Valentin: dogmatic pathology can be identified by 3 symptoms: political purism, a training, and a somewhat religious style in the way of seeing some things. We fell into certain mystifications regarding the virtues inherent to the party and the working class specifically. We felt that we were the owners of the truth, of proletarian purity and firmness. And since large sectors of the masses followed us, it seemed to us that we were the genuine ones, the ones who could really put the class seal on the movement and guarantee its radically and the course towards socialism that it should adopt. We had all that in our heads. There was a certain distrust towards other forces. It was a very rudimentary attitude on our part. We used to overestimate our own possibilities. Fortunately, our party began to become aware of those weaknesses and we tried to right the ship. Without the great therapy that is the clash with reality, and without the criticism, exchange, and cooperation with the FMLN as a whole, renewal would have been impossible. It's just that a single game is a small world, and if you don't lift your eyes to look around, you get out of phase and you are left praying the half-truths of yesterday. For us, the FMLN is our first universe, but there is still another extension, broader and more revealing: the masses, the population as a whole, with its diversity of nuances and levels of consciousness, and the plurality of political and social forces, patriotic and progressive, that compose it. Obviously, ideological political defects are resistant. It is very difficult to remove them from the thinking and activities of a party, especially when that party refuses to confront them. They have put down so many roots that it hurts to remove them. I want to clarify that ours was not a theoretical dogmatism, like the one that possibly affected some parties in the Southern Cone. It was, if you like, a more underdeveloped dogmatism, with less knowledge of theory. I am talking to you, of course, about the majority of our militants. Only Marshall and perhaps one or another element of the founders who came from the PCS, had a theoretical training that allowed them a particular form of assimilation. Most of us had to start with the alphabet of Marxism. And you know, the quality of assimilation has frequently been deficient in various latitudes. Hence, the interpretations and policies that were made were in some way in correspondence with those levels of assimilation. We needed simple notions. The search for things simply explained led us to manuals, and we stumbled upon manuals as inadequate as those prepared by the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, which were schematic, monotonous, and repetitive, but most seriously, they are unaware of and, at times, distorters of the Salvadoran and Latin American reality. The FPL, for example, were described by some of its authors as neo-Trotskyist forces and other stories. The Latin American guerrilla was considered an expression of folkism. Theoretical production fed by the original sources of our realities existed, but it was insufficient and, of course, it somewhat reflected the stagnant thinking of other latitudes. For us, the task of educating a vast agrarian and popular movement was a challenge that became enormous. The facts of urgency they made themselves felt. We have been forced to prepare our own brochures, booklets, and instructions, seeking the greatest simplicity, but we do not always achieve a simplicity freed from schematism. Some perhaps succeeded, I couldn't say, but, in any case, that was not the common denominator. Little by little, we were inadvertently invaded by a kind of scholasticism. We were better served by assimilating simplified and repetitive formulations, which, furthermore, were easier to propagandize than understanding things in all their complexity. For us it has been a real challenge to maintain simplicity when speaking to the people, and at the same time, avoid the simplistic and mystified analysis of reality, to achieve an action that responds to the new demands. Evidently, this whole story is the story of our training, which was, before anything else, a preparation on the fly, already walking through guerrilla life. Sectarianism linked to a hegemonistic tendency. Salvador, another negative element was sectarianism. We put our interest as an organization above the interest of the revolution. As long as one was doing well, it didn't matter if the other was doing poorly. This sectarian narrowness damaged and undermined coordination between the revolutionary forces. Facundo, we carry the cursed aftertaste of political sectarianism, not only the sectarianism of the organization itself, but also sectarianism in the sense of a narrow political vision. Narrow political vision, in what sense? Facundo, for example, there are people who were with the UNTS at the beginning, like the Popular Democratic Union, UPD. Now it has been divided. It is an organization that does not have much strength. One part went with Arena, another is in UNOC, and another part has stayed there, but at that time, it was a representative force. The UPD entered into an alliance with the most advanced of the popular movement in order to push for this project, due to the breadth it showed at that time. What were they going to leave? Yes, they were going to leave. Now, there is no doubt that political sectarianism led to mistakes, that it gave them pretexts to leave, to do some work of confusion and to prevent their base from being influenced by the more radicalized movement. All this is the result of a sectarianism linked to the hegemonistic tendency in our movement, in such a way that it prevents us from achieving the understanding that this revolutionary project requires the participation of other forces. How does this hegemonistic tendency manifest itself? Did they not take other forces into account when making decisions? Facundo, if you are not convinced that you need the set of other forces, that only the most advanced popular revolutionary force is not enough to carry out your projects, then the effort you make to win that ally, to sustain that ally, to convince that ally, is not very big. If you are convinced, you will do everything, from the content to the form. That is our problem. At that moment, our colleagues, our people, were not entirely convinced. there was a partial conviction and a lot of hegemonistic tendency. And these are things that we cannot blame on the mass movement. What happens is that there are evils that we also carry, as FMLN, in our blood, in our idiosyncrasy. When I talk about blood, it is the history of how the parties have been internally, of how we have been in relation to the FMLN as a whole. It's not about blaming anyone specifically, but it's also not about saying that no one is to blame here. You cannot say that this is the culprit and he screwed up everything, because then you are saying that only that one exists there and the others do not exist. You also can't say, it's everyone's responsibility, it's that simple. You have to draw conclusions that force you to change your thinking and that lead you to a collision with reality and show you that you need to change your thinking to change your action. What explanation can there be for this great load of sectarianism that characterized the FPL during those years? Lionel, I think that the origin of this sectarianism has in part to do with the thesis that we established, that it was necessary to build a revolutionary pole on the basis of the worker-peasant alliance and that it was around it that the rest of the forces that were for a change. This led us to a rather narrow view of alliances. In fact, we only considered the worker-peasant forces revolutionary. This made it difficult for us to have relations with other sectors, intellectuals, the military, progressives, to whom when they approached us we only offered a policy of submission to our line and did not consider. We have our own interests. For example, in the first months of 1979, elements of the military youth one came to talk to us, given the strength acquired by the popular revolutionary bloc, to together seek a way out of the critical situation that the country was experiencing at that time. Our attitude was to reject his offer of cooperation in the progressive coup effort of that year. That did not fit into our conceptions of alliance, because it involved bringing in other forces that were not worker-peasant. Facundo, you cannot lead with that conception and those methods. The leadership, with the characteristics of hegemonism that has been maintained until now, definitely cannot continue, because what it is going to lead us to is alienate many people or keep many people with a lot of skepticism, with a lot of distrust, and skepticism. Founded. We are obliged to combine all the efforts of the group. Sometimes our people fight over trivial things. I remember a discussion we had with our companions, in an activity in February 1989, one of the important ones that was held. It was proposed that the activity be called Great Pilgrimage for Peace and our companions fought for it to be called Great March for Peace. They were asked to explain their attitude. Was it more revolutionary, more combative, more consistent, to be called a march or to be called a pilgrimage? How were you going to attract more people, calling it Great March for Peace or Great Pilgrimage for Peace? How were you going to have more unity of opinion and more consensus? What denomination was going to give you the greatest consensus? March or pilgrimage? Pilgrimage, without a doubt. Why, perhaps marches have a historical tradition already linked to something more revolutionary. Facundo, yes, that is indeed the case. On the other hand, the term pilgrimage is linked, with the saint, with I don't know what, but in any case, with something more comprehensive. In addition, this gives you better coverage. So, what advantages does it give you that you call it a march and not a pilgrimage? None. Do you have an advantage? What you call her? Great Pilgrimage for Peace? Yes, you have it, of course. You gain greater consensus in the leadership, which results in greater mobilization and, in turn, this allows greater national and international political coverage. The activity was intended to bring together as many people as possible, it was not proposed to raise people up to overthrow the regime. Who started the pilgrimage? Another organization. Facundo, the church and small business sectors. Do you think you have managed to overcome hegemonist and avant-garde tendencies? Salvador, we could not talk about the same manifestations of hegemonism and sectarianism as in the decade from the 70s to the 80s. Sectarianism could have some manifestations in the preference that some comrades have for their organization, but that is still normal in this period of historical development of the FMLN as a vanguard. We believe that we have largely overcome all these aspects. However, we still have delays that translate in a different way in the face of new phenomena. How would the current delays be characterized? Salvador, for example, we as FPL, where we carry out work, do not have the style of involving the rest of the organizations. We do not seek the contributions that they could give. In mass work, for example? Salvador, yes, in the case of the mass movement and in general where we are contributing and developing something that can be useful to the revolution. There are approaches of this type. Our cadres are the ones who work the most, the ones who contribute the most, elaborate lines, dedicate more hours of work, the others do nothing. The contribution that other organizations can give is underestimated. It is also said that we block the participation of other organizations in the distribution of financial or material resources of the FMLN. I understand that you have a much larger structure of international solidarity than the rest of the organizations and that therefore you collect much more resources. Salvador, yes, we have quite a development of the structures that raise funds to finance the war and to obtain material resources. It is not that we are taking money from anyone, nor that we are misappropriating FMLN funds, or the material resources of the FMLN. What happens is that when we have someone who gives us solidarity, to us as FPL, we do not share it with the rest of the FMLN organizations, and that produces a blockage in practice. These manifestations of hegemonism are new and are different from those that occurred in the decade of the 70s and 80s. Do you recognize, then, that the criticisms made of them are well-intentioned, that they have a real basis? Salvador, yes, we believe they have a basis. We are making efforts to correct, to overcome these lags, fundamentally in the field of masses and material resources. Conditions for unitary conduction. What are the minimum conditions for unitary, front-facing conduction? Salvador, the conditions are political consensus, political unity, ideological unity, unity of plans and unity of action. Ideological unity, in what sense? Salvador, in the sense that everyone is clear that Marxism is an instrument of interpretation of reality, understood not as an act of faith, but as a scientific instrument of analysis and interpretation of reality that allows us find the most correct solutions and proposals for each situation. Valentin, for the collective functioning of the FMLN, we sought to establish a non-formal multilateral collective functioning, in which not only the highest leadership of the FMLN had to be involved, but also the intermediate leaderships of the 5 parties and, in general, all paintings. Each front must have some minimum apparatus to enable the unique strategic leadership of the FMLN, without falling into bureaucratism or formal structures that do not work. This makes possible the combination of a certain centralized functioning of the general command of the FMLN, which has gained great moral, political and historical authority, with the participation of the rest of the leaders of the 5 parties and the regional fronts. In these efforts to build a single conduit, in what mistakes did you make that should be avoided in other unitary attempts? Salvador, look, it has hurt us, on the one hand, to have fallen into bureaucratism and top-down centralism and, on the other, to have tried to apply party schemes that do not work. What is this about bureaucratism and top-down centralism? Salvador, as you know, each organization has had its military units and war fronts, and a defined historical participation in different parts of the country. In 1981, full-fledged general staffs were pompously formed on each front, but they only lasted a moment and then disappeared. Nobody paid attention to them, because for a staff to truly lead, it must have recognition and authority, and that did not happen then. To solve the problems of conducting war, it is simpler for the general command to form military teams or military commissions based on certain efforts that it proposes to carry out. For example, to conduct the effort of a military offensive there must necessarily be a military commission. But when the need for equipment like that disappears, it no longer makes sense to keep it running. We could also talk about other types of organizations that have sometimes been formed and that are necessary only temporarily. You cannot go the organic way, creating a lot of apparatuses in which all organizations must necessarily be present. This hinders the functioning of the FMLN, because it is not always possible for everyone to participate. That is falling into what we have called chinkismo, in the sense that the five have to be in everything. That cannot be a requirement to function. But perhaps what you say, more than bureaucratism, would be a kind of formalism in terms of structures. Salvador, indeed it is a structural formalism, but that leads us to the bureaucracy, trapping the functioning of the FMLN, reducing its agility, because one must abide by the decisions of an organization that, in practice, does not work, does not decide, and that determines that in the end no one decides. We have also fallen into a vertical centralism when it comes to developing a line, a conjuncture or strategic plan, both in the management of each organization and in the general command. If the opinion of colleagues who are in military units, or in diplomatic work, or in mass work is not taken into account, and this has been done only very occasionally, what happens is that after a month or 3 months they must make changes that are more in line with reality. You cannot exercise vertical centralism, you cannot impose things without taking into account those who are involved in the execution of these lines. Do you accept, then, a criticism that I have collected in the sense that the command did not sufficiently listen to some things that were warned and that they somewhat voluntarily discarded them? Salvador, I think that if it was not heard it is because it is probably about different approaches to political reality. I am referring to the fact that the command received information from their fronts in the sense of indicating that they were not capable of make certain plans, and she insisted on carrying them out. Salvador, it is necessary to recognize that in that sense errors have been made by the command. I don't know what self-criticism it has made, but in general it can be said that now there is an increasing receptivity and sensitivity on its part. If this were not the case it would not be possible to understand the adjustments we have made lately. No balance has been made on this issue. It is very risky to advance assessments. You mentioned that they had to adapt the party schemes to the war situation, because these did not work. Could you explain to me what led to the attempt at a single party that you created in 1985? Salvador, we all make that mistake. Why? Did the Bible still work? Salvador, because the historic single-party project still worked. Then a single-party project arose that we supported with some differences, fundamentally regarding the dissolution of organizations, the method of line hegemony and the suppression of the names of military units. We have recently reconsidered this and we have stated that our goal cannot be to become a single party, but rather a consolidated political military revolutionary front. That should be our reference point and our goal. By striving to become a single party, we have made mistakes in the functioning of the FMLN, we have tried to impose party styles that do not work. For example, we try to implement democratic centralism. So far, in these 10 years, it has not worked. What has worked is political consensus. So, why not use political consensus as a criterion for operation? In this we have differences with the thesis of line hegemony that has been proposed, because we believe that the line must be built on the basis of a political debate and do so collectively and not impose ideas. And who proposes line hegemony? Salvador, the ERP. It is stated in the document that they proposed in '86. What Joaquim says now is that unity advances when an agreement is reached along the line and not based on creating new organic structures. On the contrary, structures must be created based on the line. He had not heard that line hegemonism. What does this mean in practice? Salvador, let the line that has proven correct in practice be imposed on the dynamics of the FMLN, regardless of the organization. And why is this not correct? Demas, because one line can be fruitful in certain regions of the country and another line can be more useful in other places, which have different characteristics. It seems to us that it is a mistake to establish generalizations that do not reflect the real situation in the different areas of the country. Salvador, The concept of party is in crisis at this moment in the FMLN, it went into crisis almost from the beginning. I remember that you as FMLN made a public declaration about Marxism-Leninism that surprised me very much. Salvador, about Marxism-Leninism and the single party. That was in '86. I am referring to that document. In the FMLN it was discussed and we agreed that a series of unification measures be adopted, but not in relation to the dissolution of organizations, nor in the method of line hegemony. On those two things we did not agree with our ERP colleagues. Were they seeking to merge the organizations and create a single structure? Salvador, that's right. We did not agree, because we saw it as very voluntaristic. We also saw that at the moment when we were preparing to carry out a new offensive, it was proposed to dismantle all the qualitative forces that each of us had accumulated as an organization. Who were those who promoted this idea of the single party? Salvador, all of them, but it was the ERP that proposed dissolving all the directorates and carrying out a total unification. We agreed in principle with the project, that is, we saw that it was historically necessary to achieve that, but for us the construction of the FMLN as a single party was not. I understand that you have been evolving in terms of the avant-garde concept. Could you tell me what the current thinking of the FPL is? Salvador, in October 1980, when the FMLN was formed, we recognized the FMLN as the vanguard detachment and decided to put our party accumulation based on it and not based on our organization. Now, these ideas have been evolving and we are now discussing further expanding the content of the avant-garde concept. And today how are they conceiving it? Salvador, taking into account all the experience we have had with FDR in these 10 years, we propose that we should review the concept of avant-garde in El Salvador. We must objectively analyze which are the social and political forces that, specifically, are going to lead the change in the country. The analysis of the experience with the FDR allows us to understand that the FMLN is not the sole and exclusive leader of the fight for revolutionary change in El Salvador. Experience tells us that there are other non-Marxist-Leninist democratic sectors that are also revolutionary and that can lead this change. That is to say, there are sectors that are not necessarily in the FMLN, but that are political forces that can participate in the conduct of revolutionary change, to the extent that they consistently fight to make profound social transformations, which tend to make exploitation disappear. Of man by man. These are ideas that are under discussion. When and why did you arrive at the broader concept of avant-garde? Salvador, well, the first change occurred within the FMLN, when we came to the conclusion that the FPL was not the only organization that fought for socialism and that it was not the owner of the truth. From 81 to 83, two positions began to emerge within the FPL, one represented by Marshall, who came to the FMLN to impose, did not listen to the other organizations, considering their positions as giving in, and another, more open, that incorporated the contributions from other organizations and on that basis built a more comprehensive idea. Its greatest exponent was Anna Maria. By 1983, after Marshall's suicide, the prevailing criterion was that it was not the FPL, but the FMLN, that was the vanguard. The second moment occurs after several years of alliance with FDR. Since this alliance began in '85, we considered FDR as a strategic ally, but not as part of the vanguard. Here the criterion we used to evaluate these friendly forces was rather the class point of view, because they came from bourgeois sectors. In those years, each one built his strategy and then we sat down to confront it, starting from the basis that ours was correct and should prevail, and in those aspects in which consensus was not achieved we sought how to manage them, although identified with a unique strategic project. Now we see that we cannot analyze the problem of the avant-garde by class origin, but by the type of society project that we are promoting. For us it is evident that FDR's comrades fight for profound social transformations. This becomes clearer to us from the crisis in Eastern Europe, which helps us see the Salvadoran avant-garde more realistically. Analyzing the conduct of recent years from this perspective, we see that they have been a contribution in many aspects to the conquest of national hegemony. What, according to you, is the reason for the fact that the FMLN, with all the internal prestige it has gained, has not managed to attract all the people to its project? If we were to talk about moments in the construction of the avant-garde, I do not think I would be wrong if I maintain that you have not managed, in all these years of struggle, to make your project hegemonic, to attract the vast majority of the population. Couldn't it have mobilized much broader sectors of it? Facundo, the problem is that we have confused what radicalization is with radicalism, because if we tried to define more precisely what we have done in the last period, many of these actions have been, not radical, but radicalist. Why don't you give examples to understand yourself better? Facundo, so that you understand me, how is it going to be acceptable for university students to go out on the streets masked, hooded, with pieces of iron in their hands? Of course that scares people. Instead of approaching, people fled. We have discussed that a lot of times, and we have discussed it there with the people who have been involved in it. It is not about theorizing, it is something concrete. Instead of attracting these people to the march, what was done was to scare them away. What has happened to us, and we have fallen into radicalism? Yes. Once, for example, a group of 10 students went to stone the Yankee embassy and remained throwing bombs at it. Molotov bash. That is not a radical action if we project it as mass action. If it is conceived as a militia action, well, that is something else. In that case it would be fine, but if it is conceived as a mass action, that is a radicalist action. What do you accumulate with that in masses? Nothing. What strength do you show, what confidence do you show? None as mass. To present another experience, the conduct of the Social Security strike went from the most radical positions to the greatest concessions. In short, from one end they flew to the other. What do you call radicalism in that case? Facundo, radicalism was considering that the strike had an indefinite nature until the 21 demands were resolved. That's absurd. How are they going to propose an indefinite strike, when it is only one union that is on strike, when the correlation of forces in the working class, in the popular sectors, did not allow you to extract 21 piece rate demands from the employers? On the other hand, it was enough to extract 1, 2, 3 of the main demands. If instead of raising a stream of demands, they had concentrated on 3, they would have had more support, more strength, more possibilities of starting at least one, the main one, and the action would have been successful, a victory would have been obtained. The union had shown strength, they bravely confronted the police, and the workers emerged from those confrontations successfully. But the bosses said, well, these bastards want 21 or none, let's kick them out. And they began to throw people into the street. Today 10 leave, tomorrow 40, the day after tomorrow 60, and, furthermore, with 100 prosecuted, including even the union leadership, also prosecuted, outside the law. And when that situation was reached, they began to make the most submissive concessions that a union could make, to demonstrate a lack of decision, of firmness, to give in to bosses' pressures. In the face of other strikes, there has been a lot of insistence on taking into account the correlation that exists, that is, the strength that the union has, the support it has from the class, from the sector, within the branch or union organization to which they belong, and the support of the mass movement as a whole. Then, based on knowing what correlation we have, launch the fighting platform. Another example of radicalism is what happened on May 1, 1988, when gas stations were burned, shop windows and buses were destroyed. Imagine, a march that is fundamentally divided like this, a mass of 10,000 people that covers one part, who walks with their slogans, with their banners, with their flags, in order, and about 80 or 100 people in the queue of the march, burning gas stations, burning buses, stoning businesses. Who does this? Is this a radical mass action? No, that is not a mass action. Many people who were in the march did not even realize that all these actions were carried out. They found out about it on the radio and television, and if they did not see it, much less were they participants in it. So can we say that it was a radical mass that expressed itself like this? Of course not. On the other hand, the mobilization of this May 1st was broad and radical. In what sense was it broad? Facundo, well, it was relatively broad, since they did not achieve the incorporation of all sectors, but there was a broader participation of certain sectors, because they managed to agree on the banners of struggle and the type of mobilization. And why radical? Facundo, how can a mobilization that comes out with fundamental demands, in a militarized city block by block, not be radical? On each highway where the buses passed, they had to go through 10 checkpoints. There were helicopters and small planes flying over the entire capital. There were 15 days of permanent psychological war on the radio, television, and newspapers, threats, searches of Union premises, and, despite that, 15 to 20,000 people take to the streets in those conditions. Is it radical or is it not radical? Yes, it is radical. But if you are thinking that this mass had to consider, at that moment, going to insurrection, in that sense it is not radical. If that is our purpose, no. It coincides with the reality that is being experienced now in San Salvador. In us, revolutionaries, despite everything, there is a lot of schematism. But not only incorrect leadership has had an influence, that is one of the factors. How can repression, terror, psychological war, the fact that there is a war not also influence it, and that people expect to see a clear alternative definition? Our means of propaganda, so you see, are limited. Our direct contact with the base has had difficulties due to problems with methods and the conception of leadership, which have also affected us. There is a dispute, there is a war in all areas. If you conspire to gain more from the other sector, the enemy also conspires to tear you to pieces. And if the masses do not see a clearer perspective of victory, of triumph, a certain skepticism occurs. There are things that you have to experience to understand them. Notice that in the area where we move, if we survived, we fought, and if we do what all organizations do, it is because that mass supports us. How would you survive there, moving almost in the same colonies, in a periphery surrounded by roads, surrounded by military units? How can the units carry out the war there, if not with the support of the population? But, as a paradox, those people who collaborate with you, who get information from you, who explore objectives, who supply you, who love you, who support you, who give their heart, who give everything unconditionally, of 20, you move to a mass mobilization, because people are willing to support conspiratorially. People conspiratorially risk their lives. He who is consciously going to do an examination on you, brings you mail, helps you mobilize cotters there, brings you weapons, food, supplies for the workshops, that one, at the very least, is risking a beating, a prison sentence, or life, and he risks it by plotting. You mentioned that there was a lot of schematism. In what sense? Facundo, slogans are often taken as abstract slogans. We want people to identify with them by force, as we say. There are many people from the base to whom you say, insurrection, and they will tell you, and what is that thing? Do you eat it fried, parboiled, or roasted? It would be different if you told him, let's take those properties and defend them, and to defend those properties you need organization and also to get clubs so that they don't take you off the properties, because there is a right to this, and the other. Of course, people understand this. Because how can someone who has nowhere to live not understand that? What things do I think might catch on? The defense of the land that Arena wants to return to the oligarchy, and the preparation of the peasants politically and materially for this. We have emphasized a lot about the aspect that radically necessarily has to be linked to breadth, to development. On the other hand, we saw a tendency to radicalize without having a broad base, but if you don't have broad bases, why radicalize? What are you going to radicalize? Radically and breadth, in our conditions, have to go together. Within the framework of a broad movement, conditions exist that make it possible to raise the consciousness and will to fight of a large contingent, on the basis of a correct orientation that leads the masses to mobilize for their immediate economic and political demands such as salaries, agrarian reform, democratic opening, freedom of mobilization and expression, against repression, and for the freedom of political prisoners. To the extent that the masses mobilize for these demands, assume them as their own and clash with the state that refuses to give them satisfaction, they are taking an important step towards understanding the need for revolutionary change and regarding their decision to actively participate in it. The Communist Party of El Salvador, PCS, is founded, whose leader would be Farabundo Martí. Insurrection led by the PCS, thousands of semi-armed indigenous peasants, armed with machetes and some firearms, set out to take over several towns in the departments of Sonsonate, Ahuacapan, La Libertad, and San Vicente. The insurrection is put down. The National Guard and the oligarchy, through the organization of the Civic Guard, proceed to the genocide of almost 30,000 peasants. The armed struggle that began in 1932 is resumed on the main basis of urban commands that carry out armed propaganda actions and economic recoveries. They progressively support the insurrection of the masses. The Farabundo Martí Popular Liberation Forces, FPL, emerge. The group is born, the predecessor of the People's Revolutionary Army, ERP. ERP and FPL reject participation in the electoral process. FPL actions against fraud. ERP and FPL make up the urban commands. Strike of the agricultural laborers of the La Cabana sugar mill. The Revolutionary Workers' Organization, ORT, is formed. FPL assaults, takes over and destroys the Central Elections Council. Change of orientation and direction in the Federation of Salvadoran Christian Peasants, FECAS. It manages to mobilize and bring together the majority of the peasantry. The Unified Popular Action Front, FAPU, is born. FPL carries out economic recoveries in banks in Santa Tecla and Ciudad Delgado. FPL places bombs at the National Guard post in tribute to the peasants who fell in the massacres of La Cayetana, Tres Calles, Chinamequita, and Santa Barbara. In the framework of an ideological confrontation within the ERP, the execution of Roque Dalton takes place. The organization is divided. The Armed Forces of the National Resistance, FARN, better known as RN, are born. Army massacres demonstration of university students. Several organizations occupy the Cathedral of San Salvador. The Popular Revolutionary Bloc, BPR, is made publicly known. FPL meeting, RN agrees to promote the militias. The Revolutionary Party of Central American Workers, PRTC, is founded from ORT. He promotes the formation of his mass organization, League for Liberation, LL, and begins work in the Central American region. FECAS and UTC join together in the Federation of Farm Workers, FTC, bastion of the BPR. The Committee of Mothers of Political Prisoners and Disappeared Persons is founded. 1977 February. The FPL, FARN, ERP, FAPU, and BPR organizations reject the electoral route. New electoral fraud. ERP promotes the creation of the February 28 Popular Leagues, LP28, inserting itself into the struggle of the masses. May 1, Mauricio Borgonovo Pole, Minister of Foreign Affairs, kidnapped a few days earlier, is executed by the FPL for the government's refusal to hand over 37 political prisoners. 1977 Monsignor Oscar Emilfo Romero, Archbishop of San Salvador, heads the campaign to defend human rights and denounce crimes perpetrated by ORDEN, the National Guard and the Army. Rise of the labor movement. In 16 months that the law is in force, there have been more than 40 workers' strikes, promoted by the BPR and the FAPU, with occupation of factories throughout the country. The Popular Liberation Army, EPL, is formed with detachment units in San Salvador, San Vicente, and Quetzaltenango. Initial operations: ambushes of patrol cars in San Salvador and the National Guard in Quetzaltenango and San Vicente. 1978 Urban and suburban guerrilla actions increase. Ambushes are carried out with mines, actions in La Paz and Zacatecalica. 1979 March 3 FPL executes the chief of personnel of the ADOC factory. May 8 Massacre in the Cathedral of San Salvador. Important military actions with insurrectionary content are taking place in some places. Taking of towns with guerrilla units and militias in El Congo, Ciudad Arce, Acajutla, Arcatao, San Martin, Quezaltepec, attacks on small garrisons. The army evicts them using helicopters and tanks. BPR speaks out against the junta, considering it anti-popular. Members of the BPR occupy the ministries of labor and economy demanding salary improvements. 300 officials were detained. The Revolutionary Coordinator, Political Military, CRPM, is created by FPL, RN, and PCS. Public Manifesto of the Revolutionary Coordinator. The Revolutionary Mass Coordinator, CRM, is created. It is made up of BPR, FAPU, UDN, LP28, MLP, 5 mass fronts of political military organizations. January 22 First demonstration of force by the CRM that brings together more than 100,000 people in the streets of San Salvador in commemoration of the 48th anniversary of the 1932 insurrection. It was massacred by the National Guard. January 23 the CRM government program is announced. March 24 the PCS founds its armed wing, the Armed Liberation Forces, FAL. March 24 Murder of Monsignor Oscar Emilfo Romero. March 25 March to condemn the murder of Oscar Emilfo Romero. April 18 the Revolutionary Democratic Front, FDR, is formed. May 22 the Unified Political Military Revolutionary Directorate, DRU PM, is formed with the objective of drawing a single political military line. June 24 General strike called by CRM. 1 million workers paralyzed the country. The insurrectional preparation of the countryside and the city begins. Maximum point of maturation of the revolutionary situation. The Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, FMLN, is formed. October 19 entry of the RN into the FMLN. This had withdrawn from the DRU at the end of August. October 29 Felix Antonio Ulloa, rector of the University of El Salvador, murdered by paramilitaries. November 27 all members of the FDR executive are assassinated. December 5 the PRTC joins the FMLN. 1981 January 10 FMLN launches military offensive with the objective of unleashing the popular insurrection. A period of resistance and formation of the rearguard begins. All organizations begin to build support bases and army units to defend the terrain in areas such as Santa Ana, Quetzaltenango, San Vicente, and Morazan. The army begins a counter-offensive with the objective of exterminating the FMLN within 6 months. Launches operations to evict the FMLN from its positions. July. FMLN begins to take back the initiative. Taking of Perkin. August 28 French-Mexican Declaration. The FMLN-FDR is recognized as a representative political force. October. FMLN demolishes the Golden Bridge over the Lempa River. December. The Army, in combination with the security forces, begins to operate directly with the tactics of large cleanup and annihilation operations. Mazote Massacre, with more than 1,000 residents murdered. Massacre of the Sumpul River, in Quetzaltenango. January 2 Radio Farabundo Martí, begins transmissions from Quetzaltenango. Beginning of military campaigns to expel the army, repressive forces, and paramilitaries in Quetzaltenango. The first territories liberated by the FMLN are formed. June. FMLN resumes the offensive. Ambushes and combats take place with mobile strategic units. FMLN dismantles and annihilates 3 companies. Important weapons are captured. Officers and troops are taken prisoners of war. Battle of San Fernando, Morazan. FMLN annihilates a company and recovers the first 120 mm mortars. Helicopter is shot down and Vice Minister of Defense, Colonel Castillo, is captured. Beliso and Atlasatl battalions fail to rescue him. The 2 main highways Panamericana and Littoral are paralyzed. August 7 takeover of Ciudad Barrios by the FMLN. October 14 FMLN launches National Sabotage Plan, simultaneous forceful and victorious military blows in Jacaro, Perkin, and Corinto. Army loses 3 companies. FMLN begins to control and defend strategic territories. Between January and October of this year, the FPL takes San Fernando, Nueva Trinidad, San Isidro, Cancasque, Ojos de Agua, Carrizal, Jacaro, Las Vueltas, La Laguna in Quelatenango and expels the army from those areas. The armed force abandons the concept of permanent defense of the terrain. The FMLN extends the war to the entire territory. Army expulsion campaign continues in Quelatenango, Cabanas, and San Vicente. Jan. FMLN enters the main cities, San Salvador, Santa Ana, Yazulutan, San Vicente, San Miguel. Taking of La Reina, Tijutla, Agua Caliente, Miramundo, and La Palma in Quelatenango and La Libertad, Opico, San Vicente and expulsion of the army. February. Taking of San Francisco Morazan, Quelatenango, Cerro El Cumbo in San Vicente and annihilation of the army. C. Annihilation of an army company in the Xixantepec volcano, San Vicente. C. 14 The President of the Human Rights Commission, Marianela Garcia, falls into an ambush. Murder of Ana Maria, Melida Anaya Montes, leader of the FPL. April 12 Suicide of Marshal. Commander Ana Maria Campaign. Capture and annihilation of the army in Cancasque, Chalatenango, Chinchara, Cabins, Tenancingo, Cabanas, and 7 Jewels, Xixantepec volcano in San Vicente. May. Annihilation of the army in El Carmen, Xixantepec volcano, in San Vicente. October. Annihilation of the army in La Lagunta, San Vicente, Tijutpaqui, Cabins. December. Occupation of the El Paraiso barracks. FMLN control zones are strengthened and extended, Quelatenango, Morazan, and San Miguel. Local popular powers are created as instances of parallel political power and defense against bombings. 1984 FMLN, through an attack with small units and exclusive use of mines, blows up the guarded Cuscatlan Bridge, the only land means enabled to transport troops and cargo between the eastern zone and the rest of the country. June 28 FMLN occupies the Serran Grande hydroelectric dam, the most important energy source. July. Attack in Serran Grande, Quelatenango. Maneuver on the Santa Ana, Quelatenango, San Sebastián, and San Vicente highways. July 26 FMLN ambushes 3 companies of the V Infantry Brigade. Annihilates paramilitary garrisons located in the department of La Libertad. September. Take 5 radio stations. October 21 FMLN destroys electrical substation in Nijapa, San Salvador. Counterinsurgency Operation Torola 4 concentrates forces in Morazan under the command of Colonel Monterosa in order to annihilate guerrilla forces and radio Vence Ramos. FMLN responds with guerrilla tactics, disrupts the operation and annihilates the Army's strategic command by shooting down the A-1H helicopter. Annihilation of an Army company in El Salto, San Vicente. Maneuver against helicarriers in Suchitoto, Cuscatlan. FMLN takes Suchitoto. Shoots down 3 A-1H helicopters, damaging 5. FMLN achieves new successes in the operation for the conquest of peace with sovereignty and dignity. The Nonu Alco Battalion is formed. The use of mines hits the morale of the army. The National Forum for the Survival and Peace of the Salvadoran People emerges, organized by UNTS and FINIPES. Failure of mobile troops tactics in the face of generalization of guerrilla fighting. More than 13,000 casualties between 1984 and 1985. The High Command limits the Army's actions to lightning operations. The Army descends on Guazapa, in a lightning operation, capturing and displacing more than 400 civilians. The peasants are grouped around the Christian Committee for Displaced People, CRIPTAS, and the National Repopulation Coordinator, CNR. FMLN opens the Western Front and expands the Central Front. Annihilation of 2 army companies at Cerro La Campana, Xixantepec volcano. The National Union of Salvadoran Workers, UNTS, is established. FMLN attacks the headquarters of the 3 Infantry Brigade of San Miguel, causing 250 casualties. FMLN carries out a series of simultaneous actions. Occupation and partial destruction of the 4 Infantry Brigade based in El Paraiso, causes 650 casualties. Enemies. The result is a new crisis between the oligarchy and high command. FDR-FMLN present a peace proposal articulated in 18 points. FMLN-FDR reiterate willingness to dialogue with the Salvadoran government. FMLN suspends dialogue due to intensified repression and the murder of the coordinator of the Human Rights Commission, Herbert Anaya. Successful general strike called by the FMLN for the murder of Herbert Anaya. FMLN starts urban war. FMLN decrees a nationwide transportation strike and electoral boycott. FMLN launches a new offensive to strike the enemy militarily and impact the masses politically. Urban commandos begin to operate in the capital. 195-day military campaign. FMLN raises electoral proposal. FMLN decrees indefinite national transportation strike. MPTL calls for electoral abstention. UNTS demands that FMLN negotiate with the United States. The FMLN declares the elections illegitimate. FMLN carries out national maneuver. He attacks the headquarters of the 4 Infantry Brigade for the 4th time. Sabotages against the oligarchy to coffee benefits. FMLN presented a negotiating platform in Washington to end the war in El Salvador. May 25 FMLN begins national campaign Everyone Against Arena, Fight for Peace. The urban commandos and the clandestine militias launch a simultaneous attack against the central headquarters of the I Brigade, the Zicamil police headquarters and peripheral positions. June 7 FMLN carries out national maneuver in 10 departments with simultaneous daytime actions. 10 medium-sized attacks, taking of 9 towns and raids. It carries out anti-aircraft combat, sabotage of electrical infrastructure and control of road sections. Separate 13 Government FMLN Dialogue Meeting, in Mexico. October 16 FMLN presents negotiation proposal in Costa Rica. FMLN attacks the Army headquarters facilities, at a time when the Tandana was meeting. October 31 the Fenestras premises are the object of a dynamite attack. 10 leaders die and 30 are injured. November FMLN launches a military offensive in 50 points of San Salvador, where it remains for 19 days. Shot of the Sheraton Hotel. The war comes to the oligarchic neighborhoods. December 12 General Command rejects the San Isidro Declaration. 1990 April 4 the negotiation protocol between the Salvadoran government and the FMLN is signed in Geneva, Switzerland. May 21 FMLN and full delegates of the RNA government sign the Caracas Agreement under the mediation of Alvaro de Soto, personal representative of the UN Secretary General. June 27 meeting in Oaxtepec, Mexico. The FMLN maintains that the agreements on the armed forces are the fundamental pillar of the negotiation. July 20th and 26th meeting in San Jose, Costa Rica, of the negotiating commissions of the government of El Salvador and the FMLN. August 22 V meeting in San Jose, Costa Rica, between the FMLN and the government delegation. December. National military offensive, the most important since 1989. The first planes are shot down with surface-to-air missiles. The revolutionary armies are unified under the name National Army for Democracy, and December 1991 31 FMLN and Salvadoran government reach agreement to end the war in New York. January 16 the peace agreement between the FMLN and the government of El Salvador is signed in Chapultepec Castle, Mexico. 376.